Nature's first green is gold, her hardest hue to hold. Her early leaf's a flower, but only so an hour. Then leaf subsides to leaf, so Eden sank to grief. So dawn goes down to day. Nothing gold can stay. Robert Frost. Chapter 1. Detective August Shaw sat in his old, cramped office, tucked away from the rest of the bustling police headquarters in Parramatta, Sydney. He preferred it that way. He didn't even mind the shoebox-sized office if it meant people left him alone. His colleagues would smile at him, and some even tried to make small talk about weekend football or local festivals, but August would simply pretend to smile behind his coffee cup and make his excuses to go back to hiding in his office. He felt at peace there, productive and useful. As the lead and only officer dedicated to his particular division of Sydney's cold cases, he would immerse himself in the past, try to make a quiet and unassuming difference to a cold and cruel world. Every day he locked himself away in his tiny office, and every day he fought to bring justice to victims long forgotten, and closure for those who were left behind. August felt older than his 41 years. It wasn't the fact his greying beard belied his brown hair or his recent acquisition of reading glasses. It wasn't how his body ached when he stayed too still, or if he pushed himself too hard at the gym. And it wasn't the small lines at the corners of his eyes that made him feel old. It was the weariness in his bones. Weariness and the sullen weight of responsibility for the unsolved cases that surrounded him in his office. They bore a kind of weight that sometimes made August unsure if it was trying to pull him under the surface, or if it was keeping him afloat. They weren't just file numbers to him. They weren't faceless names. They weren't just archive boxes full of folders or statistics. They were family. Each one was a human being, someone's child, a person whose life was cut short. Each cold case in his care was someone who identified as LGBTQIA+. Family. August's days were mostly filled with paperwork. That probably would have driven most cops crazy, but August didn't mind the hours of cross-referencing numbers, evidence, and report data. He made phone calls, did internet searches, and sent evidence away for analysis. The beauty of modern technologies that had been so lacking 30, 20, 10, or even 5 years ago now opened new possibilities of identifying killers. He could utilize pathology, DNA, ballistics, toxicology that didn't exist at the time of these deaths. Sometimes he struck gold, sometimes he struck out, but he never stopped trying. He'd make phone calls and speak to the family and friends of victims every so often. Some took tracking down. They were either long gone, moved on, or deceased. Not everyone was contactable. Not everyone wanted to be found. It wasn't like the movies or the TV shows. There was no glamour, no accolades. Maybe that's what August found the most gratifying. He didn't do this for the esteem or the reputation other homicide detectives found in recent high newsworthy front-page fame. August did this for the victims. He did it for those who no longer had a voice, for those whose spotlight had been extinguished and whose deaths were filed under unresolved or inconclusive. He also very deliberately buried himself in work. Days, nights, and weekends were spent poring over details, which didn't leave much time for any kind of social life. Which was very much the point. Some days, the only time he spoke to anyone was when he ordered coffee or lunch, if he got forensic or ballistic reports, or if his boss called him into his office. He didn't dislike his boss exactly. August didn't exactly dislike anyone. He didn't like them much either, but August avoided human interaction if he could manage it. Except for anyone in the periphery of a case, of course. But it was usually him who had to make those calls, which was why, when his desk phone rang, it scared the shit out of him. It also took him 15 seconds to find the handset under open files and papers. He snatched up the phone. "Detective Shaw." "Hello, Detective Shaw. This is Senior Constable Jacob Porter from the North Coast Area Command. How are you today?" August frowned. "I'm fine. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Yes, actually, I think there might be. I have a case I could use your help with." August's frown deepened. My help? With what exactly? I work cold cases. I know who you are, Detective, he replied. And while this particular case is new, we found human remains 2 days ago. This body's been there a while. I'm not the only cop in the state who specializes in cold cases. No, but you are the best. August almost smiled. If it's a homicide, call homicide. Detective, I have enough cases of my own to get through, Senior Constable. That's just it, Porter answered. I think this is one of your cases. One of mine? August's frown became a scowl. How so? The victim was gay, Porter answered. That hardly makes it mine. It was made to look like a suicide, he added. And you don't think it is? No, that's not all, Detective. The medical examiner suggested I call you. Said it would be familiar. The body was found with a note in his pocket, a quote from a poem, and a silver cross. August's stomach dropped, and he could feel the colour drain from his face. Oh. So yeah, I was wondering if you could help with some finer points. I could email... August looked at the file he'd been reading and reread the name. Mustafa Holtzieg. Mustafa, like the others, in all the files that surrounded him, deserved better. August nodded, more to himself than anyone else. I can be there first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 2. Jacob Porter waited at the airport, trying not to appear nervous. Having a tense and uneasy cop in uniform at the airport tended to make other people feel the same, so he tried to rein it in a little. The thing was, he was very familiar with Detective August Shaw's name. His reputation preceded him. He'd made the news a few years ago, and since then he'd been credited with solving a slew of cold cases. Jake didn't just remember him because of his unusual name or his policing work, which was exemplary, or the fact he was a handsome and mysterious loner who shied away from all publicity regarding his work. It was the fact he was an openly gay police officer. That wasn't such a big deal anymore, but years ago, when Jake was coming up through the academy, he recalled seeing a photograph of August Shaw in the Gay and Lesbian Liaison brochure. August had been at Sydney's annual police gala, looking sexy as hell in a tux with his equally handsome boyfriend. In public, surrounded by his peers, not giving one single fuck what anyone else thought. He was an out and proud, well-respected police officer, living the life Jake only dreamed of. And that was something Jake had never forgotten. People like August paved the way for guys like him. It was no big deal these days. Hell, Jake was even the local LGBTQIA+ liaison officer for his town. And it was only that way now because of people like August Shaw. As the kids would say these days, August had crawled so that Jake could run, or something like that. Jake's sexuality was something he wore, like his uniform or his badge, or the color of his skin or his indigenous heritage. It defined him, and in a lot of ways he was fine with that. He was proud of who he was and what he'd accomplished. But it wasn't the only thing about him. He wanted people to see him and let his work stand on its own. Jake didn't want to be viewed as just a gay cop or an Aboriginal cop. He was good at his job. He wanted to be known as a good cop. No, not even good. He wanted to be known as a great cop. And Jake was all too aware that August Shaw had been out and proud when it wasn't as widely accepted. Not just by his workplace, but by the law. When homophobia was rampant, particularly in a police force that was still clutching to its men's club mentality. In Jake's head, August Shaw was such an icon that he'd even been nervous calling him on the phone. He'd only intended to ask if he could email some details and get his opinion on a few things. Jake hadn't expected him to want to come here. This hotshot city cop was about to arrive in Tallowwood, a backwater district with a few thousand people in the middle of the North Coast forests. So Jake stood in the small airport terminal, 2 coffees in hand, waiting for Shaw's plane to arrive. He had no idea if Shaw drank coffee, but at least holding 2 cups gave him something to do with his hands. Because as much as he wished otherwise, he was nervous. Jake recognized Shaw as soon as he walked through the gates. Older than the magazine photograph, Jake remembered, but still strikingly handsome. Shaw was about 6'2" and maybe 100 kilos. He was fit-looking, even wearing a suit. His hair was brownish, a little grey at the sides, and he had a neatly trimmed beard that was greying at his chin. And it wasn't even his appearance that made him sexy. It was the way he walked, the way he held his head. He was confident and poised, not arrogant, but there was a quiet self-assuredness to him that appealed to Jake and probably scared him a little, if he was being honest. August Shaw's body language said he could fuck your shit up without even breaking a sweat. So yep, sexy as fuck. And Jake's nerves ratcheted up a notch, or 10. "Detective Shaw?" Jake said by way of introduction, realizing his mistake of buying 2 coffees because he couldn't shake his hand. Jake held one of the coffees out to him anyway with an apologetic shrug. "Figured you could use the caffeine given your early flight." The corner of Shaw's lips flinched, almost upward, in what could have been the beginning of a smile. He took the coffee. "Senior Constable Porter, I take it." Jake pulled the breast of his coat away to reveal his name badge. "Jacob or Jake Porter," he replied. "Thank you for coming." "No problem. Thanks for the coffee." Jake sipped his. "Do you need to collect any luggage?" "No." He nodded toward his carry-on. "This is me." "Okay then," Jake said, pointing his coffee toward the exit gates. "I'm parked out front." One of the perks of driving a patrol vehicle was the close parking. Well, it was actually a Nissan Patrol 4-wheel drive, white with the blue police checkers down the sides, and the unmissable blue and red lights on top. There were also sprays of mud up the sides from the last 2 days he'd spent in the forest. "Sorry it's a bit of a mess. Figured there wasn't much point in washing it, seeing though we'll only be going back out there again today." Shaw slid his bag into the back seat and climbed into the front. "Have you had rain?" "Don't go too many days without it," Jake replied, starting the engine. "Enough to keep the farmers happy, and the surfers." He looked a little confused. "Rain and high swells keep the amateurs out of the water, apparently," Jake explained. "Leaves the hardcore surfers to do their thing." He did that almost smile thing again. "No, I meant at the crime scene." Oh, fuck. Jake could feel his cheeks redden. "Oh, yeah, yeah. We're subtropical here. It rains pretty frequently. Not so much in winter." He waved his hand out the window to the cold and dreary sky. "Sorry, It's fine." Yep, definitely an almost smile. "I can stow that away for future reference, if the victim or killer was a surfer." Jake laughed, at himself, and gave himself an internal kick in the shins. "Sorry, you make me nervous. I wasn't expecting you to want to come all this way. I would have been more than happy with an email or phone call. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful you're here. I'm feeling a little out of my depth. We don't get many human remains cases up this way." He pulled the patrol to a stop before leaving the airport and turned left instead of right toward Tallowwood. "We're a 3-person station in a tiny town. Our entire district probably has fewer people in it than your station has uniformed officers." Detective Shaw sipped his coffee. "I make you nervous." "I said that out loud, didn't I?" "Yes, you did." "Well, maybe we could just pretend I didn't say that. Or the thing about surfing. Or maybe we could just start the whole conversation thing again?" He took another sip of coffee, and goddammit, he smiled. "Maybe. And maybe you could tell me why we're going into Coffs Harbour instead of to your station. The sign back there said Tallowwood was 20 kilometres in the other direction." "We don't have lab facilities at Tallowwood. The remains were taken to Coffs," Jake explained. "It makes sense to go there first, considering we're just down the road. But if you wanted to go to the crime scene first or the station, morgue's fine. I rather like the smell of formaldehyde with my morning coffee," August replied, and his poker face was so good, Jake wasn't sure if that was humor or not. "Tell me what you know so far." "Some kids from Coffs on motorbikes found the body. They'd been camping in the forest and riding, which they're not supposed to do either of, mind you. Anyway, one of them stopped his bike to take a piss, or so he said, and saw the clothes. He looked closer and realized it was a body. He said he never touched anything. He was pretty freaked out. They weren't going to say anything because they weren't supposed to be there, but the kid was spooked. Jake knew August probably didn't want that much detail, so he tried to rein that in too. It appeared the body had been partially buried at some point, or poorly buried with leaves and branches, which makes no sense, because if it had been suicide, as the note suggested, why would he have been buried? Evidence suggests he died at the scene, so he wasn't moved. We found a box cutter with the remains. I take it the crime scene was secured and proper evidence procedures were taken? Textbook. Jake nodded. The file's in the glove box, he said. I thought you might like to read it, though it's hardly complete. Before Jake could finish his sentence, Shaw already had the glove box open. Then he pulled out and opened the file. The rest of the drive into the center of Coffs Harbour was quiet, while Detective Shaw read and turned the pages quickly. Jake noticed how his brow creased. His frown deepened. He studied the photos, staring for the longest time at the photo of the remains. The victim's shirt, although blood-stained and muddied, clearly showed the outline of the words, "I like boys," though the rainbow colors were now a little hard to make out. Jake gave him silence to process the information, the pictures. 15 minutes later, Jake had driven them into the security car park, found a spot and shut off the engine, and Shaw hadn't even looked up from the file. "Look familiar?" Jake asked. Shaw glanced over at him, his expression unreadable. "Well, we're here," Jake added, nodding at the windscreen. "Should we go in and see what they can tell us?" Shaw closed the file and slid it back into the glove box. "Yeah." They got out, and Jake led the way to the morgue. Jake hadn't called ahead or anything, which was probably not too professional, but Dr. Schneider wouldn't mind. Probably. She was a middle-aged, no-nonsense woman who never hesitated in telling anyone her exact thoughts, but that was what Jake liked about her. He'd worked with her on a few cases, and she'd always been good to him. If she did take issue with the no-notice early visit, Jake was sure to be told. The morgue was split into two sections. The front area was more for administration and reception, where the public or family members could meet without being subjected to the grisly side of the morgue. The back room was a large rectangular lab which looked more like a hospital ward, except for the stainless steel tables instead of beds. There was a wall of refrigeration cubicles, cabinets and drawers full of instruments, and bright fluorescent lighting. Jake thanked God for the ventilation system. The doors that separated the two areas were fitted with porthole windows, and when Jake looked through, he saw Dr. Schneider bent over a table examining what looked like the remains they'd dropped in 2 days ago. "This is the ME who suggested I give you a call," Jake told August as the doctor glanced up and waved him in. "Dr. Schneider?" Jake began. "I called the detective, like you suggested. He's come up from Sydney to help—" "August Shaw," she whispered. August's eyes went wide. "Nina? Wait, what? Nina?" Jake wasn't even sure he knew Dr. Schneider's first name. Up until this very moment, he wasn't even aware she had one. He'd never heard anyone use it, ever. She put the back of her gloved hand to her mouth and was a little teary. "My God, it's been 8 years." Shaw finished. Then, surprising Jake, Dr. Schneider crossed the floor and hugged Detective Shaw. And surprising Jake even more, Detective Shaw hugged her right back. Chapter 3. August couldn't believe his eyes. Nina Schneider, of all people. Many years ago they'd met on a case, been associates, colleagues even, and over the years had become good friends. He hadn't seen her since... Well, he hadn't seen her in 8 years. "I heard you went north. Last I heard it was Gosford," he said. "It's the pull of the sun," she answered, "like a migrating bird. At this rate, I'll be in Cairns by the time I retire." August smiled. "You look good, Nina. Coastal life agrees with you." "You look good too, August. I'm sorry I never kept in touch. Life gets busy, you know." "You don't need to apologize, I know how it is." And the truth was, August did know. He knew all too well how life kept going whether you wanted it to or not. "How have you been keeping?" He shrugged. almost about to tell his old friend the truth, when he remembered that Porter was in the room. He was looking between them, clearly surprised. So August explained. Dr. Schneider and I worked together for years, before she gave up the rat race and followed the sun. I might have given up the rat race, but it hasn't given up on me, she said, turning to the remains on the table. And if you're here, August, I can only assume we have connected cases. August gave her a nod. It's a possibility, yeah. He gestured to the man beside him. Senior Constable Porter phoned me yesterday. Said there was a note and a silver cross. Nina gave a hard nod and went to a display of photos on the table. Found in his right front pocket. The original's been tested, but you can see the writing in the photo clear enough. She paused and sighed. August, it's familiar. Can I see it? Frowning, she handed a photograph to August. The photo, with all the correct case information and evidence numbers, showed a piece of paper, creased with a centre fold, yellowed with age, and smeared with something that August supposed was likely blood. And printed, in handwritten blue ink, was a line he knew by heart. I'm sorry I can't be what you want. Nothing gold can stay. Even though he'd been expecting it, Porter had told him about this already. Seeing it made August's knees almost buckle. You okay? Nina asked. August nodded, even though he wasn't okay at all. Nina handed him a second photo. August didn't need to look at that for too long either. The silver cross was tarnished. The silver chain it hung from was knotted and caked with brownish residue, possibly human remains, blood, mud, or a mix of all three. And the box cutter? August asked, his voice flat. It's been sent in for testing, Jake replied. It was rusted and caked with God knows what. Not sure we'll get much. Maybe blood to say it was the weapon used, but prints or usable DNA are unlikely. Hoping for a miracle, though. Nina and Jake both watched August as he turned his attention to the remains on the table. What can you tell me? He asked Nina. I'm not a forensic anthropologist, she said. August almost scoffed. You've been doing this long enough to know enough. I'll ignore the dig about my age, Nina said. Then she sighed and frowned. Off the record. Deceased was male, Caucasian, aged between 18 and 22, approximately 5'10", shoe size 10. Hair was blonde, but at first glance under the scope it appeared to be bleached, so I've sent it away to confirm. No apparent signs of perimortem injury. I still have a fair bit to go over, but if I had to guess, given the blood on his clothes, I'd say he bled out. Bloodstains are predominantly over the left side of his clothing, so if I had to bet on it, I'd say the ulnar or radial artery was cut, or both. Nina smiled sadly and straightened one of the finger bones just a fraction. Then she pointed to the arm bone. Had a broken right radius when he was about 8 years old. It healed well. Perfect teeth, so I assumed he'd had braces, and yes, before you ask, I've already requested dentals. I could guess and say he was well cared for as a child. August looked over the remains. There were only bones left, laid out on the table, and from the photos of the crime scene he'd had a quick look at in the car, August knew they'd been exposed to the elements for years. Care to guess at a date of death? Now that I am guessing, first glance I'd say 5 to 7 years, maybe more. 10? August shot her a look. It's not like you to be so broad. She smiled at him and walked around the table to collect another bag. Bodies I usually examine have flesh and wounds. Not to mention this one was found partially exposed in a temperate rainforest, not in the city, August. Decomp varies according to the elements and circumstances. There is a different etymological and bacterial activity. Plant growth and fungi, pH levels, sunlight, clothing. He didn't appear to be wearing much, and that can fast-track decomposition, but if it's too wet, maggots can't do their thing, and that slows decomp down. But the bacterial levels in rainforests make quick work of a body, August. I can't even really guess. August scrunched his nose up at the thought. Nina continued. Skeleton is incomplete too. Missing 2 ribs, and several phalanges on the right hand and metacarpals. I'm guessing scavengers or birds. There's no perimortem trauma to the skeleton to suggest otherwise, that I can see anyway. August looked over the remains. Nina, I think we should get a forensic anthropologist. I'm not second-guessing your "I've already put a call in," she said. I knew it wasn't my area of expertise the second they brought him in. I can do preliminary, but I'm not cleaning or doing any micros on the bones. He gave her a grateful smile. He knew Nina well enough to know she'd never jeopardize a case because of her ego. Thank you. She held up a large brown bag with evidence clearly marked on the side. His clothes. I've sent away all the samples I could. No jewellery, nothing discernible. He was wearing high-top Converse, short denim shorts, and a tank top. So maybe it was summer. Or maybe he was from way down south, or from a different country, and our winter was the same as his summer, Porter added. Then he shot Nina a panicked look. Not that I'm contradicting you at all, Dr. Schneider. It just stands to reason that there could be other possibilities. Once we took a family trip to Tasmania in summer, and I froze my ass off. While everyone else in the state wore shorts and T-shirts, I was in jeans and a jumper. Then, because he obviously didn't know when to quit, he added, or maybe the Vic was from up north where it was hot, and he hitchhiked down here and found it cold. Or maybe he was wearing a coat but wasn't buried with it. Or maybe he hooked out of the truck stop, and that was his preferred uniform. Nina and August both stared at him. Nina smiled. Those scenarios could be true. The senior constable makes a valid point. August found his lips quirking up a little. Yes, he does. Porter's cheeks tinged pink, and August could see a sprinkle of freckles. Porter cleared his throat. So, Detective, he said, what do you think? Look familiar? August looked over the photographs he was holding and sighed. Yeah. Nina's expression grew grim. How many? With the note and the cross, this would be 8. 7 official cases. 7, Nina whispered. August nodded, and Porter let out a quiet, fucking hell. Then he gave Nina another panicked look. Sorry. She shook her head. It's okay, Porter. The use of fucking hell is appropriate. All with the same note. All with a cross of some kind, August murmured. All posed to look like suicides. Nina's face softened, saddened. August. He wasn't about to have that conversation with her, especially not in front of Porter. The timeline is questionable, and the location. The other bodies were found in Sydney. His brow furrowed as he thought aloud. This could change everything. Fuck. A fresh wave of grief and anger whirled inside August, and he did his best to tamp it down. He turned to Porter. How close are we to getting an ID on this guy? Porter floundered for half a second before he collected himself. I was hoping Dr. Schneider would have something we could use as a lead. There was no wallet, no ID. Missing persons bring up anything? About 1,000 hits, Porter replied. Without the specifics, the search was too wide. If Dr. Schneider says he had braces at some point, that'll narrow it down. We can photograph the clothes. Someone might remember seeing him. Nina gave him a nod. And the broken arm. But there's no other discerning marks on the skeleton, sorry. She gave August an apologetic smile. I'll call you when I've spoken to the forensic anthropologist. Bartlett? August asked. Nina nodded. I know he's an ass, but he's good at what he does. August nodded. Bartlett had a superiority complex that August had zero time for, and considering Bartlett had been the resident expert on all the skeletal remains of August's cold cases, he'd worked with him a lot. You're right, he is an ass, and he's good at being an ass. Nina grinned. How long are you in town for? We should do dinner or coffee. I'd like that, August admitted, but I'm not sure. I'll probably be leaving tomorrow. I want to go to the site where the body was found and collate some data and cross-reference. I think this is going to change my entire investigation. I should have lab results for the DNA, box cutter and soil back in a few hours, Nina said. Hopefully I can give you a better estimate on time of death. Their meeting had run its course, so she walked them out to the front reception area. fetched a business card and gave it to August. "My number." "Thank you, Nina," August said. "It's been so good to see you again." "You too." She eyed Porter, then gave August an apologetic look. "We'll talk later." Despite his general avoidance of human interaction over the last 8 years, he actually looked forward to catching up with her. He didn't have to explain anything because she already knew. She was there when his life went to hell. She understood. "We will." When they were alone, Porter finally turned to August. He thought for one horrifying moment he was going to want more details of how he knew Nina, but he was pleasantly surprised when Porter nodded his chin toward the car park. "Want me to take you to the crime scene?" "Yes, please." Chapter 4. Jake didn't need to draw from his 15 years as a cop to know there was a whole lot left unsaid between August and Dr. Schneider. It was pretty obvious. There was a heaviness to August, in his energy, like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, like he carried the heaviest burden. He was dark and brooding, even grumpy, and that suited his tough detective demeanor. But he'd smiled a few times to Dr. Schneider, and for the briefest moments, Jake thought he got to see a different side of August. A side he didn't show too many people. A side he didn't show too often. A side that had been marred by a career of death and murder. The drive up through the mountains to Tallowwood went by in silence. Jake didn't mind, though. He loved driving through the forest. August spent the half-hour studying the file from the glove box, poring over photos and descriptions. The file was mostly incomplete. They didn't have results for any evidence back yet, and August only looked up as they drove into the small, sleepy town. Tallowwood had a population of about 3,000 people, including the surrounding districts, farmland, and forests. The township itself was small, consisting of one pub, a primary school, a church, a small grocery shop, and a petrol station. There was a sporting field by the small creek, a 25-meter public swimming pool, an old playground with old climbing frames, and an even older town hall. Oh, and a 3-person police station. Jake loved it here. He'd grown up here, gone to school here, and still chatted with Mrs. Barber, his old 4th-grade teacher, when he saw her at the shop. He loved the way the rainforests framed his town, and how it seemed a million miles away from the hustle and bustle of tourism central on the coast. He pulled the patrol up at the front of the police station. It was a brick building built in the 1930s. It was charming, old, and rustic, which meant cold in winter and hot in summer. The police residence was a small weatherboard house, painted yellow, with wisteria growing over the bullnose veranda that completed the charming aesthetic. Jake's boss lived in the house that had joined the station, a perk of being the ranking officer. Jake got out of the patrol, and the first thing he noticed was the sound of the birds. The rainforest was always a symphony of chirps, whirs, and calls. Apparently, the first thing August noticed was the station house. "Did you drive through a time vortex back there, or are we on the set of The Sullivans?" Jake laughed, so August did have a sense of humor. "Looks like it, but no. I just need to grab a few things, so if you want, I'll introduce you." He opened the gate and went through the front door of the station. Constable Deans looked up from the front desk. "Morning," she said. Then she mumbled, "Nice of you to show up. I've been utterly swamped. The phone hasn't stopped, and there are 1,000 reports to file. It's not even 9, and I've already been to the airport and the examiner's office in cuffs," Jake replied. Not that he had to justify himself, but he did feel bad for leaving the paperwork to her. "I told the Sarge that when he asked where you were," she said. "He took forensics to the scene." "Great." Jake stood aside and motioned to the man behind him. Detective August Shaw, this is Constable Casey Deans." Casey shot to her feet, her hand extended. "Pleasure to meet you, sir." "Likewise," August replied as they shook hands. "So the Sarge was pissed?" Jake asked. Casey stared at him. Yes." "At me?" "At this whole mess mostly, but you weren't here, so yes, you. He hates that someone died in his town, And he hates that there's police from Sydney and cops all over too. She rolled her eyes. You know what he's like. Jake nodded. Yep, he knew. Better get up there then. I just need to grab my gear. He walked past the front desk to his office, and August followed him. He collected a few things out of his desk drawer and lifted a camera bag onto his desk. When he looked up, he saw August staring at his office. Your office is 4 times the size of mine. Jake grinned. One of the perks of working on the set of The Sullivans. August half rolled his eyes, and he almost smiled. I should probably apologize for that comment. Jake snorted. It's fine. This town got left behind in the 1950s, but that's what I love about it. August nodded to the title descriptors on Jake's door. This town might have been left behind, but you haven't. Believe me, those are 2 things that didn't exist back then. The nameplate was nothing fancy, but its meaning was. Jacob Porter, leading senior constable, Aboriginal liaison officer, LGBTQIA+ liaison officer. Jake smiled with pride. No, they didn't exist back then. Could you imagine the look on the faces of cops from the 1950s if they saw that? He laughed just thinking about it. August kind of smiled, but his brows narrowed for just a second before he met Jake's gaze. We ready? Jake nodded. All back to business. Yes, sir. He collected his bag and walked back out to the reception room. Deans was on the phone again, typing at a keyboard, so Jake went to the whiteboard and marked off phone and radio and what time he expected to return. Deans gave him a thumbs up, and Jake led the way back out to the patrol. He put his gear in the back and climbed in behind the steering wheel. August sat beside him and already had the case file in his hand again. Jake assumed he should stay silent while the detective read over everything once more, but as Jake took the road over the bridge and upward, higher into the mountains, August spoke. It really is pretty up here. Jake grinned. Sure is. Tallowood was settled by whitefellas as a logging town about 200 years ago. They'd bullock the logs out of the mountains and stop here. The hotel's called Bullock's Rest Inn. 200 years? Is that when they built the police station? Jake laughed at that. My God, August Shaw did actually have a sense of humour. Yep, the station residence used to be the whole station back then. It's actually kind of cool. The old holding cell is the laundry now. I've only been in the Sarge's house a few times, back when I started. What's he like? The constable said he was pissed. Sergeant Hirsch is always pissed. Like Deans said, he likes his town just like it is. And Deans? She's good. Young but switched on. She'll make a real good detective one day. Wanted her first station to be in the city, but she got sent here instead. Wasn't too happy at first, but she's settled in now. And you? I was born and bred here. Grew up in Tallowood. Mum and Dad still live here. Our mob is the Gumbe Ningia people. Always wanted to be a copper, and when I got through the academy, I was offered the Aboriginal liaison role in my hometown. There'd been some young local kids getting into trouble, so they thought it'd be good to have one of their own here. Did it work? Jake nodded. Yep, I'd like to think so. I run some local groups for the kids in town. Not just the Indigenous kids. Anyone who wants to come along. In summer, we do camps, and I take them whitewater rafting on the Nimboida River. We go fishing and hiking. During the school year, we do stuff like I might take a bunch of them to the movies or learning to surf classes, footy, cricket, netball, whatever. Just to let them know I see them, I hear them, you know? I drag my granddad and my mum and dad and my uncle in sometimes, and we teach them some local culture stuff. I want them to know who they are and where they come from and be proud of that. August stared at Jake, a slow smile spreading across his lips. What? Jake countered. Am I too stereotypical a small-town cop for you? Because being a part of this community is the best part of my job. August raised a hand, somewhat in surrender. No, I was going to say I was impressed. Jake did a double-take. Are you taking the piss? August laughed. He actually laughed. No, I mean it. I wish I had your enthusiasm. He looked at the file in his hand, then looked out the window as the patrol turned off the road and into the Tallowwood Reserve. The road in was dirt, full of potholes and bumps, narrow and lined with impressively tall trees. They rounded a bend and they could see police cars up ahead and some officers walking about. August looked to Jake. "And the LGBT liaison role?" "LGBTQIA+," Jake grinned as he corrected him. "If you're asking if I'm gay or bi, then yes. Gay as a unicorn on a rainbow with confetti and sparkles, dancing to a soundtrack of Cher and Kylie Minogue." "That's, Jake snorted out a laugh. "That's pretty fucking gay. That's what that is." August laughed, and Jake was struck by how handsome he was when his whole face lit up like that. He shook that thought from his head as he pulled the patrol up beside his boss's car. There was a bit of a clearing which had become a car park for police and forensic vehicles. Jake could see two familiar men talking at the edge of the clearing before the wall of trees. "Big dogs are here. Tall guy's my boss, Senior Sergeant Don Hirsch. Guy he's talking to is the local area commander from Coffs, Alan Kenny." August opened his door. "Thanks for the heads up." They got out of the patrol, and Jake met Hirsch's glare with an introduction. "Detective Shaw from Sydney Police Headquarters, Cold Case Division." The title might have been a little overkill, but Jake didn't want Shaw's role in this case to be diminished, and he wanted the other two men to know that the detective had weight here. The three men shook hands, and while August made small talk with Alan Kenny, Hirsch gave Jake an unappreciative glare. "Any reports back on evidence yet?" he asked. "Deans said you were going to the lab this morning." "Nothing as of yet," Jake replied. "Dr. Schneider gave us a preliminary, but she won't confirm anything until the specialist gets there. All she said was the remains were that of a white male, between 18 and 22, approximately 5'10". "Cause of death?" Alan Kenny pressed. Jake shook his head. "Nothing yet. No skeletal trauma, anyway. She'll know more in a few hours." Jake was very aware that he'd omitted some details. Nothing major and nothing Dr. Schneider wouldn't confirm officially anyway. Everything she'd told them was conjecture and professional guesswork. And if Jake knew, then so did August. But he said nothing. "And your cold case?" Hirsch asked him. "A little early for you, isn't it? Given we don't have any information yet." August held his gaze for a beat. His expression was neutral but confident and really intense, and Jake was sure he'd have folded like a pack of cards under that stare. He was almost tempted to answer on August's behalf, just to fill that awkward silence. But August spoke. "HQ wants boxes ticked. Commissioner Reinhardt wants this put to bed." Alan nodded, and his gaze narrowed. "Know him well?" "Well enough," August smiled. "He's still a hard ass, but apparently he's playing off 5 now, so he's not too unbearable." "Never understood golf," Alan said, and he and August continued their small talk, effectively leaving Jake and Hirsch out of the conversation. Not that Jake cared one bit. He was actually glad to be out of the spotlight with the bigwigs, though Hirsch didn't look too happy. No doubt Jake would get his ass chewed off for that too. When the conversation slowed, August looked to Jake. "The senior constable here was going to show me where the remains were found. If I want to get back home any time soon, I should probably get on with it." "Very well," Hirsch replied. They all shook hands again and mumbled amicable goodbyes. "Porter, I expect you'll keep me up to date?" "Yes, sir," he replied. Just then some of the forensic team walked out of the forest, wearing overalls and shoe covers, gloves and hairnets. They held toolboxes, and Jake couldn't help the thrill he got. It was exciting stuff in his neck of the woods. In all his years on the force, he'd never led an investigation. Of course they saw August and made their way toward him. He met them halfway, and although Jake couldn't hear their whole conversation, it was clear they knew each other from Sydney and had worked on cases together before. When Jake turned back to say goodbye to Alan and Hirsch, he found Alan walking away and Hirsch staring at him. "Christ, Porter, when I said call whoever you needed to, I wasn't expecting the entire forensic division." "Gathering the evidence when there's only skeletal remains is specialist work, boss," Jake said, not that he needed to explain that. Hirsch just hated that his town was crawling with cops, and no doubt every local resident had seen every marked and unmarked vehicle. The gossip at the pub tonight would be epic. Hell, they'd be talking about this for the next 10 years. The sooner they come, boss, the sooner they'll leave. Good, Hirsch grumbled. Jake resisted rolling his eyes. Barely. He caught up with August, who was just saying goodbye to the two forensics, and together they headed toward the line of trees where all the action was. It's about 30 meters in, Jake said. Though he had no doubt August could clearly see the blue tarp cover protecting the site, and two remaining forensic technicians. One was crouched down, and the other was photographing something, and they looked up as Jake and August approached. They recognized August, and the one who'd been crouching down, a woman Jake could see now, stood up. Hey, Shaw, I wondered who'd claim this one. Celia, he greeted with a polite nod. Senior Constable Porter here. August motioned toward him. Called me, said I could be interested. What can you tell me? Not much, she replied. The site was excavated properly, which is surprising. Jake wasn't sure whether to be impressed or insulted by that compliment. Thanks? Was it you? She asked. Jake gave a nod. I called it in. I supervised the removal of the remains and instructed the soil removal. Bagged and tagged at 10-centimeter increments. She smiled. Textbook. I'm surprised and impressed. Can't tell you how many scenes have been screwed up by badgers who don't know what they're doing. That rankled Jake a bit, but August found something amusing, so Jake let it go. Celia continued, speaking to August. Anyway, we'll know more when the layers of soil have been tested, but the body was exposed for too long. Though they're still canvassing the surrounding ground cover, so they might get lucky. Jake looked out into the forest, and he could see teams of uniformed officers, from Coffs Harbour most likely, scouring the dense and relentless forest undergrowth. There were rises and gullies, massive tree roots, vines, moss, leaves. If there had been something left at the time of the murder, it wasn't likely they'd find it now. Celia sighed. It'll be a tough one to break, Shaw. Sorry, but I think we're done here. I hope the bones tell you something. Me too, August replied. I can send you a copy of the report if you like, she asked. She took out her phone and scrolled for a bit. Porter, I take it that's you? She asked, looking to Jake. Your lead, but I can CC you in, Shaw. August gave a nod. That'd be great, thanks. They packed up their gear and removed the tent cover above the makeshift grave, and Jake watched as August surveyed the site. He looked at the surrounds, the trees, the soil, the path they'd walked in on. Then he crouched down, much like the woman had done, and studied the excavated resting place of Jake's first official John Doe. When the others had gone, and after August had looked over the site, looking for what Jake wasn't too sure, Jake stood beside August at the gravesite. What happens if we don't get an ID? Jake had never dealt first-hand with that possibility, so while he could guess, he wasn't certain. I mean, what's the procedure from this point forward? We wait until forensics analyzes all samples, finalize their reports. We can narrow the missing persons search with what little information we have. Then we can filter through that information as we get it. August sighed. A positive identification may not be likely, and in that case, it stays open. We have his clothes. We can put together a recreation. Surely someone remembers him, Jake said quietly. Surely someone misses him. If not family, then friends. A boyfriend, a co-worker, someone on the fucking bus, someone. August met his gaze, his eyes searching, imploring. He swallowed hard and nodded. Someone. Chapter 5. August hated this part. He hated going to the gravesites. He hated standing where someone took their last breath. His mind always got away from him, leading him down the path of dark thoughts. What were they thinking before they died? What was the last thing they saw? Were their last moments filled with panic, or was it peaceful? Did they fight back? Did they beg for their lives? Or did they meet their maker free from the pain they carried with them in this life? God, August hated this part. He'd seen so much death in his life it was hard to separate himself from it. Professionally, he had to remove himself and any emotional attachment so he could assess each case individually. He had to look at the facts. He had to compartmentalize and look at each victim objectively, and he struggled to separate that part of him each and every time. Because there was a part of August in every case. A part of his identity, a part of who he was in every LGBT cold case that landed on his desk. In the beginning, he'd often wondered how long he could do it for, how much of his soul he could give to his job before he had none left to give. Now he wondered how much of his soul he would lose if he stopped. And he had gone to work each and every day, even when on some days he could hardly get out of bed, because there was a part of his soul in each and every case. Because surely someone, somewhere, had a broken heart just like him. Someone, somewhere, had lost a loved one just like him, and if he could ease their burden, if he could give them closure, then that's what he would do. And in the middle of the rainforest, surrounded by birds and bugs and so much life, while standing at the very spot that had borne witness to death, Jacob Porter said something that struck at August's very heart. Surely someone misses him, if not family, then friends, a boyfriend, a co-worker, someone on the fucking bus, someone. Because that someone, more often than not in August's cases, was August. He'd wanted to say me, but heard himself say someone instead. Because these people existed, they had lives, they had dreams, and they laughed and they loved, and I hate that they're forgotten. Porter shook his head, a little emotional. I hate that someone stole their life from them. They murdered another human being, and they think they got away with it. He stared at August, his eyes fierce. Whoever did this threw this man away like he was garbage. He wasn't garbage. He was a human being, and whoever did this to him had no right. August nodded. It was about all he could do. Every single thing Porter just said could have come from August. That was exactly how he felt. When he finally could speak, he said, They're not forgotten. I remember them. I remember them all. Every name, every face. Their parents' names, friends, boyfriends, lovers, all of them. They won't ever be forgotten. Porter's nostrils flared. I want to find whoever did this. That drew a smile from August. Me too. August didn't know what it was about Jacob Porter, but he liked him. There was something about him. Sure, he was good-looking. Not that August noticed that much anymore, but he could admit that Porter was handsome. He was probably 5'10", had short dark hair, warm russet skin, dark brown eyes, and a wide smile. But he wasn't smiling now. The wind was cold and the tip of his nose was a little pink, and those few freckles stood out again. The thing was, August hadn't noticed any guys in so long. The fact that he noticed Porter kind of surprised him. It didn't mean anything. After all, the few hours he had spent with Jacob Porter was the longest he'd spent with any one person in the last 8 years. Christ, maybe he did need to get out more. Jacob opened his backpack, which, as it turned out, wasn't a backpack at all. It was a camera bag, and he took out his camera. It was a pretty fancy setup, and if August had wondered about the quality of the crime scene and evidence photos, now he knew. Photography, huh? Jacob smiled from behind his camera. He didn't look up, though, as he took photographs of the grave and the surrounding ground. Some. Tell me something, August began. How did you know to call me? Jacob paused taking photos, but didn't stop what he was doing. Dr. Schneider saw the note and suggested I give you a call. You said you knew who I was. On the phone, you told me you knew who I was and that I was the best. Jacob paused, lowering the camera, and stood to face him. He looked August right in the eye. I followed your work for a while, actually since the academy. August raised an eyebrow at him. It sounds kind of creepy. He made a face. There was a photo of you in the annual gala magazine. And realization struck August. A blow, hard and right in the heart. The photo of him and Christopher. August licked his lips, his mouth suddenly dry. He tried to swallow but couldn't. Right, he managed. And seeing that, Jacob continued, well, shit, seeing that gave me hope, you know, that a guy like me could have both. Both. A boyfriend and a career. That I could be on the force and be out. And it wouldn't be a big deal. August nodded, but he didn't trust his voice to speak. Anyway, that's how I knew who you were. But yeah, I've kind of followed your work. You dropped off the radar for a bit and I wondered why, but then I read that piece in the Telegraph about the cold cases and saw your name. Porter's cheeks were pink again, and August couldn't tell if that was from the cold or embarrassment. Those goddamn freckles. They almost made August forget the comment about him dropping off the radar for a bit. So that's why I was nervous about picking you up this morning, Porter added, oblivious to the mess in August's head. He needed to change the subject. I'll try not to disappoint you. Then he nodded to the camera. What's with that? Jacob looked down at the camera he was holding. Oh, it's a barrier filter. August knew what it was. He just wasn't sure why Porter was using it. Don't trust the forensic team. Jacob laughed. Just trying to keep learning. He changed lenses and took some shots of the other police walking around the forest, then the trees surrounding the grave. How tall do you reckon those trees are? August looked up. Christ, they were big. 40 or 50 meters? And they're a flooded gum, with above-average rainfall and fertile soil, so they'd grow, what, maybe 30 to 40 meters in 10 years? August stared at him. I have no idea. Porter smiled at him. No, I'm telling you, they do. They grow fast. Oh, is this some local Aboriginal knowledge? August asked, then regretted the words as soon as they were out of his stupid mouth. Jacob blinked, then burst out laughing. No, it's an I'm not a fucking idiot thing. Then, whether great timing or bad, August's phone rang. He put up his hand. Sorry, I should take this. He answered the call. Detective Shaw? August, it's Nina. Then there was broken static. Nina? The reception was awful, but Jacob's gaze shot to his. Hang on, the reception's terrible. I'll just walk back to the clearing. He went back the way he'd come and went to the patrol. He leaned against it and took a moment to enjoy the sun on his face. He hadn't realized the forest would be so cold. Nina, you there? Can you hear me? Much better. Good. Have you got news for me? I do. August looked up at Jacob, who had followed him out, and was walking toward him. Hold on. I'll put you on speaker so Porter can hear. He tapped the speaker button and laid his phone on the bonnet of the car. Okay, Nina began. Blood type B positive. Box cutter was covered in the same blood found at the scene. Clothes, necklace, the note, all covered in the same blood. No other blood or traceables detected. Well, that wasn't unexpected, but at least the blood type was something to go by. Bartlett got here a little while ago. He couldn't find any noticeable bone injuries at the time of death. No stab wounds or defensive wounds. Neck is intact, but we're cleaning the bones as we speak. That'll reveal any finer lines or possible injuries. Anything else? No fingerprints on the paper. The hair was bleached, possibly brown originally. It's not coarse, so... DNA? Still running it. August knew a hit could take hours or even days. Thanks, Nina. How's the scene? Find anything else? August was about to say no, but Porter spoke. He was looking at the small digital screen on his camera. Not sure. We'll let you know. Thank you, Dr. Schneider. And without another word, still looking at the screen, he began walking back into the forest. Okay, Nina, I better go. Thanks again for the call. Any time. I'll call you again later. We'll have that drink, yeah? Sounds good. The call ended, and August pocketed his phone and set off after Porter. He found him not near the gravesite, but about 30 meters away from it, away from where the other police were canvassing. Porter was standing in front of a tree. The whole forest was covered in trees, roots, moss, vines, ferns, and August could barely distinguish one kind from another. "What is it?" August asked. Porter put his hand out in a stop motion. "Don't come any closer." He took a leaf from the tree and smelt it, and his gaze shot to August's. Then he crouched down, and holding his pen, he flicked away some leaves and branches. August couldn't see the ground cover all that well. There were roots and foliage everywhere. "Fucking hell," Porter said, giving August a solemn look. Then he whistled loud enough to get the attention of all the cops close by, and put his hand up and yelled, "I need a team over here. I think we've got another body." August was pleasantly surprised by Porter's proficiency. He took a stream of photos and directed a crew of 4 officers. Clearly, concisely, and in no time at all, he had a new crime scene established. 4 meters by 4 meters with a tree smack bang in the middle of it. Not just any tree. He handed over the leaf he'd pulled from the branch, and August did what he did. He smelt it. Citrus. "What the—" "Exactly. There's no fruit because it hasn't been pollinated. Not out here." He looked a mix of excited and horrified. "The only way any kind of citrus tree grows out here is if the seeds are discarded. It could have been from a hiker throwing away orange seeds, but the roots at the trunk are growing through something." He showed August the digital screen on his camera, and sure enough, the gnarled roots of the tree seemed to be bending the earth, and oddly enough, reminded August of an octopus tentacle coming out of the water. And there was something clamped over the root. "Is that—" August looked closer. "Is that a rib bone?" "Looks like it," Porter replied. "Sir, can you go call it in? We'll need that forensic team back. It could be animal bones, but I don't think so. Not with the other body so close." August stared at him. "You want me to call it in? I'm not taking my eyes off this site, and you don't have shoe covers on," he replied. Then he grimaced. "What I mean, sir, is I'd really rather not take my eyes off this site until forensics get here, and I'd rather we didn't compromise the site." August fought a smile, but before he could speak, a guy in uniform, who looked freaking 12 years old, stepped too close to the established crime scene line. Porter turned his attention to him. "Watch where you step, Bayliss, for Christ's sake." And while Porter ripped that kid a new asshole, August smiled and he walked back toward the clearing. As soon as August had enough reception, he dialed the last number that had called him. "Schneider," Nina answered. "Nina, it's August. I need you to do me a favor." "Sure." "Celia Dutton was leading a forensic crew up here at the scene, and she left about 20 minutes ago. I need you to call her and tell them to come back. I'd like you up here too." Why?" "We think there's another body." There was silence for a long moment. "Fucking hell." August called the Tallowwood police station next. He could have used the CB radio, but he'd rather keep it to a secure line until they positively identified the bones as human. He had a quick forage in the patrol for shoe covers, but found none. So he made his way back to Porter and explained he'd phoned his station and put a call in for forensics. Not long after, they heard a car pull up and a door slam closed. Porter sighed. "Fuck, my boss." And sure enough, Hirsch came stomping along the path in no time. His dark expression had little to do with the shadowed forest. August wasn't intimidated by his size, though, or his bad temper, or his rank. It just made him want to roll his eyes. Porter stood at the front of the new crime scene, his camera still around his neck. "Sarge?" he said as a greeting. "What have you found now?" he grumbled. "I think it could be a body, sir," Porter replied. "You think?" "Forensics are on their way to determine for sure." Hirsch glowered. Then he mumbled crankily, "Another body. Hell, if the media gets a hold of this, it'll be a circus." Then Hirsch turned to August and glowered, "Suppose you found it?" "The body?" August shook his head and smiled. "Not me, sir. Porter did. At first I wondered what the hell he was doing, but he was one step ahead of me." August shrugged and found himself smiling at Porter. "Porter's detective skills were exceptional, Sergeant. He should be commended. In a proverbial haystack. August gestured to the rainforest, panning the trees. He found the needle. Chapter 6. Holy shit. August Shaw just praised my detective work to my boss. Jake preened a little and tried not to smile. He wanted to fist-pump the air and yell, "Hell the fuck yes!" but settled for a curt nod of thanks and aimed his gaze at Hirsch instead. "I noticed the tree, sir," Jake started. "It's out of place here. The dark green waxy leaves and the height of it. It's too short. Trees in this forest need to be 40 meters tall and break the canopy to get sun, so this tree was all wrong." He turned side on so he could see the tree in question. "So I took a closer look," he prompted, as he handed him the leaf he'd given August earlier. "Smell it." Hirsch put the leaf to his nose and cocked his head. "What is that?" "I think it's lemon. Could be tangelo. Sharper than orange. Definitely citrus." Jake shrugged. "My nan has an orange tree and I spent a lot of summers climbing it. It doesn't smell like that, but maybe it's because this one hasn't been pollinated. I don't know, I'm not an arborist." Hirsch grew irritated, and Jake knew he probably could have done without the childhood memory. "So how does a lemon tree equal a body, Porter? If you've dragged forensics back here, tell me you've got more than a goddamn fruit tree." "Well, it appears the tree is growing out of the body, sir," Jake replied. "Whether the victim had fruit with him or maybe he'd eaten it. There was a case in the US not too long ago where they found a body because seeds in the victim's stomach had germinated during decomp. I won't know until forensics gets here." Hirsch glowered some more, then trying to get a look for himself went to walk into the cordoned-off area, but Jake stepped in front of him. Sir," Jake said, almost cringing, "crime scene has been established and you're not wearing the right gear." August chuckled, earning a murderous glare from Hirsch. August put his hands up. "He wouldn't let me in either." "I don't want to risk cross-contamination until forensics gets here." "Yeah, righto." "Christ!" Hirsch barked at him, his brows in a hard line. Then he obviously thought of something and shot August another dark look. "You called this in?" "Deans said you called it in." August nodded. "Yes, sir." "Tell me you kept this off the radio. The last thing we need right now is the freaking media getting a sniff of this." "I didn't use police radio," August replied. "Used my mobile phone." The sound of vehicles approaching drew their attention, and a moment later a stream of forensic experts trickled in. Jake recognized Celia, who had complimented Jake on his crime scene techniques, followed by Nina Schneider and a man August introduced as Bartlett. He looked to be in his late 50s, with short grey hair and ruddy cheeks, and Jake got the impression that August and Bartlett didn't exactly like each other. Then August nodded to Jake and said, "Senior Constable Jacob Porter is lead on this investigation, and he found what could be bones in the roots of a tree. We're hoping you can tell us if they're human or not." The forensics suited up, including standard-issue shoe covers. "Got any spare of those?" August asked. "Porter won't let me inside the scene perimeter because I don't have the proper gear." Nina grinned at Jake. "Good lad," she said, and threw some shoe covers to August. "You can stand 3 feet from the far side, but you're not going in there until we've assessed it." August and Hirsch both grumbled, but they did walk around and peer over the site at the bottom of the tree. Jake watched as August frowned and sighed. He looked up, meeting Jake's eyes, and gave a nod. "Good work, Porter," he said. Hirsch said nothing, just scowled some more and turned to bark orders at some unsuspecting constable. August walked back around to take his place near Jake, and they stood back while the forensics teams moved into the base of the tree. Celia's team photographed everything and bagged a variety of items, and Nina and Bartlett watched as Celia concentrated on the bone that was clamped and almost embedded into the tree root. She delicately removed layers of dirt and vegetation, photographing and bagging at every interval, her team talking quietly amongst themselves. Hirsch joined them eventually, giving the experts all the room they needed, when another vehicle arrived. This time Alan Kenny appeared at the far end of the makeshift path. "Christ," Hirsch mumbled, and Jake wondered if he'd meant to say it out loud. Kenny made his way to them, and before he could even ask what was going on, Nina turned to face them. "Well, Porter," she said to Jake, "looks like you got yourself a second body." "Fuck." "The one exposed bone is the fourth rib, but we can see another two without digging too far," Nina added. "Could it be the ribs missing from the first body?" August asked, nodding to the first gravesite. "You said some ribs were missing." "Good question," Nina said with a smile. "But no, wrong ribs." Bartlett looked up at their audience. "This excavation will be a long one. The tree roots are intrusive, and I don't know how much will be recoverable. We don't even know how much of the skeleton is even here yet. We can see a partial rib cage." "What are you saying?" Jake asked. It was Nina who answered. "It could be days before we can clear this scene. So, August," she said, "I think you can forget about booking a flight home today. You might want to book yourself some accommodation instead." August sighed and scrubbed his hand over his face. He looked tired, and Jake realized that it was now mid-afternoon, and they hadn't stopped or eaten all day. August must have been up before 5 this morning to get the first flight, and Jake felt bad for not thinking of that sooner. But this day was far, far from over. "Hey, boss," Jake said to Hirsch, "I think we should close the reserve to the public." Hirsch stared. "You want to close a national park?" Jake was unflinching. "Yes, sir, today." Hirsch wasn't impressed. "And tell them what? No camping until we're done digging up dead people?" "Well, no," Jake said calmly. "I'd probably go with some bullshit about how the local forestry commission are doing line work or something. Or the lake has a blue-green algae outbreak. Less likely to arouse suspicion that way." Hirsch glared, but Commander Kenny almost smiled. "Good idea," the commander replied, before suggesting he and Hirsch walk back down the path toward the clearing. August watched them leave, and Jake watched August. When he glanced at Jake, August was smiling. "Don't think your boss liked that too much." "And I'll get my ass chewed for it later," Jake sighed. "He's got his knickers in a twist, and I get it. He doesn't want his town to gain national fame for this. I can see the headline now." He motioned his hand across a non-existent headline. "The Tallowwood Bodies, TV miniseries coming soon." He shook his head and sighed again. "But wishing it wasn't happening isn't helping anyone. So he can rip me a new one all he likes, but I won't jeopardize this case in hopes of keeping it quiet." August smiled at that. "I like you, kid." Jake grinned despite the name-calling. "Kid? I'm 29. "Anyone younger than me is a kid. Sorry. I don't make the rules." And Jake might have thought that was funny, but the expression on August's face changed, like he didn't mean to say that and caught himself just a moment too late. His brows furrowed, and he stared back down the path toward Hirsch and Kenny for a long time. So Jake turned his attention back to Doctors Schneider and Bartlett and Celia, as they did their thing. It was tedious work, uncovering one layer at a time, bagging samples, documenting, so much documenting. And they cleared the top layer of fallen leaves and foliage, painstakingly slow, surrounding the base of the tree and the body. Jake had always found that fascinating work, and as they did their thing, other cops refocused their canvassing on the forest floor, and Jake gave instructions and directions. The afternoon grew darker as the winter sun began to get low. August watched it all, but Jake noticed he kept looking back to where Sarge and the commander were talking. They were near one of the cars in the clearing, having what looked like a not-too-pleasant conversation. "What do you reckon they're talking about?" August asked. "Sarge is probably having a meltdown about his town being front-page news. The commander's probably talking preemptive damage control," Jake replied. August studied them for a while. "Would you say they're friends?" "Hirsch and Kenny?" Jake almost snorted. "I don't think either of them has friends." Dr. Schneider stood as much as the tree allowed and stretched her back. "We're losing too much light." Just when Jake thought she was going to say they were done for the day, she added, "I'm going to need the lights and generator out of my van." "I'll get them," August said. "Is it unlocked?" Schneider threw him some keys, which August plucked out of the air, and he disappeared down the track toward the clearing. Jake wasn't sure if August just wanted to stretch his legs or if he knew Jake didn't want to leave the crime scene, but August didn't ask for help. At any rate, August brought back some field lights and he was now wearing a jacket. He must have grabbed it from his carry-on bag, and Jake hadn't realized the man must have been cold. He felt guilty about that. Even though August was a grown adult, Jake still should have asked. Jake had on police-issue dark blue cargo pants, army-style boots, and his police jacket, whereas August had a suit and a business shirt. Typical detective attire, but hardly warm. Jake didn't have time to dwell on wardrobe choice, because Hirsch came up the path carrying the generator. He called all the other cops who were still searching the nearby terrain in for a debriefing. "We're losing too much light, and Commander Kenny's asked that we call it a day. We'll know more in the morning when forensics are done." There were mumbled goodbyes, and Hirsch said he was going back to town to relieve Constable Deans and close the station for the day. Then he gave Jake a tired glance. "I don't suppose you have any intention of leaving?" "No, sir, not until we can close the crime scene." Hirsch grumbled something under his breath and nodded toward August. "For Christ's sake, give the man your keys, so he can go eat or sleep or sit down at least. We're not all the freaking Energizer Bunny Boy Scout like you, Porter." "Shit, sorry," Jake said, quickly rummaging through his pockets for his keys. August put his hand up and smiled. "Nah, I'm good. I can wait." Hirsch rolled his eyes as he walked off, mumbling about how all he needed was 2 freaking Energizer Bunnies, and when he was gone, August looked at Jake and chuckled. "Energizer Bunny Boy Scout." Jake couldn't even be embarrassed. "I'm always doing something. Can't sit still. It drives him crazy." August smiled at that. "I get the feeling, under all your boss's gruff and prickles, and how much he bitches about you, that he actually likes you. It'd just probably kill him to admit it." Jake barked out a laugh at that. "Not likely. He doesn't like anyone." 30 minutes later, when more soil was removed and more bones were laid out on a tarp, a new set of headlights pulled into the clearing. This time it was Constable Deans. Still in her uniform, she had excitement written all over her, looking around with bright wide eyes, and she held a takeout bag and a picnic blanket. "Planning a romantic picnic with the human remains, Deans?" Jake said with a smile. She rolled her eyes and held out the takeout bag. "That's for you, and this," she passed the blanket to August, "is for you." "Hirsch?" August asked. Deans nodded. "Yep." "See?" August said. "Told you he liked you." "Dunno about that," Deans said. "He bitched about everything." She counted off her fingers. "Forensics, other cops in his jurisdiction, another dead body, closing the reserve, wondering when the media would catch on, and of course Jake here, doing everything by the book. He was still banging on about it when I left." There were toasted ham, cheese, and tomato sandwiches, and bottled water for everyone, and although August had said he was fine, he sure ate his sandwich pretty quick and had the blanket around his shoulders before too long. The guys on the ground with their elbows in human remains didn't eat anything, though they did take breaks for water and to stretch their backs and legs. They had the tree roots mostly exposed, and the tree itself was held up with ropes. Schneider guessed from the pelvic bone that the corpse was male, and Bartlett studied the jawbone and skull, and he concurred with the gender and put the age of the victim in his early 20s. So, the victim was male, early 20s, just like the victim found just meters away. Jake was certain the cases were related. Deans had long gone home, and Jake had started to pace. He was both restless and trying to stay awake. The rainforest came alive at night, and the lights attracted all kinds of bugs, even in winter. August was still, though he was now sitting on the ground. And just after 1 a.m., when they'd managed to disentangle roots and deteriorated clothing and bones, Schneider called out, "August! August!" "What is it?" he replied, getting to his feet. Jake was at his side, watching, waiting. Celia photographed something, then Schneider turned around and showed them what she'd found. It was caked with all kinds of gunk and something brown, but it was unmistakable. It was a necklace with a silver cross and what looked like a deteriorated note. It appears to be faded ink on paper, Schneider said. She looked at August, her gaze deep and sorry. I think you've got another one. Chapter 7. August was exhausted. Not just weary from the long day, but the added weight of another murder settled in his bones. A serial killer. A legit serial killer who preyed upon gay men. Men who were deemed by some psychopathic piece of shit as unworthy, less than, deserving to die. Men like him. It was after 2 a.m. by the time Celia, Nina, and Bartlett were packed up. August slid into the passenger seat of the patrol, and then Jake turned the engine over and cranked up the heater. August realized he hadn't booked any accommodation. Fuck. What's up? Porter asked. August sighed. I didn't book a room anywhere. With everything going on today, I just forgot. Even when Nina mentioned it. I was going to when I went back to grab the lights and generator. Guess I clean forgot. Is there a couch at the station I could crash on? The truth was, August was so cold and tired he could probably just sleep right where he was, if he closed his eyes right this second. Nah, I've got a spare room at my place. It's yours if you want it. I don't want to impose. Jacob grinned and knocked the patrol into first and began to drive. Imposing would be going back to the station, waking up the Sarge to unlock said station and telling him you need a place to crash. He chuckled. I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like fun to me. August smiled, despite himself. True, and thanks. The drive back into Tallowwood was dark. The passing trees disappeared into the inky blackness, as though the forest was swallowing the world around them. Christ, it's dark out here. Get many lost or missing campers? Not too often. Mostly the people who come up here know the area. In summer, the dam gets busy, but they're recreational campers who don't venture too far from their eskies and campfires. Or the odd fisherman at the dam. He sighed. Then we get the kids on trail bikes who do nothing but dig up the dirt tracks and make a nuisance of themselves. And find human remains. August countered. True, they did. Jake conceded with a nod. But the bushwalkers and birdwatchers and mountain bikers don't use our reserve. They usually go to Cedarwood. Cedarwood was the national park at the bottom of this larger one that sprawled over the mountains behind Tallowwood. August recalled seeing a sign to it on his way up here this morning. God, was that just this morning? Closer to the highway? Yeah, and they have plumbed toilets and running water. We don't have such luxuries, Porter said with a grin. They also have a bigger dam and the crowds. August smiled wearily. So what you're saying is, the only people who come up here are those trying to get away from everyone else. Jacob turned onto a quiet, darkened street. I guess. He pulled the patrol into the drive of a quaint-looking cottage and parked in the carport at the side of the house. Kind of hard to see by only the headlights, but the house was white weatherboard with a small veranda at the front. There were filigree woodwork decorations where the veranda posts met the roof, shrubs and flowers, and August totally got the Sullivans vibe again, but thought better of saying that out loud. Instead, he went with, cute. Porter opened the car door. The Sullivans kind of cute, or the Waltons? Maybe Little House on the Prairie? August smiled and got out and grabbed his carry-on bag. Aren't those shows before your time? Porter rolled his eyes and climbed the front porch steps, his feet heavy. Tired. He put his key in the lock and opened the door. I'm going to be in so much trouble. August stopped. Did he have a boyfriend? Husband? Christ, August never even thought to ask. Trouble? If me being here is a problem. Porter looked over his shoulder as he went inside. Oh, there'll be a problem, believe me. He hit the light switch, and there, sitting in the middle of the small living room, was a cat. It was a mottled, tabby, tortoiseshell-looking thing, and it stared, like it was a parent waiting for their teenager to get home after sneaking out. August had never thought a cat could actually look pissed, but he was wrong. Hey, pretty girl, Porter said, his voice up an octave. But the cat wasn't having any of that. It barked. Well, it was supposed to be a meow, but it wasn't. It was loud, clipped, and cranky. Could cats bark? It was definitely a bark. Then it did it again, its glare fixed on Porter. It did that meow bark thing again, but longer and drawn out before it stood, still glaring, turned, and walked into another room. Then it proceeded to yell at him from in there. "Told you I'd be in trouble," Porter said. August closed the door behind him and took in the small living room. The outside might have been straight out of the 1940s, but the inside was new. Wooden floors, modern light fixtures, stylish furniture. It was impeccably tidy, and there was nothing old about it. There were 2 framed Aboriginal paintings, each one 1,000 dots to form the image of kookaburras. August had never seen anything like it. Porter added, "Come through." He disappeared into the same dark room the cranky cat had gone, and another light went on, so August followed. And in the new and modern kitchen was the cat, sitting before its empty bowl. It yelled at Porter again, and again, and again. "I'm getting it!" Porter replied as he opened a cupboard, but now the cat was glaring at August. He put his hands up. "I'm guilty by association, apparently, but I had no hand in your obvious neglect." Porter laughed as he poured some biscuits into the bowl, and the cat glared at him for doing that, but at least she didn't yell at him. He put the container of biscuits on the kitchen counter and sighed. "This is Scarlet, by the way. She doesn't tolerate insubordinate humans who get home later than normal." Scarlet was eating and seemed much more forgiving now. There were 3 remote controls in a perfect line on the granite bench top, and Porter picked one of them up and pressed a button. "I don't normally leave the heater on overnight, but considering we have to get up in—" He glanced at the microwave and slow blinked. Fuck, it's almost 3. Want something to eat, or want to go straight to bed?" There was something about that offer that spiked August's adrenaline. And it was completely innocuous and innocent. There was nothing sexual implied at all. But it had been so long since another man suggested they go straight to bed. Even hearing the words brought August up short. It had been far too long, and he was far too tired to stop his swirling mind. "Bed." Porter smiled. "Thank God. This way." He led them back out through the living room to a hallway. "My room, spare room," he said. The door was already open, but he switched the light on, then pointed to the end of the hall. "Bathroom. Only one, too, so guests first. I'll look up and check on Scarlet." He wasn't giving August any time to argue. He turned to leave, but only got as far as a few steps. "Oh, and I'd leave the bedroom door open. I mean, it's completely up to you, but just so you know, Scarlet has a no-closed-door policy. So if you do shut it, she will scratch and meow at the door until you open it. And if she wants it open, and you don't open it, she'll shit in your shoe." Well, he considered, that could have been a coincidence, but given it's happened twice, and she did that twice, I'm thinking not. August smiled. "Door open. Got it." He went into the spare room, which had a double bed in it with charcoal covers and red cushions and pillows, and a tall bookcase overpacked with books. August was even too tired to read what kind of books. He dumped his carry-on, used the bathroom and got changed, turned the light off, set his alarm, and was asleep before his head hit the pillow. He could have sworn he'd only blinked before his alarm beeped at him. Christ almighty, today was going to be rough. He'd had plenty of days with less than 3 hours sleep before. This shouldn't have been so bad. But he was very uncomfortable in that bed. He could have stayed under those covers all damn day. Until he realized he was not alone. A circle of fluff was curled up beside him, like a purring hot water bottle. Scarlet. She looked so peaceful with her paws all tucked in, nothing like the mini demon cat he'd met last night. August carefully slid out of bed so as not to disturb her, and went across the hall to use the bathroom. He looked like hell. He felt even worse. He needed to shower and get ready, but he thought he should probably check to see if Porter needed to use the bathroom first. He ventured down the hall. He couldn't hear anyone in the kitchen, so he snuck a look past the ajar door into Porter's room. He'd be horrified if he got caught snooping, but if Porter was still sound asleep, August was free to shower. But his bed was empty. The kitchen was empty. The house was empty. "What time is it?" he mumbled to himself, heading back into his room to check his phone. Surely he hadn't shut his phone alarm off and gone back to sleep. Surely Porter would have woken him. Then the front door opened and a breathless Jacob Porter strode in, wearing running gear, headphones, and a smile. He was flushed. His warm brown cheeks were rosy, which meant those damn freckles were back. It took August's brain a second to catch up. He'd gone running, on 3 hours' sleep. "Oh, I was wondering if you'd be up," Porter said. Only then did he seem to notice what August was wearing. Boxers and nothing else. August looked down at himself, then back to Porter. "Sorry, I'd assumed I'd be in a motel or something." Jacob put up a hand. "No complaints here." Then he walked through to the kitchen and called out, "Want some coffee?" No complaints here. What was that supposed to mean? Yes, please," August answered. "I'll just grab a quick shower." "Okay." There was a beat of silence, then, "Have you seen Scarlett? I couldn't find her this morning, and that's not like her." "Oh, yeah, she slept with me, apparently." There was silence, then footsteps, and then Porter appeared at the doorway to the hall. He had one eyebrow raised, his expression disbelieving. "She did, huh?" August didn't know if he should feel bad or not, but for some strange reason he went with humor. "She was cute, and we felt a connection. I don't think you should judge her on who she wants to sleep with." Porter stared. Then he burst out laughing. "This is a no-shame household." August smiled. "Glad to hear that, because I'm only wearing underwear. Can I please have a towel?" Porter's smile turned into something else, and he went to another door in the short hall, a linen cupboard, as it were, and pulled out a towel. He kept eye contact, not looking at August's naked chest or his crotch. "Like I said, no complaints." He walked back up the hall and stopped at the spare room where August and Scarlett had slept. "Except about my cat, who should be tried for treason." Still smiling, August showered and dressed, and went in search of Porter and, he hoped, coffee. He felt pretty good after a steaming shower, considering the lack of sleep, though he knew he'd hit a wall mid-afternoon. He found Porter in the kitchen eating a piece of toast and pouring a fresh mug of coffee. There was a plate of toast next to a tub of butter. "I don't know how you like your coffee, or if the coffee I got you at the airport was a fluke, so there's milk in the fridge, sugar in the pot. Vegemite or jam's in the fridge. You can help yourself. I'm just going to jump in the shower." August was surprised by Porter's hospitality. "Oh, is this for me?" "Yeah, don't get used to it," he replied with a grin. "Just kidding. My mum'd kill me if she found out I didn't play proper host." Then he walked out and added, "Won't be long," as he disappeared. So August helped himself to coffee and toast, sitting on one of the stools at the kitchen bench. He liked Porter. When he first met him, he wasn't sure what to expect, but he'd been switched on, even clever. He'd found that second body because of the type of tree, in a forest of trees. It was remarkable detective work, and August was impressed. Porter was likable, too. He was kind, generous, polite. He offered August a place to stay, even made him breakfast. And he was funny, too. And why had August been intent on making him laugh when he said the cat had slept in his room? In his underwear, no less. Normally, August would have been horrified. But no, he'd stood there joking with him. August hadn't joked with anyone in a long time. In fact, he hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time, outside of work conversations and small talk. He tended to avoid people. So why was Porter different? August was pretty sure it was the freckles. Those goddamn freckles across Porter's nose, his dark eyes and wide smile. "Did you have enough toast or want another slice?" August started at Porter's sudden appearance. "Oh, plenty, thank you." It was then August noticed what Porter was wearing. Well, actually, more to the point of how he was wearing what he was wearing. It was the standard New South Wales police uniform. Long navy cargo pants, sky blue shirt with the police badge on the chest and sleeve, standard issue black lace-up boots. That was nothing out of the ordinary, but the way he filled out that uniform was nothing short of spectacular. He was clearly fit, given how his shirt sleeves hugged his biceps. The fabric stretched across his chest and shoulders. His standard police belt sat comfortably around his thin waist, showing off his perfectly rounded arse. He'd worn the same uniform yesterday, but his coat had hidden the beauty of his body in that shirt. Christ! He could be in a men-in-uniform calendar. Thankfully oblivious to August's inappropriate scrutiny, Porter went about making more coffee, this time filling a thermos. "So," he began as he busied himself, "I was thinking about these 2 new cases and how they relate to yours." "Me too," August lied. It wasn't that he hadn't given it any thought. It was more that he'd been thinking about Porter, and how he was noticing him, and why he was noticing him. August hadn't noticed anybody in years, and this new awakening was taking up most of the room in his thinking space. Why now? Why him? "Why?" Porter said. August did a double-take. Fuck. Had he said that out loud? "Why what?" "Why here?" Porter said. "Why were those 2 bodies found here? Why a different location from the others?" August shook his head, switching gears and getting his head in the game. "I won't know until we get some confirmed information on these 2 new cases." He filled the sink with hot water and detergent, then quickly washed up everything. "The other cases were in Sydney, right?" Porter screwed the lid on the thermos and turned to the fridge. Yeah. It'll be interesting to get the dates of death, to determine which murders were first, yeah? Did the killer start in Sydney or end up there? And why here? Did he drive through here often? Did he holiday here in the summers? Was he a truck driver and drove the highway between Sydney and Brisbane 3 times a week?" August sighed and let the water out of the sink as he finished up. "It changes everything. The profile I'd gathered on these cases just got blown apart." "Or," Porter countered, "it could be the missing piece that puts the whole puzzle together. When we get Dr. Schneider's findings, we'll know more. More information, more clues. Maybe these 2 bodies were the first and he was still learning. Or maybe they're later in his killing career and he got sloppy." August appreciated his optimism and managed to smile. "I hope so." "And it raises another question," Porter added. "If you've got 7 cases in Sydney and I've got 2 up here, there's 700 kilometres between them. Makes you wonder how many we don't know about that are possibly dotted along the highway between here and there." August groaned and scrubbed his face with his hand. "That is something I don't want to think about." Porter gave him a smile. "It's a lot of missing persons reports to go through." "It is." He grinned. "Lucky there's 2 of us on the case now." "2 of us?" "Yeah, you and me. You've got 7 cases, I've got 2. Same pattern, same MO, same killer, which means same case." August frowned. "Well, I don't work with anyone." Porter grinned again. "Is that an old white man thing?" August's mouth fell open, and Porter laughed. "Just kidding. That was for the 'is that an Aboriginal knowledge thing' comment in the forest yesterday." August groaned and felt his cheeks warm. "I really am sorry for that." "Oh, I know. The look on your face was hilarious. A mix of shock and horrified." "It was a stupid thing to say. I was ignorant, and I do apologize for that. I don't even know why. I have no excuse, but I am sorry." "Actually, it was more racist than ignorant," Porter added simply. "I mean, it was both racist and ignorant, but like 60-40. Ouch. August flinched, as though Porter's words were somehow physical. "I deserved that, though. Again, I'm sorry." Porter smiled, and his eyes shone with humour. "It's okay. Apology accepted." "And I'm not old," August added lamely. Porter laughed again. "Sorry about that. It was just too easy." August could tell from Porter's smile he wasn't sorry one bit. He decided to change subjects. "You really have a nice home." He looked around. "Thanks. It's taken a bit of work. The laundry still needs redoing," he answered. "It's an old house, so the laundry was kind of out the back. I'll get around to that in the summer." "You did all the work yourself?" "Mostly. Had to get tradies in for some things like plumbing and electrical, but my cousin's a builder, so he helped me a bit. Or a lot, actually." "You own your own house?" Porter laughed again. "This is Tallowood, not Sydney, and this house is 70 years old and in need of a lot of TLC. It wasn't exactly expensive. Well, not compared to what you'd be used to. What would this cost you in Sydney?" August puffed out a breath. "Geez, I dunno. Depends where. $1 million, maybe?" "Shit! Yeah, well, it didn't cost me a quarter of that." August sighed and shook his head. "Well, it's a beautiful home. You should be proud." His smile was back. "I am, thanks." He refilled Scarlett's dish with biscuits, then slipped on the navy blue coat that hid his body. August was a little disappointed, which was utterly ridiculous. "You ready?" Porter asked as he pocketed his phone and grabbed his keys. He collected the thermos and 2 travel mugs. "I want to beat Hirsch to the office." "He lives next door to the station." "I know. That's why we need to leave now." August laughed, grabbed his carry-on bag, and they left. Porter lived exactly 1 minute's drive from the station. They could have walked, but there was a good chance they'd be driving out to the crime scene first thing, and they'd need a car for that. They got to the station at 7:15 in the morning. Porter opened everything up, flipped on all the lights, and turned the heater on. He booted up the computer system just as Hirsch came in. The sergeant looked tired and had a coffee mug to his mouth as he eyed both Porter and August. "You're in early," Hirsch grumped. "What time did you end up leaving the site last night?" "About 3, Porter answered. Hirsch frowned into his coffee. "The remains taken into town?" Porter nodded. "Yeah, Schneider and Bartlett took them when they left." "Did they find anything at the scene?" Porter hesitated for half a second. "They're not sure. Looks like it could be connected to the other remains and to Detective Shaw's case, but they won't know until they have a proper look today." "Shit," Hirsch whispered. "We're heading back out there now," Porter said. "I want to take another look at the gravesite. The other teams will be canvassing again today, yes?" Hirsch grumbled again, something in the affirmative, and promised he'd head up there as soon as Deans arrived at the office. Porter made their excuses, and he and August were back in the patrol in no time. Tallowood was a sleepy little village, picturesque with the morning sun filtering through the forest and fog. There were street names like Red Cedar Road, Blackwood Street, and Coachwood Lane. Houses had smoke billowing from chimneys. People wearing coats walked dogs, and one lady waved to Porter, who smiled and waved back. Tallowood was a weird paradox. Idyllic and peaceful on one hand, sleepy and quiet, but it was also home to some gruesome murders and unimaginable horror. The killer had driven this very street, had gone past these houses, and was probably waved at by an unsuspecting local who was out walking their dog. August hated that this town was subjected to the murders. In the cold and apathetic streets of Sydney, it was understandable or logical, but here it seemed cruel, like stealing innocence or being spiteful in the face of kindness. It didn't seem fair. Then again, when was murder ever fair? When they arrived at the scene, the clearing where they'd parked the patrol, which yesterday had been a hive of activity, was now eerily empty. The road continued on ahead, but August hadn't paid too much attention to what was up there. If memory served him right, he thought Porter had mentioned a dam. "Is there a dam up there?" August asked. "Yeah, about another 500 meters or so, round that bend. I can show it to you after if you like." "Yeah, thanks." Porter handed the thermos and 2 mugs to August, then grabbed his backpack, and they took the path to the second gravesite, where they'd stood just a few short hours before. Jacob set off doing his photographing the site thing, taking close-ups of the dirt and the roots of the tree, but August watched the forest. The trees were still, like they were still sleeping. The morning sun barely filtered through the canopy, and it gave a mottled, muted light. There was mist, and it was cold and damp. Wildlife lurked, hidden, watching. It smelled of rotting leaves and mildew. "What are you looking at?" Porter asked, suddenly beside him. "See something odd?" "No, just thinking," August mumbled. "Well, with that frown, I'm guessing it's not good." "I just can't help but think," August said quietly. "What a horrible place to die. I mean, it's pretty and peaceful, but it's isolated and—" Did they know they were going to take their last breath here? I'm pretty sure they'd have known. They must have been terrified. Did they scream? Did they fight, beg? Did they try and run? Porter stared at him for a long second, then glanced out to the forest where August was still staring. Then he looked back to August. His expression was grim. "I never used to think of that shit," August added quietly. "Now I do. I wish I didn't." He opened his mouth to say something, but then a sound of a car door shutting and voices grabbed his attention. A second later, a whole crew of cops wearing overalls with "police" across the chest started to gather in the clearing. They'd be meeting in the car park to await further instructions, no doubt. "Great, the cavalry's here," August grumbled. He wasn't in the mood for people today. Porter put his hand to August's arm and met his gaze. He had concern in his dark brown eyes. His smile from earlier was gone. He didn't say anything, just the gentle touch, the concerned look, and he walked down toward the clearing. Maybe words weren't necessary. Maybe he didn't know what to say. August didn't know what made him say that stuff out loud. He'd never admitted those thoughts to anyone else. If August was truly honest with himself, that was probably because he never really spoke to anyone else. But he couldn't bring himself to regret it. For some strange reason, August wanted Porter to know. And he watched as Porter ran lead on the investigation. More police in white overalls turned up. More of the forest floor was searched. More soil samples were taken from the gravesite. Porter took the thermos and poured 2 coffees, while August held the cups. He tucked the thermos into his camera bag, took 1 cup and sipped it. "Want me to show you the dam up the road?" Porter asked. "It won't take long, and these guys have this covered." "Sure," August answered. It was mid-morning by this stage, and August felt stagnant. He knew all too well that most of his job was spent waiting. But maybe he could be back at his office in Sydney, going through the other cases, looking for something he might have missed. He didn't know what that could be. He knew every word of every file, every photo, every evidence report. August even thought for one fleeting moment that maybe Porter could look over the files. Fresh eyes often caught things that might have been missed by tired minds. If August kept rereading the same mistake, he'd never see the missing truth. Yet something made him hesitant to offer. Those cases were his own. Not in a selfish mine way, but in a responsibility August felt in his bones. He owed it to those victims to find justice. He didn't want to shirk that off onto anyone else. When they walked into the clearing, which was now lined with police vehicles, Porter's phone rang. He eyed the number and stopped walking, waving his coffee at August. "Porter," he answered. Whoever had called him spoke for a second or two, and Porter grinned. "We're on our way." He ended the call and quickened his pace to the patrol. "That was the lab," he explained, getting in behind the wheel. "They've got something for us." August climbed into the passenger seat. "Did they specify?" "They got a match on the DNA. Our first Vic has a name." Chapter 8. Perry James Ahern, 22 years old, lived in Coffs Harbour, so he's a local boy. His mother reported him missing 8 years ago when he failed to come home. He went out with friends, was last seen leaving a gay bar. Witness reports were taken, led to nothing, no body was ever found, so he became a missing person. Jake scrolled through the report. "His mum still lives in Coffs. Want to go see her?" August gave a nod. "Absolutely. She might be able to confirm a few things." He frowned. "Have you got the report from Bartlett?" From the way August said Bartlett's name, he couldn't really hide the fact he didn't like the man. They must have had a run-in over another case, and it must have been some time ago because the animosity appeared to be ingrained. Though Jake was curious, he wasn't stupid enough to ask outright. so he clicked a few buttons and glanced at the printer as it spat out pages. "You can read it to me on the way. Just give me 1 second, and I'll call ahead to see if Mrs. Ahern's at home." A few minutes later, Jake told Constable Deans where they were going and to let Hirsch know. He'd gone back out to the crime scene, and Jacob was pleased to be out from under his boss's scrutiny. And Jake liked having a partner, no matter how temporary. He enjoyed his time with August, who wasn't as grumpy as his reputation made him out to be. Sure, he scowled a lot, and his resting bitch face was more of a don't fucking speak to me face, but Jacob saw through that. There was more to August Shaw than met the eye. Soon enough they were driving out of Tallowwood along the winding forest road, down the mountain toward Coffs Harbour. Jacob concentrated on the road while August read the report. Victim aged between 18 and 22, ethnicity Caucasian, blood type B positive, ante-mortem break injury to right ulnar, healed well. Age victim sustained injury, approximately 8 years old. That's pretty much everything Dr. Schneider told us. August nodded. Yeah, nothing new here. He turned the page. No perimortem damage to phalanges, and the hyoid is intact. No perimortem fractures to skull, jaw, or teeth. No defensive markers to the hands, Jake confirmed, more to himself than for August's benefit. Wasn't strangled, no head injury. August turned another page. Reports from the crime lab. Soil samples were inconclusive for contaminants. Tested positive for blood, type B positive. Box cutter found at scene had considerable rust damage and could not produce any fingerprints. However, the blade tested positive for blood of the victim. Victim's clothing positive for victim's blood only. The paper note found with the remains produced no fingerprints. The paper too deteriorated. The necklace and chain also produced no other trace elements, no particulates. Fuck, Jake mumbled. August turned another page. Medical examiner's findings, he said quietly. There was a lot of doubling up in reports, but August read it all out loud anyway. Human remains, time of death, age at time of death, accurate to the DNA match, finding the victim as Perry James Ahern of Coffs Harbour. No fatal trauma evident to skeletal remains. Blood found on clothing, and the depth to which blood had seeped into the surrounding soil. Depth greater than 20 centimetres suggests massive blood loss, possibly fatal. Given the dispersal of blood seepage at the left hand, suggests possible severing of radial or ulnar artery at the wrist inner forearm. Given the length of time and exposure to elements and increased microbial activity in the gravesite, exact determination date of death is difficult. The possibility of self-inflicted injury cannot be confirmed. Cause of death undetermined. August took a deep breath and he closed the file. His knuckles were white, his jaw clenched. "You okay?" Jake asked. August took a second to answer. "Yes, but I'd like to see Nina Schneider before we leave." "Okay." Jake didn't particularly like the hard edge in August's voice. "Were you hopeful for a different outcome?" August replied. "I was hopeful that Nina wouldn't do a Bartlett on me." "I got the impression you didn't like him," Jake noted. He wanted to know the history, but didn't want to be too invasive, so he went with a spin on work. "You've worked cases with him before?" "Oh, yeah." August stared out the window for a bit. "I don't care much for his opinion." Jake smiled. "I gathered that." He handed down a finding that stopped a case in its tracks. Jake eyed August for a second. "And you didn't agree?" "No, I didn't." "Was that on a case related to these?" August gave a nod. "I believed so, yes." "And he didn't agree?" August's face pinched. Then he shook his head. "No." "Could you ask for a second opinion? As the lead detective, I wasn't lead on that case. It wasn't a cold case." Jacob frowned. "But it was related to these cases?" "Yep. Same M.O. Same 2 items left behind. A note and a cross. But it was a body, not human remains." "A fresh case?" August flinched at that. It was the tiniest of reactions, but Jacob saw it. "Yeah." Isn't Bartlett a forensic anthropologist? What was he doing on an ME case? He was in charge, and he has some double degree or whatever. I don't even know. August mumbled. The division didn't have a lot of funding, and a decade ago, the medical examiners and forensics worked together. Actually, I was lucky to get any of them to listen to me or to even investigate. The big brass didn't want to waste time or money on anything I gave them. Why? Jake asked. You had a spree of homicides. That should have been enough for them to give you all the manpower and funding they had. Homicides made to look like gay suicide, August replied. His tone was sharp and bitter. They didn't give a shit about us. Probably happy some psychopath was killing us off. He sighed. In the end, I gave a reporter an anonymous story, and it was front-page news. I remember that, Jake said, smiling. That was you? August nodded. Yep. Did your bosses know it was you? Sure. Well, they knew, but they couldn't prove it. They tried to squeeze it out of the reporter, he furthered. Then he smiled. But the reporter was a guy I knew who did drag at Dusty's on a Friday night. And I can tell you, there ain't no one alive with more grit and fire than a drag queen. That was why I chose who I chose. Jake barked out a laugh. That is the best thing I ever heard. Yeah, well, it certainly didn't earn me any favours in the department. I bet it didn't. I'm surprised you weren't relegated to traffic duty for, well, forever. August smiled at that. They tried, but the voice of the public can be powerful. I was given the cold case unit after that, mostly to shut me up, so it was a win for me. See, the difference between me and them was I didn't join the force to make friends, or for the force to become my family. I joined to do a job, and if that pisses people off, then I can only assume I'm good at my job. His smile faded, and his eyes grew focused on something out the windscreen that Jacob couldn't see. August's voice was quiet, all smiles gone. And I have my family. A family that someone started picking off one by one, making it look like suicide so no one would care. That's why I can't let them win. I don't give a fuck how many toes I tread on. I want justice for these people who were murdered. Me too, Jacob said quietly. They drove for a while without another word, and it wasn't long before they arrived in the city of Coffs Harbour. It must have taken guts, Jacob said, breaking the silence, to be out and proud in the police force when they weren't so accommodating. Don't know about guts, August answered. I was just me. I didn't know how to be anyone else. Jacob smiled at that. I used to look up to you. You were gay, out, and a successful cop. Everything I wanted to be. And I'm not even embarrassed to admit it. Well, I kind of am. To your face, that is. But you guys paved the way for cops like me. August gave him a dubious look. You can't tell me you've had it easy. What? Being Aboriginal and gay and a cop? Jacob chuckled. Take your pick which one people have the biggest issue with. Actually, don't bother. It's like a wheel of judgment. Take a spin, round it goes. Where it stops, no one knows. August almost smiled. Does that bother you? Nope. But I don't care what people think. Just means I have to be better than them. At what? Everything. August did smile at that. You and I aren't too dissimilar, Porter. Jake grinned and repeated August's words back to him. I'm just me. I don't know how to be anyone else. He chuckled. Don't change. And the more someone hates you, the better than them you need to be, because nothing will piss them off more than you being more successful than they are. What do you think gets me out of bed to run 5K before breakfast after 3 hours sleep? August sighed, and it was a mostly happy sound. Can't say I've ever been that committed to pissing people off. Jake chuckled and slowed the patrol to a stop at the curb. That's the house right there. It was an older-style brick and tile. Gardens were neat, the lawn mown, the curtains open. Jake took a moment to collect his thoughts about what news they were about to deliver. A slew of lines went through his head. How best to phrase this? How to lessen the blow? How did someone tell a parent they'd found the body of their missing child? Even 8 years later, would it lessen the weight of it? Or would it be worse? From the haunted look August had in his eyes, he figured he felt much the same. "Well, there's no putting off the inevitable," Jake said. They walked to the front door in silence, and Jake took the lead. He knocked, and when a lady answered the door, it was Jacob who spoke. "Mrs. Ahern?" She gave a nod and opened the door a little wider. She was perhaps in her late 50s, with short grey hair. She wore jeans and a grey jumper that looked old and loved. She tried to smile, but there was knowing in her eyes. Jake held up his badge and ID. "I'm Senior Constable Jacob Porter, and this is Detective August Shaw. We spoke on the phone. Please come in." She led them inside to the front sitting room. The sofa was floral, and there were crocheted cushions, and it seemed too old for a woman in her 50s. But then again, Jake had no idea how much losing a child would age someone. Or maybe she'd inherited the furniture. Maybe she got it all from a Vinnie's op shop. Jake wasn't one to judge. He just noticed that it was older. Or maybe she'd stopped living the day her boy went missing. They sat, and Jake steeled himself for one of the hardest things he'd ever had to say. "Mrs. Ahern, we found human remains, a body, and we've had forensics run DNA tests. We believe it's Perry." Mrs. Ahern nodded, and she gave Jake a smile. "It's okay." She swallowed hard and got a little teary. I knew from the very beginning. When he'd been missing a week and hadn't called or let anyone know where he was, I knew then." "Because he'd always let you know where he was?" August asked. "Always. Even if it was just for one night. He'd always call when he got to where he was going. He'd call before he made his way home." She let out a shaky breath. "Like I told all the policemen at the time, he was going dancing with his friends. He never drank much. He'd experimented with some drugs at uni, but didn't like how they made him feel. We had no secrets. He told me everything. He went out that night, kissed me on the cheek before he left, and said he'd be home around 3 a.m. But he wasn't. And sometimes," she hedged, "if he found someone to go home with, he'd call me, every single time, just to say he'd see me in the morning. But he didn't come home, and he didn't call." "And Perry's father?" Jake asked. "He left when Perry was 5. Haven't seen him since." She looked at both men. "You said DNA?" "His DNA was filed for the Working with Children register." "Oh, yes," she said, her eyes glazing back to a memory only she could see. "He did prac for his classes. I remember now. Can you remember the names of the mates you went out with that night?" "Oh, yes. They'd been friends for years. Harvey Lynn and Adam Pollard. They were inseparable. Adam moved away a year or 2 later, but Harvey still calls around at Christmas time. I'd always hoped he and Perry would get together, but they were just friends, apparently." "Mrs. Ahern, do you have a photograph?" Jake asked. But then Mrs. Ahern looked to the end wall where the gas heater was. The mantel was covered with photos. A small boy playing tennis. A boy in a high school photograph. A teen with bleached blonde hair pulling a face. A blonde guy in a university gown. "May I take photos of those photos? Just on my phone. That way I don't need to take an actual photo with me." "Yes, of course," she replied. August obviously looked a little closer than Jacob. "He had braces?" "Oh, yes. Hated them every second. Just a moment," she said, as she disappeared out the door. She returned a second later with a brown photo album. "He used to laugh at me saying all photos were digital now, but I'm old-fashioned." She sat back down and opened the photo album. She flipped through a few pages, then turned it to face Jake and handed it to him. "Here he is with his metal mouth, as he used to call it. And the next pages are the most recent. He graduated from university. He was very excited about his new job. He was starting with the LGBT kids as a counsellor. He'd worked so hard to get that job. It was his dream, and he didn't want to move away." She smiled sadly, and when her eyes filled with tears this time, one slid down her cheek. She dabbed it away. "Do you know who did it?" "Did what?" Jake asked. She blinked. "Who hurt my boy?" Jake didn't know how to even suggest that it had been made to look like a suicide. "Mrs. Ahern," August intervened. "You said Perry just graduated." She nodded. "Yes, just a few months before he went missing." "And he was gay?" She narrowed her eyes. "Yes, and before you ask, yes, I knew. I knew since he was 4 years old, and I loved him all the same. He was a good boy. He had great friends, boyfriends, been to pride parades. I even helped him sew his outfits. We even picked out sequins and tulle together." She took a breath and recomposed herself. "He'd help anyone, everyone. It was his nature. He was kind and everyone loved him. I can only think that was his undoing, that maybe someone asked for help or for directions, and he went to help." August nodded. "Did he by chance break his arm as a child?" Mrs. Ahern took a second to adjust to the subject change. Then she smiled and rolled her eyes. "Fell out of a tree I told him not to climb. He was 7. Then her smile died away. "Why?" "The remains we found," August said gently, "showed a childhood injury to his arm." She nodded and looked to her hands in her lap. She knew. She knew it was her boy. Jake turned the page in the photo album and stopped at one photo. There was Perry with his arm around a guy and a girl, all of them laughing for the camera. He was wearing a shirt that had a rainbow with "I like boys" written on the front. Jacob tapped it, and August frowned. "This shirt," Jake prompted, showing the photo in question. Mrs. Ahern nodded. "He loved that shirt." "He was wearing it the night he disappeared," August suggested. "The same shirt was found on his body." She nodded and cried a little. "I bought him that shirt for his birthday," she said, wiping away another tear. "He wore it to the clubs all the time." August gave her a second before he asked, "Mrs. Ahern, was Perry religious at all?" The question surprised her. "No, not at all. No one in our family is. If anything, Perry was opposed to it. He didn't tell people who or what they could believe in, but he wasn't inclined." "Did he like poetry by chance?" August asked. "I know that's kind of random, but did he have any Robert Frost poetry books?" "Poetry?" She smiled fondly. "He liked Green Day and Linkin Park. I only know the names because I'd iron his band T-shirts." Jacob really liked this woman. She was genuine, and it was pretty clear that everything she did revolved around her son, which made this so much worse. Then August cleared his throat. "Mrs. Ahern, I need to ask you something that may seem insensitive, and I do apologize, but it would help our case." She frowned. "Okay." "Do you think Perry would have ever taken his own life?" Her mouth fell open. She wasn't just shocked, she was offended. August quickly followed up with, "I'm sorry for asking. I can see he was well loved and he was making plans for the future, and that's not typical suicide behavior. Did he suffer with depression or anxiety?" "No." Mrs. Ahern shook her head, and she cried again for a moment, then took a breath to calm herself. "Can I ask you something, Detective?" August nodded. "Yes." "Have you ever lost a child?" August shook his head. "Not a child, no." "But someone you loved?" August held her gaze, his face etched with a sadness that matched hers. "Yes." "And you knew them? You knew what they loved, what they hated? You knew every whim, every fear, every dream? You knew them?" August nodded, though he didn't speak. "Then you know the answer to that question." August nodded. "I do, and I am very sorry for your loss, Mrs. Ahern." Given the meeting had come to an end, Jacob quickly took some photos of the photos in the album, then went to the mantel to photograph the shots in the frames. "It's just for our records. We had a DNA match, and this will confirm." He didn't want to explain the chain of evidence process, crossing every T and dotting every I 10 times over. August looked closer at the photos, particularly one of Perry holding a tennis racket, then shot Mrs. Ahern a look. Was Perry left-handed? Yes. Her smile turned sad. Like his mum. August went back to the sofa and sat beside her. Is there someone I can call? Can I make you a cup of tea? She patted him on the thigh. I'll be okay. Cheryl next door will be over the second you leave, don't worry. Then she sighed. You know, I knew. I knew from the very beginning. It's still sad, and I miss him every second of every day. But this is almost closure. Almost? Jake asked, not really meaning to say it out loud. When you find the bastard that hurt my baby, when they're brought to justice, and when they pay for what they've done, then there'll be closure. August gave a hard nod, like he understood, and they said their goodbyes. August got to the door. I'd like to call you next week if that's okay, just to see how you're doing. She seemed pleased with that. Thank you, dear. They walked out to the patrol and climbed into their seats. Jacob had so many questions, not just about the case. God knew there was a lot to unpack there, but about August. He'd loved someone and lost them, and somehow the weight that August Shaw seemed to carry around with him now appeared to form a little easier to understand. Jake started the engine. Where to now? I'd like to track down the two friends Perry was with that night, but first I'd like to call around and see Nina and Bartlett, he replied. The gleam in his eye was a happy mix of determination and anger. Jacob had a feeling he was about to bear witness to August giving some serious arse-chewing. He wasn't disappointed. Chapter 9. August couldn't describe how he felt after seeing Mrs. Ahern. His own grief felt fresh and raw, and his need to right all the wrongs felt like deep abrasions all over his body. Like road rash, his skin and flesh stripped down to the bone. Whether Jacob was processing his own thoughts and this new information about Perry Ahern, or if he could feel the waves of unrest rolling off August and decided peace was a safer option, August wasn't sure. But the silence gave August some time to cool his temper and get his thoughts in order. When they arrived at the same car park they'd been to yesterday, Porter shut off the engine. You okay? Not really, August answered. He could have lied and pretended, but he was done with games. And honestly, he didn't have the energy to lie. Mrs. Ahern deserves better. Perry Ahern deserves better. He didn't kill himself. August met Porter's gaze and shook his head. No, he didn't. How do you think Schneider and Bartlett will take the news? August inhaled deeply. I don't care if they don't like it. Actually, I hope Bartlett says something to piss me off so I can punch him in the fucking mouth. Porter let out a low whistle. Getting suspended won't help our case. It'll make me feel better, though. Porter laughed and opened his door. Come on, then, and I'd rather you didn't punch anyone. I hate paperwork, and I have footy training at 6 tonight. I'll try my best, August said as he got out, but he didn't make any promises. When they walked into the office, August looked through the door and saw Nina and Bartlett inside. She was touching her gloved finger to the skull, leaning in and studying something, and Bartlett was at another table and had his back to the door. August knocked but didn't wait to be invited in. Nina, he said by way of greeting. She looked up and tried to smile. Ah, August, still in town? Yeah. Ignoring how Bartlett turned around and included himself in their conversation, August nodded to the man on the table. People still dying to meet you? She rolled her eyes at their decade-old joke and pulled up a sheet and covered the body. Drink driving. When will they ever learn? She pulled off her gloves and threw them in the bin, leaned against a counter and sighed. I take it you've read my report findings on the first remains? Yes, August answered. And you're not happy? No. He took a deep breath and regretted the formaldehyde that filled the back of his throat. We just got back from visiting Perry Ahern's mother. Nina's face fell. How'd she take it? Better than expected. She's a strong woman, August said, for a woman who mourns her dead son every minute of every day. Nina mumbled something and looked to the ceiling and let out a sigh. Did she recognize the clothes found on the remains? Didn't have to, August answered. She had photos of him wearing that very outfit. Fuck. Yeah. Had braces in high school. Broke his arm when he fell out of a tree when he was 7. August, she started. It wasn't suicide, he replied as flatly as he could manage. He could feel Bartlett's eyes on him, but he didn't dare look at him. How could she know? Did she have proof? Nina asked. Anything. She knew her son. And you can think that's a crock of shit, August said, looking at Bartlett then as he said it. Perry had just graduated uni, got his dream job, had great friends, a mother who adored him. Hell, they picked out pride outfits together. He had no history of mental health issues, no health concerns at all. He had everything to live for. You know that's not how mental health and depression works, Nina argued. There's no rhyme or reason. He didn't kill himself, Porter said, surprising the hell out of everyone. They all turned to look at him, and Porter smiled at August before he turned his attention back to Nina. He folded his arms. Perry Ahern did not commit suicide. I'm not saying he did, Nina countered. Your report suggested it, and COD was undetermined, August said. All I can do is analyze what's in front of me, Nina said, and she did look genuinely sorry. You said the blood seepage was likely from a severed artery in the left wrist, August stated. Perry was left-handed. If he'd done it himself, it would have been on the right. He wasn't religious at all. In fact, he was opposed to it. So he'd never carry a cross with him, and he didn't care for poetry. August couldn't keep the bitterness out of his tone. He did not choose to have those 2 items on his person when he was murdered. I need more proof than that, Nina said. I need physical, tangible proof. He was left-handed, August cried. The razor cut and blood seepage were found on the wrong side of the body. It wouldn't be enough, Nina said weakly. It's enough to list the COD as possible foul play. I need more than that, August, Nina cried. All I have is the physical evidence you give me. That's the only picture I can paint. Ask me off the record, do I believe there's a serial killer targeting these men? And you bet your ass I do. But on paper, I can't say that. I don't have the evidence. I need proof, hard proof, not circumstantial, not hearsay, not, sorry, Your Honour, but August had a feeling in his gut. I know this is personal for you. Damn right it is, August said, and it should be personal for everyone, because murder is personal. Telling a mother her son is dead is personal. Telling her someone wants to peg it as a suicide when it fucking wasn't is personal. August, she softened. I wish I could do more, but I need proof. Detective Shaw. Bartlett put his hand up. August. August glared at him. You can shut up. Bartlett glowered. Nina's right and you know it. There has to be a chain of evidence. We cannot put conjecture on a report. We can't offer hypotheticals for our result we want. We don't get to decide that. You don't get to decide anything, August replied sharply. No, we don't, Bartlett snapped back. I've given you everything there is, every clue, August said, but you still won't see it. You'll have to give us more, Bartlett said. August stared at him. I gave you my word. I told you the truth. They weren't talking about Perry Ahern's case anymore. Bartlett shook his head and all but threw his hands up in defeat. And that was good enough for me back then, and it is now, but it would never have been good enough in a court of law. And if a lawyer can dismiss one finding, it jeopardizes that entire case, and every single thing we ever do after that. Every case, every report. I'm sorry it wasn't the answer you were looking for. I'm sorry about Christopher. August pointed his finger at him. Don't you dare even speak his name. Bartlett sighed. I'm sorry he lost his life. August was so close to punching him in the mouth. He didn't lose anything. To lose something implies carelessness and error on their behalf. He didn't lose his life. It was taken from him. It was stolen from him, ripped away like it meant nothing. He is the victim here. He did nothing wrong. August waved his hand toward the skeletal remains. Perry didn't do anything wrong either. None of them did. August, Nina said gently. She paused for a moment, giving everyone a second to calm down. We will do everything we can to help you, but you have to give us all the pieces of the puzzle first. Something's missing. Find it. There has to be something. Look harder, please. Fucking hell, he hated that she was right. Perry Ahern didn't commit suicide, he said quietly. None of them did. They were targeted because they were gay, singled out and murdered. And there are now 10 bodies that we know of. That makes this Australia's worst serial killer ever, but no one gives a fuck. That's not true, Nina said. I do care. But the truth was, she didn't. Not really. Hers was a superficial concern, not like August's. His concern was embedded in him, in the marrow of his bones, personal and haunting. How many bodies will it take? How many more remains? August asked, the fight in him gone. What's the magic number we have to reach before someone will take me seriously? Clearly the quota for dead gay men is a lot higher than dead straights. Neither of them replied. Perry Ahern did not commit suicide, he said for good measure. Neither did David Milsek, Philippe Bissett, Mustafa Holtzig, or Simon Potter, or Miles Bell, or Jason Sayer, or Mark Krauth, and I can tell you without any doubt, neither did Christopher... August's voice broke, and he fought tears. None of them did. They fought against prejudice in life, and it followed them in death. Well, they can't fight anymore, but I can. Nina, I know I'm right. She was teary now too. Find me the missing piece. There has to be something we're missing. Bring it in, and we'll nail them to the wall. I promise, August, I promise. August was too emotional to respond. He needed to leave. He lifted his hand like he was dismissing every fucking thing and walked out. He was so fucking angry, and he was upset. Because how fucking dare Bartlett bring Christopher into this? And he was pissed that he got upset. He was pissed that Bartlett had seen him upset, and he was frustrated that all he met was dead end after dead end. He put his hands on the bull bar on the patrol and hung his head. Deep breathing and slow counting, trying to get his emotions in check. He hadn't meant to get teary. You okay? Porter asked. August stood up tall and let out a breath through puffed cheeks. Yeah. But not really, Porter added. I want to punch the piss out of something, August admitted. He clenched and unclenched his fists and let out another breath. If you want to come to footy training with me, I can line up Gibbo for you if you want, Porter said. He's mad as a cut snake, hard as a rock, and can crack skulls all day long. Not literally, I just mean on the footy field. If you're itching for a bit of biff, you can have a crack at him. He won't mind. August looked at him and couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. A bit of biff. Christ. A smile went out. I think I'll pass. Porter sighed. Probably just as well. He tackled me once and hit me so hard I came to at the pub about an hour later. Ouch. Yep. It's what the boys call getting your shit clapped. Now August laughed, despite his tears, despite his mood. It had clearly been Porter's ploy, because he grinned and patted August on the shoulder. Come on, get in. I know exactly what you need. They got back in the patrol, and a few minutes later were heading on the road up to Tallowood. August wasn't sure if he should apologize for his outburst at Nina and Bartlett, or thank Porter for backing him up, which he had. But August wasn't really ready for the whole "who is Christopher" conversation, so he opted for a subject change. He remembered Porter mentioning footy a few times. So you play a bit of footy, huh? August asked. League or union? Union, Porter grinned. Tallowood Warriors. How do you fit it all in? Football, kids' camps in the school holidays, local heritage days? Don't get me wrong, it's great. I just don't know how you fit it all in. Well, I'm very single, so there's no boyfriend to take up my time. And normally Tallowwood doesn't have dead bodies and serial killers lurking around. Actually, the most exciting thing to happen in Tallowwood in the last couple of months was the Country Women's Association cake stall in the town hall. Sounds riveting, August said flatly. Well, it wasn't. Until Beverly McDowell turned up with a sponge cake when she knew Margaret Upton was making the sponge, and she did it out of spite, apparently, and Beverly's was better because Beverly's is always better, but this year was Margaret's turn. August stared at him. Are you serious? Yes. Beverly's is much better. Every year, hands down, but the real kicker was that Beverly makes her cakes from the recipe Margaret's mother gave her. Have you ever seen 80-year-old women fight over cakes and the recipes of their mothers? He let out a whistle. They are savage. August wasn't sure if Porter was pulling his leg. You're not joking, are you? Nope. By the time I got there, the town hall was covered in thrown lamingtons and fairy cakes. A table and chairs were knocked over. Margaret's hair was a mess and Beverly's cardigan was torn. Then Leslie Cartwright had to be taken to hospital because she'd laughed herself into an angina attack. She was still laughing as they were wheeling her into the ambulance. Said she hadn't had that much fun since that pack of bitches tried to sabotage each other's wedding back in 1952. August blinked, then cracked a smile. Holy shit. Yep, Tallowwood's where it all happens. August laughed, and his earlier foul mood was gone. Geez, makes being a cop in Sydney sound lame. Being a cop in Sydney would be lame, he said, his infectious grin aimed right at August. Never considered it. Never. You can take your big smoke city and kindly shove it. I'll take the small-town folks and the small-town dramas any day. Then the corner of his mouth drew down. Well, not the bodies in the park. I'd have been quite happy to never have those. Same. What do you think it means? Porter asked. That we have two bodies so far away from where the other bodies were? And where is the killer now? I mean, why the gaps in time? Was he travelling? Was he in jail? Sick? God, there are so many questions. I think it means we need to go over every other file. I think we need to call every area command and ask them for their missing persons list. I think we need to start from scratch. Porter looked from the road to August. What do you mean? Every case, every witness, every scrap of evidence. Someone somewhere saw something. If Nina and Bartlett want the missing piece, then I say we find it. Porter's grin was wide, and August decided right then and there that he liked it. We? Porter asked. As in me as well? August smiled right back at him. Well, yeah, if you have time between footy training and old lady cake fights. Porter laughed. I'm sure I can fit it in. I was going to ask you before, August admitted. I figured a set of fresh eyes on my older cases couldn't hurt. If you don't mind, that is. Porter just about beamed, and he practically buzzed in the driver's seat. Are you kidding? I would be honoured to help. August liked how happy that made Porter. How happy he was to be helping August. Where did you say you were going? You said you knew exactly what I needed. Porter's grin was back. Just you wait. You can thank me after. He clearly wasn't getting an actual answer out of him, so for the rest of the drive, August made notes in his small notepad of all the things they needed to do. He only looked up when Porter pulled the patrol to a stop and found they were in the main street of Tallowwood and, more specifically, parked in front of the pub. The Bullock's Rest Inn was a double-story building, Federation style, with a bull-nosed veranda. Well over 100 years old, it was a testament to the architecture of its time, and if it wasn't so hidden away from the rest of the world, it probably would have had a heritage listing. Porter gave August a smile and held the door open. After you. August found himself in the public bar. It ran lengthways down the long room. There were TVs along the far wall. 2 showed horse races, 1 showed a daytime movie. There were rows of spirits behind the bar and fonts of beer tabs along the counter. It smelt like all bars smell, stale beer and a hint of disinfectant, but it was mostly pleasant. It was bright, warm and welcoming, clean, and the interior was much newer than August would have imagined, given the old-fashioned exterior. There were 2 older gentlemen sitting at the corner of the bar, nursing half-empty schooners, and they both smiled at Porter. "Jacob," one of them said. "Hey, Bluey," Porter said, offering the older man a wide smile and a handshake. "How's that bloody dog of yours going?" "Still digging up tomatoes," Bluey replied. Porter laughed. "Just so long as they're your tomatoes this time and not your neighbours'." Bluey laughed and rolled his eyes. Then Porter looked down the empty bar. "Where's the boss?" A woman walked out behind the bar with a box in her hand. "Ah, there she is." "Oh, hey, love," she said, smiling warmly at him. She was an Aboriginal woman, maybe 5'4". Her dark brown hair was in a soft twist, and she had rosy cheeks. Her eyes and smile were warm, and somehow familiar. Porter put his hands on the bar and leveraged himself up and over to plant a kiss on her cheek. August didn't notice how that move gave him a great view of Porter's ass. He didn't notice that at all. In fact, he was so busy not noticing that he missed the beginning of their conversation. "Oh, this is Detective August Shaw. He's come up from Sydney to help me with a few details," Porter said, smiling at August. "August, this is Bernadette Porter, licensee of this establishment, and my mum." "That explains the familiar eyes and smile," August said, then couldn't believe he'd said that out loud. "It's nice to meet you." Porter laughed, probably at August, but he soon turned back to his mother. "We're here for a lunch special. It's been a bit of a day, Ma." She frowned. "Is it about all the police cars heading through town and why the reserve's closed?" The older two men had turned to listen, but Porter shook his head. "You know I can't talk about it, Mum." "But it's not good, is it?" she pressed. "I mean, given the increased police presence, which I'm sure Hirsch is just tickled pink about." "I'd rather not picture my boss being tickled any colour, thanks." Mrs. Porter grinned. "2 pies, love." "Yes, please." "And 2 Diet Cokes." Then Porter shot August a look. "Diet Coke okay?" Too bad if it wasn't. Apparently, Porter was ordering food and drinks for them both, without any input from August. "Yeah, it's fine." Porter led the way out toward a dining area. It was cozy and all rather charming. There was a wood fire with a steel grill keeping the place warm, and August liked the atmosphere. He hadn't been in a pub or a club in a long time, and he wondered what kind of hospitality revolution he'd missed in the absence. "It's a great little hotel," August said as they took a table at the back. "Yeah, I grew up in this pub," he said. He put his drink down, then proceeded to take off his coat. And August didn't notice or appreciate that either. Not at all. "Mum and Dad have worked real hard getting it to what it is today." "You didn't want to run the family business?" August asked. He sipped his drink and deliberately didn't look at how Porter filled out that police shirt. Across the chest, the biceps. "And what? Mr. Paperwork and shit hours of being a cop?" Porter chuckled. "Nah, I always wanted to be a policeman, and this is Mum and Dad's dream, not mine. They have this place covered anyway. In case you haven't noticed, it's not exactly a busy town." August looked at Porter then and studied his face. His kind dark eyes, his always smiling lips, those damn freckles. "I like that, how you said it's their dream, not yours." He took a sip of his drink. "Your mum seems lovely, by the way." "What about you?" Porter asked. "You got family?" August almost flinched at the question. He hadn't been expecting Porter to ask anything remotely personal, despite him being privy to the conversation about Christopher, and August had met his mother, so maybe it was a natural conversational progression. Maybe August was just really out of practice. Not really. They didn't really approve of my non-religious, non-academia, non-hetero lifestyle." Porter's face fell. "Shit, I'm sorry." He reached over and gave August's hand a squeeze, and kept his hand there, which was completely unexpected, but not entirely unwelcome. "I'm sorry they treated you that way." "Yeah, maybe it wasn't the gay thing. Maybe having an atheist cop for a son was the final straw," August joked. He leaned in and lowered his voice. "Though I'm pretty sure it was the fact my old man caught me on my knees in front of the plumber who was supposed to be fixing the pipes." Porter laughed. "Holy shit! I hope there wasn't a call-out fee." Now it was August who burst out laughing, just as Mrs. Porter brought out 2 home-baked pies. He pulled his hand away and reached for his drink, embarrassed. August ignored the curious look she gave her son, and she thankfully rescued the awkwardness. "The porter's famous beef and Guinness pot pie." She looked between the two of them, clearly trying to gauge what she'd missed. "Enjoy." "Thanks, Mum," Porter said, giving her a smile, but his eyes said, "Thanks, but you can leave now." "Let me know if you need anything," she said, standing there for a beat too long before walking back to the bar. Porter pointed his fork to the plates. "My dad's special recipe. He's won awards for this pie, 2 years in a row." "Really?" "Yeah, I mean, it's just the Tallowood Annual Fete Day, so it's no big food critic magazine or anything." "The Tallowood Annual Fete Day?" August repeated. "That's not the same event as the cake brawl between the two octogenarians, was it?" Porter chuckled. "No, we have 2 different annual events here." Then he put his fork in his pie and lifted the lid so steam could billow out. He'd obviously done this before. "The top of the pie is a potato thing with cheese, but Dad makes it thin so it's crispy. And given the morning you've had, I figured some comfort food was in order." "Comfort food?" August asked, lifting the lid of the pie as Porter had done. Jacob took a mouthful and smiled as he chewed, but there was a glazed look of bliss in his eyes. "Oh, yeah, comfort, definitely." The inside of the pie was a rich, meaty mixture that smelt really good. August took a small mouthful, and yeah, it was everything Porter said it would be. And August didn't know how hungry he was until he was halfway through and realized he hadn't even drawn a breath. He made himself put his fork down and take a sip of his drink. "How is it?" Porter asked. "Amazing." He grinned and dabbed his mouth with his serviette. "Glad you like it." "And your dad made it?" "Yeah, Dad's the cook. He's always cooked. Mum was never great at it," he said, looking over toward the bar. "Christ, don't tell her I said that." August smiled. "Thank you. This morning was rough. I lost my shit at Nina and Bartlett, which I'm sorry you had to witness. And it's cold and miserable outside. This pie is just what I needed." "You're welcome." He sipped his Diet Coke. "So, tell me, what's our plan of attack for this afternoon?" "Well," August took out his notepad and read through the list he'd written in the car. "We need to track down the 2 friends Perry Ahern was with the night he died. I want to see his missing persons report. I want to go back to the reserve where the bodies were found. And I want to look at the dam you mentioned. If it's more popular with campers during summer, it could be worth a look." "You think the killer holidayed here?" "Maybe. It was summer." He took his phone out and frowned at it. "I was hoping I'd have heard about the second body by now." August took another mouthful and grimaced. "Well, after my little outburst earlier, and you agreeing with me, there's a good chance all information might go through your office instead of directly to you." Porter frowned. "Would Nina do that?" "Probably not, but Bartlett would." Porter stabbed a chunk of meat and shoved it in his mouth as he pressed a number in his recents and put his phone to his ear. "Yeah, hi, Deans, it's me. Anything come into the office for me today? Any reports on forensics or evidence?" He listened to whatever Constable Deans said. "Where's Hirsch?" "Yeah? Thanks. We're going to head back out to the scene, but we'll call back in after, around 2 or 3. Need us to bring you something to eat first?" "Sure. Okay, we'll see you in a few hours." "Nothing?" August asked as Porter slid his phone onto the table. He shook his head. "Not yet." August took another bite of his lunch. It wasn't finished, but he was. "I was serious when I said I wanted you to look at the other cases," he said. "I know you said I could shove Sydney, or kindly shove it, I believe were your exact words. But we need to be there if we're going to go over these cases and see what evidence samples we can track down and have re-examined. I want to go over everything now we have more information, to see if there's anything that stands out. Maybe you could see something I've missed." Porter smiled. "Do you really think that's possible? You're the Detective August Shaw." "You found the remains of a body by spotting a tree in a forest," August said. "The Detective August Shaw would never have seen that." Porter smiled and threw his serviette into his almost finished lunch and pushed the plate away. "I'll have to run it past Hirsch first. How long do you reckon it'll take?" "Not sure. We'll have access to the bigger labs and more tech down there, so it should be faster. A few days at least. Do you need to run it past your boss? He asked. August sighed. Probably. I'll put in a call this afternoon and report in. But I kind of keep to myself and everyone lets me do my thing. If I hadn't told him I was coming here, he probably wouldn't have even known. Porter snorted. God, that sounds like a vacation. I have Hirsch on my back every second. I'm surprised he hasn't been calling me all day. Did Constable Deans say where he was? He went back out to the crime scene, apparently to supervise all the other cops in his jurisdiction. August chuckled. He's not a fan, is he? He's not a fan of much. Then he sighed. Actually, he's not that bad. He's been pretty good to me over the years. He just doesn't like it when people get murdered in his town. Fair enough, August conceded. Suppose we should get back out there. But thanks for lunch. You were right. It was just what I needed. Just then, a man came to the table. He was an Aboriginal man wearing a chef's uniform with a black apron and tea towel sticking out of his back pocket. He was tall and of a stocky build, with a wide smile, and there was a splatter of freckles across his nose. He was an exact replica of Porter, just older. He put his hand on Porter's shoulder. So, son, was this a work lunch or a lunch date? You bring him here to impress him with my cooking? Jacob Porter gulped, then blushed a rich pink. Dad! The man laughed. Just kidding. Your mother already told me it was work. I was just taking the piss. August laughed and stood. He extended his hand. Mr. Porter, I take it. August Shaw, and yes, work lunch, which I'm told we have you to thank for. It was delicious, thank you. He shook August's hand, his grip strong and warm. Nice to meet you, but please call me Rick. Porter slowly got to his feet. Sorry, my dad's other job is a stand-up comedian. Well, it would be, but his jokes are never funny. Rick collected the plates and was still chuckling as he walked off to another table to chat with customers. I'm sorry about that, Porter said. August looked to Porter, to the still pink flush on his cheeks, and to the freckles across the bridge of his nose, and August forgot what he was about to say. He could almost imagine running his thumb across those heated cheeks. Yeah, Porter added, clearly uncomfortable. That was embarrassing and unprofessional, and my dad doesn't really have a filter, so— No, it's fine, August answered. It was kind of funny. Well, maybe not the joke, but your reaction was. He laughed, and his blush deepened a little. Bloody dad jokes. Should be a federal offence. I dunno, August mused, staring at him. I like it. Then he realized what he'd just said. Fuck. Now it was him who blushed. Liked it, the joke I mean, and the fact that your dad jokes with you about dating guys. That's a good thing, right? Porter studied August for a long second. Yeah, I guess. Then he took his jacket from the back of his chair and shrugged into it. Well, we can head up to the dam now if you want. And I should probably track down Hirsch and ask him if I can get some approved time. August put on his coat and paid for lunch, and as they walked out, Mrs. Porter called out from behind the bar, Jake! She came out with a brown paper bag and shoved it into his hands. For later, if you don't get time for tea. Oh, will you be at footy training tonight? I can tell Davo when he comes in. I'll try, he replied. Not sure, though. He'll understand. Thanks for this. He looked into the paper bag. Does Dad know you took these? Oh, shush, she said, shoving him toward the door. Be safe, love. Thanks, Mum. Porter held the door open for August, who was smiling as he walked out. He was still smiling as they got into the patrol. What's so funny? Nothing, August replied, but he was still smirking. Just the whole small-town thing. Your parents own the pub, your mum gives you food to take home, everyone knows who you are, a man called Davo needs to be informed about training attendance, and an old guy named Bluey has a dog that digs up his neighbour's tomatoes. Porter handed the brown paper bag to August, started the engine, and shook his head. You're totally taking the piss. August shook his head, still smiling. The funny thing was he wasn't. As much as August thought he'd have hated every second of small-town life, there was something personal about it that intrigued him, like the pulling of a loose thread. It was something that shouldn't have appealed to him at all, being on a first-name basis with everyone, knowing everyone else's business and having them know yours, but it felt nice to August. It was almost kind, and after he'd spent so long avoiding every single thing small-town life provided, he had to wonder what he'd deprived himself of. There was a joy in the simplicity. He looked in the paper bag Porter's mum had given him to find what looked like small homemade bread rolls. They smelt good, but knowing Porter's mum had taken them to ensure her son looked after himself gave August a pang of loss. August's mother couldn't have cared less if August was hungry or not. It seemed to August that Porter had everything he didn't. As they drove out of town and further up into the forested mountain, surrounded by greenery and silence, he said, "If I told you I wasn't taking the piss at all, would you believe me?" Porter looked over at him and seemed to consider his answer for a second. "What, a city bloke like you? Nope, not a chance." Chapter 10. August Shaw was a difficult man to read. He was grumpy, his resting bitch face was on fucking point, and when he yelled at Bartlett and pointed his finger at him earlier that day, Jake thought August was about to rip Bartlett limb from limb. He was gruff, he grumbled under his breath a lot, and he had a stare that could cut glass. But then he was kind and compassionate with Mrs. Ahern. He'd smiled all polite-like with Jacob's mum, and he'd laughed at Jacob's dad's terrible joke. His smile, with which he didn't grace the world too often, transformed his whole face. He became younger, like he didn't carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, like he hadn't seen one too many murders to come back from. And August's laugh. It was a deep, rumbly sound, but it was also a little quirky, and it told Jake there had once been a different August Shaw to the man he was now. Perhaps he'd once been carefree, and maybe he used to laugh a lot. It was the kind of laugh that would have made other people laugh and smile, just like it made Jake smile. And it stirred something in his chest, which was ridiculous, and something he was totally unprepared for. But there was also something profoundly sad about August, as if something was broken and he didn't know how to fix himself. Jacob had never been the let-me-fix-you type of guy, but he wouldn't mind giving it a shot with August, which made no sense, given Jake didn't even really know August. Plus, he lived 700 kilometers away. He was a city cop, a tough detective who had a reputation for being prickly or just straight-up prick. And Jake had always turned his eye to the younger, outdoorsy types. Good for a laugh, good for sex. If Jake had met August in a bar somewhere, sure he would have found him attractive. Jake wasn't blind. But maybe he wouldn't have been too interested. Now, after spending 2 days with him, he found himself very interested. He wanted to know more. August was only 12 years older than Jake, but those 12 years, whatever had happened to him, felt like 25. August seemed to have lived 2 lifetimes. All that wear and tear and emotional erosion had worn him down. Jake wanted to know what it was. What had happened? What had dulled the light in August's eyes? Bartlett had said a name that struck a nerve with August. The name was Christopher. It was like a stone striking flint. One word, and August's anger and defensiveness ignited. But then August had said Christopher didn't kill himself. He'd said something like, they didn't commit suicide, neither did Christopher, and his voice had broken with emotion. Was Christopher one of the cold cases? Why did August feel so strongly about that case in particular? Jake was intrigued and curious, yes, but he wasn't stupid or brave enough to ask outright, though. He was looking forward to going to Sydney with him. Another few more days, and he might get a tiny insight into what made the man tick. Well, only if Hirsch gave him the green light to go. That wasn't looking too likely, Jake had to admit. All he could do was ask and hope his boss agreed. There was a cop standing by a police vehicle at the driveway entrance to the reserve, and Jake slowed the patrol down and pressed his window button. He recognized the officer, a constable from Coffs. "Hey, McNeil," Porter said. "Much traffic?" "Hey, Jake. Nah, not much traffic at all," he replied. "They put it over the radio that they were doing power line work or something. Cold weather keeps most folks away. The sane ones, anyway." Jake smiled, but then he nodded down the dirt road to the crime scene. Many still here? A few teams, he replied. Some have gone, but they're still combing the vicinity around the other 2 graves. That forest is pretty unforgiving. Jake gave a nod. Sure is. Then he asked, Hirsch and Kenny still here? No, they left about an hour ago. Commander Kenny said I had to stay here until the last team leaves and lock the gate behind me. Said they were heading back to HQ. He shrugged. Figured it was lunchtime. Jake took the paper bag from August and handed McNeil a bread roll. My dad baked it fresh this morning. Oh, thanks. The younger cop smiled as though his whole day had been made. Jake waved him off as he let the patrol roll through the driveway. He wound his window up and slowly drove down the road toward the site where the bodies had been found. As they rounded the corner, there were a few vans and marked police vehicles, but Hirsch's and Commander Kenny's cars were definitely not there. Dunno why Hirsch didn't tell Deans he was heading into Coffs, Porter noted. He slowed down to a crawl, waved to another cop and wound his window down again. Hey, Villick, he said by way of greeting. Anyone find anything new this morning? Hey, Porter. No, she answered. Nothing. Heard you discovered a body by identifying a type of tree. Impressive. Jacob grinned but played it down. Yeah, tree spotting is a pastime of mine. Hey, did Commander Kenny and Hirsch say they'd be back? She eyed August for a second, then looked back to Jacob. She was clearly weighing up whether to say something or not. What is it? Jacob prompted. Well, she began, her lips twitching into a smile. Hirsch yelled at Commander Kenny before they left. Most of us heard it. It was weird. Jacob couldn't hide his surprise. He yelled at him. She nodded, smiling. Made everyone stop and look, that's for sure. What did he say? Didn't hear the whole conversation, just what Hirsch yelled. It was something about the media. You want every news channel up here? She imitated Hirsch's voice. I thought the commander was going to lose it, but he kept calm enough. He said it was a conversation they could continue in his office in town. Holy shit, Jacob said. Yeah, so you might want to avoid your boss for the rest of the day. I'd say he's getting himself ripped a new one right about now. Jake blew out a breath. So much for asking for time to go to Sydney. Yeah, Hirsch is always going on about bad media attention and unwanted people in his town. Vellick laughed, but then she glanced over at August, then back to Jake again. Where you guys off to? Jake pointed straight ahead. Up to the dam. Want to take a look at something? Fair enough, she replied. It's supposed to rain this afternoon, so you might want to make it quick. These guys will all pack up and go as soon as it starts. Yeah, no worries, Jake said. Tell McNeil not to lock the gate until we come back. She gave a bit of a salute and Jacob drove off, taking the dirt road slow and steady. What do you reckon Hirsch and Kenny are really fighting over? August asked. Don't know. He shot August a quick glance. Hirsch is a grumpy old stick in the mud, but I've never heard of him losing his temper before. And for him to yell at a superior officer... Jake shook his head. I mean, I know he's stressed over finding these bodies in his jurisdiction, but damn. Maybe Kenny said something out of line, August suggested. Jake snorted. How many times has a superior said something out of line or downright stupid, and you've yelled at them? Well, okay, bad example, Jake said. Let me rephrase that. I've never yelled at a superior officer. I don't know anyone who has, except perhaps you. August gave him a rueful smile. I have. I'm not proud of it, but he was out of line and being an asshole, so I told him as much. Did you get a suspension? Jake spared a quick glance to August, but he had to concentrate on the road. Can't imagine any brass taking that well. I took some personal time, he replied quietly. My decision, though he didn't argue the point. It wasn't a good time. Jake took that little sliver of information and tucked it away. The road, which was more dirt track than actual road, was bumpier as it rounded further into the mountain. It was narrow, lined by thick rainforest. Ferns and moss covered almost everything, and they could hear the birds call and cry even with the windows up. It's pretty up here, August said quietly. It is, Jake agreed. It makes you feel like you're a world away. Well, in winter it does. Hardly no one comes up here, but in summer it's busier. They rounded the final turn, and the trees gave way to a clearing and a large dam. "Oh," August murmured. "I can see why." The dam itself was a natural watercourse, formed in a socket where the mountains met. The mountain top rose up at the right, but the land flattened out a little before it dropped away to the next valley and rise of the adjoining mountain. Trees lined every backdrop. Vines and moss covered the trees, but there was a grassy reserve around the left side of the dam where Jake stopped the patrol. "People camp on this side," Jake explained. "It can get pretty busy, but like I said before, it's really only the hardcore campers that come up here. Anyone who prefers toilets and hot showers doesn't come here." August took a deep breath. He pulled his coat around him and flicked his collar up. "It's beautiful." Jake smiled at him. "If not a bit cold." "Well, yeah," he agreed, "but it's winter. Cold tends to be a thing that happens in winter." Jake laughed. "Okay, smartass, but if that keeps rolling in—" He pointed to the low, mist-like clouds, dark and gloomy. "We're leaving. I don't care if you're finished looking for whatever you want to look for." The corner of August's lip curled upward. "Okay, boss." August walked toward the tree line at the left, on the grassy side of the dam. Then he kept walking into the forest. The greenery and shadows seemed to eat him up. "Hey, wait up!" Jake called out. "You shouldn't just go wandering in there. Do you know how many people get themselves lost in rainforests?" He stopped about 20 meters in. The undergrowth was far too dense for him to go much further in any direction. He turned and gave Jake a nod. "I can see your point." "What are you looking for?" "Another citrus tree," August replied, walking back to him. "Proverbial or literal, anything out of the ordinary. In just this one spot, or the whole rainforest?" "Around the dam to begin with." He had to step up onto a log, and Jacob held out his hand, which August took. Jake pulled him up, and August came to a stop well within Jacob's personal space. He met Jake's gaze, and Jake could see flecks of blue in the grey. "Then the whole rainforest if I have to." August walked back out into the clearing, then up a few meters. Then he went back into the forest. He did this a few times, making slow but consistent progress on the perimeter of the dam. Then Jacob did every second one, alternating, so they doubled their efforts in half the time. They each couldn't venture in too far, and they always kept the other in their sights. "Nothing here," Jake called out as he walked back to the clearing. "Not that I can see anyway." August was looking toward the top of the dam where a seldom-used track snaked into the forest. "What's that lead to?" "It's the old fire trail," Jake explained. "There are trails all over the tops of the mountains so the rural fireys can get in and out. Do backburning, that kind of thing." "Where does that trail lead to?" "Across the mountain west," Jacob said. "It runs north of Tallowwood, but I'd have to check my maps to be sure." August's brow furrowed. "Does the public use them?" "They're not supposed to, but I'm sure some do. What are you thinking?" "I don't know. Another access point, another exit point." He frowned. "Is there anything along that trail, or just more jungle and spooky mist?" "Yeah, I dunno. I've never been up there. And we won't be going up it today," Jake said, looking skyward. "That spooky mist you mentioned is cloud. We're standing in it. I'm wet enough, but you must be drenched." August was wearing a suit, for fuck's sake. He looked down at himself. His pants were dark and wet, which meant his shoes must be soaked. "Yeah, I guess I didn't really notice it." "Come on," Jake said, nodding to the patrol. "We better get going back." And right on cue, thunder rolled in surround sound, and the heavens opened. "Shit!" August cried, and they ran back to the patrol. They climbed into their seats, puffing and laughing. "Well, now I'm wet." And yeah, he was drenched. His jacket was soaked, his legs, his hair, all of him. "Detective uniforms really aren't made for the outdoors," Jake said. He turned on the engine and cranked the heater up, putting all vents on August. "You look like you were searching for clues at the bottom of the dam." August looked down at Jacob's jacket. The water beaded off it. His pants weren't completely safe, but at least his boots offered better protection than August's loafers. "Detective uniforms?" "Yeah, your suit." Jake clicked his seatbelt in and grinned. "Designed by pen pushers for pen pushers." August shot him a glare, but he fought a smile in the end. "Just shut up and drive." Jake considered singing that line of the song, but figured he'd pushed his luck far enough already. He turned the windscreen wipers onto high, still couldn't see too well because of the torrential downpour outside, and began the slow drive back. The road was slippery, and even though the patrol had great traction, it still slid a little. "I can see now why you got the bigger four-wheel drive," August said. "Yeah, there's a few dirt roads out of town. The rain makes a mess of them. I've had to tow a few cars out before. Plus a lot of farms up here have unsealed driveways. Having a sedan up here makes no sense to me." As they drove further down, they saw all the police vehicles were gone. "They didn't waste time leaving?" August said. Jake thought that was probably just as well. Last thing they needed was someone getting injured or slipping down a muddy embankment. "Do you think we'll find any more bodies?" "I hope not." "Same." August was quiet again, but his brow furrowed, which told Jacob he was thinking. "You mentioned before searching the dam for evidence. I said you looked like you did already. Not that we should." Now it was Jacob who frowned. "Do you think we should?" August sighed. "I don't know what we'd be looking for. There's no missing weapon. Every razor or blade used in the murder is found with the body. And if there was something thrown in the dam when Perry Ahern was murdered, it'd be far too contaminated to get any evidence from it. Probably, and no way to prove it was from the killer, unless it's the property of the victim." August frowned. "We have too much else to worry about first. I want to go back through my cases and check out more missing persons. We need to figure out what the correlation between the Sydney bodies and these two bodies is." A police car was waiting at the gate, and Jacob drove through and stopped. Constable McNeil got out of his car and ran over to them, so Jacob put his window down. He had a yellow poncho over his uniform, the hood over his head, but the rain was so heavy he was no doubt drenched anyway. "You guys done?" he asked, rain running down his face. "Yeah, you can lock it up and go get dry," Jake said. "Well, I gotta lock it up, but I also gotta stay till dark, apparently. Well, 5 o'clock, same thing. Orders are orders." "Whose orders?" Jacob asked. "There'll be no one coming back today." "Brass doesn't want any of the locals getting nosy. You know what he's like, loves his rules." "Christ. Got a book to read?" McNeil grinned. "Candy Crush, so it's not all bad." "Have you got food?" Jake asked him. "Nah," McNeil said. "Here," Jake replied, taking the brown paper bag of bread rolls and giving them to McNeil. "Eat something." "Oh, cheers." McNeil took them and shoved them under his poncho. "That's some of the best bread I've ever had. I'll be sure to tell my dad. Go and get out of the rain," Jake said. "If you need anything, give me a call at the station." "Shall do," he said, still grinning. He gave a nod, then ran back to his car, threw the bag of bread in, and was pulling the gate shut when Jacob pulled out onto the road back into Tallowwood. "I take it he meant Commander Kenny when he said brass," August said. Jacob gave a nod. "I assume so, yeah. We do our own thing, but when shit really hits the fan, we technically fall under Coffs Harbour." "Do you think anyone from Tallowwood would come up here to check out what's been going on?" Jake sighed. "I dunno. Maybe. I just wonder why the order came from Kenny and not Hirsch, unless Hirsch pissed Kenny off too much when he raised his voice at him, that he's now calling the shots on this. And you heard what McNeil said. Kenny loves his rules." "You're the lead on this," August said. "You were first on site. You found the second body. You're running this investigation." "Kenny's the local commander. Tallowwood falls under Coffs Harbour Command. He outranks us all." "There's still procedure to follow," August noted. "And if he loves his rules so much, why isn't he following them?" Jake drove for a bit, thinking about what August said. He had to concentrate on driving too, but the last thing he wanted at this point of the investigation was to get caught up in a pissing contest between his superior officers. He was a cop. He understood rank, and he appreciated what those stars on a uniform represented. He would always respect a ranking officer. But he wouldn't jeopardize a case for it. He wouldn't let ego ruin any chance of justice for the victims. He He'd had every intention of driving straight to the station as they got into town, but one look at August told him otherwise. The man was shivering, even with the heater vents on him. "Okay," Jake said as he indicated and turned onto his street. "You need a hot shower and a change of clothes." "I'm fine," he grumbled. Jake pulled into his drive, shut the engine off, looked at August and raised one eyebrow. "Don't argue with me." August stared at him. "Speaking of rank, speaking of pneumonia—" August sighed. "Is there any point in arguing?" "Absolutely none whatsoever." Jake grinned victoriously. "You're a fast learner, Detective Shaw. Now, if you could please take the maps out of the glove box, I'll grab your bag." He got out of the patrol, took August's carry-on bag from the back seat, and, avoiding the rain the best he could, dashed up onto the porch. By the time he unlocked his door and got inside, August was behind him, maps in hand. "Old-fashioned, actual paper maps," August said smugly. "You know, in the Big Smoke, we have this thing called the Internet, and it has this thing called maps." Jake chuckled. "That's all well and good if you're a desk cop, but up there near the dam where we just were, there's limited phone service, which means no internet, no Google Maps. So, nice try, desk cop." August grumbled, then it became a chuckle. "Shut up." Jake laughed. He took the maps and handed August his bag. "Go and have a shower. You're making my floor wet." August almost made it to the hall before he stopped. I wasn't exactly expecting to stay a third day, and I sure as hell wasn't expecting to take a dip in a storm." Jake's grin widened. He picked up a remote and switched the heater on before August froze to death. "You're shaking. Go and get into a warm shower. I'll bring something in for you, and we can sort out your clothes." August stared at him, so Jacob shooed him. "Go! You're going to catch your freaking death." August disappeared down the hall, and Jacob laughed to himself. He couldn't believe he'd actually been nervous about meeting August. 2 days ago, he'd been expecting some hard-ass, non-human city detective. But August was just a normal guy. Well, not just normal. He was rather remarkable, but just a guy. Actually, Jacob was rather surprised by how easy it was to be around him. Normally, most guys didn't know how to take Jacob's sense of humor, but August just seemed to slot right in. Was it really only 2 days ago? The sound of the old hot water pipes singing spurred Jacob into action. He found a pair of jeans that looked like they'd fit August, and a shirt and sweater and some socks. He considered underwear and stopped. Would that be weird? Probably. But then he remembered a pack he'd thrown up in the back of his wardrobe, and fossicked on his tiptoes until he found them. With a shrug, he added them to the folded pile and knocked on the bathroom door. The room was steamy and warm, and Jake was a little disappointed he'd gone with opaque glass when he'd remodeled. "I'll just leave these on the counter," Jake said, trying not to think about how naked August was on the other side of that glass door. "The underpants were a gift from my mum. Not a gift for you," he added quickly, "for me, last Christmas. But I didn't have the heart to tell her I haven't worn that kind of underwear since I was 8. I mean, it's not for 8-year-olds. But God, this got awkward fast." Thanks," August replied with a laugh, and Jake quickly snuck out before it could get any more embarrassing. He went into his own room, sat on his bed, and began unlacing his boots. Army boots were great for keeping feet dry, but they were a pain in the ass to get on and off, and he had to take them off to change his pants. By the time he'd changed, he heard August talking to Scarlett. "Yes, it's a travesty," he said. The cat meowed. "I can help you fill in an official complaint." Jake laughed and went out to the kitchen. August, looking all kinds of good in Jacob's clothes, was standing at Scarlett's bowl, and she was looking up at him, telling him a long story about how she was the worst-treated cat in the world. Jake put his boots on the floor and his belt on the kitchen counter, and August looked him over. Jacob didn't miss how his gaze darted to his chest, down even further, then darted back to his face. Scarlett and I can both see the bottom of her bowl. Despite the presence of and build-up of cat biscuits around the inside of the bowl, there is clear evidence of the bottom of the bowl, and she'd like you to know, quite frankly, it's not good enough." Jake stared. Scarlet meowed and rubbed against August's leg, and August bent over to pick up the cat, giving Jacob a mighty fine view of his assets, then held the purring traitor to his broad chest and smiled. Jacob knew the return sass was for the desktop Google Maps comment. "Her Royal Highness's biscuits are in the pantry," Jacob said, nodding towards that particular cupboard. "Perhaps her royal adviser could get them for her while her mere peasant finishes getting dressed." August smiled, a carefree smile that Jacob hadn't seen before. His eyes looked bluer. Maybe it was the blue sweater. "Her royal adviser could do that," August said. "And he's very grateful for the clothes, thank you." "No problem. Those jeans look better on you anyway," Jake replied, then realized what he'd said. August gave him a surprised look, and Jake rolled his eyes. "Shut up." August blushed, but busied himself with pouring the not-needed biscuits into Scarlet's bowl, and Jake put on his police belt, then pulled his boots on, leaving the laces undone. "So, what's your plan for this afternoon?" August said, back to work, all playful banter gone. "Your plan, not our plan, not even the plan. Yours, as in not mine. Head back to the office. I need to see how nuclear Hirsch is. Give Deans a break. See if I've had any evidence reports come in." Jake sat on the sofa and began doing up the first boot. "What about you? You can come with me and use my office if you want." I might just stay here," he said, unsure. "I mean, if that's okay. It's your house, so I totally understand if you'd rather I didn't. But I can pull out my laptop here and make some calls. I have some things I need to do. Is that okay?" "Yeah, of course," Jake answered. He started on the second boot. "Coffee's in the pantry, laundry's out the back door if you want to wash. Help yourself to whatever you want in the fridge or the pantry, freezer, whatever. I'll be back around 5:30. I've got footy training at 6. That's if Hirsch isn't in a foul mood. If he is, I'll probably be filing paperwork until midnight." August smiled. "Call me if that's the case. I'll bring you something to eat." Jake got to his feet and put his coat on, which August watched him do. Then he tried to act like he wasn't watching. He shook his head and his brow creased, and his cheeks flamed. "Well, what do you know?" "Okay, then," Jake said slowly, patting down his pockets to make sure he had everything. "I'll be back before you know it." August cleared his throat and gave a nod, still a little flustered. "Okay, then." So, yeah, August Shaw was a difficult man to read. But Jake read that exchange just fine. Chapter 11. August could have kicked himself. He didn't know what was going on or why he was thinking about Jacob that way. He busied himself making coffee and convinced himself that this was his payment for interacting with people. If he'd stayed in his reclusive little bubble, this would have never happened. There was a reason why he had isolated himself from the world, so good-looking guys like Jacob Porter, wearing too tight police uniforms and with freckles on their nose, didn't complicate his life. Guilt had such a residual aftertaste. It was bitter and cloying, and it was painful to swallow. He'd lived with it for so long he barely recognized it anymore, but standing there in Jacob's kitchen, in Jacob's clothes, it was all August could taste. He considered adding a teaspoon of sugar to his coffee, knowing it was ridiculous, but still wondering if it would help. Fucking guilt. He had nothing, yet everything to feel guilty for. Thunder rumbled its sympathies outside, and August lifted his coffee mug, offering up a silent cheers to the sound. He hung his suit to dry and washed his dirty clothes, and after he'd made his second cup of coffee, he planted himself on Jacob's couch and opened his laptop. He checked and replied to emails, then took out his phone and called his department boss. "Reinhardt!" His boss's gruff voice was instantly recognizable. "Yes, it's Detective Shaw," he said. Reinhardt grunted. "How's the case?" "Well, they're connected." "You have evidence to support that?" "Yes." "Forensic evidence, Shaw? Evidence that will stand up in a court of law?" "Well, for Christ's sake, Shaw." August knew his boss thought he was clutching at straws. Everyone in his department thought that. I should be back tomorrow, but I'd like to get a start on some more information. What exactly, Shaw? Just spit it out. I need to put in a request for all missing persons reports for any LGBTQ persons in the last 20 years. Silence. I know that's a lot. They'll be digitalized now, though, right? Is there a search function? It's not quite that easy. It's going to take some time. That's a lot of man-hours I don't think we have right now. I know, but I think it's possible there's more. More? More bodies, more murders. Sure. I'll be back in the office tomorrow, and I've asked Senior Constable Porter to come with me. Not sure if his boss will approve that yet. And did you think about asking your boss? Well, boss, I figured with the help, I'd get it done quicker. More silence. Sure. Yeah? You actually want to work with someone? Not really, August said, cringing. But these last 2 bodies were found on his turf. Actually, he's done some great detective work. You said his name was Porter? Yes, sir. And his boss's name? Senior Sergeant Don Hirsch. The local area commander at the Coffs Harbour Station is a guy by the name of Alan Kenny. Again, more silence. Do you know them, boss? I know the names. So it's okay if I bring Porter with me? I mean, if he can get time. If not, I'd be happy to let him look over some of my files, if that's okay with you. He didn't sound unhappy. Mostly distracted. He was a busy man. Yeah, I guess. Okay, thanks, boss. I'll let you go. I should be on an early flight, August said, not that his boss cared. The call ended with that, and August put his phone aside. He'd worry about Porter going back to Sydney with him when and if he was allowed to. For now, all he could do was concentrate on his cases. He opened the folded map, finding the fire trail Porter had mentioned that snaked through the rainforest. The trail itself ran from Tallow Wood Reserve and intersected with the main road before the turn-off to Tallow Wood itself, and came out through farmland and private properties. August made notes of addresses and would ask Jacob if he knew who owned those properties. It probably wouldn't lead anywhere, but another I would be dotted, another T crossed. After that, he opened his files and went back to his earliest case notes and read from the very beginning. The earliest his cases went back was 18 years. 18 years ago, David Millsack was found in Bondi Parkland, near the cliffs overlooking the Pacific. He was sitting up at the base of a tree, leaning against the trunk, fully clothed, with his left wrist cut lengthwise down his forearm, his lifeless eyes staring out across the ocean. David had been spotted by early morning bushwalkers. Once on site, the police cordoned off the area, and finding a razor in the man's right hand, along with the suicide note and cross, they quickly wrote the case off as a suicide. He was gay, the reporting officer had said. That happens a lot. August had read these reports countless times. They still made him angry every fucking time, but it wasn't a raging fire anymore. It was more like burning embers, glowing white-hot and seething. Every single time he read those words, those dismissive, apathetic words, oxygen breathed over the embers and they glowed that little bit hotter. The furnace that powered him, fueled him. August ran on the energy they supplied. The next case, chronologically, was 16 years ago. Philippe Bissett was found in his car, sitting behind the wheel, with a razor through his wrist, sliced lengthwise down his left wrist, the same suicide note and silver cross. Evident self-inflicted injury. Suicide. They hadn't even run the car for prints. Next was Mustafa Holtzig, also 16 years ago, found in his apartment in a bathtub full of water. He'd moved to Sydney with his sister just 2 years before because their parents rejected their sexuality. He was gay, she was a lesbian, and it was more than their parents could take. They'd left their family behind for a better life, and there was no way, his sister had sworn, that he'd take his own life. The cross was confusing because they weren't Christians. None of it made sense. She'd said, except it did to August. Mustafa hadn't committed suicide. He'd been murdered. Of course the police wrote it off as a suicide. He was found in his own locked apartment with a razor through his wrist, a note left behind. But August knew better. He knew that Simon Potter or Miles Bell or John Sayer or Mark Croth hadn't committed suicide either. 15 years ago, 13 years ago, 11 and 9 years ago. Then Christopher. 8 years ago. Then Perry Ahern, also 8 years ago. Perry disappeared in the summer, early in the year, and Christopher had been in June, so that put Perry just a few months before Christopher. But Perry was from Coffs Harbour, not Sydney. Was that significant? Well, yes, August allowed. It was all significant. He just had to figure out how and what and why. But his thoughts of Christopher, of finding him that night, of the silence in the apartment and searching for him, calling out his name, room by room, until he found him in the bathtub. Scarlett jumped up on his lap and began to purr. She nudged his chest and demanded a pat, like she somehow knew that he needed affection. He needed the universe to reach out and remind him that he was still breathing, and Scarlett meowed quietly, nudging him again, and August couldn't help but smile. "Can you read minds?" he asked the cat. "Or can you feel sadness?" She purred a little louder and maneuvered herself onto his lap and promptly rolled herself into a neat little circle and closed her eyes. He didn't dare jostle or wake her. He simply read his notes around her. And that was how they were still positioned when Jacob came home. August heard the patrol pull up, saw the headlights, and only realized then that it was almost fully dark outside. "Oh, I see how it is," Jacob said, surprised but smiling as he came inside. "You two just wanted me gone so you could get cozy on the couch." "She just decided to sit on me. I couldn't boot her off." Jacob chuckled. "God forbid." "I didn't actually realize the time," August began. "I got busy rereading my case notes, working out chronological order and location in relation to this new case. I'm not sure what any of it means yet. Don't suppose you heard any news on the second lot of remains?" "Nope, not yet. I did call for them, though. Bartlett said it should be in tomorrow." August sneered at the mention of his name, which Jacob didn't miss. He smiled. "Oh, and speaking of tomorrow, I asked Hirsch about taking a few days to go to Sydney to check out these related cases." "What did he say?" "He said yes." Jacob grinned. "Actually, he said he thinks it'd be a good idea." "Really?" "Yeah, it was weird. He got back from his meeting with Kenny, which obviously didn't go well because he was pissed. Actually, not even pissed. He was exhausted, as though Kenny had yelled at him for 3 hours straight. He almost sagged into his desk chair, and I wasn't going to ask because I thought it'd piss him off. But I said you offered and that you thought it might help. And he looked at me for a second, and I expected him to tell me off. But he just nodded and said yeah, he thought it was a good idea." Well, shit. August didn't realize until that very moment that he actually thought Jacob wouldn't get the approval. Now he had it, August was happy. And a little nervous. "Good. I asked my boss if it was okay, and he said yes." Jacob took his coat off, and August had to make himself look back at his laptop. He didn't need to see Jacob's chest and arms in his police uniform. "I didn't look at flights or anything," Jacob said. "Wanted to check with you first." "I can do that," August said quickly, glad for the distraction. Jacob sat on the couch next to him and began to undo his boots. "I got to get changed for footy training," he said, pulling the first boot off. "Oh, I had every intention of cooking something for dinner," August said, "given I've been here all afternoon. I'm sure I can rustle up something, pasta or an omelette, if you don't mind me cooking in your kitchen." "Are you kidding? If you're going to cook me food, you can use whatever you want," he said with a grin. "Or," he hedged, "we could go back to the pub for dinner. I'll have training, but we always go to the pub afterwards. You can take your laptop and wait for me if you want." He got busy with his other boot, but August could have sworn he saw those freckles light up on heated skin. "I just don't want you to think I'm leaving you here while I go do my thing. But if you want to stay in and cook for me, I'm down with that. He looked at August then, with kindness and a little nervousness, and August couldn't help but smile back at him. Pub sounds good, actually. I'm sure your dad's cooking is way better than mine. Jacob grinned and stood up. He gave Scarlett a quick scratch behind the ear. I'll have to be ready to leave in 10. Is that okay? Oh, sure, August said, sitting up a little. Scarlett gave him a none-too-pleased glare, and Jacob scooped her up. Listen here, princess, he said, taking her with him into the hall. You don't own everyone. August smiled as they disappeared, and it took him a minute or two to realize something else he hadn't given a thought to. Shit. He stood up and talked to the hallway, hoping Jacob would hear. Hey, should I, is there a motel in Tallowwood? I didn't even think about looking for somewhere to stay. Jacob came out, pulling a hoodie on. He wore full-length black compression tights underneath his footy shorts, a tight grey t-shirt, and now, sadly, a hoodie over the top of that. He was holding a pair of socks, and he grinned at August as he sat down. Well, you could. There are rooms at the pub. I'm sure Mum'll fix you up, no problem. But you've already slept in the spare bed once, so another night won't hurt. Unless you don't want to. He pulled the sock on, and August couldn't help but notice his long, bony feet and his muscly legs in those tights. If it's not a problem. Makes sense, Jacob said, pulling on the second sock. We're going to leave for the airport together in the morning, right? August nodded. Yeah, I guess. I'll take my laptop to the pub and book us some tickets. It's not going to be too loud or busy, is it? August hated the thought of crowds and noise. Jacob laughed as he stood. This is Tallowwood. It'll be quiet until all the boys get back from training. They're mostly just loud, though. No one really drinks too much, because we've all got to work in the morning. Fair enough, August said, and thanks for letting me stay, and for defending me against Bartlett and Nina this morning. I meant to thank you earlier for that. You agreed with me, said Perry Ahern didn't kill himself. Christ, Jacob said. Was that just this morning? August chuckled and nodded. Feels like a week ago. Jacob went into the kitchen and put Scarlett's bowl on the counter. Then he took the biscuits and gave the container a bit of a shake. Pretended to add some, but with the lid closed, didn't actually pour any in. He flattened out the biscuits already in her bowl and put it back on the floor. Then he nodded to where she supervised from the doorway. She only has to think I'm giving her more. August laughed. And I'm pretty sure we all know why she likes me more. Jacob's mouth fell open. She does not. You pretend to give her food. Yeah, but she doesn't know. August looked at Scarlett, who was giving Jacob a filthy look. She knows. Jacob laughed, and the sound made August smile. Those damn freckles show up when he laughs, too. We'll see how much she likes me more when I leave for a few days, and Dad comes by once a day to feed her. Well, she won't like that much, but she'll be very happy to have me back. After she's done yelling at you. Oh, yeah, after the initial abuse. Then she loves me. He grinned as he pulled on his sneakers and threw a water bottle into a backpack that August assumed had football gear in it. August packed up his laptop, and soon enough they were in the patrol driving the short distance to the pub. Jacob was still smiling when he got out and headed into the hotel with August. Hey, Mum, he said. The public bar had all of 5 people in it, but it was warm inside, and everyone smiled and said hello to Jacob. They just gave August a second look. Absent smiles, but Mrs. Porter was welcoming. Hello again, she said. We're going to have dinner here tonight, if that's okay, Jacob said. August'll stay here while I go to training. Okay, love, she said, then gave August a kind smile. Make sure the locals leave him alone, Jacob said quietly. She chuckled. Don't you worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Jacob slapped August on the shoulder. Be back in an hour or so, he said, leaving an awkward silence behind. August watched as Jacob said something to one of the guys at the bar to make them laugh before he disappeared into the darkness outside. He smiled at Mrs. Porter. Everyone likes him. They do. She was still smiling, though I might be biased. But she wasn't biased, because everyone did like him, August included. But the awkwardness and attention of all the folks at the bar got the better of him. He wasn't used to people or being out of his comfort zone. "I'll just grab a table out of the way," he said, looking toward where he'd sat with Jacob at lunchtime. "I'll bring you out a drink," Mrs. Porter said. "What would you like?" "A soda water with lemon would be great, thanks." He stopped to pull out his wallet. "Oh, no, don't you worry about that. You're a guest of Jake's." August put a $5 on the bar. "I would much rather it if I paid," he said quietly. "And I'll pay for dinner too, when we order. It's the least I can do." Thankfully, she took the money. Maybe she could read people well enough to know August probably would have died if she'd refused a second time. Making a scene in front of other people was his worst nightmare. He didn't mind crowds too much if they left him alone and didn't pay him any attention. She handed him back his change and noticed what he was wearing. "Oh, Jake has a sweater just like that." Someone up at the bar called out to her, and August took her distraction as an opportunity to grab his drink and make a dash to his table. There was no way he was having the "I'm wearing your son's clothes" conversation with her over the bar within earshot of the barflies of Tallowood. Jesus Christ. He was even wearing the underpants she'd bought Jacob. He opened his laptop and remembered he had to book 2 plane tickets, so he did that first, then put in a request for updated contact details for the 2 men who were with Perry Ahern on the night he died. That could take any amount of time. Some people moved away, changed numbers, lost contact with everyone they once knew. Some changed names, some simply dropped off the radar altogether, though Mrs. Ahern did say one of them called around to see her every now and then. So if he couldn't get the information through the proper channels, he could always ask her. Finally, he took out his notepad and began going over his case notes where he'd left off earlier. The dates, the locations, had to mean something. If the victims were chosen randomly, there had to be other coinciding factors besides their sexuality. They were all gay, yes, but how did the killer know that? Perry Ahern had been at a gay bar, and he was wearing a shirt that pretty much gave it away. Police reports had said that David, Mark, and Simon had all left a gay bar before they were killed. So the killer had chosen his victims by watching them, not studying them for long periods, most likely. More crimes of opportunity. The killer slotted himself into areas well known to gay men and waited. Except Christopher. He hadn't been out at a gay bar, and he wasn't wearing anything to suggest he was gay. No pride outfits, no rainbows, and he certainly hadn't propositioned anyone who might have looked twice. So how was he chosen? Had he bumped into some random stranger on the street who asked for directions, or in the supermarket? Was it completely random? Coincidental? Or was he targeted deliberately? Same with Mustafa. He'd been in his own home just like Christopher. August had asked himself these questions 1,000 times. He'd tortured himself, pulling at every thread, but without any evidence to support his claims that it wasn't a suicide, his pleas for further investigation went unheard. Well, they heard, but they just didn't give a fuck. A loud burst of chatter and laughter caught August's attention, and he looked over toward the sound. It seemed football training was over, because there was now about 15 guys piling into the front bar of the pub. They were talking over one another and laughing, and Jacob was right there in the middle of them. His shirt was now a bit damp, and a smear of dirt and grass stained one shoulder. His black hair shone with either sweat or water, August wasn't sure, but his grin was contagious. He was the very opposite of August. August had hidden himself away from life in general, and Jacob was the life of every room he entered. Some guy said something, and a few of them cracked up laughing. One tried to touch Jacob's cheek, but he ducked back out of reach, and he laughed some more. He said something about not touching his money-maker. Then someone else said something that must have been rude, because some laughed, but the guy who said it then apologized to Mrs. Porter, and that made them all laugh some more. It was hard not to smile at them. Did August miss that social interaction? Did he miss the friendships he'd once had? Sometimes. But did he miss the questions and the looks of disappointment and the awkward silences? Did he ever want to put himself through the pain of loss again? No. No, he did not. It didn't take long for Jacob to look his way, and when he saw August looking at him, Jacob's smile changed somehow. It got softer or something, before he looked back to his mates. A moment later he was carrying 2 drinks over to their table. "I asked Mum to get whatever drink you had before," he said, putting the schooner of soda in front of him. His looked to be a lemon squash or something similar. He slid into his seat opposite August and groaned as he took a sip. "Thank you." August could see now there was a red mark on his cheekbone where his friend had tried to touch before. "Looks painful." "Head clash. Well, my head against Porso's is more like a head-meet concrete kind of clash. He didn't feel a thing." He put his fingers to his cheekbone. "Hopefully it won't bruise. I don't want to go to Sydney looking like I got into a bar fight." August chuckled. "Flight's at 9 tomorrow. Awesome. I better go check with Dad about feeding Scarlett. Want me to order dinner while I'm out there?" "Oh, sure," August agreed. "Is there a menu?" "Steak, salad and chips sound okay?" Sure. Probably not the chips, though. I try not to eat too much fried food." August didn't want to admit that his 41-year-old body didn't appreciate fries like it once did. Jacob grinned. "How about I order them and just eat yours? That way I get double. I'm starving. Medium rare, okay?" He barely gave August time to nod before he stood up. He pulled his hoodie back on and turned to leave, and August could see then his back, arse, and the backs of his thighs were smeared in mud. He'd obviously got tackled on the muddy football field. But the sight of Jacob in those footy shorts with the compression tights underneath, all dirty and sweaty, appealed to August in ways he wasn't accustomed to. August wasn't accustomed to finding anyone attractive, not in a long time, and if he had, they certainly wouldn't have been anything like Jacob. "Hey, Jake!" one of his mates in the bar yelled out. "How's the face?" Jacob turned at the door to the kitchen. "Still better looking than yours." They laughed, and he grinned as he disappeared, and when August saw Mrs. Porter behind the bar, he realized she was watching him. Had she seen August check out her son's ass? God, he hoped not. He gave her a bit of a smile, and she beamed at him. Yep, pretty sure she'd seen. August's mouth ran dry, and he needed to take a mouthful of his drink, and he was almost certain he turned beet red from his hairline to his toes. He hoped by the time Jacob came back he resembled something other than a salad vegetable. On the plus side, he didn't feel the cold when his blood ran hot. Jacob came back, slid into his seat and sighed, "Man, I'm feeling that 3-hour sleep last night." He was still his smiley self, though, and given that he'd run 5 kilometers this morning, had a full-on day of work, then went to footy training, August wasn't surprised Jacob was tired. "Will you be running another 5K before we leave for the airport in the morning?" August asked. "I should," he replied, "but it depends on how much sleep I get tonight." August didn't know why that sounded like a promise. It wasn't how Jacob intended it, but August was obviously seeing intent that just wasn't there. Christ, what was it about this guy? "But I'll pack my running gear for Sydney," Jacob added, sipping his drink with a smile. "And you can run with me." August winced at the thought. Yeah, probably not. Porter met his gaze and stared. "And you can run with me." August chuckled despite the insistence or threat of exercise. Now that August thought about it, Jacob had ordered his lunch and dinner for him, told him what they were doing on the case, and told him he was staying at his house. "You're quite bossy, aren't you?" Porter grinned. "You're a fast learner, detective." There was something in Porter's eyes when he said that, and something about that comment, too. Like he was implying he was the bossy dominant type. Like he wanted August to know. Like he was testing the water. Or was August reading too much into it? Because in all honesty, August was a busted boot compared to Jacob Porter. What on earth would a guy like Porter see in a washed-up, closed-off older man like August? August was kidding himself. And not only that, why was August even thinking about this? Did he want Porter to be interested? Would he act on it if Porter offered? He just wasn't sure he could put his heart on the line again. And why was August even thinking of his heart and Porter at the same time? Was it because Porter was the only guy he'd spent time with in the last 8 years? Or was there something in the way Porter looked at him? God, he needed to get out more. Just then, a little girl with brown curls and huge round dark eyes came running over. "Uncle Jake!" "Here's my favourite girl." He turned and opened his arms for her. He scooped her up, plonked her on his knee, and fixed her coat. She must have been about 2 years old and as cute as hell. "Did you come for dinner?" "Yep." She smiled, all cute, her little button nose the same as her Uncle Jake's. Jacob's. Her Uncle Jacob's. He wasn't Jake to August, he was Jacob, or even Senior Constable Porter. August wasn't sure when he'd even started thinking of him as Jacob. "Mum said I could have ice cream." "Pretty sure you'd have to eat all your dinner first," Jacob said, gently bopping her on the nose. But then he pretended to whisper, "But how about we tell Poppy no veggies with your dinner?" The little girl's eyes went wide, as did her smile. "Jacob Martin Porter," a woman scolded him as she walked over. August could easily guess it was the little girl's mother and Jacob's sister, given they looked so alike. They had the exact same smile. "Stop undoing all my hard work. Veggies are good." "Yes," Jacob said, tickling the little girl. "Veggies are food for superheroes." He stood up, kissed the woman on the cheek, and handed the little girl to her. "Hey, sis." "Didn't know you'd be here," she said, then looked to August, then back to Jacob. "With someone?" "Oh," Jacob said. "This is August Shaw. August, my sister, Brina." August looked up and extended his hand. "Nice to meet you." "And this little wiggle worm is Keegan." Jacob tickled the little girl again, then added, "And Detective Shaw is here helping out with something for work." "Oh, Mum said there's been cops and vans going through town the last couple of days," Brina said. "Which is nothing for anyone to worry about," Jacob said with a touch of authority in his voice. "Actually, I'll be heading to Sydney with Detective Shaw tomorrow. We're trading insights." She said, giving Jacob a little nudge. "Mum also said you were spending time with a new guy from Sydney. That he's staying at your house. It's about time." Jacob blushed, rosy pink, and those damn freckles lit up like stars in the Milky Way. "It's for work, but thanks for not embarrassing me at all. You can tell Mum to mind her own." August cleared his throat and sat back down, and Jacob all but pushed his sister away and took his seat. "I'm really sorry about that." August looked at him and couldn't help but grin. "No apology necessary. It's a small town, and you're a popular guy. People are bound to talk." "It's a pain in the ass, that's what it is," Jacob added. His cheeks were still flushed with the sweetest pink, and coupled with his warm brown skin tones, August was transfixed. Jacob, thankfully, was oblivious. "Still, I'm sorry if that was awkward." And then right on cue, his father came out and slid 2 plates full of food onto their table. "Oh, wow," August said. The steak, the salad, even the fries, it all looked amazing. "You boys having a good night?" Rick Porter asked, as though they were on a date. "Oh, God, Dad," Jacob hissed. "We're discussing work." Someone laughed near the bar, and when August and Jacob turned, they found a small audience. Jacob's mum, sister, niece, a few football mates, all watching them. Jacob blushed so hard the tips of his ears went red. "We're all good, thanks, Dad," he mumbled. Then he turned back to those watching and yelled, "And you're all getting parking tickets." They all laughed, and August laughed too. "It is actually kind of funny." Jacob looked up at him with pleading in his eyes. "Can we just pretend this whole thing never happened?" August chuckled, and feeling a little bad because Jacob was clearly horrified, he cut into the steak. "This looks so good. My dad's a great cook. Comedian, not so much." He rolled his eyes and took a drink, seemingly recomposing himself. "It's just clearly been too long since I've been out in public with someone. I feel like a sideshow attraction." August laughed. "Please don't feel bad. Can I be honest with you?" Jacob met his gaze and gave the smallest nod. "The way they joke with you and fully accept that you could be on a date, like it's exciting and it makes absolutely no difference whether your date is a guy or a girl, is pretty damn cool." Jacob sighed. "I know, it's just embarrassing." He stabbed some fries with his fork and shoved them in his mouth. He chewed, his brow furrowing, and swallowed. "Your folks didn't approve?" August shook his head. "Being true to myself cost me my family." "Fuck, I'm sorry." "It's fine. It was a long time ago, and I've learned that, as much as it hurt, I'm better off without them. I couldn't spend my life justifying myself and my own happiness, like paying a toll for being myself and something I couldn't change even if I wanted to. They wanted me to pay a toll or a tax, or a tiny part of my soul every time I saw them." "A toll?" Jacob repeated softly. "That's a good way of putting it. I mean, it's a fucked-up currency exchange. But you're right. I shouldn't let my parents bother me when so many folks would love to have that kind of acceptance." "Well," August said, trying to lighten the mood, "it can still be embarrassing, but cool at the same time." He smiled. "Yeah, thanks." They ate in silence for a while. "Your niece is a cutie," August said. Jacob's whole face lit up. "She's the most amazing little human." Jacob began talking about becoming an uncle and what it meant for his family and how much he adored her. His sister was a preschool teacher, her husband was a tiler, and they'd gone to school together. And Jacob stole fries from August's plate as he talked, and August could see some of Jacob's friends and family looking over at them every so often and smiling. But Jacob didn't seem to notice it at all. Every time he'd laugh, August would catch Jacob's mum glancing over, and he was struck with how beautiful it all was. Not just Jacob, but the life he had in this town. The family, the friends, the close-knit community, his normally low-key police work. It was everything August never knew he wanted. But he was also struck with a sadness, melancholy, and a sense of longing that he would never have it. And when this case was all over, August would return to Sydney. He'd leave Jacob in Tallowood, the tiny town in the misty mountains with the cosy pub and wonderful family, and go back to long and lonely hours, chasing ghosts and hiding himself away. "You okay?" Jacob asked. August realized he must have zoned out. "You look like someone stole your last piece of chocolate cake." That made August smile. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just thinking, that's all." Jacob gave him a kind smile. "You ready to go home?" August really liked the way he said that. He knew Jacob didn't mean anything by it. He knew Jacob would never mean it the way August wanted him to. And when the hell did August begin to want these things? But he mustered up the best smile he could and gave Jacob a nod. "Yeah, I am." Chapter 12. Jake was excited to go to Sydney. He hadn't been in years, and sure, the change of pace would be fun for a few days. Much longer than that, and he'd probably go crazy. But mostly he was excited to work with August on his cases. Jake felt like he was getting to sit at the grown-ups table, which was stupid, but it was how he felt. "Have you flown before?" August asked him. "Oh, sure," Jake replied. They'd taken their seats on the plane and were just taxiing out to the runway. "Do you not like flying?" August added. "You seem a little nervous, that's all." "I am. I mean, I'm going to Sydney with you to work on your cases, so yeah, I'm kind of nervous." August stared at him. "What's there to be nervous about? Have you not been working with me for the last couple of days?" "Well, yeah, but this is different. This is at HQ. This is with the big dogs." Jake wiped his hands on his thighs. "I'm just a small-town hick, and, well, you're you. The Detective August Shaw." "And you're the Senior Constable Jacob Martin Porter." Jake shot him a look. "How'd you know my middle name?" "Your sister full-named you last night." "Oh," Jake laughed. "Right." The plane began its takeoff run, and Jacob sat back in his seat and enjoyed the ride. "It was my uncle's name, Martin. He was my mum's older brother. She has a younger one, too, but Martin died before I was born." August turned his head against the headrest. How did it happen? Car accident. He was driving to school and got hit by a truck on the highway. Mum always said I was his spirit reborn. She says I look just like him, and he liked boys. He admitted that to her a few months before he died, and he wanted to be a cop. Jake had no idea why he was telling him this. It's funny how that works out. August frowned. Do you believe the spirit is reborn? Culturally, my mob, my people, believe the spirit is connected to our people, but also to our land, and when we die, we transition through death into a new life, be it a person or part of our land. Personally, I like the idea that we're never really gone, you know? That we live on and belong to the place where our ancestors lived. And Mum finds it comforting that her brother is still around. August closed his eyes and sighed. I like that idea too. He said that with such a profound empathy that Jake could feel how much he meant it, how much he wanted it to be true. A flight attendant came by and offered tea and coffee and a snack box that typically consisted of a piece of fruit, a cookie or cake, and a juice or water. August took his with a smile but handed it straight to Jake. You don't want yours? Jake asked. He didn't want to be rude, but he was hungry. He had made them both porridge for breakfast, but that was hours ago. August smiled. Coffee's fine for me, but you were up running early again, so you'll need the fuel. You should have come with me, Jake said, then opened the first box and bit into the small red apple. Geez, I could have, August deadpanned, but Scarlett insisted I stay in bed, and the most important factor being, I didn't want to. Jake chuckled. She's such a traitor. I hope Dad gives her the wrong biscuits or something. August smiled as he sipped his coffee. You do not hope that. You adore her. Another bite and the tiny apple was finished. He opened the cake. You'll have to come with me when I run in Sydney. I'll get lost and that'd be embarrassing. He inspected the cake. Why would they put sultanas in cake? Whoever decided that was a good idea? Were they short on chocolate chips? August laughed. Not a fan? Jake picked a sultana out and took a small bite of the cakey part. Hell no. He finished his snack box, then demolished August's, and they were soon landing in Sydney. It was cold and overcast, and although August only had a carry-on, Jake couldn't manage that and had to collect his bag from the carousel. They found August's car. He paid the ridiculous parking charge, and soon they were heading out in traffic and on their way to HQ in Parramatta. Jake tried to quell his nerves, but he was excited too. It wasn't every day a country cop got invited to the city, to HQ no less, to help on what could turn out to be a high-profile case. This could be career-making stuff, or career-breaking, depending on how it ended. August pulled the car into a car park that went down too many levels for Jake's liking. I'd rather we were back in the mountains surrounded by trees than under a gazillion tons of concrete. August chuckled. You get used to it. I'd rather not, thanks. August pulled into his designated spot. You ready? Not really. He laughed. Well, there's really bad coffee in there with my name on it, and we have a lot of work to do. With that, Jake got out of the car. He pulled on his coat, though it didn't seem to help with the chill, and he walked side by side with August into the New South Wales Police headquarters. Jake could feel August's guard go up, as though he hunkered down on himself to protect himself. When Nina Schneider had told him to call August Shaw, he'd remembered the name, of course, but a quick search made August out to be an outsider within the ranks of the police force, a cliché detective who worked alone. Not because he had to, but because he wanted to. Yet Jake didn't mind. He liked August. Not even just his striking blue-grey eyes or how they matched the silver in his beard. Jake liked the snippets of humour, the smirks and the rumble of laughter, and the way those little lines appeared at the corner of his eyes when he smiled. August didn't show that side of himself often, but Jake liked it when he did. He had a quiet, always-thinking way about him, as though his mind was always ticking over, and there was that sadness that he seemed to wear around himself like an old coat. Though the more he got to know August, the more Jake could see that was more a defense mechanism. It wasn't that August was a closed book. It was more that Jake simply needed the encryption code to be able to read him, and Jake wanted to know how to read him. He thought they had a connection, a spark of something. In the few days they'd known each other, they talked, laughed, had easy silences, and had bounced ideas off each other. And Jake could have sworn there'd been more than a few glances from August, a few looks that were curious and cautious, much like he'd found himself looking at him. And when his family and friends had embarrassed him last night, suggesting they were on a date, August wasn't put off or mad. He'd said it was sweet. Granted, Jake didn't date much, but he wasn't stupid. Or blind. And it was so typical that August lived so far away. As far as he knew, August could have a boyfriend or a husband. Not all guys wore rings. Regardless, Jake was curious, and a little interested, and way, way out of his depth. But they walked through the building, and August led the way. It was crazy busy. There were people everywhere. Probably a number equal to the entire population of Tallowwood worked in that building. Maybe more. Most didn't even look up, but those who did stopped and stared. A few said hello to August or nodded in his direction. He replied with no more than a mumbled, somewhat pleasant response. Jake could feel eyes on him. Some didn't even attempt hiding it, or their surprise. Some blatantly stared. Jake had stood on the outside many times. Being Aboriginal, being gay, never made him super popular at school. Not that he cared what those close-minded fools thought, but these people were adults, his colleagues and peers. Fellow police officers who were supposed to stand for all people, from all walks of life, not stare at them. Christ. And when August had said his office was small, he wasn't kidding. There was barely enough room for his desk, filing cabinets, and a chair on either side of the desk. It would be cozy, that was for sure. "Take a seat," August said. He opened one filing cabinet and pulled out a pile of manila folders, putting them on the desk. "These are the ones I know about. I can tell you everything I know, but I'd rather you read through to see if I've missed anything or misinterpreted something." He frowned and gave a bit of a shrug. "I'll grab us a coffee and we can get started." Jake did take a seat, and not the seat near the door. No, he took August's seat behind the desk. He did it deliberately, for a few reasons. One, to see the look on August's face, and two, to see how he reacted. And if Jacob was being honest with himself, in hopes of seeing him smile. August came back carrying a coffee in each hand, took one look at Jake and stopped. His lips parted in shock, then, as he'd hoped, August began to smile. "You all right there? You said take a seat. I didn't mean mine." Jake grinned. "Well, you got me coffee. I figured we were switching ranking officer roles." His smile widened. "Get the fuck out of my chair." Jake laughed and stood up, then edged around the desk. There wasn't much room, and August didn't step back. They had to maneuver around each other, almost touching, their gazes locked and both trying not to smile too much. It was close. It was probably far too playful for work, but Jake couldn't bring himself to care. Jake took a coffee from August, and August snatched it back and handed him the other one. "That's mine. This one's yours." Jake kept eye contact and sipped. "Well, you were right. It's awful." August nodded and slid past his desk and sat in his seat. "The coffee or the office?" Jake looked around the small, cramped room. "The coffee. This office isn't so bad. For a shoebox." "Yeah, it means no one comes in here. It's part of the charm." Jake pointed his chin to the computer that took up the far side of his desk. "You have a desktop and a laptop." "Yeah, it means I can take work home with me. For nights and weekends, that kind of thing." Jake didn't think August was as happily reclusive as he made out to be, but he wasn't about to say that to him. Instead, he sipped the god-awful coffee again just as another officer walked past and basically did a slow walk-by gawk. "Why is everyone staring?" Jake whispered. "Have they never seen an indigenous gay cop before?" August smiled behind his coffee cup. "It's not you they're staring at, it's me." Then he made a face. "Well, okay, maybe they are staring at you a bit. trying to figure out why you're here with me. Because believe me, the reason they're steering is because you're here with me. Why? What's up with that? I don't work with anyone. Actually, I don't really speak with anyone. Yeah, but you get shit done, Jake added. You're the Detective Shaw. How many cases have they solved single-handedly? I don't know why you think I'm anything special, August said quietly. To you, I'm the Detective Shaw. To those guys out there, I'm the weird detective, the quiet one, the one to avoid. I don't exactly have friends in the force. He swallowed hard. Or the forensics lab. Actually, I don't have friends outside of the force either. I never signed up to the police force for the friendships either, Jake added. I mean, for one, I'm Aboriginal. And two, I'm gay. And three, not to blow my own trumpet or anything, but I'm usually smarter and better at my job than most other cops. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why I'm not over-popular with them. Once they get to know you, they like you, August said. I saw how the cops from Coffs were with you. Usually, once people know me a little better, it just confirms that they were right. I am weird and quiet and generally an asshole. No, you're not. August made a face. I'll give you some time. You'll come around. Jake laughed. They just don't understand what drives you. He shrugged. Maybe. Maybe they don't care. Or maybe I don't want them to know. What did you say to me the other day? That you and I aren't too dissimilar? And anyway, Scarlett liked you. That's all I need to know. August smiled at that. Glad I passed the feline appraisal test. She's a harsh critic. If you think the judges on Drag Race or Project Runway are tough, they've got nothing on Scarlett. August squinted a little. On Drag what? Jake sighed. Never mind. He pulled the first file around to face him. We should get started. August took a fresh notepad and pen from his drawer and slid them toward Jacob. For notes or whatever. The files are in chronological order, earliest to latest, not including your two. From what we know so far, Perry Ahern was the 9th victim. He opened the first file. David Millsack. Attached was a photo of the guy. It looked like an employee photograph or a passport photo. But then also attached were the crime scene photos and, more notably, the body. Oh. August shot him a look, trading in squinting at his computer screen to give him a serious expression. What is it? Oh, nothing. I just wasn't expecting a body. I don't know why. I was expecting to see human remains or a skeletal layout on a slab in the morgue. These case files are all bodies. Sorry, I should have forewarned you. No, it's okay. But Jake felt bad for joking a moment earlier and for entertaining the idea of getting to know August better when he was here to do his job. He was here to help solve homicide cases, long-forgotten cold cases. He wasn't here to play. The photograph of a dead man sitting upright against a tree, staring blankly ahead, was a swift reminder. So he put his head down, his mind to task, and started reading and making notes. August had requested more information from missing persons, but Jacob was doubtful they'd hear anything. Not any time soon, anyway. He'd also checked some databases on possible leads for the two friends that had been out with Perry Ahern the night he was killed, and had 2 phone numbers. One was no longer connected, and he left a message on the other. He put the desk phone back in the cradle and stretched his arms above his head. Another dead end. Then he nodded to Jake's notepad. What have you got so far? Well, not much. But I can't help think... He frowned at the files, at his notes. My 2 cases are human remains only, but yours weren't. These were city-based. The bodies were found within 24 and 36 hours from time of death. And the toxicology reports showed nothing, Jake noted. August nodded. Toxicology has changed a lot in the last few years. 15, 10, even 5 years ago, testing wasn't half what it is now. Yeah, I get that. 15 years ago, they needed an entire blood-soaked shirt to get a result. Now they can detect trace elements on half a pinhead. I've asked for retesting 2 or 3 years ago. And evidence is limited or non-existent now. On all of them, we only need one. One thing from one victim, and maybe it might shine a new light. On what exactly? Toxicology. Jake tapped the file of David Millsack, and the more he thought of it, the more convinced he was that he was right. These victims had no ligature marks, no marks of any kind. They weren't restrained. They weren't gagged. They were complicit, given there were no drag marks or disturbed surroundings. There was no struggle. Like Rohypnol. We tested for that, but it used to be untraceable after 24 hours. In a living body where the kidneys and liver dispose of it, not in a dead body. We tested for all kinds of things. Believe me, I had Nina and Bartlett test for everything. Can we check evidence archives? Is there anything left? We can test again. We can detect so much more these days. There could even be DNA that wasn't traceable 5 years ago. August appeared to give that some thought. It certainly couldn't hurt. Really? Jake asked, a little shocked. I thought for sure you'd say no. August smiled at that. I'm not the only one who'll say no. I have to get the nod from up the ladder first, though. Jake shook his head. I get the feeling ass-kissing isn't high on your list. Depends who's us, August replied with a smirk. Jake laughed, just as a figure filled the doorway. He was a big guy in his 60s, with grey hair and a hard jaw. Jacob didn't know his face, but he knew what the stars on his shoulder meant. He stood and extended his hand. Jacob Porter, sir. Assistant Commissioner Reinhardt. He glanced at August, somewhat concerned. Everything all right, sure? August's frown was back. Yes, sir. Just don't recall seeing you smile before, Reinhardt said. Yeah, thanks, August said. Porter here is the guy I was telling you about. He's come down from Coffs Harbour to confirm some findings. Reinhardt turned to Jake. Those 2 cases of yours match yours? Jake looked him right in the eye. It appears so, yes, sir. Though I've only had a chance to briefly look over these other files, I believe there's cause for further inquiry. And with your permission, sir, I'd like to request some more testing done. Reinhardt looked straight at August. You put him up to this? August raised both his hands, palm forward. That's not likely. With all due respect, sir, Jake said over August, while I respect Detective Shaw's work, and he has done some great work, alongside his ability to piece together a chain of evidence, I'm also capable of drawing my own conclusions. These cases are related, and they were, without doubt, not self-inflicted injuries. Reinhardt blinked, and August sighed. As I was saying, boss, it's not likely I could put him up to anything, but thanks for thinking I could. Reinhardt turned back to Jacob, and Jacob held his gaze for a long, awkward moment. Reinhardt said. I like you, kid. Jake grinned. So is that a yes on the request for additional testing? Reinhardt grumbled, turning his glare to August. See that the paperwork lands on my desk before 5. He turned and disappeared down the hall. August turned to Jake. His voice was a harsh whisper. I can't believe you just did that. You just hit up the Assistant Commissioner of the State Police Headquarters with, all due respect, sir, I can draw my own conclusions, and you still have your badge. And not only that, he said he likes you. Jake laughed. It's a gift. Unbelievable. It just cut down some time, that's all. Putting in formal requests is just time and paperwork. The end result would have been the same. It's just quicker to ask for what you want. And that bloody smile of yours doesn't do you a disservice either, let me tell you. Is there one person on the planet who doesn't like you? Jake laughed. My Year 7 maths teacher, Mrs. Morrison. She hated me. And what's wrong with my smile? Nothing, that's the problem. You flash that grin and get whatever you want. Not everything. I don't want to know what that qualifier is. And what did you do to Mrs. Morrison? Jake chuckled. Absolutely nothing. I was a model student. August studied him for a second. Has anyone ever told you that you blush when you lie? I do not. You totally do. Jake considered that for a second. Actually, that might explain why Mum saw through all my bullshit. August laughed again, just as someone walked past his office and looked in, and then another 2. They were totally checking them out. Well, checking August out. Jake was beginning to think no one in this entire office building had seen him smile, heard him laugh, or even had a conversation with him. And that was kind of sad. They had no idea what they were missing out on. Just then Jake's phone beeped. He checked the screen and he shot August a look. Prelim on the second body. August's eyes went to the phone. About time. What did they find? How long has he been out there? Jake clicked on the report and read aloud as he went. Male, Caucasian, approximate age at time of death, between 25 and 30, determined by dental. Approximate height 200 centimeters. Shit, he was tall. Jake nodded. Yeah, and more proof that the Vic walked to the location. He wasn't unconscious and dragged or likely carried. He walked to his final resting place. Or there were 2 or more killers. Or, yeah, that. Or the Vic was administered some kind of drug. Jake read some more. No discernible marks or breaks on the bones. No childhood injury or illness. Blood type O positive. Dental records requested. DNA sample sent for further testing. Toxicology requested. Blah, blah, blah. Jake summarized the boring part. Estimated time since death is 3 years. His head jerked up to meet August's gaze. 3 years? You know what that means? The killer went back, August answered. He killed Perry Ahern, then went back to the scene 5 years later with another victim. Yep, Jake nodded, then went back to reading. Deepest soil permeation of blood was at the mid-left side of the body, conducive with fatal blood loss. Cause of death? He looked up at August. Undetermined. August sighed. What a crock of shit. The orange tree growing out of his stomach wouldn't be undetermined either. Jake scrolled the page and found what he was looking for. The tree was a lemon tree, though indeterminate if the seed germinated from the victim's stomach, or if he'd had the lemon with him when he died. Jake shrugged. Maybe they had shots of tequila together before he killed him, or maybe some Coronas. Maybe the Vic had been to the grocer's and the killer threw his bag of fruit on the body. We'll probably never know because they've ruled it indeterminate. He leaned back in his chair and groaned in frustration. Fuck. August smiled. Who signed off on it? Jake sat forward again and scrolled to the bottom. Dr. Nina Schneider. August made a face before he sighed. Do you trust her? Jake asked. Nina? Yeah. Well, yeah. I've known her for a lot of years. She was based here for a long time and she worked a lot of my cases. She's always been thorough. But Bartlett is the one who's in charge. He's the director. So we clear one roadblock, then run into another. August gave a nod. Yep, and I get it. Every single thing they do is scrutinized by legal, same as us. But if they fuck up one case, every case can be called into question. They can only examine what they're given. It's not like those cop shows on TV, so I do get their position, I really do. But it's so goddamn frustrating. We have 10 related cases that we know of. How can they not see what we see? No fingerprints, no evidence, no anything. Just paper notes and silver crosses that are always clean or too compromised to get anything from. And all clear on toxicology. The paper notes found on my 2 remains were far too compromised, but what about yours? Jake flipped through the top file. No fingerprints, no DNA. Paper source was always different. When the body was found in their homes, the paper came from inside the house, as did the pen. How did the killer get the victim to write their own suicide note? August frowned. I don't know. It has to be a drug. The untraceable, non-existent drug? Jake nodded. Yes. August blew out a breath. I don't know. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only logical conclusion. There has to be some kind of drug that makes someone compliant, but doesn't knock them out. Jake tapped his fingers on the file. Something that makes the victim open to hypnotic suggestion. August stared at him, disbelieving. You think he hypnotizes them? Like those on-stage gimmicks where they get people from the audience to bark like a dog? Jake almost laughed. No, I think he drugs them to get the same result. They're fully aware, open to suggestion, and manipulated to play out his sick games. This time August stared at him a little longer, and there was no hint of skepticism. Jake could almost see the cogs turning behind his eyes. "Something that's untraceable," he whispered, more to himself, as though he was thinking out loud. "I want to keep toxicology out of it," Jake said. "What I mean is, I don't want to consult Bartlett or Schneider on this. I want to ask someone from outside these cases, and any results we find to be third-party verified." "Why?" "Because usually after I hit so many hurdles and roadblocks, I try to find another path. And Googling drug that acts like hypnosis would be a rabbit hole we don't have time for." "Who can we ask?" "No clue. Maybe a vet? Or the ADF?" "You want to invite the feds into this?" "No, not yet. Someone outside of law enforcement, just so we can give Bartlett and Schneider the proof they want without them trying to cut us off at the knees with any possible leads. I just want to ask some drug expert some questions. I'm not asking for 20 fresh minds just itching to find us an answer, just one." August stared again. Then he did that deep frown, heavy brow thinking face. Then he began to smile. 20 fresh minds. That's brilliant, Porter." He stood up and grabbed his coat and checked his watch. "Come on, let's go." Jake hadn't exactly meant 20 fresh minds literally, but a short while later he found himself walking with August into the University of Sydney's School of Medicine. August had made phone calls as he drove, weaving in and out of traffic, zipping down back streets, and Jake had no clue where he was. But soon enough August pulled into a car park, and a moment later they were walking in through the grand sandstone building. A man with sandy grey hair, a brown tweed coat, and wire-rimmed glasses met them in the foyer. "Detective August Shaw, and this is Senior Constable Jacob Porter. Thank you for agreeing to see us," August said, shaking his hand, then flashing his badge. Jacob gave him a nod. "Professor Vanderbeek," the man replied. "And you can call us any time. We appreciate our working relationship with the police. Our students rather enjoy the forensic aspect, though you mentioned pharmacology?" "Yes, we might have a case regarding a particular drug, and we'd like to run it by your students for ideas," August explained. "Our pathology and toxicology units are backlogged, and the case could be time-sensitive. Porter here mentioned it was a shame we didn't have 20 fresh minds to ask, and I thought that was a good idea. Like giving your students a hypothetical pop quiz, if that's okay." Jake gave him a smile. "We figured it'd be faster than Google." "Well," the professor said, preening. He obviously liked that. "In that case, I think I have just the pharmacology class." He led them through a maze of halls, and at one particular room he knocked and opened the door. "Sorry to interrupt," he said. The room was a tiered auditorium, just like in the movies. There was a woman at the lectern and about 20 young faces in their seats. "Professor 1, we have some policemen here who would like 5 minutes of your class's time." It was obviously not a common interruption, because she quickly obliged, giving August and Jacob the stage. August cleared his throat and made quick introductions to the students. "We do appreciate your time this morning, but we have a question that's medical in nature, and we want you guys to put your heads together and try and give us an answer. Please bear in mind anything we discuss here today is confidential." He definitely had their attention. "We need the name or the type of drug that would work the same as being hypnotized," Jacob said. "Something that would allow the victim to be open to suggestion so they can be manipulated to carry out tasks such as riding and walking. You know how you see those people on stage at a show where they're hypnotized and do crazy things? Well, like that, but a drug." There was silence and wide-eyed stares. "Also, it needs to be undetectable," August said. "No trace in blood tests over 24 hours after administration. Though we don't know how it's metabolized, so it may cause a skewed reading of, say, elevated potassium or something like that. Something that would be missed on a preliminary tox screening." Hushed whispers broke out among the students, and excited smiles. Even both the professors looked intrigued. "We also don't know how it's administered," Jake added. "Could be by needle or ingested, or even a nasal spray for all we know. It could be a combination of drugs. It could be from overseas. So if you think it might be one particular drug that's only available in Peru or in the back streets of Russia, we still want to know about it. Something that's possibly been around for a decade or more, August continued, but could have possibly been re-engineered in recent years. Perhaps it's evolved to stay ahead of our detection tests. August smiled back at the excited med students. I know it's not much to go on, and it's random and sounds kind of crazy, but it would be helpful if you have any ideas, even on which kind of drug could enable this behavior manipulation. Oh, and if you could come up with something in the next few hours, that'd be even better. Jake grinned at the audience. No pressure or anything. A few of them laughed, but they were abuzz. Okay, class, Professor One said. You've been told the cause and effects. Let's break down the components. Then, like Jake had walked into an alternate reality, they all started speaking a language he couldn't understand. It was in English, he was fairly certain, but he couldn't follow it. August had given them a few hours to brainstorm, but apparently they were doing it right now. They fired words like lipophilic molecule, non-selective channels, decreased neuronal activity, inhibitors and receptors, allosteric modulators, metabotropic something or other, and targeted proteins. Then there were organic compounds, substituted phenethylamines, paradoxical reactions, and gabapentinoids, and point of entry. Jake was still trying to decide why they were talking about access to the Brisbane cricket ground when August said, The victims had no puncture wounds, no visible needle marks. Christ, was he following this conversation? And the victims have no recollection? One girl asked. The victims died, August said, not from the drug administered. We believe they may have been under the influence of this drug to ensure their compliance. The killer had them write their own suicide notes, positioned them how he wanted, then he severed the ulnar artery. They didn't fight back, there was no sign of a struggle, but we believe they could walk, possibly. They could hold a pen and write, but we don't know how long they were capable of these tasks after administration. They died of blood loss shortly thereafter. There was a moment of silence, then someone said, Sounds like haloperidol or diazepam. Or trichloroacetaldehyde. Oh, Jake knew that one. That was chloroform. That doesn't explain the lack of detection in toxicology reports, someone else replied. There are quite a few incapacitating agents used in chem warfare, one girl said. She looked like an 80s movie goth loner and sat apart from the rest of her classmates. It was the first time she'd spoken, and Jacob saw a few other students roll their eyes. Or even in neuropsychopharmacology. A mix of the right components will trick the mind to behave in certain ways. Governments and dictators throughout history have used them for decades. One of the students who'd rolled her eyes said, Not everything is a conspiracy, Violet. Violet didn't blink, and she certainly didn't give her classmate the satisfaction of acknowledgement. She never took her eyes off August. You said the victims had focused attention, reduced peripheral awareness, and an enhanced capacity to respond to suggestion? Yes, August said. Violet, is it? What are you thinking? Violet gave the smallest of smiles. There is one that comes to mind. It's particularly savage. It's called P7849. A plant derivative, rapid onset compound psychotic, she added. Similar to synthopentothal. Only it's a mixture of completely natural enzymes found in fungi and algae, I believe. In liquid form, it's highly soluble and extremely potent. Untraceable, undetectable, and when weaponized, is classified as a form of pharmacological torture by NATO, the UN, World Health Organization, and outlawed by every country on the planet, except for Russia and North Korea. Holy shit. What does it do? August asked. It inhibits muscle and neuron receptors, and normally the monoamine releasing agent induces the release of a monoamine neurotransmitter from the presynaptic neuron into the synapse, but... August put his hand up. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. If you could, just for a moment, imagine I'm a cop who failed 8th grade biology and doesn't know what language you're speaking. That got a few laughs, and Jacob chuckled gratefully. because he had no clue what the hell she was saying. Violet smiled more genuinely this time. "Have you seen Universal Soldier?" "Yes," August said. "That's something I understand." "It's exactly like that. It's a mind-altering psychotic. The Russians used it in Ukraine and Afghanistan, and Pol Pot used it to wipe out villages in Cambodia. Well, he himself didn't, but apparently they treated soldiers with it and ordered them to go on killing sprees, which they did. All governments deny this, of course, but there have been too many witnesses, and it's out there on the net if you know what to look for." "Sorry, what did you say it was called?" August asked. P7849. "The Ukrainians call it Shepit Diavola," Violet said. "It translates roughly to the whisper of the devil." You could have heard a pin drop in that room. "What does it do to the victim?" August asked, his voice quiet. "The person affected is like a robot. They follow instructions yet have no control over their actions. They would experience a neuromuscular brain-to-body disconnect, like a conscious sedation. Imagine a truth serum like a suggestive state serum." "God, Violet," the other girl said. "How do you know this stuff? It's creepy." Violet shot her an icy glare. "I don't know, Jessica. Maybe because I'm smarter than you? The question you should be asking is why don't you know it?" There was a bit of squabbling in the group and some stifled laughter, but August looked hollowed out. "One more question, Violet, if you don't mind," he asked quietly. "Are the victims aware of what they're doing, while they're doing it?" Violet shook her head. "I don't know for certain. They just do what they're told without question. If your victims were forced to sever their own artery, as you said, they would simply do it." She gave a bit of a shrug. "If it's any blessing, they wouldn't feel anything. No pain, no fear, no sadness." August nodded and took a step back. Jacob realized a little belatedly, because he was choked up. So Jake took control. "Okay, thank you for your time," he said. "You've been a great help. Violet, in particular, thank you." He took out one of his cards and handed it to her. "If you think of anything else, please contact me." The professors walked Jake and August out of the room. August appeared to still be a little shaken up, and he quickly excused himself. "I just need some air," he mumbled, and ducked down the hallway. Jake frowned after August, but realized the professors were left watching him. "Thanks again, it's been very insightful." Professor 1 looked rather pleased. "I just hope it's been helpful. Violet is not the weirdest student we've ever had, but she is by far the brightest." Jake handed her a card as well. "If she or anyone else thinks of anything, please be in touch." He thanked them again and made his way back to the car. August was leaning against the side of the car, facing away from him. The sky had come in overcast. The wind was cold. For a city that was supposed to be known for its beautiful blue skies, it looked pretty grey and miserable. He walked up next to him. "Hey, you okay?" But then August turned around, and Jacob could see he had tears in his eyes. "It just affected me more than I thought it would. Sorry." Jake put his hand on August's arm, then his shoulder. "Don't apologize. Don't ever apologize for being human." August's gaze was intense. Even behind the blur of tears, Jake could see a fresh truth. "When she said they didn't suffer," he blew out a breath through puffed-out cheeks. "I felt that right here," he said, breathless, putting his hand to his heart. "I don't want them to have suffered." Without really thinking about it, Jake put his hand to August's chest too. He could feel the thump of his heart, and it beat in time with his own, synchronized perfectly, and Jacob was certain his mother would have something to say about that. "We will make this right," Jake said. What he meant to say, what he wanted to say is, "I will make you right, August Shaw." But he couldn't just say that. So he didn't. Chapter 13. No pain, no fear, no sadness. That's what Violet had said, and it literally knocked the wind out of August. If he hadn't been in a room full of med students, a couple of professors, and Jacob, he was sure he'd have fallen to his knees. He needed air and space, and thinking room, and a few minutes to pull himself together. He hadn't expected it to hit him that hard. He wanted to scream and sob. No pain, no fear, no sadness. August hoped with every fibre of his being that was true. He couldn't bear the thought of any of those men feeling pain or fear or sadness, but Christopher— August had replayed Christopher's final moments through his mind 1,000,000 times, and it was like his lungs filled with hot ash each and every time. What he'd gone through, what he'd been thinking. Had he cried? Had he begged? Had he thought of August with his final breath? Those thoughts, those nightmares, had plagued August relentlessly, and to be told if it was the drug in question that was used, Christopher wouldn't have felt anything. It was a relief August wasn't prepared for. Could he dare to hope it was true? No pain, no fear, no sadness. The wind was bitterly cold, and it felt good against the heat of his emotions. He didn't want to cry in front of Jacob. He didn't want to open a vault of memories and grief while he was working with a partner he'd not initially wanted, but he'd gotten used to Jacob in such a short amount of time. But then Jacob was there, and he was warmth and strength. He was reassurance and acceptance. The simple gesture of his hand on August's arm had felt like a full embrace, soaking into his skin. And then Jacob put his hand to August's chest, and he could feel the heat of it through his shirt. It made August ache with longing, as though his soul needed the connection. Jacob. Those deep brown eyes and goddamn freckles. August was so overwhelmed. He wasn't supposed to feel anything for anyone else ever again. The light in his life had been extinguished years ago, and he'd welcomed the darkness and the isolation, until a little flickering beacon came into view, of hope and human contact, in the shape of Jacob. And now this information about Christopher— it was all just a bit too much. "We'll make this right," Jacob said, his hand still pressed to August's chest. August closed his eyes and breathed in Jacob's warmth, and for a single moment, there in the freezing cold car park, he felt life seeping back into his heart. Then Jacob slid his hand up to August's neck, and he was standing a little too close, and his eyes were a darker shade of brown, his lips slightly parted, and his cheeks were tinged pink, and that spray of freckles across his nose lit up. And Christ! August's mind splintered. He thought for a crazy second that Jacob was going to kiss him. And the terrifying part was, he wouldn't have stopped him. In fact, he wanted it to happen. Jacob's phone beeped, startling them both. Jacob dropped his hand and stepped back, and August breathed for the first time in what felt like forever. He almost had to put his hands on his knees to catch his breath. "We've got a DNA match," he said. He looked from his phone to August and smiled. "The second body, with the lemon tree. We've got a match." August took a deep breath in and gave a nod. "Let's go see what we can find." 2 hours later, they sat in the car in a quiet suburban street in Cronulla. They had a name, the case file, and the address of the parents, and were about to drop a bombshell on the guy's family. Tristan Kurtz was 26 years old when he was reported missing by his mother, when he never arrived home in Sydney from an LGBTQIA+ music festival in Byron Bay. He'd reportedly hitchhiked from Byron Bay to Coffs Harbour, having travelled with some local residents whom he'd met at the festival and who had given him a lift. The missing persons report had said Kurtz was dropped off in the main street and had waved them off. He was later seen on CCTV footage walking toward the highway at 8:11 p.m. He never arrived at his parents' house, and he never contacted them to say his plans had changed, which was out of character for him. His parents had called everyone he knew, friends, workmates, old boyfriends, to no avail, and 24 hours later he was reported as a missing person. Well, he wasn't missing any more. He was only 26. A kid, August thought, with his whole life in front of him. A life stolen, stripped away and thrown away like garbage. August stared at the house and sighed. He was spread too thin, stretched as far as his skin would allow. Another murder, another gay man slaughtered for no other reason than pure bigotry and disregard for human life. I hate this. I hate everything about it. Jacob was quiet for so long, August looked over at him. Yeah, me too, he said flatly. He was reading through Tristan's file. He finally closed the folder and met August's gaze. We need to find this bastard. We do. We need to see his parents and tell them. Jacob looked over at the house and frowned. Fuck, I hate this part. Yeah, me too. Neither of them made a move to get out of the car. Is it better to know? Jacob asked quietly. Is it better to find out what happened, for closure, or is it worse, because when you don't know you still have hope? August was pretty sure it was supposed to be a rhetorical question, but it was one he knew the answer to. It's better to know, in the long run. He cleared his throat. Hope can break your heart every day for years, and living with false hope is hell on earth. Jacob stared at him, and August wondered if he'd said too much. But Jacob nodded and unclipped his seatbelt. Then we shouldn't wait another minute. August got out of the car, and together they walked up to the front door and rang the bell. They'd called ahead, so they were expected, but when a tall, middle-aged man opened the door to greet them, Jacob took off his hat. And with that single gesture, the man nodded and began to cry. Hope was a cruel and brutal thing. When they left the Kurtz family home, August was drained. He slid into the driver's seat of his car and sagged. The weather had gotten worse. A cold, bitter wind howled. Low, dark clouds made it feel later than it was. It had just turned 3 in the afternoon, though it felt like midnight. He was exhausted, not just physically, but emotionally as well. He was so tired of it, the death, the murder, the senselessness of it all. Tristan Kurtz was gay. His family were Jewish, and while they weren't exactly excited by his coming out, they'd accepted him as he was. His father was more disapproving of his hippie lifestyle, with the long dreads and bandanas, and the tie-dyed shirts and nomadic nature. He was a free spirit, his mother had said. He loved everyone, was loved by everyone. Loved music, loved the unknown. He found peace in his religion and would give you his last dollar if you asked. They loved him. Jacob sat in silence for a moment as well. They both needed to decompress after such an emotional and heartbreaking scene. But then he shook his head, and he had fire in his eyes. He didn't kill himself, Jacob said. Not to even mention the cross found with his remains was for the wrong religion. His jaw was clenched, and he let out a cranky breath. He was murdered, and set up to look like all the others, and fuck any medical examiner who wants to say anything different. How about Nina and Bartlett start making these fucking house calls, and we'll see how soon they change their minds. August gave him a rueful smile. He didn't need to say why they were the only two who gave a shit about these murdered men. Well, I'd offer you some comfort food like you gave me, but it's probably not going to come close to your dad's cooking. Jacob turned his head, and he studied August for a while. Burger and fries it is, then. August started the car and pulled out into the street. Sounds good. And what you said about Nina and Bartlett wouldn't matter. They've seen loved ones find out firsthand, and it didn't make a difference. God, August remembered that day like it was yesterday. Well, double fuck them then. How can they not be affected by seeing a parent get told their kid is dead? He sighed and stared out the window for a long time. August couldn't see his face, but perhaps he didn't need to. We will make this right. August repeated Jacob's words back to him. We will. August didn't have a choice. He was going to solve these cases. He was going to right this wrong if it killed him. We have to. Jacob gave a nod, but kept his face toward the window. He clearly needed some time and silence to process, so August concentrated on driving. and he knew exactly what kind of soul food Jacob needed, and it wasn't burgers and fries. He drove them back to Parramatta and pulled up along the local eat street, lined with dozens of restaurants, cafes and bars. August led the way, and Jacob didn't even notice where he was until they were shown to a table and handed a menu. He scanned it, front and back, then looked around the restaurant. He leaned in. August, your detective skills are usually pretty good, but this isn't a burger joint." August smiled, very observant. "You wanted comfort food, so here we are." "I wanted a burger." "You ordered for me when we were in your hometown. I'll order for you now you're in mine." Jacob looked about to argue, just as a waitress came to take their order. "Can we please have 2 fezajun and a taftan to share, please?" The waitress obliged, and Jacob looked around, looking slightly horrified. August chuckled. "Trust me, you'll love it." "I've never had Iranian food before," he replied quietly, almost a little embarrassed. "You can't come to Sydney and not eat something from a different culture. That's not how it works." August smiled as he took a sip of water. "Says the white guy to the Aboriginal Australian." August snorted water out of his nose, coughed and choked, and had to pat himself down with his napkin. "Christ, I'm sorry." He was so busy trying to clean up his mess, while still coughing and spluttering, and dying inside, because that wasn't what he meant. "Was that insensitive? I didn't mean to be, I was just—" Jacob burst out laughing. "Insensitive? Nah, funny as hell, though." August stopped trying to blot everything with his napkin and sagged. "I'm sorry," he said, and he truly meant it. It just didn't help that Jacob's grin was contagious, and it felt so good to laugh after the morning they'd had. "I didn't mean for it to sound like that. It's fine." "It's not really. That's 2 shitty things I've said to you pertaining to your identity. I never realized how these things sounded, which makes it worse, and I promise to do better." "August," he said, "it's fine. I accept your apology, and I can see that you mean it." "I do, and I want you to call me out on that shit." Jacob chuckled. "I call everyone out on that shit. I never used to, but then I realized by not calling people out, I was telling them it was okay. It's a fine line. I want people to be aware, but I don't want people to get caught up on that, you know? It's the first thing people see, but it's not all that I am." "It certainly wasn't," August agreed. "I mean, I'm a whole list of things. A person of the First Nations, Indigenous, Aboriginal. I own all those. I'm a cop, and I'm gay. That's what people see. But what they don't see is that I'm also an Aries, a pretty good cook. I'm an all-right footballer. I'm an outdoor and rec coach for kids in the summer camp. I'm a son and a brother and an uncle." His face contorted with something close to pain, and he sighed. "Sorry, I just—" Hearing Tristan Kurtz's life boiled down to a list. He was more than that. They were all more than a freaking checklist or case file numbers. August swallowed thickly. "They were. People with lives and dreams. Friends and families who love them." Jacob nodded, and when his eyes met August's, there was something there. A bond of sorts, and an agreement that in that moment, all differences aside, they were the same. They were 2 gay men who would fight for those who no longer could. The waitress brought their meals and slid a bowl of the sweet curry stew in front of them, and a plate of flatbread to share. It was a much-needed distraction, and the heavy mood at the table seemed to lift a little. "Oh, wow," Jacob murmured. "Smells good." August took a forkful and sighed at the familiar taste. Then Jacob tried a small amount as well. He tilted his head and stared at his plate. Then he shot August a look. "Oh, my God." August laughed, and Jacob shoved in another mouthful. August tore the flatbread apart and slid some onto Jacob's plate, and Jacob devoured it in no time. "So," August hedged, "you're an Aries. That explains a lot." Jacob swallowed so he could speak. "Explains what?" "You're bossy, headstrong, and fiery." His smile became a grin. "What you mean is that I'm a strong leader, determined and passionate." He chuckled. "Didn't have you pegged as a guy who knew astrology." "I don't really, just a few traits." Should I take a guess at yours? August smiled. Go ahead. Well, you're analytical, practical, rather critical of yourself, but you're also kind and loyal, he said. The way he stared at August made him feel transparent. I'll go with a Virgo. August could feel his cheeks heat under Jacob's scrutiny, but it was his accuracy that hit the hardest. How could someone he met just days ago know him so well? I got it right, didn't I? Jacob laughed. Shit, I'm good. And there's that arrogance that Aries are known for. He scoffed, still smiling. I think you mean confidence. Tomato, tomato. Jacob laughed, and they finished their lunch in better spirits than when they'd started. The thing about being surrounded by death and murder was to take happiness and humor wherever you could find it. It helped to keep the insanity at bay. When they were finished, and as they walked back out into the wintry cold, Jacob pulled his coat collar up against the wind and shoved his hands in his pockets. And he somehow managed to make himself even better looking. Thank you, he said. I was feeling pretty low before, but I'm better now. August smiled at that. He liked knowing he'd improved someone's day, even if it was momentarily. Just returning the favor. He smiled and was quiet for the rest of the drive back to HQ. When they were back in August's office, Jacob took his jacket off and slung it over the back of his chair. August concentrated on his computer screen and absolutely did not appreciate Jacob's physique in his police uniform. Jacob spread the files out, open with the victims' photographs on display. August very deliberately didn't look at Christopher's photo. What do you think links all the victims, besides their sexuality? What? August was too busy trying not to look at Jacob or the photos that he didn't quite understand. Well, not really why the killer approached them, but how. I thought a lot about that, August admitted. The cases where he chose his victims when they weren't at home, not so much. But there are 4 cases where the victim died in their own house. Right, Jacob stated. So how did he do that? Each case states there was no sign of break-in, no sign of forced entry. The victim knew the killer? I don't know if they knew him exactly. August hedged. But trusted, yes. Like how? They had to trust him or offer to help them. Something for them to agree to speak to him, or to open a door, or to go with him, I don't know. August sighed. He felt bad for not telling Jacob about Christopher, that he knew one of the victims. But he didn't want to change Jacob's mind or his perception of how the case should proceed. There was a case in the States a few years back where a guy wore a utilities outfit, like someone from the water or gas company. He'd knock on their door. Of course they'd open and let him in. If he's dressed in the right gear, you don't think twice. Even a pizza delivery guy or a parcel delivery guy. Jacob nodded. Or a home security company or a pest control guy, or locksmith or the air conditioning maintenance guy, the pay TV guy. He shook his head. Christ, there could be 1,000 possibilities. I checked phone records and asked their families, August said. No one had requested any home maintenance. No cable, no plumbers, nothing. Neighbours never saw any vans or trucks, nothing out of the ordinary. Jacob slumped back in his seat, scowled at the open files, then looked around the room. I need a whiteboard. He stood up. Where can I find one? August was about to offer to go track one down when he realized that Jacob would probably have better luck. If he asked any of the officers in the building, he'd get gawped at. If Jacob asked, with that smile and charm, they'd trip over themselves to help him. Down the hall, second door on your right. Someone in there will know. Jacob was gone in a flash, and August's eyes fell on the photo of Christopher. He was laughing at something August had said, his eyes alight with life and promise. His smile was wide, and he was wearing the sweater August had given him the Christmas before. August had taken that photo a few months before Christopher died. Most of the other victim photos were work placement photos or driver's licenses, but August had wanted Christopher's to be personal. Because that's what this was. A whiteboard with legs walked into his office. Then Jacob poked his head out the side of it.
Got one.
Could you have found a bigger one? August deadpanned. Jacob laughed and sat it on his seat, then propped it up against the filing cabinets. August was going to have to hurdle his desk to get out, but Jacob didn't seem to notice. He was quickly studying the files, and August pulled out his notepad with the chronological order he'd written the day before. He handed it to Jacob. Here, it'll save you some time. Jacob grinned and copied it onto the whiteboard. And while he did that, August got busy filling out the paperwork for the request of further evidence re-examination. He didn't know what exactly he could have re-examined, or have them look for this time, that he hadn't had them look for before. From the first few cases, there was very little left. Most of the evidence had already been subjected to testing. Some of it had been misplaced or degraded over improper storage. Some evidence was disposed of or given back to families because the deaths weren't technically considered homicides. But they still had tissue and hair samples, and August had to hope there was something that could be tested. He turned to his computer and Googled the drug P7849, and he was surprised he even got a hit. He'd half expected another dead end, and after a page of shoe types and flight paths and departure times, he saw one entry. The headline read, "Police seize drugs and suspects in Sydney sting," but the writing underneath made August's blood run cold. Sydney police have seized a significant amount of what is believed to be the Cambodian drug P7849, a known biochemical agent. The article was 18 years old. August felt cold all over, and a shiver ran down his spine. He brought up the Department File Archive search feature and typed in the date and briefly scanned down the list. And there it was, under the Narcotics Division. Cambodian drug P7849. August clicked on the file number and scanned through the file. It had been digitalized 10 or so years ago, and it hadn't been done with a great deal of care. The scanned documents weren't easy to read, but August could see the basic facts. The guy who had been caught with the chemical compound was deported and sent back to Cambodia. 3 vials of 5 milligram each were seized, and August recognized none of the names of the officers involved. McCulloch, Floyd, Kotzer, and Godden. Jacob's phone rang, startling them both. He'd obviously been immersed in his whiteboard chart. He frowned at the screen. "I don't know the number." He put the phone on the desk and hit answer, putting the call straight to speakerphone. "Porter?" "Senior Constable Jacob Porter?" the female voice asked. "Yes. To who am I speaking?" "Violet Breens. I spoke to you earlier today about the P7849. You gave me your card and told me to call." Yes, Jacob said, leaning toward the phone. "Thank you for calling me. You're on speakerphone, and Detective Shaw is in the room with me." "Oh, thanks," she replied. "Did you think of anything else?" "Maybe. I got thinking about your questions, and in particular about P7849 being untraceable. I've done some equations. Do you want the pharmacological chemical qualifiers?" "I don't even know what that is, so I'll say no," Jacob said. "I'll need all the genius stuff for my report, but right now I'd prefer you to tell it to me over the phone as dumb as you can make it." August almost smiled. "Well, the agent itself leaves no markers, but there should be a residual rise in metabolites, predominantly phenylacetic acid and trace amine tryptamine." "What does that mean?" Jacob asked. Even in dumbed-down English, he still didn't get it. "We can test for those," August said. "Yes," Violet said. "It won't prove much, but at least it's a strong indicator that it was the drug used." "Violet," August began, "about the P7849, how long is the shelf life, and what size dose are we talking for, say a 6-foot man, 100 kilos? She mumbled something, then something else, like she was talking herself through calculations. "Shelf life would depend on how it was stored. It's a biological compound, so if it's stored correctly, it could last indefinitely. And dosage? Small. If it was administered in liquid form, 1 ml. If it was solid, say a quarter of a tic-tac?" August nodded. "And given its potency, How would a killer transport it or carry it on his person? Very carefully, she replied, and Jacob snorted. Seriously, though, very carefully. August smiled. And hypothetically, of course, if you were the killer and it was your weapon of choice, how would you administer it? Ingestion, she replied simply. Adding it to a drink is less intrusive, non-violent. I wouldn't have to be stronger than them in a struggle. If it were injected, I'd need to be able to overpower them, and you said there were no obvious puncture marks, so if it was injected, in the inside of the mouth or in the corner of the eye, I'd need to somehow render them unconscious first. Smoking it would be detrimental to myself, so that'd be out. So yeah, drinking it, slipping it into a glass like a roofie. What does it look like? Oh, well, that depends, she replied. Think of it like hashish. Can be pressed or solid, or it can be water purified into a paste or liquid. But, Detective, I can only speculate at this point. I haven't seen it firsthand, let alone actually run tests on it. My opinion is based on hypotheticals and estimations based on chemical processes and reactions, though I've read the witness accounts from civilians in Russia and Cambodia, and honestly, it's so unbelievable it has to be true. August nodded slowly. For what it's worth, Violet, I agree with you. I think it's the drug that was used, and I think I found out how it was brought into the country. Jacob's gaze shot to his, and all August had to do was turn his computer screen around. Violet, August continued, could you send Jacob anything you have on P7849? Anything at all? All the genius stuff, chemical breakdowns, biosynthesis, anything. Yeah, I guess. Thank you. We'll be in touch. The call ended while Jacob finished reading the news report. What the fuck? He whispered. His eyes met August's. What the actual fuck? I know. We need to go speak to my boss. He clicked on the file case tab. And there's this. Jacob read the case report on screen, and his eyes got wider and his mouth fell open. Holy shit! Exactly. August pulled up the evidence request forms and added that each test be run for the detection of elevated phenolactic acid and trace amine tryptamine. Then the newspaper article, plus the archived case file, and he sent them all to the printer. He stood up and looked Jacob right in the eye and whispered, Don't speak about it in here. Jacob's brow furrowed, but he gave a nod. Yeah, okay. August took a step closer to him, around the corner of his desk. Jacob didn't move, and they were almost touching from toe to chest. August said, I'm going to need you to back up so I can get out. Oh! Jacob blushed pink and shuffled around the chair and whiteboard. Sure. And August led the way to the printer. He collected all his documents, making sure none were missing. Then he led the way to Reinhardt's office. August, Jacob on his heels, knocked on his open door. Boss? Those evidence retesting requests, he said, sliding the papers onto his desk. He kept the newspaper printout in his hand. If you sign off on them now, we can drive them out to the evidence stores and deliver them personally. Reinhardt leaned back in his chair, put his pen down, and raised an eyebrow. Is it that urgent? Yes. The second body found 2 days ago is a confirmed link to the others, sir, and we believe we may have found a breakthrough. He frowned. Explain. With the type of chemical used to incapacitate the victim, sir, August said. A chemical? And in that split second, he decided to withhold the information. He was actually going to not tell his boss. He didn't know why. He just felt like this information was too important to get dismissed, like everything else got dismissed. But he also knew he'd need Reinhardt's authority at some point to take it much further. He just wasn't ready to show all his cards just yet. Yeah, we're chasing some leads. Just out of curiosity, if a classified controlled substance 9 is seized by us, where is it stored? Reinhardt frowned and his gaze darkened. At the Chem Center, where all hazardous evidence is stored. You're asking all kinds of interesting questions, sure. Should I be concerned? No, sir. I believe a certain kind of drug was used against the victims. It's basically untraceable, sir, but highly dangerous. He stared, a steel blue gaze that could have cut glass. Another man might have looked away, but August never flinched. "You're still convinced, aren't you, even after all these years?" "Yes, sir. Even more so now." Reinhardt gave Jacob a brief once-over, and Jacob raised his chin. August liked that defiance, that dare-you-to-find-better confidence. He liked how they stood side by side, a united front. Reinhardt sighed and, picking up his pen, began to sign the forms. "Well, at least we'll know one way or another. But sure, I shouldn't have to remind you. These are not the only cases on your desk." "I know, sir." He swallowed hard. "But this is big. We have this guy pegged for 10 murders minimum. God knows how many more the missing persons search will find that fit these parameters. When we catch this guy, and we will, he'll be listed as one of Australia's most prolific serial killers." Reinhardt scowled, then looked back at Jacob. "And you agree with him?" "Yes, sir," Jacob replied without missing a beat. "Actually, sir, I'm having a little trouble understanding why no one else agrees with him." Reinhardt's pen stilled mid-signature, and August's heart skidded to a stop. "Is that so?" he asked, his tone icy cold. "Well, yeah. He's been working on these cases for 8 years, has a string of confirmed links, and when he says this could be Australia's worst serial killer, no one believes him. He has to fight uphill for every single thing on his own. I'm starting to think it's something personal." Reinhardt blinked. The tension in the room ramped up to a 9, and August's chest felt far too tight. Reinhardt's gaze went from Jacob's to August's, and he chewed on the inside of his lip for a moment. "Personal? He doesn't know, does he, Detective Shaw?" August had to swallow down rising panic. He shook his head, and he had to squeeze air out so he could speak. "No, sir." Reinhardt pushed the forms toward August. They were signed, at least. He gave a nod and took his papers. "Thank you, sir." He couldn't even look at Jacob as he left, but he knew he'd followed him out. He went straight into his office and began packing up the files that were laid out over his desk. "August, what are you doing?" "I'm not leaving them here," he replied. He wasn't letting them out of his sight. Jacob put his hand on August's arm just as he went to close Christopher's folder. "What's going on? What did Reinhardt mean when he said I didn't know? You didn't tell him about the drug bust 20 years ago. August, what aren't you telling me?" August hung his head. He leaned on the desk because he couldn't seem to breathe right. He picked up a photograph off the file he had in his hand, and he stared at it. "Christopher Maskey, case file 10-4788, he said, not even having to look at the number. "He was my Christopher. I loved him. I lived with him for 9 years. He was my entire world." August fought the burning in his eyes, in his throat. He stared at the photograph and thumbed Christopher's face. "He was murdered in our house. I found him. I was late getting home. I was always late getting home. I found him, Jacob. I was the one who found him." Chapter 14. Oh, God. The look of heartbreak, of complete devastation on August's face, in his voice, in his eyes, made Jake's heart squeeze to the point of pain. He'd known something was off. He'd known something was amiss with August, not just today with his being upset earlier, but with the whole case. There was something August wasn't disclosing, and Reinhardt had just confirmed it by saying this case was personal. Jake had no idea just how personal it was. But this was a police investigation, and August had withheld information from him. Like August could read his mind, he said, "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think what everyone else thinks. That I'm just desperate to prove Christopher didn't commit suicide, that I'm chasing ghosts, or that I'm just that sad, poor queer guy who's driving himself crazy." August's eyes were glassy, his tears threatening to spill. "Because I'm not. He didn't do it, Jacob, he didn't. I knew him. I knew his every thought, his every dream. He didn't kill himself, I swear it." Jake wanted to pull August in for a hug, but this was hardly the place for that. So instead he put his hands on August's shoulders. "I believe you." August's eyes welled with tears, and he sagged with relief. "Thank you. God, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I wanted to. I was going to. But I finally had someone on my side who believed in this case, and I didn't want to risk that." Jake nodded but kept his hands on him. "I get it, I do. Me not knowing didn't impede the case." That was true. It wasn't like August had asked him to take a special interest in Christopher's case, or asked him to make it a priority. He hadn't asked for special treatment or favors. He hadn't jeopardized anything, and he hadn't crossed any murky, unethical lines. He'd simply wanted Jacob to treat Christopher's case like all the others. "You could have trusted me sooner, though." "It wasn't a trust thing," August whispered. "Not on your behalf, anyway. I do trust you. It's me." "It's not you, it's me?" Jake joked. "That's the line you were going to give me?" August almost smiled, though his eyes were still glassy. "I am sorry. For what it's worth, you're the first guy, the first person I've talked to in 8 years. You're the first person I've spent time with since Christopher died. I couldn't handle the looks of sympathy and shame." He took a deep breath and looked Jake right in the eye. "You're the only person I've trusted since then, so when I say it's a me problem, I'm not bullshitting you." Jake gave him a smile and squeezed his shoulder before letting him go. "I believe you. And you can be wary of trusting people. No one would blame you. And if it's any consolation, I trust you. And you can tell me everything about Christopher or nothing more than I need to know about this case. But right now, we need to get to that evidence storage depot because we're running out of time." August gave a nod and shoved the folders he was holding into his satchel. Whether or not he was allowed to take them was a moot point, because he was clearly stuffing them into his satchel, and had every intention of taking them. So Jake asked a different question. "Why are you taking them?" Jacob whispered. August glanced to the door. "I'll explain in the car." Okay, so August had trust issues. He admitted that. But not trusting police files in a police station was a bit of a stretch. Wasn't it? But Jake was hardly about to argue. August was, at the very crux of it, his superior officer. "What do you want me to grab?" My laptop, if you wouldn't mind. It's not going to fit in here." "Oh, just wait 1 sec," August said, then scooted around his desk and typed a few things on the desktop computer. "I'll need to go past the printer on the way out." August shut down his computer, picked up his satchel, and headed to the door. "You ready?" Jake took out his phone, snapped a few pics of the whiteboard he'd been working on. He didn't like his chances of being able to take it. Pulled on his coat, and picked up August's laptop. Seeing August's coat still hanging over the back of his chair, he grabbed it too, and met August in the hall outside the printer room, checking the documents in his hand. Together they headed back through the rabbit warren of hallways toward the rear car park. Jacob felt like he was back in high school, about to get yelled at by the school principal for doing shit he shouldn't have been doing, and considering he was a cop, that wasn't a particularly good feeling. August put his satchel in the boot of his car, and Jake added the laptop. Then he handed August his coat. "Because it's freezing." August shrugged it on and finally smiled. "Thank you." When they were out of the car park and on their way to the evidence storage warehouse, wherever that was, Jacob had no idea, he asked, "Okay, want to tell me what's really going on? Because this whole secrecy thing, like taking files you probably shouldn't have taken, and not trusting the other cops you work with, and not wanting to talk about P7849 to your boss, or even in your office, like the walls have ears, is all a little unusual. Not gonna lie." August looked from the road to Jake, then back to the road. "The P7849, he replied, "was taken into evidence by us, the police. We took it." "So?" Jake questioned. "Of course we did. That's generally how it works. We take the drugs from the bad guys and lock it away, then we usually destroy it. Someone, somewhere, at some point in the chain of command, stole some for themselves. To use, to sell, I don't know. That newspaper article said there were 3 vials taken. Let's see how many vials were recorded. You think a cop took it? Yeah. Who else could have access to it? Maybe they sold it on the black market or to a foreign government. Or I don't know, maybe they thought it'd be funny. August held up 3 fingers. The paper said 3 vials. If there are still 3 vials in storage, we'll have them tested to see if they weren't swapped out or something. It's just a little too coincidental that the same chemical agent, used in only a handful of countries, turns up here in Sydney. Then these murders start to happen. He shook his head. I don't like coincidences. So no, I didn't tell Reinhardt about it because I don't know who to trust. How can you trust the newspaper? Jake asked. Maybe the journo got it wrong. Maybe the photo was of a different drug. We have no way of knowing what exactly was in those 3 vials in that photograph. August frowned at that. True, but it's worth checking out. We need to cross every box, and I'm sure as hell not about to start talking shit about other cops, whether they're still cops or not, in a house full of cops. They already hate me enough. They don't hate you, Jake said. August stared at him like he'd sprouted a second head. Did you not see them walking past my office to get a look at me actually talking to another human being? Jake chuckled. I thought they were checking me out. Yeah, well, probably that too, but mostly me. You because you're a new face, and you're young and hot. And me, because I'm the cop who went crazy, remember? Young and hot? August grimaced. Shut up. You know what I mean. Jake laughed. You're not crazy, and they don't hate you. They just don't know you. August's lips twisted, and he scowled at the road. Jacob and he both knew none of his colleagues knew August because he never wanted them to. Jake considered that a win. You're cute when you pout. August shot him a look, and his cheeks grew pink. Jake grinned at him. That was for the young and hot comment. He scowled. Shut up. Jake was still smiling. So I'm pretty sure your boss no longer likes me. August snorted out a laugh. I'm pretty sure he doesn't either. You basically told him I was right and everyone else was an asshole for not believing me. Jake grinned. It's not exactly a lie. August chewed on the inside of his lip for a bit. I am sorry for not telling you about Christopher. I was going to, but I didn't want to lose what we had. And that sounds stupid, like some teenage infatuation. He shifted in his seat and cleared his throat. I've spent a long time by myself, which you can probably tell, because I suck at social situations. And I've kind of liked being partnered with you for this, which also sounds like some teenage infatuation, and that's not what I mean. Of course not, Jake said, because you're hardly a teenager. I mean, I'm young and hot, but you, he groaned. Can you never mention that again, thanks? That'd be great. Jake smiled at him, and then he nodded. But seriously, I get it, August. You don't need to explain. You didn't want someone else to come along and treat Christopher's case any different to anyone else's. You know what? What? You telling me probably would have been nice, from a friend's standpoint. But by not telling me, you let me look at the facts as they are. I read his case like I read the others, without any special consideration, without looking for cracks or second-guessing anything. So in a lot of ways, maybe you did the right thing. August made a face. A dozen different emotions flickered, but he settled on a frown. I just want to find whoever did this. I know you do. They were going to take me off the case, August admitted. After Christopher, but I think Reinhardt decided I'd be less of a pain in his ass if I was directly involved, and I would have been. I'd have raised unholy hell if they'd taken these cases from me. Yes, it's personal, but I'm not biased in this. I don't favour his case. I give them all the respect they deserve. Maybe Reinhardt knew you would, Jacob offered. August nodded and drove in silence for a while. And thank you. For what? For showing me the side of you that you don't show anyone else? August shot Jake a look, then scowled at the road. What side? The human side. The side with a sense of humour and kindness and a determination to see that wrongs get righted. Jacob smiled at him. The good side, not the guy who keeps his head down and doesn't want to speak to people. August scowled some more, then grumbled and mumbled, proving Jake's point exactly and making him chuckle. Shut up, he grumbled again, as he drove into what looked like the car park of an industrial lot filled with warehouses. Except there was another gate further along with security and fencing with barbed wire and an underground parking garage. Jesus, it's like the movies. August chuckled. You watch the wrong kind of movies. I do not. I can watch the Bourne Supremacy and know every character in the Marvel universe. I'm versatile like that. August laughed. That's good to know, he said, grinning, as he stopped at the security gates, wound down his window, and showed the officer his badge. Jake had to think about what he said. I can watch Bourne and Marvel because I'm versatile. I'm versatile. The officer waved them through, and August drove the car down to the lower level. That's not what I meant, Jacob said, sure his face was on fire. He pulled into a parking space. So it's not true? I'm not saying it's not. I'm not denying or confirming it is either. August laughed. That warm, throaty sound. I'm just kidding. It's none of my business, and probably a completely inappropriate joke for the workplace. He made a face. I told you, I'm not used to the whole professional interaction thing. Sorry. I'm a bit rusty with the whole personal interaction thing too, if you haven't already guessed. God, I suck at this. But you do suck. August whipped his head around to gawp at him, his cheeks instantly red, and Jake burst out laughing. Fair's fair, one completely inappropriate workplace joke for another. Now we're even. He was still grinning. And I take it that was a yes. August glowered at him. Shut up. So it's true. August opened his door and got out. I'm not denying or confirming. Jake got out of the car, fixed his coat, and cleared his throat. It's okay, I get it. It's a respectable talent. August groaned and opened the boot of his car. This can be another one of those things we never talk about again. Add it to the list. There's a list. There's beginning to be. He opened his satchel and pulled out the papers he'd taken from the printer, made sure they were all in order, and nodded toward the building entrance. Okay, let's do this. Wait, what's the plan? What plan? Exactly. There is no plan, August replied. We're here just to drop off special request forms and, he gestured to the papers in his hand, to see what we can find out about this case evidence. A case they didn't have approval for. Awesome. To say Jake was nervous was an understatement, but he put his game face on and went inside. Can I help you? The young guy behind the counter asked. It might have looked like an industrial warehouse above ground, but down a level or two and it was pretty high-tech. It wasn't like a sci-fi space clinic, but it was a little X-Files. He could see 3 wall-mounted cameras and was confident there were others he couldn't see. Detective August Shaw, August said, holding up his badge. And this is Senior Constable Jacob Porter. We're delivering these retesting request forms. You could have just emailed them, the clerk said warily. Yeah, but I wanted to see them get here with my own 2 eyes, August said with a smile. I'm old school like that. Oh, okay, he replied, still wary, but at least he was smiling now. I can get these filed for you right now if you like. That'd be great, thanks, August said. He wore an easy, casual smile that Jake knew was fake. He would have rolled his eyes if the young guy wasn't watching. There's been some upgrades since I was here last time. Nice to know they've caught up to the 21st century. The young guy laughed as he started to type something in. Yeah, I've heard how it used to be. They tell me stories of mountains of archive boxes, corroded canisters from God knows what, and dust. Now it's all digital, humidity-controlled and ventilated. If a fly blinks in there, the alarm goes off. August laughed. a fake laugh that Jake smiled at. "I could imagine. I'm from those old days when everything was handwritten in triplicate. Before Google, even." Jake knew damn well August didn't have to fill in paperwork in triplicate. He wasn't that old. But the guy, oblivious and clueless, laughed. "Before Uber Eats." "Yeah, imagine that," August replied. Jake was pretty sure August had no clue what Uber Eats even was. "I can't even imagine the job of digitalizing all the files in this place. Must have taken years." "Wasn't pretty, apparently," the guy said, still typing away. "A lot were damaged. Some were even missing. But they were mostly cases from, ages ago, like the old days, the 70s and 80s and stuff." The look on August's face was priceless. Jacob was almost certain August wanted to jump the counter and give this kid a clip behind the ears, and he had to cough to cover his laugh. August shot him a glare before turning back to the kid, who was still tapping away on the keyboard. "Say," August hedged, "if I had a case number from, say, the early 80s, would you be able to look it up for me? I don't need to see it, but just to check if it was one that didn't go missing." Jake held his breath. But when the kid looked up at him, Jake gave him a smile. He hoped he was a better actor than August. The kid then looked to August, who was now giving him a smile with a dimple. Wait, August has a dimple. "Well, I could do a search for it, but if you don't have the paperwork, I don't need to see anything official. Just to know it's even here, then I can ask my boss to send the paperwork over." August lied so effortlessly. "I guess I could do that," the young kid said. August slid the photocopy of the case file onto the counter, and the young guy typed something into the computer. It took a second, and Jake was starting to worry. Would alarms sound any second? Would armed officers come to escort them out? "Ah, here it is," the kid said, reading off the screen. "Yeah, it's here. File looks incomplete, but that's not too uncommon for files of that age. They moved from the storage quarters in Potts Hill to here, and apparently stuff was already missing or damaged." "Right," August said. "And that file, apart from the paperwork, there should be some evidence tags. Are those evidence files here?" "There should be 3. He read some more, clicked some more, then shook his head. "No evidence tags for that file. Paperwork only." "No vials," August repeated. "At all?" The guy shook his head, but just kind of shrugged and smiled. "Like I said, a lot of stuff went missing or was damaged. There are no notes to say any were even registered or destroyed or taken somewhere else. Usually when the evidence needs to be destroyed, there's a whole lot of paperwork to go with it. But there's nothing. No evidence was tagged with this file at all." August smiled, but Jacob could see the flare of his nostrils. He was pissed off. "Can you tell me the name of the officer who signed off on it?" He squinted at the screen. "Gow. Terry Gow." He looked up and smiled. "He's a legend around here. Ran the old evidence store for 20 years. Then this place for a while when they moved, but retired not too long after. He got sick, apparently, some kind of cancer." The kid nodded to a framed photo. "That's him. He died a few years ago. Some of the old-timers still talk about him." The photograph was of a Chinese man, kind of short with a bit of a bowl haircut. He was smiling for the camera in what looked like an old warehouse with brown archive boxes in the background. August studied it for a moment, then turned to the guy. "Shame, but thanks for your help. I'll be waiting on the retesting from the labs." "Will you be needing the paperwork for this file?" he asked, looking at the screen. "Nah, there's no point. We can't request retesting if there's no evidence," August replied. "But thanks anyway. You have a good afternoon." They waved him off and made for a quick exit, heading straight back to the car. Jake had questions, but he'd wait until they were out of the compound first. And leaving the security gates was just as nerve-wracking as it had been coming in. He thought for sure the guy was going to make them stop, and Jake's heart was about ready to burst right out of his chest, but he just waved them through. As soon as they were back in traffic, Jacob put his hand to his heart and let out a huge breath. "Holy shit, that was intense." August smiled but shook his head. "No vials, no evidence." He tightened his hold on the steering wheel. "Fuck!" "I know logically that evidence can't just disappear, but I can't say I'm surprised, Jake admitted. I mean, are you, really? August growled. No, but I'm pissed off. What are the chances of it really being lost or misplaced or mislabeled or destroyed by accident? August gave him a quick glance. His brow was pinched and his gaze was fierce. It was his pissed-off face for sure. Or stolen. Shouldn't we notify the superintendent or the feds? Jake asked. If it really is a chemical compound Category 9 on the prohibited list, I think we should notify someone. August glowered for a moment, grumbled to himself for a bit. Yeah, agreed. But I don't know who I can tell just yet. I want to find out what I can first. I'm not having someone blindside us on this case now. This is the closest I've come in 8 years. Let's just see what we can find out first. Find out from where, or from who? Jake asked. August put his phone in the cradle and hit a number listed as private. Records, a female voice answered. This is Detective August Shaw, Cold Case Division. Yes, Detective Shaw, how can I help you? I have a case from 2001 on my desk, and I need to speak to the officers who ran lead on the investigation. They could be retired by now, but I was hoping I could track them down. I'd like to speak to the detective who was in charge, if I can. There was a tapping on a keyboard. Have you got a name? John McCulloch. He was in narcotics, eastern suburbs. August replied, and Jacob flipped through the paperwork, and sure enough, McCulloch was the badge in charge. God, August had only skimmed this report once, hours ago. The man had a memory like a steel trap. John McCulloch is still active. Chief Inspector McCulloch is now stationed at Merimbula on the south coast. I can forward his contact to the number you're calling from. That would be great, thank you, August replied, giving Jake a victorious smile. That call ended, and August sighed with relief. Finally, something that's not a dead end. His phone beeped with a message that was only another phone number. August tapped it, and after explaining who he was and asking to speak to McCulloch, he was put on hold. I wasn't expecting them to just give you these other officers' phone numbers, Jake said. Happens all the time. I work cold cases. I need to verify information most days of the week. Just then, the on-hold music ended, and a gruff voice answered, McCulloch. Chief Inspector, my name is Detective August Shaw. I'm investigating a cold case from 2001 where you ran lead. It involved a drug seize of a chemical component called P7849. After a long beat of silence, it sounded as though McCulloch shifted the phone. Yes? Do you remember the case, sir? I have some questions I'm hoping you could answer. Yeah, I remember it, McCulloch replied. His tone was wary and hesitant. That case was solved. The perp was found guilty and deported. Why is it a cold case? Well, sir, I think the P7849 from that particular case is now involved in other cases. You think? Yes, sir. More accurately, I think it's been used in a string of murders, sir. More silence. Jake's heart was in his throat, and August pulled the car over to park in some street Jake had never seen before. Chief Inspector, August continued, your case report states that 3 vials of 5 milligram each of the chemical component P7849 were entered into evidence. August hadn't seen the police report. He'd seen a newspaper clipping. But McCulloch didn't know that. They were about to learn the truth. McCulloch swallowed loud enough for them to hear it through the phone. Yes, that's correct. Well, according to the Evidence Storage Division, there was no evidence submitted with that case file. At all. There was a beat more of silence. Well, I can assure you there was. Not just the vials, but photographic evidence, fingerprint evidence, full transcripts. I went to court and... His voice trailed off. You said murders? Yes, sir. And you're saying those vials are now missing? Yes, sir, and have been for some time. The evidence storage was moved from Potts Hill to the current location about 15 years ago, so perhaps they were misplaced then, August said, but his tone and the look on his face told Jacob he didn't believe they were misplaced at all. Could they have been destroyed? Not without a week's worth of paperwork, McCulloch replied. Yeah, so I've been told. I'm just trying to think of scenarios that don't make it look like we've had evidence stolen or misappropriated, sir. And this is a Class 9 substance. Let me look into it. I'll see what I can find out, McCulloch said. Give me your number, son. August rattled off his phone number, and the call was cut off. Both Jake and August took a second to breathe. Fuck, August whispered. Well, the ball's in motion now. It might be good for him to do the asking, Jake offered, though he wasn't sure if he believed that. At the end of the day, those vials are missing. They either find them, find out what happened to them, or they find the person who took them. And that's a good thing, right? August nodded. Yeah. It certainly didn't feel like a good thing. Jake knew they'd done nothing wrong, apart from asking about a case they didn't strictly have permission to ask about, even though they'd not requested anything formally, but he still felt as though he was setting his own house on fire. He tried to shake that feeling off and let out a sigh. Why are we stopped here? Oh, August said. Then he nodded to an apartment block up the road. That's where I live. August pulled the car back onto the road and drove into the underground parking lot. He swiped his security fob and the gate rolled back. It was after 5 and the sky was already getting dark, but Jake was a little surprised that where he was spending the night hadn't come up in conversation, and August was just assuming he was staying with him. I, could grab a hotel? Oh. August hit the brakes, and tires squealed on the concrete. He looked a mix of horrified and mortified. I mean, sure, if you want, but I mean, we have some work to do, and I just figured we could use my place. It's not that great, but there's a spare room. No one's ever slept in there. And I just use it for the treadmill, so you're more than welcome to stay, and we could order in some dinner. But if that's weird and you'd... God, he was about to short-circuit if he didn't draw a breath soon. That's fine, Jake intervened. He rolled his eyes and sighed. I'll stay, I mean, if I have to. August stared, and when he realized that Jacob was joking, a smile won out. I don't recall you giving me much choice when I asked for accommodation options in Tallowwood. Well, the only accommodation option back home was my place or my parents' pub, and my mum would have grilled you so hard. So basically I did you a favour. If you think the interrogation skills of hard-ass, no-bullshit cops are bad, they got nothing on my mum. I mean, there's no waterboarding involved. She doesn't need to. She has a glare that can break the strongest of men. August chuckled. Right, well, thanks, I guess. He drove the car forward into a space with the number 24 painted on the floor. But Jacob noticed the tightness of his eyes and how he gripped the steering wheel. Then he got out and started grabbing bags and belongings out of the boot. So Jake quickly grabbed his own bag and let August lead the way to the elevator. August was quiet on the way up and on the short walk to the door. He put his bags on the ground so he could get his key to open the door. He unlocked it and pushed it open. He held it ajar, and although August didn't say anything, Jacob took it as an invitation to walk in first. August's flat was nice enough. Grey carpet, light grey walls, dark grey floorboards in the kitchen, which was also grey, as there were blinds. A comfy-looking sofa took up most of the living room, a flat-screen TV graced one wall, a bookcase lined the other. There were 2 photo frames on the shelves, and although Jake couldn't see the photographs too clearly, he didn't think he had to guess who the photos were of. It was very clean and tidy, but terribly impersonal. It looked like a holiday rental apartment. Sure, it was livable, but it certainly didn't feel like a home. Nice, Jake said, looking around, trying to be polite. August ignored that and went to the short hallway and opened the first door. Spare rooms here. He pointed to the other doors. Bathroom, my room. He frowned and cleared his throat. I'll just turn the heater on. Jake put his bag on the spare bed. A standard double size with a nice quilt cover and 2 bedside tables with a lamp each, and the room had the makings of a bedroom. But even with the huge treadmill at the foot of the bed, it felt empty. Jake got the impression August merely existed in this apartment, as though maybe he'd actually stopped living when Christopher had died. He was closed off from everyone around him, a self-imposed exclusion zone. Jake didn't blame August for that, because he couldn't say he'd react any differently if he'd lost someone he loved, especially under those circumstances. Especially having been the one to find him, and especially knowing he was murdered and having no one else believe him. So yeah, Jake could understand August's reluctance to let people in. He just wished he'd be the exception. Jacob liked August. He respected him, admired him even. There was something between them, a quiet hum of electricity. There'd been subtle glances and gentle touches, and under normal circumstances, maybe Jake would push for more or offer more. But he knew that would only push August away. If there was to be anything between them, it would have to come from August. And given Jacob would be going back to Tallowood soon, and more than likely August would be staying in Sydney, it wasn't likely. Jake's heart squeezed at the thought of that. With a quiet sigh, he got out of his uniform into some jogger pants and a sweater, and went back out to the living room. August had his laptop on his knees, all the files spread out on the coffee table, and there was a spot on the sofa next to him which Jake sat in. Perhaps a little closer than necessary, but August never moved away, so Jake considered it a win. "Where are we up to?" "Oh," August said, almost as if surprised Jacob was there. "I'm seeing what else I can find on this P7849. "Okay, I'll keep going with the files. Though I can say, August, I'm seeing the same as what you've noted anyway." August's notes were fastidious, concise, and thorough. Jake didn't imagine he'd find anything that August might have missed. "How many times have you been over these?" "Once or twice." Jake smiled at that. It was probably closer to 100 or 200 times. Every I was dotted, every T was crossed. But it would do Jake good to familiarize himself with the details. The devil was quite often in the details, and if there were any similarities, any links, anything, it would be in the details. There were 8 files in front of Jake, all the Sydney-based files, not including the 2 Tallowood files, and with a wide range of ages, nationalities, and personal wealth. The only thread he could find binding all men together was their sexuality. They were all normal, everyday guys. 8 guys who held a range of normal jobs. They weren't hookers, they weren't druggos, they weren't homeless. Those were the kinds of people most often targeted because they wouldn't always be missed immediately, and they were easier targets. They were often isolated, out at night, and the kinds of people whose disappearances weren't high on the priority list of the police. These men were the opposite of that. They were all loved and missed and mourned. It was like the killer wanted the loved ones to suffer. Did he get to witness that? Was that where his payoff was? Was he making the victim's loved ones pay like he wanted someone in his life to pay? Jake took out his notepad and began making more notes. Dates, times, what days of the week it was. Why was the timeline and location out of sync? He'd killed 7 people, that they knew of, in Sydney. Then Perry Ahern was killed in Tallowood. Then Christopher was killed in Sydney. Then Tristan was killed in Tallowood. Why was the killer bouncing between the 2? Did he travel for work? Truck drivers were an obvious choice because Coffs Harbour was right in the middle between Brisbane and Sydney, on the Pacific Highway. It was a frequent stopping point for truckers, and Tallowood was just a 30-minute drive into the mountains. Kind of out of the way for someone trying to dispose of a body. But August had already looked into truck drivers and companies, drivers and rest stops. Trying to dispose of a body. "August, these cases," Jake said, gesturing to the files. "The bodies were left for the families or loved ones to find, right?" August nodded. "Yeah." "The Tallowood bodies were hidden. The men were taken into the forest, killed and left to decompose. They were found years later by accident." August frowned. "What are you saying?" "I'm not sure," Jake hedged. He scanned the files again before looking at August. "I think there might be 2 killers." August stared at him. "As in copycat, or working together?" "I don't know. I just think the way the bodies are left and displayed is meaningful to the killer, so why change?" Jake let his thought process sound out loud. It wasn't just the location that changed. Something else changed as well. But the timeline doesn't add up. Chronologically, We have Perry, then Christopher, then Tristan. If there is only one killer, why the location and the scene setup change? If the killer's MO evolved by the time he killed Perry, why did he regress to Christopher's murder, then go back to his new style for Tristan? And if there are two killers, why is there a gap? Why does it go killer number 1 committing 8 murders, killer number 2 kills Perry, back to killer number 1 for Christopher, then killer number 2 again for Tristan? We could still be missing more murders yet, that we don't know about. That's a possibility. Jake took Christopher's file and turned to the scene photographs. There was a large bathroom, expensive fittings, and a deep 2-person tub. Christopher's body was gone, but the water was left. A ring around the top stained pink indicated where the water had been when Christopher had been found. There was blood smeared over the side of the tub, and blood and water pooled on the floor. There was a blood-stained towel crumpled on the floor. It reminded Jake of an operating room. "Not pretty," August said quietly. "No, horrific, actually." "I tried to save him," August whispered. "When I got home, I found him. I tried to save him, apply pressure to the wound. His wrist was slit lengthways down his arm, but he was cold. The water was cold. He'd been dead almost 24 hours. The water did terrible things to his body." Jake felt awful picturing that. He could only imagine what August felt. He closed the file and took August's hand. "I'm sorry, August." August gripped his hand so tight it almost hurt. "I had to sell the house," he murmured. "I couldn't stand to be there, to see it, to live there every day like nothing had happened. I couldn't do it. Every time I had to use the bathroom, I'd have flashbacks." Oh, fuck. Jake couldn't even imagine. He put his free hand around August's neck and pulled him in for a bit of a hug. But it was kind of side-on and awkward with how they were sitting. But August didn't fight it. He laid his head on Jacob's shoulder, his forehead pressed into Jake's neck, and it was warm and comforting. Jake put his hand to the back of August's head, and when August pulled back a little, Jake put his palm to his cheek. August had his eyes closed, and Jake wanted to kiss him, but it wasn't the right time. Actually, it was possibly the worst time. The last thing he wanted to do was take advantage of someone at their most vulnerable. August was hurting, and Jacob needed to put August's needs first. "You're a good man, August, and you didn't deserve any of this." "Neither did Christopher." "No, he certainly didn't. It's unfair and cruel." Jake lifted August's face so their eyes met. "We're gonna catch this son of a bitch." He nodded, and he leaned into Jacob's palm with a sigh. Jake thumbed August's cheekbone, the scruff of his beard, then across his bottom lip. August's eyes opened, dark and intense. His lips opened. Then something shut off in his eyes, causing him to recoil, and he shot up off the sofa and into the kitchen. "Want a coffee?" Sure," Jake replied. Shit. August was fidgety and restless. He filled the kettle and flicked it on, wiped down the bench top and tidied the coffee and tea canisters that didn't need tidying, and he collected 2 mugs, but then stopped and pressed his hand to his forehead. Instead of giving him some distance, Jake walked right up to him and put his hand over August's and pulled it down. He gripped it firmly, warm and strong. "Hey, you okay? You look about ready to puke." August stopped, and he sagged against the kitchen cabinet. "I don't know. I freaked out, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit jumpy, and I don't even know—" "Don't apologize, ever. Freaking out is normal. And what are you nervous about?" August's gaze shot to Jake's. "Nervous? I'm not nervous, I don't—" Jake squeezed August's hand and interlocked their fingers. Then he moved a little closer, their fronts almost touching. "It's okay to be nervous or anxious, or even scared. It's okay to freak out, and it's okay to be sad, and it's okay to let yourself be happy." "I've never had anyone else here," he whispered. "You're the most human interaction I've had in years. I mean, conversational company. I haven't exactly coped too well. I'm not sure I'd cope too well either." Jake replied gently. I'm sorry for talking about Christopher so much. Jake shook his head. Don't apologize for that either. It's healthy to talk about him. I haven't spoken about him in a long time. I don't really speak to many people, let alone to people who want to hear about him. I want to hear about him. Then, still holding August's hand, he pulled him toward the bookcase. Come and show me these photos. Tell me about him. Jake stopped at the bookcase, and yes, sure enough, the two photos he'd seen earlier were of Christopher. One by himself, similar to the photo in Christopher's case file. The second photo was of Christopher and August, the very photograph that had been taken at the police gala. The same photo Jake remembered seeing at the academy. The very photo that had imprinted on Jake's mind, cementing the name August Shaw into his memory. This is the picture I remember, Jake said, touching the frame of the second photo. I was scared as hell to be a gay cop coming through the academy, and there you were, out and proud as hell at the annual gala night. August's smile was sad. It was a great night. He kept asking if I was sure that I wanted him to come with me. You know, people were bound to talk, and there would always be homophobic assholes. But who was going to argue with Christopher? He was one of the biggest guys there. It was true. Christopher was a few inches taller than August, broader too. Did he work out a lot? More than me, August replied with a smile. He did the whole fit lifestyle thing because he loved it. I did it because he made me. Jake chuckled. Why am I not surprised? August's smile faded slowly. We danced that night, in front of everyone. Looking back, I can't believe I did that. I mean, the bar was open, so the dance floor was full. We weren't the only ones, but we were the only two guys slow dancing with each other. Jake pulled August a little closer, their sides touching from shoulder to thigh. You were my idol when I was in the academy. I wasn't sure how much of my life would be authentic as a cop, but I saw that picture. It meant a lot to me. August faced him, their faces close, and he smiled. Thank you. Tell me, what was he like? Christopher. Jake rolled his eyes. Yes, Detective Obvious. August grumbled under his breath, but Jake leaned into him a little, making August smile. He was funny and smart. He was an area manager for a lighting company, and he loved it. He didn't exactly love my being a cop, but he knew it was important to me. He loved to cook. He hated cleaning. He probably didn't know which end of a mop to hold. August smiled, perhaps at some memory only he was privy to. He loved Led Zeppelin and The Clash, and he hated nightclub music. He read a lot, but he couldn't stay still for too long, and what? When marriage equality was passed into law, when they read the vote was yes, I sat in my car and cried. Jake never spoke, but he put his hand to August's face. August needed to say this, and Jake had to let him know he was listening. His eyes were a little teary now. He would have been so happy. He should have been alive to see that, to celebrate it. They all should have lived long enough to see that, and to see gay politicians out and proud, or gay superhero movies, gay couples on primetime TV. He should have been alive to see that. That was stolen from him, from them all. But Christopher was robbed of that. How did you meet? Coffee shop on George Street, just a few blocks over. He'd get a soy decaf every day before work, and I'd seen him there a few times. We began smiling at each other. Then one day it was pissing down rain so hard we had to stand under the awning out the front, and we got chatting. He worked up the street and I was at the station, of course, in uniform back then, and he liked what he saw, apparently. August shrugged and scoffed. Well, he had good taste in men, that we do know. But soy decaf? What kind of crime is that? August laughed. I think I said something similar to him under the awning that day. And this time, when August's smile faded, happiness still lingered there. His gaze met Jake's, and the fear that had been there a minute ago was gone. Thank you. You're welcome. Don't try and close yourself off from his memory, Jake said. Remember his life and the good times. I didn't know him at all, but I reckon I can tell the guy in these photos would want you to be happy." August stared at the photos, then glanced at Jake. "That's easier said than done. I think about him every day, and it hits me like the first day. And people are weird. Our friends, they never knew what to say, so after a while they stopped calling or coming by. Not that I tried either. I didn't know what to say, and I hated how they'd look at me with such pity, and how the whispers would stop when I walked in the room. It was just easier to be alone. They wouldn't talk about him like, 'Oh my God, don't mention Christopher's name in front of him.' Like if I heard someone say his name, I'd shatter into pieces." August frowned. "Who knows? Maybe in the beginning I would have." "It's always like that in the beginning," Jake agreed. "They want you to be the old August, or the guy we used to know. But you're not that person anymore. When you lose someone you love, something in you changes. You can't get the pieces to fit together again because the picture of you has been changed. They need to understand your pain and how it changed you before they can understand how the new you needs to be loved." August's eyes welled with tears. "Exactly," he whispered. "That's exactly what it's like. Like I was a broken puzzle that couldn't be put back together. But I'm different now. After Christopher." He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as though Jake had said what August had been waiting 8 years to hear. "Christ, thank you. You're the first person to ever really get that." "My mum taught me that," Jake said. "She lost her brother, and she said no one in her family was the same after that." August nodded. "It's true. Can I tell you a funny story?" "Sure." "I lost my nan when I was 15, Jake said. "My mum's mum. She was my best friend. I'd go to her place after school instead of the pub, and she'd be in the kitchen waiting every day with homemade afternoon tea. She'd want to hear all about my day, and she was the first person I told when I came out. I took it hard when she died. But after her funeral, we all went back to my pop's house and everyone was sad. Mum had lost her brother years before, and then her mum, and it was a horrible time. But we were all sitting out in the backyard for the wake, and there was food and drinks and people came from all over. But then 2 kookaburras flew in and sat right near us. One walked up real close, like she was inspecting the food, and everyone said it was my nan and Martin. They'd found each other and were reborn as those 2 kookaburras." Jake smiled, remembering that day. "And at every family gathering we have, 2 kookaburras show up, always. So we weren't sad after that, because we knew they lived on, free to fly wherever they wanted. And that was such a relief. Such a confirmation of our spirits, which probably sounds totally crazy to you." "No, it doesn't," August replied. "It sounds perfect. I like that idea, that we move on. That Christopher's spirit is a bird or something free. It's comforting." "It is," Jake agreed. "It also explains the paintings in your house, the Aboriginal art. They're amazing. They mean a lot to me, so thank you." He squeezed August's hand. "Do you feel better?" "I do, thank you. I'm sorry I got a little freaked out before. It just hit me that I was bringing a guy home, which sounds wrong because we're working together, and my head knew that, but my heart—" "Your heart what?" "My heart feels like I'm betraying Christopher." "God, this is so fucked up. You're not even here for that, and it just shows how deprived of human contact I've been." August's face fell. "I'm a fucking mess." Jake cupped August's face and made him look into his eyes. "Hey, you're not a mess. You're doing great, August. You've carried this weight around with you for so long." August nodded. "I'm tired. I'm just so tired." He leaned into Jake's palm, his eyes closed. "August, look at me." August opened his eyes. "It's okay to be scared." "I'm not scared, August's gaze flickered between Jake's eyes. "I'm terrified." Jake ran his thumb over August's cheek, and August sighed into his touch. "It's been so long, and I never thought I'd—" "Never thought you'd what?" "I never thought I'd think of another man the way I thought about him. I thought something inside of me broke that day, but now I'm not so sure. Oh, God. Was he saying what Jake thought he was saying? What he wanted him to say? This thing, this complex yet simple thing, did he feel it too? Jake leaned in and drew August closer to him, their bodies almost touching. He gave him time to adjust, to pull away, to say no. But August closed his eyes and gave into it, and Jake pulled him in for a crushing hug. He fell into him, let himself be held, and Jake held him as tight as he could. "You're not broken," Jake whispered. And August began to cry. Chapter 15. August felt like he was falling apart. He'd held himself together for so long, keeping everything bottled up, thinking it would make him stronger. He'd never allowed himself the luxury of crying. He'd never allowed himself the luxury of talking about Christopher and how much he loved him. Since Christopher had died, he'd never allowed himself the luxury of human touch, and God, Jacob held him so well. He had strong arms and sure hands. This human contact, this human touch, August had been so long without it. Like a bottle that had been left overflowing for too long, put under too much pressure, cracks began to show. He hadn't made himself stronger. He'd simply worn himself down to the fault lines, and under the unbearable weight of grief and gravity, he began to shatter. He let himself cry, and let out the pent-up sorrow and guilt, and even his frustration and anger came in the form of tears, too. For everything he'd lost, for everything he'd endured, for what Christopher went through, for the life he was supposed to live. And even when the tears stopped, Jacob never let him go. He thumbed a tear from August's cheek and held his face. "Feel better?" August nodded. "I'm sorry." "Stop apologizing. You have nothing to be sorry for." Jacob lightly scratched August's beard, and August studied the brown of his eyes. There was so much life inside them, so many layers of brown, ambers, and bronzes. And those goddamn freckles. "What's wrong with my freckles?" Jacob asked. August froze. Christ, he'd said that out loud. You have freckles on your nose," August replied. "They stand out when you blush, and when you smile, and when you laugh." Jacob's smile became a grin. He slid his hands down to August's neck, and August only then realized his hands were on Jacob's waist. It was totally normal for them to be standing so close, right? This is what colleagues did, right? Friends, maybe? "August, when you said you never thought you'd think of another man the way you thought about Christopher, and how you thought something inside of you broke that day, but now you're not so sure..." Jacob licked his lips, and his eyes met August's. "What did you mean?" August couldn't speak. His mouth was so dry. His heart thudded to a stop. "I just meant I've enjoyed spending time with you. But I haven't spent this much time with another guy, or another person for that matter, in a long time. So it's probably nothing, and you can ignore me. It's just good to know that I'm not completely broken." "You're not broken, August." "I'm trying not to be." He tried to get his heart under control. "And maybe it's not you, exactly, but just someone, you know. I could have spent time with anyone, and my heart would probably be like, wait, what was that? And so it's not you per se. So you don't have to worry that I'm desperate or anything. It's just that I've been alone for so long, and I'm totally ballsing this up, so please just ignore everything I just said." Jacob chuckled. "And if I don't want to ignore it?" August took his hand from Jacob's waist and put it to his own forehead. "Well, that'd be up to you, and awkward for me, I guess. I mean, I'll get over it, and you'll eventually go back to Tallowwood, but at least I'll know then..." Jacob peeled August's hand from his forehead and put it back to his waist. "That goes better here," he said, "and what I meant was, what if I don't want to ignore that you said you've enjoyed spending time with me, because I've enjoyed spending time with you too. You're kind of great, August. I mean, you grumble a bit, and you don't like people much, but there's more to you than what you let people see, and I like what I see." Oh, holy shit. August shook his head. I'm a mess. No, you're not. You're still you. You're just made up of different parts now. There are new pieces to who you are. Those pieces aren't wrong or broken, they're just different to how you used to be. And that's okay. Actually, that's a good thing. You should be different after everything you've been through. It means you're human, August. You don't need to be alone. You just need someone who knows how your puzzle goes back together. August's heart felt like it was going to beat right out of his chest. It made him breathless and his knees weak, but he managed to nod. I think that's what I want now, to not be alone. Maybe I'm ready. I never thought I would, but maybe... Jacob smiled and traced his thumb across August's bottom lip, his eyes following the movement. When his gaze met August's once more, it was darker, more intense. Maybe, he swallowed hard, maybe I want that too. Had he moved closer, or had August pulled him closer? He couldn't remember. He couldn't think. August, can I kiss you? The air was sucked out of the room. His lungs were tight and couldn't expand. But he thought he nodded. He meant to nod. He wasn't capable of speaking. He wasn't capable of anything. Jacob ghosted his lips over August's. It almost buckled him. Maybe Jacob was holding him up. Maybe... Then Jacob kissed him again. Tender and careful, a promise that he wouldn't hurt him. Jacob pulled him closer. He kissed him deeper, and August was overwhelmed with touch, taste, and scent. He melted into him, into his embrace, into his kiss, and Jacob sure could kiss. Passionate yet gentle, deep but subtle, the perfect amount of hands, tongue, lips. It was everything he'd deprived himself of these last 8 years and more. For the first time in that long, August felt alive. He felt human, and buzzing, and wanted. Jacob slowed the kiss, pressing his forehead to August's as he caught his breath. His lips, wet and plump, curved into a smile, and those freckles on his nose had spread to his cheeks, too. August couldn't help himself. He cupped Jacob's face, just so he could feel the heated skin there. He whispered, "Your freckles." Jacob chuckled and scratched gently at August's stubble. "Your beard." Jacob pulled him in for another soft kiss, but then rubbed his cheek against August's. "I really like how it feels." August put his forehead to Jacob's chin, but kept his hands on his waist. He wasn't quite ready for this contact to be over. His whole body thrummed and felt warm and tingly. He hadn't felt this alive in years, and it felt amazing. "Thank you," he whispered. Jacob breathed in deep, pulling August flush against him, and settled his arms around him with a sigh. "Thank you," he murmured against August's neck. August did that melting thing again, warm and secure, safe and protected. God, how could a simple hug be so miraculous? There was healing in Jacob's touch. August was sure of it. August could have stayed right there in his arms forever, but eventually Jacob pulled away. "You okay?" August nodded, feeling a little sheepish. "Yeah, actually I feel kind of great. I wanted to do that for a while, but I didn't know how, and I was a bit conflicted and scared for what it all meant. It means," Jacob said with a grin, "that we can order pizza for dinner. Then instead of comparing notes or case details, maybe we could make out some more. Put some footy on the TV and get all cozy on the couch. I'm thinking that's what it all means." August laughed, thankful for Jacob's ability to take August's awkwardness in stride. "That could work," he said, and Jacob made everything feel so natural. After August's freak-out and then the make-out, things could have been incredibly awkward between them, but Jacob made himself right at home. That easy confidence, the ability to take charge and not be weird, was utterly perfect. Because Lord knows, if it was left up to August, he probably would have been hiding in his bedroom having a panic attack. But Jacob took August to the couch, sat right next to him, keeping their fingers entwined. Jacob found some rugby on a channel August had never seen before, then carefully moved the case files to the side while August ordered pizza. When August brought Jacob a bottle of water, he'd moved the cushions a little and was fluffing up a nest for them to get comfy in. He patted the couch beside him, grinning, and when August settled in, Jacob repositioned himself a little so August was leaning against his chest, then slung his arm around August's shoulder and front. It was kind of surreal. August had never been so happy to watch rugby, but Jacob kept him anchored. His warmth and the rumble of Jacob's chest every time he spoke made August smile. Jacob was so perceptive, like he knew that if August was sitting by himself on the opposite end of the couch, he'd probably be freaking out right about now, not knowing what to do after their kiss or how to behave or what to say. But by pulling August against him, keeping his arm around him and distracting him with rugby, Jacob was telling August, "It's okay, I've got you, don't overthink anything, just let me take care of you." And it was everything, exactly what he needed. Jacob took charge, like he always did, but he was nurturing almost. He was very tactile. Even when they'd only just met, Jacob had touched his arm, his shoulder, his hand. August thought back to his time in Tallowwood, when he'd met Jacob's entire family. They were all very touchy-feely. They all hugged and kissed and touched. It was just them, and how they were so loving and so loved. So very different from August and his family. It wasn't the first time August had noted that every single thing about Jacob was the polar opposite to August. If August was winter dreary, Jacob was summer sunshine. If August was night, Jacob was day. And there was something fun and challenging about that. Not that August expected long-term boyfriend status, or even a second kiss for that matter, but Jacob had cracked a light into what had been a darkened room. And even if Jacob left in a few days, and that was the end of them, August was grateful for him. August glanced at the photos of Christopher, and he expected a barrage of guilt to pull him under, but it never came. Perhaps it would come later, but right then, there was no guilt at all. There was acknowledgement and recognition, and there was love. A part of August would always love Christopher, but there was also acceptance that he was gone and that August still had life in him yet. The intercom buzzed, and August reluctantly got up. He let the pizza delivery guy up and brought the box back to the couch. Now, did he sit beside him while they ate? Or should he get plates for the table? Jacob patted his chest. "Back in your spot, detective. You were keeping me warm." August grinned and happily obliged. He put the box beside Jacob, and Jacob slung his arm back over August, grabbed a slice with his other hand and gave it to August. "Thanks." Unexpectedly, he planted a kiss to the side of August's head. "I could tell you were overthinking where to sit." August laughed, but ate his pizza. Jacob ate as well, in between yelling at the rugby, but all in all, it was one of the best nights August had had in almost a decade. When the pizza was gone and the rugby finished, some terrible movie came on, though Jacob made no start to move. His arm across August's chest got a little tighter and rubbed over his pec, over his ribs. Subtle caresses that sent waves of electricity through August. He was warm, relaxed, and a pleasant hum began to spread to places August had neglected for years. Then Jacob shifted his weight underneath him, and August could feel something hard pressing into his lower back. He writhed a little, chasing more of that pleasant hum, not really meaning to, but unable to stop himself. Jacob's strong arm over his shoulder and across his chest held him in place. "August," he breathed, "I need to know what's okay before we go any further." August froze, and in that split second he knew he wanted more. "I want to feel alive." Jacob sighed quietly before kissing the side of August's head again. Then he nuzzled behind his ear, and August moaned. The sound surprised him, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He tilted his head, giving Jacob better access, and gripped Jacob's thigh. Jacob rolled his hips, and, oh yes, Jacob's erection pressed firmly into his back. Fuck. August groaned again. Then everything changed so fast. All of a sudden, August was somehow lying on his back on the sofa, completely manhandled and maneuvered to where Jacob obviously wanted him. Jacob was on top of him, looking down at him, his eyes searching, waiting for permission. August spread his thighs, slotting Jacob right where he wanted him. Their hard cocks pressed against each other, and Jacob captured his mouth with his own. He kissed him hard. August rolled his hips, searching for friction, searching for more. Every cell in August's body was alight with desire. Writhing, grinding, gripping on and digging his fingers into Jacob's back, on his ass, trying to pull him even closer. It was hot and heavy. Want and need. Jacob was strong and muscled. His whole body moved with every rock of his hips, with every delve of his tongue. He was the perfect mix of demanding and tender, commanding yet receptive. He was in charge, there was no doubt. He made everything else disappear. In that moment, the outside world didn't exist. No murder, no grief, no lies, no cover-ups. Every one of August's neurons was firing toward one single focus. Jacob. Everything built up so fast, compounded and escalated, like he'd reached the peak and couldn't take one more step without falling. His body was screaming at him to let go, but his mind said no. August put his hand to Jacob's chest and pushed him back, breaking their kiss. "Stop!" Jacob was panting, his lips swollen, his eyes dark. "Are you okay?" August cringed, embarrassed and uncomfortable. He was painfully hard, and Jacob was still pressed against him in the very best of ways. "I'm too close. Just give me a sec, or I'll come." Jacob bit his bottom lip and smirked. "Or I could undo your pants and make sure you do." Oh, fuck. August's eyes rolled back, and he tried to think of something else. But then Jacob was undoing his fly, and his warm hand gripped August's cock. And before August could say anything, before he could even think, Jacob's tongue was in his mouth as he pumped him, and August had no choice but to let go. Stars exploded behind his eyes, and pleasure tore through him, his orgasm hitting with a blinding force. He groaned as he came, spilling onto his stomach and over Jacob's hand. "Holy shit!" Jacob murmured, then knelt back and struggled to pull his own cock free. 2 quick pumps and he came with a strangled cry, his whole body jerked, his face a beautiful mask of ecstasy as he spilled onto August's belly. Then Jacob fell forward, collapsing onto August and chuckling into his neck. Fuck, that was so hot! August was stunned. Had this really just happened? Reality settled over him, and he wondered if things would be awkward now. Jacob pulled back, his eyes still dreamy, and he smiled lazily at August. "Stop overthinking." Then he kissed August again before jumping up to his feet. He grabbed August's hand and pulled him up. "I hope your shower fits 2 people. Well," he added, "it's going to fit 2 people. I just hope it's comfortable, because there's nothing worse than your ass touching cold tiles." August chuckled as he was led to the bathroom. He held up his pants with his free hand as they walked, but his shirt was now soiled. Jacob switched the bathroom light and the heat on, then opened the shower door and turned the water on too. He turned to August, and with a warm smile he unbuttoned his shirt, slowly, leaving it open. He ran his fingers through the hair on August's chest. "This is sexy," he whispered, before trailing his fingers lower, to the mess now cooling on his belly. "And this is sexy as fuck." August looked into his eyes, expecting to see humor there, but Jacob's gaze was intense and dark. He lifted August's chin with his finger and kissed him, pulling August's bottom lip between his own. When August leaned in for more, Jacob gave it to him, kissing him deep and holding his head, then running his hands down August's back, under the waistband of his pants and briefs, and he pushed them down. August pulled at Jacob's shirt, then his pants, and before long they both stood naked in front of one another. Jacob was fit and strong. His muscled frame was solid and well-defined. His arms and chest were broad. He had a flat stomach. Those damn V-lines people melted over. That August melted over. And his uncut cock hung low and half-hard. He was stunning. And August felt like a lump of coal next to a diamond. August was 12 years older, which wasn't a lot, but his beard had flecks of silver, as did the hair on his chest. He ran on a treadmill when he felt like it, and he wasn't pudgy at all, but he certainly wasn't fit like Jacob. Jacob put a gentle finger to the spot between August's eyebrows. "You get a line right here when you're overthinking." He planted a smiley kiss on August's lips. "I can almost hear the cogs turning." August's face heated, and he was grateful for the steam beginning to fill the room. Maybe Jacob wouldn't notice. "You're kind of beautiful," August mumbled. "It's hard not to compare." Jacob's expression hardened, and he took August's face in his hands, bringing their foreheads together. "You," he breathed, "are the perfect definition of a dilf, and you're covered in my cum, and that's the sexiest fucking thing I've ever seen." August gasped, and Jacob grinned. He turned August around and stepped him into the shower, following him in under the spray. August took the soap. What's a dilf?" Jacob put his hands on August's waist, pressed up against his back, and whispered low in his ear, "Daddy, I'd like to fuck." August squeaked, and squeezed the soap so hard he dropped it. They both froze. Then Jacob burst out laughing, and August couldn't help but chuckle as well. "I'll get it," Jacob said, kissing August's shoulder before crouching down to retrieve the soap. There wasn't much room, so he had to hold on to August as he reached for it. He kissed the small of his back. Then he ran the soap up his legs, washing him as he went. Then his ass, then his back, and when he was done he turned August around and did the front. And August realized then that things only got awkward when the kissing and touching stopped and reality stepped in. But the thing about Jacob was that he never stopped touching and kissing. There were no awkward moments because Jacob wasn't giving awkward a chance. Then it was August's turn to wash Jacob. Running his hands over him wasn't a hardship, and he noticed there was a galaxy of freckles across his shoulders. August ran a soapy hand over them, watching them disappear under the bubbles only to reappear when the spray of water rinsed them off. "More freckles," August murmured. Jacob turned around, grinning, torrents of water washing over him. "What is it with you and freckles?" "I don't know," August admitted with a laugh. "I've never noticed them on anyone in my entire life, until you." Jacob laughed. "Well, I'll take that as a compliment. And I've never made out with a guy with a beard in my entire life, until you." August blushed. "Oh." Jacob chuckled. "This is where you say, 'I'll take that as a compliment.'" "I'll take that as a compliment," August said, though they both knew he wouldn't. Jacob thumbed August's chin, scratching his beard. "And I'd like to think there might be some more making out yet. Pretty sure we're not done." August blushed. "Is that right?" "Absolutely." He shut the water off, and they got out and dried off. Jacob tied the towel off around his waist. "We probably should wash our clothes. Maybe we can make out some more while we wait for the machine to be done." "You asking or telling?" "Well," Jacob replied with a bit of a smirk, "normally I'd tell you. You said it before, I'm bossy. I like to take control. But you are the ranking officer, detective." "Since when has that ever mattered between us? You've told me how it's going to be from day one." Jacob's smile faded, and he put a hand on August's shoulder. "I also don't want to pressure you. If you say no or stop or slow, then that's what we do." They were back to the broken thing. It had been good to forget about it for a little while. "No," Jacob continued, "that's not what I meant." "I didn't say anything." "You didn't have to. You're pretty easy to read. Once you know what to look for." Jacob smiled, and he moved his hand up to cup his jaw. "How do you feel? Tell me honestly." "You're a very touchy-feely, talk-about-your-feelings kind of guy, aren't you?" "Guilty as charged on both counts. It's how I was raised. None of that miscommunication bullshit." August snorted. "Good to know. I'm more of a reclusive, stay silent and wallow kind of guy myself." "I know," Jacob said, giving him a gentle shake. "You still didn't answer me. Don't think I didn't realize. How are you feeling after what we did?" "Physically, I feel amazing. What we did, or rather, how you did it, was amazing." August was certain he was beet red. He cleared his throat. "I haven't done anything or been with anyone since Christopher, which must sound crazy to you." "Not at all. You shut yourself off. I get it." His smile was kind and patient. "And emotionally, how are you feeling?" Christ, he really was going to make him talk about his feelings. "Well, He wasn't sure how to say this. He found it easier not to make eye contact, so he leaned into Jacob's palm. "I actually feel pretty good. I kind of expected a dump of guilt, but so far so good. There's no guilt at all. It's more of a confirmation, I guess, that I'm ready to move on. Solving these cases will be the final moving on stage, and I think we're getting close, but right now, I'm feeling pretty good. It's a new feeling for me, so I'm wary of what it all means, but it's time." "I'm really glad to hear that," Jacob whispered before kissing August sweetly. Then he took a step back and scooped up all their dirty clothes. August didn't notice how his shoulders stretched, or how his biceps flexed, or how the towel sat low in his waist, how his ribs and traps all bulged and slid under his skin. He didn't notice any of that. Jacob's smile widened to a grin. "Are you checking me out?" August looked him up and down again, then waved his hand up and down generally, signifying head to foot. "You can't blame me. Christ, look at you." "Well, you're in luck. We can put this washing on, then you can check me out all you like while we wait for it to be done. Oh, and I need to brush my teeth because minty kisses are the best. Where's your laundry room?" August laughed and shook his head at how incredibly normal it felt, how completely natural it was to be with Jacob like this. "Come this way." With the washing on, August went into his room to get dressed, but was surprised when Jacob followed him in, now carrying his small suitcase. Before he could ask what he was doing, Jacob said, "Figured I could stay in here. That way we can kiss and cuddle until we fall asleep, and you can't lie in bed by yourself and overthink shit. And I can wake you up at 5 o'clock for a morning jog." "Morning jog?" August asked. "Kiss and cuddle?" "Yes, as in a jog in the morning as opposed to afternoon or nighttime jog, and yes, kiss and cuddle. Are those descriptors a bit weird? What about make out until we fall asleep? Is that better? I have to say I'm more of a kiss and cuddle kind of guy." August stared at him. Then a bubble of laughter escaped him. I'm okay with that kiss and cuddle thing. I just wasn't expecting it, to be honest." He took out a pair of briefs, and keeping his towel tied around his waist, he pulled his underpants up. Jacob, on the other hand, flung his towel off and stood there in all his naked glory and pulled up some boxer briefs. "What?" he asked when he caught August staring. He adjusted himself and grinned. "It's nothing you haven't seen before, or showered with." August's cheeks heated, and Jacob laughed. They grabbed their phones, brushed their teeth, and went back into August's bedroom. Jacob went to the far side of the bed, pulled back the covers and slid in. "This okay?" August turned the bedside lamp on. "Too bad if it wasn't." Jacob froze, his expression horrified. "No, but seriously, is it okay? If it's not, I'll understand. I mean, I don't want to overstep boundaries." August snorted. "That's funny." He switched the ceiling light off and went back to the bed. "I was beginning to think you didn't have any boundaries." Jacob lay down and patted the bed next to him. "I have them. They're just a little free range." August got into bed, and as soon as he was close enough, Jacob pulled him into his arms. He slotted into the crook of his arm, his head on Jacob's chest, and Jacob's arm around him. He wasn't joking when he'd said, "Cuddle." "Is this one of your free-range boundaries?" Jacob chuckled, and the sound resonated in August's ear. "See, with you there's a fine line. I need to be a little hands-on because you're so reserved. If I didn't invite myself into your bed, you'd be staring at the ceiling right now, doubting every single thing we've done. Isn't this better?" August sighed. Because those were truths he certainly couldn't argue. "It is." Except he wouldn't be doubting every single thing they'd done. He'd be wondering what happened from here. August really liked Jacob. Yes, he was bossy and had the habit of ordering food on his behalf, which wasn't a terrible flaw, but he also had a habit of telling him how things were going to be. "You're staying at my place. You're going for a jog with me. I'm sleeping in your bed." Maybe he was right. Maybe August needed him to be so forthright, because Lord knows if it was up to August, none of those things would happen. But he couldn't help but wonder what kind of future they could have together. And why was he even thinking future? Why couldn't he just enjoy this for what it was? Why did he have to overthink it and possibly ruin it? He'd known Jacob for all of 4 days, and he lived 700 kilometers away. Jacob chuckled and rolled them over so he was on top of him. Jacob searched his eyes. "Stop overthinking. I can literally hear those cogs turning. Yeah, you just need me to kiss you till you stop thinking," he murmured as he kissed him. And it wasn't a quick kiss. It was slow and languid, all gentle tongue and unhurried lips. August's legs fell open, and Jacob smiled into their kiss. August couldn't bring himself to care. They never sought more. There was no climb to climax or pressure for anything else, just making out, lazy and lovely. And when Jacob rolled them to their sides, he held August close and snuggled in with his eyes closed and a serene smile on his face. August had to wonder if this was somehow a dream, if this was in any way real. "Stop thinking, Aug," Jacob mumbled. "Go to sleep." August chuckled and nestled down into Jacob's warm hold. He closed his eyes, marveling in the warmth, the intimacy, the sound of another man's heartbeat in his ear, and for the first time in far too many years, fell into a blissful sleep. The morning jog wasn't as bad as August thought it would be. He was nowhere near as fit as Jacob, though he held up okay. He did, however, make a mental note to hit the treadmill more often. "Who needs coffee when you can have a cardiac arrest instead?" August joked as he flicked the kettle on. Jacob toed out of his sneakers. "It wasn't that bad. You kept up just fine." "Because you ran half the distance at half the pace you normally would." "That's so not true." August shook his head. "You're a terrible liar, Jacob." He smiled, but his brow furrowed a little. "You could call me Jake, you know." August put 2 coffee mugs on the counter. "Could I?" "Well, yeah," he said with a bit of a shrug. August had never seen him so unsure. His bolstered confidence was nowhere to be seen. "I mean, if you want, most people call me Jake, like friends and family, and I think maybe at work not so much. I usually get Porter or Senior Constable. Sometimes just Jacob. But I feel like I'm in trouble when you say it. Not quite like my mum full-naming me and dragging me back to the shop when I was 6, but you know." "She dragged you back to the shop?" "By the ear." He nodded slowly, and proceeded to kick my ass all the way there. Do you know how hard it is to hold on to someone's ear and kick them in the pants? August chuckled. "What did you do?" "Stole a cherry ripe." August feigned a gasp and put his hand to his chest. "You little criminal!" Jacob chuckled. "She made me tell Mr. Summer what I'd done and apologize. I couldn't even speak, I was crying so much. I thought I was going to go to jail." August laughed. "I knew I liked your mum." "Gee, thanks. It scared the shit out of me. Never stole another thing in my life. Never ate another cherry ripe either." Shame, I like them. Taste like delinquency and hard jail time to me. August burst out laughing, and he was still smiling as he handed Jacob his coffee. For you. Thanks. He sipped it and sighed. So, can you say it or not? Say what? My name. Jacob. You know what I mean. August tried not to smile. Senior Constable Porter. Ah, comedian Detective Shaw. August laughed again. Okay, Jake it is. He grinned, sipped his coffee and sighed. Say it again. Don't push your luck. Jacob laughed this time, just as his phone rang. He raised an eyebrow and answered, Morning, Constable Deans. What can I do for you? August could hear the hum of her voice, but not the words. But Jake's frown told him it wasn't good. Is it official? We saw him. Sorry, Detective Shaw and I saw him at approximately 1500 hours, just as the storm hit. He was waiting for us to leave so he could lock the gate, and he said he had to stay there until 5. We gave him a bag of bread rolls to eat because it was cold and pissing rain. Wait, what? They'd given a bag of bread to Constable McNeil, who'd been left in charge of locking the gate at the national park where the 2 bodies were found. Was what official? Yes, tell Hirsch that. Or I can call him if he wants an official statement. Yeah, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Keep me posted. He clicked off the call, his expression serious. Constable McNeil is missing. His girlfriend called the station yesterday, saying he didn't come home the night before last. No one's heard from him or seen him. The night before last? Yeah, yesterday was his rostered day off. He wasn't expected for duty until this morning, and he was a no-show. Not going home after work was out of character, but not going to work or even phoning in, that's a red flag right there. It's close enough to 40 hours. They've called it. He's officially missing. Fuck. We saw him when we left the park. He was locking that gate in the pouring rain, remember? August nodded. Yeah, we gave him the bread. Yep. Jake frowned. We could have been the last people to see him. I need to call Hirsch. Good idea, August said. I'll go shower. He left Jacob to make the phone call in private and took a quick shower. McNeil was missing. He was just a kid, looked barely older than 20, and if his disappearance was linked to their other cases, more than likely the culprit had to be someone local, or someone visiting, or someone watching the police activity, waiting for the last car to leave the park that day, waiting for McNeil to be alone. There was also the chance that his disappearance had nothing at all to do with their cases, although August didn't like the odds on that. He was far too cynical, and 23 years as a cop taught him that coincidences were rarely that. When he went back out, Jake was on the couch, turning his phone in his hand as he stared out the window at another cold winter day. What did he say? August prompted. Jake shook his head a little, snapping himself free of whatever mind trap he was in. Not much more than Dean's. I told Hirsch we spoke to McNeil, and he confirmed he was leaving at 5. I said we didn't see him leave. He was in a cop car and they're trackable. They're running a trace now. Christ. I told Hirsch you can verify everything I told him. Yeah, of course. August hated seeing him so sullen. You okay, Jake? He almost smiled at August calling him that. Yeah, it's not going to be just a coincidence, is it? August frowned. Not likely to be, no. His gaze met August's. Well, if it is our guy and he's killing cops now, he's getting desperate. But McNeil's as straight gets. He doesn't fit the MO at all. So maybe it's not our guy. August gave a nod. Possibly. Though he has changed before. Maybe this is another change of direction. Maybe it was a crime of opportunity rather than planning. Maybe McNeil saw something. I don't know. Maybe he'll turn up after getting absolutely shit-faced somewhere, totally embarrassed, and will end up doing desk duty until he retires. God, I hope so. Me too. August tried to smile for him. Go and have a shower, and I'll rustle up something for breakfast. Jake disappeared, and August set about making fresh coffee and scrambled eggs on toast. He was just about done when his phone rang. Caller ID told him it was Nina. "Hello, Nina," he said. "August?" She sounded a little curt and distracted. "I take it you've heard about McNeil?" "What?" "McNeil, the constable from Coffs Harbour who's missing." She snapped at someone, probably some poor intern. "Of course I've heard about it. Every cop in the district is searching for him. How'd you hear about it? I thought you went home." "I did. I'm in Sydney with Jacob Porter. He's helping me with some case details. Our cases are linked." "That's what I'm calling about." "Oh?" "Yeah. I just got notified that 6 of my cases are being reviewed." "Shit. So much for keeping her out of it." "And how does that make me look, August? Jesus." "You should want them reviewed, Nina." "I didn't miss anything." "You didn't miss anything because you didn't know what to look for. Now we have something else to focus on, a possible tracer. Isn't it worth another look?" "And what's so significant about phenolactic acid and amine tryptamine?" Wait a second. Nina knew what 2 elements the evidence request was looking for. "How do you know what they're looking for?" "Bartlett told me." "Bartlett? How the hell is he involved in this? I requested a different lab. No offense, but I needed fresh eyes on this." "What is looking for acid metabolites of the trace amines going to tell you?" She paused. "And who the hell told you to look for it?" "Come on, Nina. You know I can't tell you that." He sighed. "All I'm saying is this untraceable drug isn't so untraceable, and believe me when I say this, if it's what I think it could be, it's not good. Actually, it's about as bad as it gets." She sighed. "August, you asked me to find you the missing piece of evidence that proved these were homicides. So that's what I did." Nina didn't reply to that, but it was probably just as well, because Jake walked back out, freshly showered and wearing his uniform. He was carrying his boots and coat and dumped them onto the couch. Nina," August said, "I have to go." "Yes, okay, August." She paused, hesitant and wary. "What are the chances of you letting this go?" August stopped, and he frowned at her tone. "Absolutely nil." The call disconnected, and Jake was staring at him. "Well, that's not your happy face." August shook his head. No, it's not." Chapter 16. Jake didn't like the hard set of August's eyes. Something was wrong. "You said Nina?" August nodded. "She knows something." "Like what?" "She knew we'd put in an evidence review request and what we're looking for." Jake couldn't hide his surprise. "What? How?" "She said Bartlett told her." "Bartlett?" August shrugged. "He's the director. He must have seen the overview." He dished up the scrambled egg onto buttered toast and handed over a fresh cup of coffee. "I don't know, but something about Nina. She sounded off. She did say every cop's out looking for McNeil, so that's something. Good. I hope they find him." "Alive." "Yeah, alive and well." Jake blew out a low breath. "I kind of feel hopeless being this far away." August's face softened. "I know. It's not easy, but they have everyone up there looking and doing all they can. If we can find some missing information or a new lead, then we're helping." Jake nodded. August was right. Didn't make it any easier, though. Trying to shift mental gears, he took a mouthful of egg. This is good." "You sound surprised." Jake smiled as he ate another bite. "Hardly. I think I'm out of surprises when it comes to you." Watching August Shaw blush and cringe over compliments was endearing, and a little sad that compliments were so foreign to him. But he smiled in a way Jake was sure he hadn't smiled in a long time, and that was worth so much more. "So," Jake went on, "what's on our agenda this morning?" "Anything you need to do?" Jake smirked. "I can think of a few things, but I meant about the case." August's blush deepened, which he tried to hide behind his coffee cup. I need to make some follow-up calls and see if I can hurry some things along. The missing persons report search should have something by now. Are we heading back to HQ? I'd rather not. We have the case files and I have remote access to my desk computer from my laptop if I have to. So I could get changed out of this uniform, Jake said, half joking. Or you could leave it on, August replied, then blushed again. Jake barked out a laugh, his eyes wide. Oh, you do like it. I thought I caught you eyeing me up the other day. August rolled his eyes. Shut up. You know how well you fill out that shirt. And the pants. Don't even act like you don't know. Jake grinned. And the pants too. August cleared his throat. Is that what I said? I can't remember. Jake laughed as he took his plate to the sink. I definitely recall you saying that, yeah. He stepped in close, much closer than he needed to, and leaned around August to collect his empty plate. Is there a particular angle you like, front or back? August grumbled something inaudible, though his cheeks were still a flushed pink. Jake leaned against the counter facing him and crossed his arms, which might have possibly flexed his biceps a little. You know, Jake murmured, checking his watch, we don't technically start work for another 30 minutes. Is that so? August whispered. He seemed to be having a little difficulty in making eye contact. So, of course, Jake pushed off from the counter and stepped in front of August. His feet on the outside of August's, their fronts almost touching. Jake put his palms to August's cheeks, ran them down his neck to his chest. 30 minutes is a long time, Jake breathed. I could go to my knees right now. August's breath hitched, and when Jake began to slowly undo his belt, August never stopped him. Jake kept their gazes locked as he unhurriedly went to his knees, and August groaned. But he was more than willing when Jake took him into his mouth. And when he was done and Jake stood, very pleased with himself, August hurried to return the favor. You don't have to, Jake said. I don't expect anything in return. I want to, August said quickly, though it's been a long time since. I might need some practice. 22 minutes later, they fell onto the couch, all chuckles and sated smiles, and mostly ready to begin their workday. Jake could also happily confirm that August remembered just fine, better than fine, like holy shit fine, though if he wanted to keep practicing, Jake wouldn't say no. For the next hour, while August waited for people to call him back, they cross-referenced each case to the officers listed in the reports. August had already done this, but now they suspected a cop might have had access to or stolen the P7849. They needed to check just how far and wide the ripples in the corruption pond might have spread. But it wasn't just cops who had access to the evidence stores. When the evidence location was changed, specialized contracted movers were hired. The highly classified security checks notwithstanding, it widened the search exponentially. There were also clerks, lawyers, cleaning staff, maintenance staff, even the company and contractors for the state-of-the-art ventilation system. Their search didn't just widen, it became a lot of ripples in a lot of different ponds. Jake's phone vibrated on the coffee table, and Mum appeared on the screen. Jake hit the answer button, then speakerphone. Hey, Mum, everything okay? Oh, yes, love. Where are you? In Sydney still. He frowned at August. Why? Oh, thank goodness. I was worried. Mum, what's going on? There's been a lot of cop cars going through town, and I mean a lot, Jake, all headed up toward the reserve, I think. They've been flying through town like something's wrong, love. I was worried about you, that's all. Jake had a sinking feeling in his gut. I'm fine, Mum. Another incoming call showed on screen. This time it was Dean's. Mum, I have to go. I'll call soon. He pressed end call and then answered Dean's call. He put her on loudspeaker. He didn't even bother with niceties. Please tell me it's good news. They found his body, Jake, Dean said, her voice quiet. Fuck. August's face fell and he closed his eyes. Jake felt as if his heart was made of lead. Where was he? You know where they found the other two bodies? Dean's replied. August's face shot up, his gaze intense. Yeah? Further up the track, near the dam. Well, that didn't make any sense. But he was locking the gate when we left. His patrol car was on the outside of the gate. He was supposed to wait on the outside of the park to make sure no one got curious. Yeah, Jake. Her tone told Jake he wasn't going to like what was coming next. It was self-inflicted and there was a note, she whispered. And Jake could feel the blood drain from his face because he knew what was coming next. And he had a silver cross. August shot to his feet, his expression grim and wild. He began to pace while Jake couldn't even get his thoughts in order. Hirsch said you need to come back right now, Deans went on. It's a madhouse up here, Jake. His mind was still spinning. Yeah, okay, of course. I'll be on the next flight. I'll book it for you and email the details. Just get your ass to the airport. Thanks, Deans. Jake disconnected the call, and August stared at him, still looking grim and wild, but now he looked pissed off, too. He killed a cop. He just killed a fucking cop. He pulled at his hair. McNeil was just a kid. He was just a goddamn kid who was just happy to eat some fresh-baked bread. Christ, do you know what this means? Jake shook his head. What? The killer was up there. The killer was there, probably watching us while we worked those scenes, and when you found the second body. Now he's letting us know he was watching and that he's still in charge. The body was found near the dam where you and I went. He was watching us then. Jake's breakfast suddenly wasn't sitting so well in his stomach. August went back to pacing and took his phone from his pocket, pressed the screen, and put his phone to his ear. Detective Shaw calling for Reinhardt. Still pacing, still grim and pissed, he met Jake's gaze. He kept his phone to his ear but spoke to Jake. This changes everything. This isn't good. He's showing off or he's pissed off or he's getting desperate, but either way he's escalated, and that's not good. He killed someone else, a cop no less. He's teaching us a lesson, because we were right there. He stopped pacing and spoke into his phone. Hey boss, yeah, it's me. The cop on the mid-north coast who was missing? Well, they just found him. Yeah, supposedly self-inflicted, but I doubt it. It's the same MO, boss. We've got another body in this case, and this time the victim's a cop. I need to be there. I'm requesting permission to join Senior Constable Porter at the scene. He listened to whatever Reinhardt had to say, then scowled at his phone. What do you mean, denied? What? He wasn't allowed. This was his freaking case. August's gaze shot to Jake's. Rage burned in his eyes and his jaw was clenched. His knuckles were white around the phone. I contacted Chief Inspector McCulloch because his name came up in an evidence report as the lead detective. He's still on active duty, so of course I called him first. He seethed as he listened. What exactly is the issue here? What don't you want me to find? He barked out a humorless laugh at whatever Reinhardt replied with. With all due respect, this is my case. And I'm starting to think I've been blindsided for years by the department, deliberately given dead ends and false leads, so I'd do nothing but chase my goddamn tail. But he's not just killing gay men now, he's killing cops, so you'd think someone would fucking care. He ran his hand through his hair, frustrated and pissed off. That's bullshit and you know it. Well, if Reinhardt didn't like the way Jake had spoken to him yesterday, he sure as hell wasn't going to like August swearing at him. August's face was red with anger, but after Reinhardt spoke next, he got real calm. And for Jake, that was scarier than someone who yelled and swore. You know what? August said, nice and calm, sugar-sweet and placating. You're absolutely right. No, I'm agreeing with you, 100%. He smiled at Jake, though his jaw still ticked, and his nostrils flared. It wasn't a happy face. Sure thing. I'll be back at my desk this afternoon. He disconnected the call and took the deepest breath, then another. Jake was on his feet and went to him. He took August's phone from him before he smashed it against a wall and tossed it gently onto the couch. Breaking your phone won't fix anything. Jake was aiming for a smile, but August couldn't quite manage it. So Jake put a hand around the back of August's neck and made him look him in the eye. Tell me what he said. McCulloch called him directly, said I was asking questions about missing evidence, and Reinhardt's pissed because I didn't notify him first. He denied your request to come with me, Jake prompted. He's trying to block me, August whispered, or sideline me, or send me on one wild goose chase after another. This has been going on for 8 years. I've been trying to get someone to listen to me for 8 fucking years. Then you need to get their attention another way, Jake said. August stared at him, and Jake could see a light spark in his eyes. He was definitely concocting a plan. Yeah, maybe I do. Jake put his forehead to August's. I know you want to bust some heads, but you need to tread carefully. Now more than ever. Don't get fired. Don't get suspended. Benching you is one thing, and it might seem like they're trying to derail your investigation. There will be ways around that. But closing down your cases completely or putting you on leave or transferring you, that will see a permanent end to everything you've worked for. August closed his eyes. I know. He sighed. His anger and frustration seemed to melt away. Thank you, little voice of reason. Jake chuckled and kissed him. It was soft and slow and tasted a lot like goodbye. When Jake ended the kiss, August's face fell. I don't want you to go. Jake grinned at that. Such a small admission from this man who never spoke about his feelings felt like a milestone. Well, those jeans of mine you borrowed, I'm going to leave them here, totally by accident, and you'll have to bring them up when you visit. The corner of August's lips curled upward. When I visit? Yeah. We get 4-day weekends every 2 weeks. We need to synchronize that shit. August smirked. It would be more economical to mail them. The jeans, that is. Jake gripped his face, their foreheads still pressed together. You will get your ass on a plane, detective, you hear? You're being bossy again. Jake chuckled. I thought I was the little voice of reason. You're a bossy little voice of reason. Maybe every second visit I could come here. I'm not opposed to going out to fancy city restaurants for romantic dinners. I will allow you to wine and dine me. You'll allow me? I'm generous like that. A generous little bossy voice of reason. Got it. Jake kissed him again, slower and deeper this time. If they'd had more time, it was the kind of kiss that would lead to more. August held him tight, and even when Jake broke the kiss, August seemed reluctant to let him go. Jake knew this was harder for August. He'd finally, after so many years, opened his life to someone. He'd opened his mind and heart to the prospect of being with someone new, and now Jake had to leave. Hey, Jake whispered. He lightly scratched August's beard, searching his eyes. It's not goodbye. You'll be seeing me again, I promise. Next rostered days off, right? August replied, though he hardly sounded convincing, as though he thought Jake had given him the don't call me, I'll call you line. I'm not bullshitting you, August Shaw. I'll pay for your tickets, Jake said. Just then his phone beeped with a message with his flight details. He sighed and showed the screen to August. But right now I need to get to the airport. August scrubbed his hand over his face. I'm just going to assume Deans doesn't know you're in Parramatta right now, or where Parramatta is in relation to the airport. I can catch the train if that's easier, Jake said. August looked a little offended. Or I could drive you? Jake smiled, but it was the mention of that seemed to remind them both that Constable McNeil had been found dead, and they both still had jobs to do. I wish I could go with you, August whispered. I'll be sending you a copy of the file as soon as I get to the office. The cases are linked. They can't argue that. August frowned. It's not just that. He searched Jake's eyes. The killer is more than likely still there. Jake gave him a wide grin. And apparently every cop from the northern half of the state is in Tallowood. The killer isn't going to be that stupid. August smiled. He's not stupid, Jacob, but he will be scared and desperate and probably feel like a fox caught in a henhouse. Jacob, I've had your tongue and your dick in my mouth, and I slept in your bed. I'm also buying you plane tickets so we can have romantic weekends together. So I think you can stick with calling me Jake." A smile eventually won out. "Romantic weekends, huh?" "Yeah, it's a nicer way to say we'll be spending our days off together in bed." August blushed a little. "Is that right?" 100%. And if you think I'm bossy out of the bedroom—" August's blush deepened as he cast his eyes downward, but he couldn't hide his smile. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay what?" He looked up at him, a little confused. "Okay, Jake," Jake answered for him. "Okay, Jake," August repeated. Then he searched his eyes, his smile fading slowly. "Just promise me you'll be careful." Jake was going to make another joke, but given August had lost Christopher to this killer, and it had blown his whole life to hell, he simply nodded instead. "Yeah, of course. I'll call you with every lead, every detail. We're going to catch this asshole, August. We're close, I can feel it." August gave the barest of nods. "If you need to be on that plane, we better get moving." Jake threw his few things into his bag, deliberately leaving his jeans behind, and they made their way to the airport. Traffic was shit, and August spent most of the drive speeding and swearing, which was probably a good thing because it left little room for him to overthink anything. When they arrived at the terminal, he pulled up in the no parking zone, which was also a good thing because it left no room for small talk. "Just as well we don't have time for goodbyes," Jake joked, "because that's not what this is. I'll call you tonight, and we can discuss work rosters and days off." Then he leaned over the console for a kiss, but August didn't lean in. He was frowning out the window, obviously trying to avoid eye contact and goodbyes. So Jake reached over, grabbed August's collar, yanked him over, and planted a kiss on his lips. A non-goodbye kiss. Jake opened his door and got out, grabbed his bag off the back seat, and laughed at August's stunned expression. He was all wide eyes, flushed cheeks, and a half smile, and it made Jake's heart bang against his ribs. "I know you're planning something, just don't go pissing Reinhardt off," Jake said through the window. "Well, any more than you already have. Try not to swear at him again today, at least." August smirked. "Your advice is duly noted. Thanks." Jake laughed and tapped the turret of the car as his goodbye. August drove off, and Jake disappeared into the throes of travelers, all headed for check-in. Though it was such a rush to get to his gate, he didn't even have time to think about the shitstorm he was going home to until he stepped onto the plane and saw that Bartlett was seated 3 rows back. Chapter 17. August cleared the traffic at the airport and found the first quiet side street he could pull over in, shoved the car in park and took a deep breath, trying to get his thoughts in order. Was he just about to do this again? Was he just about to jeopardize his whole career for this case? For the victims long forgotten by the world? For the lives he could save in the future if this was stopped right here and now? For young McNeil, the latest victim, who died doing his job? For Mustafa and Simon and Miles, Jason, David, Mark, Philippe, Perry and Tristan? And for Christopher. Always Christopher. And now August had Jake to think about. Not just his personal relationship with him, but Jake's career as well. August was about to ring a bell that could not be unrung. What choice did he have, though? He was being thwarted at every turn by his own department because someone, somewhere, had something to hide, and the only way to find out who and what that was to blow the whole thing wide open and apply pressure from every angle. So yes, he was going to do this. He had no other choice. He scrolled through his phone contacts and found the name he was after, and he pressed call. "Linden?" The gruff voice answered. "Hello, Philip Linden. I'm not sure if you remember me. My name is August Shaw, Detective August Shaw." "Of course I remember you." It sounded like he shuffled the phone and perhaps moved to a quieter spot. "The last time we spoke, you gave me a front-page headline." August didn't smile. Can we meet somewhere?" "Absolutely." I can be in the city in 15 minutes. Are you still on Harris Street?
Sure am. Give me 20 minutes. I'll meet you up the block and around the corner on Thomas Street.
The line went dead, and August tried to bolster himself. He was doing the right thing. He just had 20 minutes to convince himself to go through with it, and by the time he got through 5 miles of roadworks, he found Thomas Street and he knew why Lyndon had chosen it. There were about 200 university students scurrying up and down the footpath. He pulled the car over in a no-stopping zone, and before he could even begin to scan the faces of the crowd, the passenger door opened and Lyndon slipped in.
"Morning,"
he said, seeming pleased by August's surprise.
"It's been, 8 years? And you haven't changed one bit. More handsome, though. The silver in your beard would melt the hot pants off the go-go boys at Dusty's."
August smiled and pulled the car out into traffic.
"Haven't been in Dusty's in 8 years. I know, I'd remember you."
Lyndon also hadn't changed too much. The lines around his mouth were a little deeper, his lips were thinner, and his hair would be greyer if it weren't dyed brown, but his eyes still had that glittery green that August remembered well. It also helped that his stage name was Emeralda Iris.
"So, August,"
Lyndon said, like he enjoyed the way his name sounded,
"how have the last 8 years been treating you?"
The last 8 had been pretty damn awful, if he was being honest, but the last week had sweetened it a bit.
"Tough. It's been hard, since Christopher's death. But maybe it's looking up, I don't know." "Sweetheart, I know what it's like to lose a loved one,"
Lyndon said, and August recalled a conversation they'd had all those years ago. When August had explained that Christopher had died, Lyndon had understood the loss, because the love of his life had died of AIDS in the late 80s.
"But looking at life through a monochrome lens is the saddest part of all. We queers were given the rainbow for a reason, honey. You must live your life."
August smiled, because that was kind of how he felt. That his life, since Christopher had died, had been monochrome. Black and white and 100 shades of grey. No vibrancy, no flashes of colour or bursts of light, except now there was Jacob, and maybe the monochrome filter was starting to fade out a little.
"I'm working on that,"
August admitted.
"Small steps."
And August had to remind himself this small ray of sunshine after a decade of miserable rain wasn't hinged entirely on Jacob. Sorry, Jake, not Jacob. Their relationship, if it could even be called a relationship, was too new for August to pin the entirety of his happiness on Jake being in his life. But Jake had shown August that the rain clouds were finally clearing and that it was okay. It was time for some sunshine in his life, because he knew all too well that for a flower to bloom it required both rain and sun. So no, it wasn't hinged entirely on Jake. But God, August wanted it to be him. Which was crazy and premature, but damn, there was something about him.
"You still with me, honey?"
Lyndon said with a smile.
"I lost you there for a moment. Should you be driving?"
August chuckled and shook off his thoughts of Jake.
"Yeah, I'm fine."
He realized then he'd taken them back through the city and were heading toward Oxford Street. Subconsciously, he was drawn to where he felt he belonged.
"So, are you going to tell me what you called me for?" Lyndon asked. "Or are we headed to Dusty's for old time's sake?"
Here goes nothing. God, August felt like he was walking a tightrope. "Okay, so what I'm about to tell you is kind of big. It's going to be really big. And Lyndon, before I tell you anything, you need to know that this information could be dangerous to know."
"I'm listening."
"It's about the murders I told you about last time."
"The same murders?"
August nodded. "But there's more. There's 11 now. That we know of, possibly more. Same killer or killers. I can't be certain yet."
"Serial killers? That's a higher body count than Ivan Millat," Lyndon whispered. "Christ almighty, how is this not common knowledge? Is it to protect the public? Because I'd think they have the right to know who to be on the lookout for."
"It's not the public they're protecting. Someone's covering this up." Lyndon's eyes went wide.
"Legitimately covering it up? Like underground mafia-style cover-ups?"
"I can't say for sure who is protecting whom here.
I wouldn't even like to guess. But there's missing police evidence relating to these cases, and one count of a falsified evidence report that I know of."
August didn't want to name the P7849 specifically, or how it was entered in as evidence in 1998, but had since disappeared. Well, disappeared from records. Someone had it. August just wasn't sure who.
"But you're telling me because you don't trust other cops in your command,"
Lyndon deduced. August didn't have to answer that. Lyndon had been a journo longer than August had been a cop. He knew how to read between the lines. "The latest victim died yesterday. He was a cop. He was just a fucking kid, Lyndon, and maybe he witnessed something he shouldn't have, or someone." Lyndon's eyes were wide.
"Fuck, this is...
"Not even the half of it," August said. "I'll tell you everything you need to know, but there's something I need to hit the public with first, and it's important. I have the feeling that for the last 8 years, I've been boxed in and only fed information that my superiors want me to know. I can't seem to get a straight answer from anyone in my department, so I figure asking the public is my only chance before...
Before what?
Before this guy kills again. Or before my boss shuts me down."
"Christ."
Lyndon shook his head in disbelief.
"Okay. What is it?"
It was after 1 when August finally fell into his desk chair in his tiny office. He hadn't seen Reinhardt yet, though he didn't doubt he'd have been told as soon as August set foot in the building. He slid his phone onto the desk and turned his computer on when he noticed a small pop-up screen. "You last logged on..." He snatched up his phone and was quick enough to grab a photo before the notice disappeared. Someone else had logged onto his computer this morning. But why? All his files were accessible from any records department in the state police system, so what the hell were they looking for? Or, August realized, what did they plant? And August's tiny office felt even smaller, like the walls were closing in on him. He'd never suffered from claustrophobia before, but this was starting to feel like it. It wasn't the walls that were closing in on him, or the filing cabinets, or the whiteboard Jake had been writing on. It was the people he worked with, worked for, the whole goddamn system. That blue line he'd spent his whole adult life defending felt as though it was tightening around his chest. He stared at the screen on his phone, trying to pluck up the courage to make a call he never thought he'd ever make. Not in a million years. Not once before this very moment did he ever think he'd have to. But then his phone rang in his hand, and even on silent the vibration scared the shit out of him. Until he saw the name on the screen. He hit answer. "Jacob? What have I said about you calling me that? I'd almost prefer you calling me Porter or Senior Constable." August's smile was instantaneous, as was the relief. "Jake," he replied. "You get home okay?" "Well, Tallow would, yes. Haven't had a chance to get home yet." "How is it?" Jake drew in a deep breath. "Deans wasn't joking when she said there are a lot of cops here. It's Hirsch's worst nightmare come true. Kenny's called rank and he's overseeing command, so you can just imagine how happy Hirsch is about that." "Have you seen the body yet? Can you confirm he had the note and the cross?" "I've seen photos. He was slumped up against a tree trunk about 10 meters from the tree line west of the dam. The cross and the note were in his breast pocket. The razor on the ground at his thigh. August, the note..." "Yeah?" "Was written on the bread bag we gave him." August's breath left him in a rush. Fucking hell. He was, taken to the coroner in cuffs. Schneider's examining the body as we speak. It sounded like Jake rubbed his hand over his face. "He was still in uniform, August. He never left that night, when we left him in the rain at the gate. He went back inside and never left." "Oh my God." "Police are interviewing everyone in town, basically. Anyone who can't verify where they were when that storm hit goes onto a shortlist for further questioning." "Christ. And there's something else you should know," he said quietly. "Bartlett was on my plane. He's in cuffs, and I'd bet anything you like he's with Schneider right now. They were already saying it was an obvious suicide. His wrist was slashed lengthways down the arm like all the others. But he had his Glock, August.
Why not use that? It doesn't add up.
And that little blue line got a little tighter around August's chest.
Christ, Jake, something's not right. I agree. There's a lot of cops here, he whispered, but no one's talking. I don't know, maybe it's just because it was a cop who died. They knew him. I knew him. But everyone's real quiet, August. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Something's wrong, Jake. I don't know what. I don't know who. But we're likely to find out today. August let out a long breath.
I think I did something stupid.
Jake was quiet for a second.
Like what?
I can't tell you. I don't want to implicate you, but believe me, you'll know soon enough. He dug the heel of his free hand into his eye socket to try and quell the headache that was forming.
And I think I'm going to do something probably even stupider yet. Aug, what are you talking about? What do you mean stupid? Because that kind of talk scares me.
No, nothing life-threatening. Sorry. I should have chosen my words better. August sighed. But how did he say what he needed to say without being overheard? These walls had ears and eyes, and August had no idea just how far up the lack of trust went.
I'm not sure how to say this. There's a stench in the foundation of this building, Jake. Something's rotting away, and the structural integrity isn't right.
Jake was silent, and August gave him time to process what he wasn't saying.
I hear you, he whispered. I don't like it, but I hear you.
I don't like it either. Actually, it makes me feel kinda sick. But someone logged into my computer this morning when I wasn't here.
What?
Someone in this building.
What the hell were they looking for?
I don't know. I'm more worried about them putting something on my hard drive. I didn't log in. I wasn't game enough to.
Fucking hell, he breathed.
Am I being paranoid? Do I sound crazy? Because I'm beginning to think my hold on reality might be a little tenuous. Jacob let out a breath, and the sound, even through the phone, was comforting.
You're not paranoid or crazy, August. Not for 1 second.
I gotta do something. I have to tell someone and make this official. I need the records to show I wasn't complicit in this.
Please be careful.
August smiled at that. For the longest time he hadn't had anyone in his life who cared enough to say something like that to him.
You too. I'll let you know as soon as I hear about Schneider's findings.
I already know what she's going to say, especially with Bartlett breathing down her neck. Suicide or inconclusive.
That's bullshit.
August nodded. I know.
We'll talk soon.
Okay.
I'm still not saying goodbye.
August smiled despite himself. Because that's not what this is, right?
You're such a fast learner, detective, Jake replied with a laugh. Talk soon.
And the line went dead. August was left smiling, holding his phone, knowing what he had to do, and knowing it would most likely be the end of his career, but knowing he would probably do it anyway. He was about to call the Professional Standards Command, and that was something that would follow him for the rest of his life. The PSC was the Internal Integrity Command of the police. They oversaw possible corruption and cover-ups within the department, and once he made this call, there was no going back. Nobody liked to snitch, even if his concerns were found to be legitimate, and even if the commissioner thanked him for taking a stand against corruption. August knew damn well there'd be a few thousand cops who would despise him for it. Telling the media and asking the public for help was one thing. Calling the PSC was another beast altogether. Maybe what Lyndon was about to release to the public would be enough for now. Maybe August wouldn't have to contact the PSC directly. Maybe they'd see the news bulletin and launch their own investigation. Maybe he'd get labeled a whistleblower and a snitch, and maybe he'd get fired for what he'd told Lyndon. August sat there, staring at Jacob's whiteboard for a long moment. He'd drawn a timeline and added names and dates, and he'd circled the word coroner. Where was he going with that? Why circle that word? August knew Jake was wary of Nina. He'd asked if August trusted her, and August had admitted to not liking Bartlett, And of course every ME report in all their cases had been ruled as suicide or inconclusive, which had seen their cases hit brick wall after brick wall. Maybe Jake had circled coroner because he wanted to push the issue. Maybe Jake had wanted to ask the state coroner to overlook the findings. Yes. Now that was a call August could put in. That was something he could do about hitting a hurdle at every turn. It wasn't anyone in his department. It wasn't anyone in the whole freaking building. They couldn't hate him for this. He searched for the number on his phone and hit call. "Deputy State Coroner's Office?" A man's voice answered. August asked to speak to whomever was in charge, and after giving his name and rank, and after a minute on hold, a woman answered. "Deputy Coroner Pollitt speaking." "Good morning. My name is Detective August Shaw. I'm from the Special Cold Case Unit based at Police HQ. Earlier today, the body of a police officer was found in a national park on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. The MEs are examining his body as we speak, and they're going to rule it was, at best, a suicide, or at the very least, indeterminate cause of death." There was a moment's pause. "And you know this how?" "Because I have 10 cases exactly like it, spanning 18 years. They're all the same, as in exactly the same. For the last 8 years, I've been telling them each case is connected, and that we are witnessing one of Australia's most prolific serial killers, and no one believes me." "You're saying a police officer was killed?" "Yes, on duty in his uniform, made to look like a suicide. He will have been found with a handwritten note and a silver cross. I have 8 cases on my desk just like it." She paused for a moment. "And you're calling me for what exactly? I can't do anything without the proper proceedings. If the death is deemed questionable—" "The death is questionable. I'm telling you, he didn't commit suicide," August replied. "Just make one phone call to the Coffs Harbour coroner. Ask the MEs for cause of death. If they say it's suicide, ask them to test for elevated levels of phenolactic acid and amine-tryptamine." "And that would prove what exactly?" "The drug used to subdue the victims is untraceable, except for those 2 markers," he explained. "As soon as you mention that, they'll know it comes from me. 2 days ago I put in a request to re-examine evidence for all these cases, looking for those 2 markers and any evidence we still have left. No one's been overly accommodating, to put it mildly." Detective August Shaw." "Detective Shaw," she said flatly. "I'm not sure if—" "One phone call, Doctor," August interrupted. "One goddamn phone call. I think we can both agree this young officer's life is worth one phone call. Not to mention the lives of every gay man this arsehole has also murdered." But August didn't say that. "I can send you every case file number I have and you can see for yourself." She grumbled something that August was pretty sure was a string of curse words in Turkish, and then she sighed. "One phone call, Detective." August grinned. One phone call was one victory. Small, granted, but a victory nonetheless. His celebrations didn't last long, though. Some uniform knocked on his door and stuck his head in. Reinhardt wants to see you, now, and just so you know, he's pissed." August's stomach tightened. Twisted knots in his stomach made the coffee he'd had earlier churn, curdled and rancid. He managed to smile at the guy at the door and stood. This was it. He felt like he was walking to the gallows. He was almost certain Reinhardt knew about his speaking with Linden, and when he walked past the tea room, it was confirmed. There on every screen was Philip Linden, all suited up and looking his very best with the chyron underneath that read, "Breaking news, possible serial killer, police officer slain, police seeking public help." August turned to see Reinhardt standing in the doorway to his office, and August was struck by how much, in that very moment, he looked like Elmer Fudd. You know, when Bugs Bunny had made Elmer mad, and Elmer's face went so red he blew steam out his ears? He looked exactly like that. In fact, he looked so mad it seemed he couldn't speak. He simply pointed directly at August, and a few cops close by shrank back. So, this wasn't going to be good at all, but it was done now. The story had broken, and August couldn't take it back, even if he'd wanted to. And he didn't want to. This needed to be told. The public needed to know, and the victims had been silenced long enough. August had set this wheel in motion, and he'd wear the responsibility of whichever direction it took him. If it gave him one lead, one hope of finding this piece of shit killer, August would own it. With that in mind, he raised his chin and walked right into a shitstorm of his own making. Chapter 18. Jake put a coffee on the counter in front of Dean's. She looked tired and stressed, and she was trying to put on a brave face for the public whilst walking on eggshells around Hirsch. Tallowwood Station had become the control hub of the investigation, and she was bearing the brunt of it. The phone hadn't stopped ringing. The fine residents of Tallowwood were more curious than concerned, and the constant flow of other cops and high-ranking officers from Coffs Harbour walking in and out, all while directing questions or instructions at her, had just about taken its toll. All calls were now directed to the Coffs precinct, and it was the first time Deans had stopped in 3 days. "Thanks," she replied quietly. "It's crazy, huh?" She nodded. "No one's talking," she whispered. "You noticed that too, huh?" She looked over her shoulder toward Hirsch's office, where he was in a closed-door meeting with Kenny. "What do you reckon that's about?" Jake sighed. "Damage control." Dean's expression clouded over. "An officer turns up dead, and they're only worried about appearances. Protect the town's reputation." She mimicked Hirsch. "It's fucked. That could have been you or me instead of McNeil, Jake." "I know." He gave her shoulder a quick squeeze. "Do me a favor and don't go anywhere alone. If one of them," he nodded to Hirsch's closed door, "tells you to go somewhere, come get me. I don't care if I'm not working. Swing past my place and get me." She looked up at him, her eyes edged with seriousness and fear. "Deal. And same goes for you." Jake's brow furrowed, and he considered not saying anything more, but maybe Deans had a right to know. Like she said, it could have just as easily been her or him on Schneider's slab right now. He stepped in a little closer to her, giving her a quick glance before looking back out to where some other uniforms were standing outside talking. "If I were to tell you to be wary of everyone, you'd understand, right?" He shot her another quick look. "Badge or no badge, you get what I'm saying?" She paled a little but nodded weakly. "Jake, I know, scares me too. These cases are all related to Detective Shaw's cold cases." He whispered. "McNeil now as well. It's the same killer or killers. We don't know." She let out a low breath. "Jesus. August thinks someone's covering up, but now one of us is dead, they're not going to be able to keep a lid on it." Deans shook her head like she couldn't believe it, just as Hirsch's door flew open, making both Jake and Deans jump. Kenny walked out, his expression neutral, but he never looked at them, never even acknowledged them as he walked out the front door. 2 young constables had to step back out of his way as he strode to his car. When Jake looked back toward Hirsch's office, Hirsch was now standing in his doorway. He leaned against the doorframe, looking every bit the definition of exhausted and defeated. "You okay, boss?" Hirsch grumbled some non-committal response, and Jake saw an opportunity to pounce. "Hey, boss, I was thinking—" "Not now, Porter," he mumbled. "Deans and I will get out of your hair for 20 minutes. I want to check something out." Jake collected his hat and keys and shrugged into his coat. He went to the door and called in the 2 constables who'd been standing outside. "Can you 2 man the counter, please? Deans and I have an errand to run." "Sure thing, sir," the first one answered. He gave a serious nod and gave heart eyes at Deans, which she ignored. "All calls are diverted," Jake explained. "If anyone comes in asking questions, tell them no official comment has been made and ask them to come back tomorrow." "Yes, sir," the second guy replied. They were probably just happy they weren't being given a filing job, or told to clean vomit out of the back of a patrol car. Jake turned back to Hirsch. "Make yourself a cuppa, boss, and take a breather. We'll be back before you know it. 30 minutes tops." Jake didn't really give Hirsch time to argue. Not that he would have. The man was beat. He was done arguing with Kenny every day for the last week. He wasn't going to start now with Jake, and Jake would bet anything you like 30 minutes peace and quiet probably sounded like heaven right then. Deans followed Jake out to his patrol, and only when he'd started the engine and pulled out onto the street did she speak. "Want to tell me what the hell's going on, Jake?" "We think we know the kind of drug the killer uses. It's not completely untraceable," he replied. "Well, apparently. It all kind of went over my head. But that exact kind of drug, which is a Class 9 prohibited substance, by the way, was admitted into evidence after a bust in Sydney back in 1998. "So," she said, confused, "I'm not following. If it was admitted into evidence, that evidence is now missing. All official record of it has been deleted." She stared at him. "What? How?" "We don't know exactly, but someone, be it a records clerk or a delivery guy or a cop, took the drug and wiped the records." "A cop?" Deans whispered. "What the fuck?" Jake nodded. "But you can't say anything, not yet. Just keep a lid on it for now. We don't know who we can trust." Then Jake thought about how that sounded. "What I mean is, don't go telling anyone or volunteering that information. If you're asked, don't lie. Not for me, not for anyone. But we need to play a bit smart, that's all." Deans paled again. "Christ." Jake pulled up out front of the pub and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Come on, I have an idea." "Can't say I'm too hungry," she replied, following him inside. Jake chuckled. "I'm not here for the food." He held the door open for her and followed her in. His mum was behind the bar, and he took his hat off. "Jakey, love, what the hell is going on in this town?" she asked. All the locals turned to face him, waiting to hear his answer. "You know I can't tell you that," he replied. "Yeah, I thought you'd say that," she answered. "It's good to see you, though, love. Now, can I get either of you two something to eat?" "No, thanks, Mum. I'm actually here on official duty." Her face fell. "Oh? Nothing to worry about," he said with a smile. "But I was hoping we could have a word in your office." She took the tea towel from her shoulder and put it on the bar, gave a nod, and Jake and Deans followed her out through the staff-only door to the office. She turned to face him. "Please tell me you're okay," she said, worry etched on her face. "Yeah, of course. Got a call this morning to come back from Sydney ASAP, so here I am. They found another body, Mum. I can't tell you more than that, but you'll hear about it soon enough." She frowned. "Okay, but if you're here officially, what does that mean? Did I know the person? Oh, God, it wasn't old man Jefferson, was it? Was there crop circles and aliens involved, because he always said that's what'll get him?" Jake almost laughed. "No, Mum, it wasn't old man Jefferson." She put her hand to her heart. "Oh, thank goodness." "I was hoping we could have a look at your surveillance cameras," Jake said. "Just the one in the main bar." He walked to the small screen and pointed to the top left of the screen. "This one." "Oh, sure," she replied. "What for?" "Can we make it bigger?" he asked. She clicked a few things on the keyboard, and the split screen became one screen of the camera in the main bar, where they could also see the window out to the street and any traffic heading up through to the top end of town toward the national park. Technically, if the killer came through town, he'd be on tape. Deans grinned and whacked Jake on the arm. "Yes, Jake, that's brilliant." Jake smiled right back at her. "There might be nothing, and I don't know what I'm looking for exactly, but I think we'll know when we see it. Mum, we need to go back 3 days, around 3 p.m. She clicked a few more times and entered in dates and times and let it play. She stood up and frowned. "I'll leave you guys to it, and hopefully you find what you're looking for." "Thanks, Mum. Oh, and this saves to the cloud, doesn't it? No old-fashioned tapes anymore, right?" "Yes, love. Auto saves to the cloud and backs up to our personal computer at home. You know how your father is." She spared an apologetic look to Deans and left them to it, closing the door behind her. "What did she mean by that?" Deans asked. Jake sat at the screen. "Dad doesn't trust white man's law." Jake shrugged.
If someone breaks in here and hurts himself, even though Mum and Dad have been here for years, upstanding citizens and all that, some lawyer could still make them look bad. You know, us blackfellas have always had to have twice the physical proof against a white man's word, even today." Deans frowned, opened her mouth like she was about to object, but decided against it. "That fucking sucks," she whispered. "It does," Jake agreed. "But it explains a lot about you," she said with a smile. "Always photographing crime scenes, documenting every single thing, following every rule to the letter." Jake grinned at her. "I am my father's son." "Can you cook like him? Because that's where it's at, not gonna lie." Jake laughed at that. "I've learned a few tricks." She nudged him. "Cook up anything for that sexy Sydney detective?" Jake wasn't going to answer that, but apparently he didn't have to, because she took one look at him and gave him a shove. "Oh my God, you did! What was he like? As sultry and mysterious as he looks?" "Sultry and mysterious? August isn't sultry. Maybe a little mysterious. You're on a first-name basis." "August," she said with a sigh. "It is a dreamy name." Jake shot her a look, and he only had his eyes off the screen for a moment when Deans put a hand out toward the monitor. "Freeze it there!" Jake paused the screen, but the vehicle she was looking for was out of view. "No, back it up a bit." Jake had to find the right button, but rewound the recording a few seconds. And there on screen was an easily distinguishable vehicle. Even though the quality of footage was grainy, it was unmistakable, because on the side of the white sedan was the word "Police" in big blue writing. "Could be Hirsch heading back to the station," Jake offered. "He'd been called to Coffs with Kenny. I remember because McNeil told us that. Said he had to lock up after we left, and we left as soon as that storm hit." "What time is it?" Deans asked, looking at the corner of the screen. 3:08? Deans shook her head. "Hirsch didn't come back that day until 4:30. I spoke to you on the phone, remember? I log everyone in and out, every time they leave, every time they get in." "We certainly didn't pass a police vehicle," Jake said. "We left the park and went straight to my place to change. We were soaked. August stayed at home, but I went back to the station and you left for a late lunch." "Yep. Came here to the pub for your dad's nacho salad. Went back, and Hirsch got in at 4:33. I remember. I wrote it in." "So who the hell is driving this patrol car?" Jake asked, nodding toward the screen. "Or if it is Hirsch, where was he going?" "I don't know," she replied, frowning at the image on the monitor. "It's definitely a sedan, but I can't see the vehicle bonnet code. So, God, how many marked patrol cars are there between here and the coast? 20? They're all coded and chipped for GPS tracking. That was how they found McNeil. He still had the vehicle. They found it via tracking, and it showed it up the Fire Trail Road past the dam. We could request a vehicle log." Jake stared at the screen, but couldn't make any other details out. We might have to, though I'm sure a techie could clear up this image." She nodded, then looked at Jake and sighed. "It's a cop, Jake. It's one of us. Another cop killed one of us." Jake took a screenshot of the image and emailed it to himself. "If it is the same killer, he's killed 10 of my kind. No one gave a shit when it was just gay men, but one straight cop." Deans frowned. "I didn't mean it like that, sorry." He stood up. "It's okay, I know you didn't. But yes, he killed a cop. And at the end of the day, I don't care what it is that makes people stop and notice, as long as they do. August has been trying to tell people for almost a decade, and no one believed him. Jesus, well, surely they will now. I mean, what else does he have to do?" They walked back out to the bar area to find everyone turned to the large TV screen above the bar. And Dean's question was being answered on live TV by that reporter with the striking green eyes. August had said Jake would know what he'd done when he saw it. And now he knew. Jake's mum shot him a wide-eyed stare. "It's on every channel." Exclusive breaking news report. In what could be Australia's worst serial killing spree spanning almost 20 years, and with a death toll of 11 confirmed killings,
Police are now asking for public assistance. Every victim has been found with 2 specific items at their time of death. These 2 items are a handwritten note with 1 line of a famous poem and a silver cross on a silver necklace. Something that might seem insignificant to you or me, but is very significant to the killer. Police are reluctant to give the details of the poem or its author at this time, though we can confirm the cross is plain silver, no inscription, no gemstone or other distinguishing factors. These 2 items are always together, and police believe the poem and the cross and the significance of these 2 items could hold the key to unlocking the killer's identity. There could even be more than one killer. Police aren't ruling this possibility out, but they do believe someone in the wider community understands the reference to and the significance of the poem and the cross. If you have any information, please call Crime Stoppers on the number on your screen now. I will have the exclusive report and full details at the top of the hour, and I'll be seeking answers to questions such as why are we just hearing about this now? If this has been going on for almost 2 decades, just what are the police hiding? And how does the discovery of a police officer's body found on the mid-north coast today fit into this puzzle? Who else has been the target of Australia's worst ever serial killer? And who has been covering it up? The reporter's serious expression stared unblinkingly at the camera. I'm Philip Linden for Channel 4, Sydney. The screen cut to a news anchor in a studio somewhere. Just to recap, police are seeking public assistance in what could be Australia's most prolific serial killer case. Fucking hell. August wasn't kidding. Jake's mum was still wide-eyed. Is that who died? Was it a copper? Mum, I can't say. Christ, Jake, who was it? Jake put his hand up as every set of eyes in the pub focused on him. We can't make any official statement at this time. When we can, you'll be the first to know. Jake walked to the door and held it open for Deans. His mum yelled, Jacob Porter, you be careful, you hear me? Yes, Mum, he said as he walked out, and Deans was smirking as she did up her seatbelt. Jake rolled his eyes at her. Don't you start. It's cute, she replied. Then she let out a long breath. Well, your Sydney boyfriend just took your cases public, in a real big way. Jake ignored the boyfriend part of her statement. He couldn't even be mad at August. Maybe going public was all he could do. Keeping it quiet and expecting the system to work had gotten him nowhere. Jake started the patrol, buckled his seatbelt, and pulled out onto the quiet street. It's not the first time he's done that, you know, Jake admitted. He was getting nowhere on some cases before, being told to sit down and shut up, basically, so he went public. Same reporter from memory. They all know who leaked it without even trying. Does he care that he just put a target on his back? Deans asked. Jake shrugged. Nope. You know what he'd say? He's not a cop to earn Boy Scout badges. He's a cop to put the bad guys away. Or something like that. Deans laughed. Well, he's braver than me. He was pushed to do it, Jake said. Every other cop above him has shut him down, and if other cops won't help him, maybe the public will. Deans breathed in real deep and shook her head. And then we saw that cop car in the security footage. Jake nodded. We need to figure out who the hell was driving that car. Yeah. Jake pulled up at the station. Do you think Hirsch has seen the news? I reckon every cop in the state has seen the news. Jacob sighed and peered at the station. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Do you think he's gone full nuclear? Or maybe just half? She didn't answer his question, but she met his gaze. I don't like this one bit, Jake. Me either. Who do you reckon it is? Jake swallowed hard and thought how best to answer. I don't know, he said eventually. I can't even guess. There's been murders in both Sydney and Tallowood, and that's not a coincidence. There has to be a reason these locations were chosen, and the Sydney bodies were left on display to be found by loved ones. The Tallowood bodies were hidden in the forest. Except for McNeil, Dean said. Well, he was hidden, but we found him because of the police car. Jake shook his head. No, he was found because the killer wanted him found. He phoned the Coffs Harbour Station Traffic Department, and a woman answered. "Yeah, hi, it's Senior Constable Jacob Porter from Tallowood. I need a log report on all marked sedan patrol vehicles for a specific date and time. Is that possible?" "All vehicles," she replied. "All marked sedans. Is that possible?" "Well, it's possible, but it just... as soon as you can, thank you." Jake gave her his email and mobile phone number, told her it was urgent, and thanked her again. He clicked off the call and sighed. "Well, I guess we can't put this off forever." And with that they went inside the station. The two young constables smiled, clearly oblivious to the news report. It made Jake wonder if maybe Hirsch hadn't seen it. The two constables had nothing exciting to report, and when they'd gone, Jake stuck his head in Hirsch's office. He could see his computer screen had the news segment playing, volume low, and Hirsch had his phone pressed to his ear, his face ashen, as though he'd aged a decade in the last half hour. He almost looked like a different man. Jake gave him a wave to let him know they were back, and Hirsch barely gave a nod without looking in his direction. Yep, he'd seen the news all right. And Jake wondered how long it would take every news outlet on the east coast of the country to arrive in Tallowood. If things were crazy now and Hirsch was in a foul mood, they were going to get a whole lot worse. There'd be press releases, formal statements, photographers, news crews, journalists, interviews. Christ, no wonder Hirsch looked a little green around the gills. His precious town was about to be known all around the world as a murder town. Hirsch would no doubt blame August and probably Jake by association. And yet, Jake still couldn't find it in himself to be mad at August. Because like August had said, something was fucking rotten in the foundations of this building, and blowing it wide open was looking more and more like the right thing to do. When Jake went back to the front desk, Deans had her time log book out. "See?" she whispered, pointing to the open page. She shot a glance over her shoulder toward Hirsch's door and spoke real low. "He didn't get back here until 4:33. He didn't go home either, because I can hear every time he opens and closes his front door." That was true, Jake thought. The downside of living at the station residence. So where the hell was he for 90 minutes? "I don't know," Jake murmured, as he took his phone out and took a quick photo of the page. He hated feeling so suspicious and not trusting anyone, but there was no way he wasn't covering his own ass, and August's. While he had his phone out, he scrolled for August's number and hit call. It went straight to voicemail, which wasn't exactly surprising, but still disappointing. "Hey, it's me. Just saw the news report. You don't do things by halves, do you?" Jake said. "But, yeah, you know how you were talking about issues with those building foundations? Well, it looks like we might have the same problem up here, I think. Still not sure. Waiting on confirmation. Anyway, call me as soon as you can, and be careful. Watch your back down there. I can only assume you won't be on a lot of Christmas card lists this year. Well, except mine. So please be careful and call me." Just then, Hirsch walked out of his office and came to the front desk. He just stood there. His uniform was kind of crumpled, like he'd worn it for too long, and he looked exhausted, utterly exhausted. He had puffy, darkened bags under his eyes. His complexion looked waxy, his mouth pulled down to a frown, and he slow blinked. Jake was just about to ask if he was okay when Deans nodded to the patrol car pulling up and said, "We've got company." Local Area Commander Alan Kenny got out of the car, wearing his official blazer and police hat. Hirsch closed his eyes and sighed. Chapter 19. August had never seen Reinhardt so mad. A vein protruded down his neck and on one side of his head, just above his temple. His face was cartoon red, and he had a white ring around his lips, which would have been funny if his ire wasn't aimed directly at August. Even his eyeballs were strained and bulging, and August might have voiced his concern about the man's blood pressure, except telling him to calm down before he had a stroke would probably induce the very thing August was trying to avoid. He ranted about Philip fucking Linden, and how every news channel in the country would be all over this, and it was probably already trending on Twitter, and that Crime Stoppers has probably had 10,000 unvetted false leads already. Did August have any idea of the damage he'd done? How many man-hours this would cost? Then he ranted about budget cuts and mayoral elections, all of which August couldn't give a shit about. Not that August said that, because Reinhardt wasn't calming down any. August understood the guy had stresses from all angles, but if he couldn't handle the job, maybe he shouldn't be in it. August didn't voice that opinion either. He wanted to, but knew when to keep his mouth shut. He'd let Reinhardt run out of steam and hopefully have a more civil conversation. And sure enough, it wasn't long before Reinhardt stopped pacing and fell into his chair. "What the fuck, Shaw? You think it's funny to go to the media?" "Funny? No," August replied. "Necessary. I've been telling you for 8 years there is a serial killer, and you think I'm crazy. You thought shoving me in some shoebox office with incomplete files would keep me busy." "Incomplete files? Missing witness reports, inconclusive findings, missing evidence? That's bullshit." "Damn right it's bullshit. I've been saying it's bullshit for the better part of a decade." Reinhardt slammed his palm on the desk. "You know what I mean, Shaw. Then this morning I get a phone call from McCulloch on the South Coast, telling me one of my detectives phoned him inquiring about missing evidence. Something I knew absolutely nothing about." He tapped his desk with his pointed finger. "And then I get notified by evidence stores that you requested information without the proper authority or my approval." "I was doing my job. I only asked the store's clerk how many items were receipted on one particular case. I didn't ask to see anything, just asked him to read the paperwork. I never asked him to do anything outside the parameter of his job," August argued. "And I might add, that evidence is now missing, not destroyed. I mean unaccounted for, which means someone somewhere took it and forged police records to make it look as though it never existed." Reinhardt seethed. "That's one hell of a claim, Shaw." "That's why I called McCulloch. He was lead detective when the bust went down. The evidence was most definitely there, and now it's not." "And you filed the appropriate paperwork for that information, didn't you?" he asked, knowing damn well August hadn't. "Of course I didn't." August leaned in and whispered, "When I have no way to know which of my colleagues has stolen evidence that's a Class 9 chem warfare agent, and killed 11 people that we know of. So if you want to talk about which information was selectively given to the media, be fucking grateful it wasn't that." His face reddened, and that vein above his temple visibly throbbed. "You crossed a line today, Shaw." "Damn right I did, and I shouldn't have had to." August bit back at him. "I shouldn't have to fight anyone on this. You should be doing everything possible to help me catch this son of a bitch, and all I get is hurdle after hurdle. So if you'd have helped me, or even listened just once in the last 8 years, I wouldn't have had to ask the public for help." "Oh, that's such bullshit, and you know it. And implying the police are involved, the police are involved." August shot back at him. "I'm starting to think you don't want this person caught. Any particular reason for that? What exactly don't you want me to find?" He seethed. "Be very careful, Shaw." "Or what?" August was done. He was done with the cat-and-mouse games. Jake had told him not to lose his job over this, but August was starting to think he'd be further ahead on this case without other cops slowing him down. "What do I have to be careful of? Is that an actual threat?" Reinhardt stood up. "You want to imply something, Shaw? Then just fucking say it." August stood up too, and squared off against his boss, the desk between them. "All right, I will. You can only be one of two things in this, and that's incompetent or complicit. And right now, I don't know which one's worse. What's it gonna be?" Reinhardt's face went past red and well into purple. He banged his fist on the desk. "You're done. You're off the case. This cold case fantasy you've been chasing for the last however many years is over. I've let it go on long enough." August gripped the desk so he didn't reach across and punch him. "No, I am not." "It's over, Shaw. You can report for duty tomorrow in the fucking mailroom for all I care." August took a step back and smiled at him. "You're not stopping me.
You want me to go through the proper channels to report misconduct and missing evidence, then I fucking will. I will bring PSC through this whole fucking department. You do that, he said with a sneer. Turncoat on your own people. You're not my people! August yelled at him. Those gay men who were murdered, the victims, those are my people, and that has never been clearer to me than it is right now. And the day you separated yourself from the people you're supposed to protect is the day you stop being a cop. August turned and walked to the door. Every other cop in the entire building was standing there at the glass walls watching, wide-eyed. August didn't care. In fact, he was glad they'd heard it. August stopped and faced Reinhardt. For the last 8 years you've tried to railroad me on this, which means you're either incompetent or complicit. That's all there is. Choose carefully. August stomped back to his office, rage burning in his chest, under his skin. He wanted to punch and kick the shit out of something. He wanted to scream, and he wanted to tear the whole place apart with his bare hands. Fuck Reinhardt, and fuck everyone who ever looked at him and thought he was crazy. August knew he was right, and he was so close he could almost taste it. And he'd be damned if he was letting Reinhardt take him off the case now. If he truly thought August was going to ever let this go, he'd have to pry it from August's cold, dead fingers. And he probably would. August took a mental inventory of everything in his office. He already had the other files at home. An action alone which could probably see him fired, but he pulled open the filing cabinet behind his desk and started thumbing through other files, older files, more cold case files. More loved ones gone too soon, and more murderers still walking the streets thinking they got away with murder. August wanted to tear them apart with his bare hands too. His phone rang in his pocket, startling him from his internal anger. It wasn't a number he knew, but then he remembered the media shitstorm he'd created, so he answered anyway. Shaw? Yeah, Detective Shaw. You left a message for me to call you back? My name is Harvey Lynn. Harvey Lynn? Shit. Harvey Lynn was the friend of Perry Ahern, who was with him the night he died. Yes, Mr. Lynn, thank you for calling me back. Sorry it's been a few days. I've been on night shift. It's fine. I appreciate you calling me now. August pulled his desk chair around and slumped into it, exhausted. He put his hand to his forehead to try and quell the dull thump in his brain. I'm sorry to have to tell you we found the body of Perry Ahern, August said softly. There was a brief silence. Well, I guess now we know, huh? He sighed. I take it Mrs. Ahern's been told? Yes, I went to see her. August scrubbed his hand over his face. You were with Perry on the night he disappeared? Yeah, and I saw who he left with. Wait, what? There was nothing of that in Perry's file. You saw him leave with someone? August was trying to get his head around it when Reinhardt, and a man August had never seen before, wearing a suit that screamed Fed or lawyer, both walked in, each looking all kinds of livid. Reinhardt looked about to speak, but August held up a hand, put his phone on the desk and hit speaker. Sorry, Mr. Lynn, but Perry's file doesn't say anything about witnesses. Yeah, well, of course it doesn't. Now he sounded pissed off. Why am I not surprised? Was it a man? Did he leave with a man? Yes, God, yes, he did. Why? Did you see his face? Can you describe him? August looked up at the two men watching, pointed to the phone and whispered, He saw the killer. Sure I can, Harvey replied. But I don't know what good it'll do. I told him last time and it went nowhere. Now you're saying it wasn't even in his file? You lot always protect your own. I know how that is. I get it. Our own? Yeah. Why do you think he got shoved under the carpet? Why do you think it went nowhere and no one gave a shit? Perry was a good guy. He didn't deserve any of this. Mr. Lynn, what are you saying? Perry got into a car with him that night around the corner from the club. A black Holden Ute. Top of the range back then. I'd never seen the guy before, and I didn't recognize him at first. But 2 days later he came to Mrs. Ahern's house to ask questions. He questioned her? Yeah, he answered impatiently. Christ, what don't you get? And realization dawned at the same time Harvey spoke. You lot always protect your own. He didn't mean gay guys. That's not what he meant at all. August felt like someone had knocked the air out of him. Every fear, everything he already knew but didn't want to admit was true. August felt cold all over. His stomach turned. He's a cop. The guy Perry left with was a fucking cop. August was very well aware of the two men in his tiny office in that second as he wrote down a brief description. Tall, skinny, brown hair, Caucasian, cop. When the conversation drew to a close, August looked up at Reinhardt and the man with him. Mr. Lin, thank you for returning my call, and I know it probably doesn't mean much to you, but I want you to know I'm going to get the piece of shit who murdered Perry. Even if he's a cop, Harvey said disbelievingly. Yeah, right. No, Mr. Lin. August raised his chin, staring right at Reinhardt. Especially because he's a cop. He ended the call and stared at his boss in the suit alongside him. You heard what he said? August said coolly. Just out of curiosity, do you guys know what the odds are that the person to be last seen with a murder victim alive is the actual killer? I think it's something like 87%, which makes it pretty likely, right? And now we have a witness who saw the likely serial killer, who has been identified to be a cop. And we have missing evidence and falsified police records. And oh wait, police reports and witness statements that have just magically disappeared too. And we have a murdered police officer. So tell me, what the fuck is it going to take before someone in this goddamn office starts to listen to me? Sure, that's enough, Reinhardt barked. You're damn right it is. I've had enough. Shaw snapped back at him. Reinhardt's nostrils flared and he seethed, but he inhaled sharply and after a few deep breaths, he motioned to the suit. This is Special Agent Ether. He's with the Australian Federal Police. Good, August said, a little too brightly. Finally, I might actually get somewhere. Reinhardt put his hands up. Detective, I think. I don't give a flying fuck what you think, August said over him. He stood up, his hands on his desk. You haven't done one thing to help me in 8 years, so don't even start with me now. You're out of line, Shaw, Reinhardt snapped, and you're headed for a suspension. One more word, I dare you. August had a whole lot of words he wanted to share, not just one, when a small voice came from behind them. A young constable, looking as though she'd rather be anywhere else on earth. Excuse me, sirs, she said meekly. I didn't want to interrupt, but my supervisor told me it was important. Spit it out, Reinhardt snapped. The young woman looked around him to August. Detective Shaw, there's a call for you. We've been screening a lot of calls about the serial killer and the supposed poem in the Silver Cross, but this one is different, sir. She says she knows who the killer is. August's brain was about to explode, though he tried to be patient. It certainly wasn't this young officer's fault their boss was an asshole. How is this one different? She quoted a Robert Frost poem, sir. The name of the poet wasn't given out. She said if it's Robert Frost, then she knows who it is. August's heart skidded to a stop. The constable continued. She thinks the killer is her son. The hair stood up on the back of August's neck. She's on line 8, sir. August stared at his desk phone. Every button was blinking, but he picked up the receiver, hit line 8, and answered on speakerphone. Detective Shaw speaking. Hello, detective? It was an older woman, possibly in her 70s or 80s, gauging by the timbre of her voice. I don't mean to be a bother. You're no bother at all, Mrs. Roth. But please call me Dulcie. Thank you for calling, Dulcie, August said. He ignored Reinhardt and Agent Ether standing there, watching him. You believe you have some information that may help us? Well, she drew out slowly. Yes, I wasn't going to call. I mean, I could be wrong, but I... You mentioned a poem? August prompted. Yes, But you see, I didn't know it was a poem at first. It wasn't until afterwards that I learned it was from a poem. I always knew it to be from a book. I never cared for it too much, but it was my son's favourite."
"And that poem is, Dulcie?"
"Nothing gold can stay," she said, her voice wistful.
August's blood ran cold and he needed to sit. He slowly went to his chair.
"It was from my son's favourite book, The Outsiders."
"Oh, fucking hell, of course. Excuse me, Mrs. Roth, Dulcie. Where is your son now?"
"Rookwood Cemetery. He died in 1978.
"Wait, what? That would make his death before the others."
"Detective," Dulcie continued, "can I ask if the victims were homosexual? Were they gay?"
August could feel the blood drain from his face. His head spun, and he had to stop and breathe. They were, yes." He swallowed hard. "Mrs. Roth, would you allow me to visit? I believe you could have some vital information that would assist this case."
"I think you should," she said. Her voice sounded so frail. "Because if you say these gay men were all found with a note and a silver cross posed as a suicide, then, Detective, I know who murdered them."
Chapter 20. Jacob knew it wasn't good. He knew from the look on Hirsch's face, and he knew from the look in Kenny's eyes as he walked into the station, that whatever was about to happen wasn't going to be good. Kenny didn't bother with niceties. He simply looked right at Hirsch and said, "A moment before we leave." Hirsch gave a nod and waved toward the hall and his office. Kenny obliged, stepping around the reception counter. "Oh, and Porter, I was impressed with your finding that lemon tree. Quite the detective work." "Oh, thanks," Jake replied. Kenny stopped. "Actually, Hirsch and I are going back to the park in a moment. We want to assess the crime scene where McNeil was found. It's supposed to rain tonight, and it might compromise the scene. I'd like for you to join us. We could use your keen eye." Jake's gaze went straight to Hirsch, but he was staring at Kenny. Then, without a word, Hirsch quietly disappeared down the hall. Kenny followed, leaving Jake and Deans both rooted to the spot. She turned to look up to him and whispered,
"What the fuck? You can't go. Hirsch is acting weird."
"I can't disobey a direct order from the commander," Jake whispered back.
"And what's he going to do with me and the commander there? Plus, if I say I can't go, they'll ask you, and that's not going to happen."
She swallowed hard.
"I don't like it. Jake, you can't go."
His gut felt hollowed out. "I don't have much choice." She narrowed her gaze, a plan forming behind her eyes. "Get your camera bag." Jake nodded and set off to his office. He could see Hirsch and Kenny standing beside Hirsch's desk, talking in hushed tones, but he grabbed his camera bag and went back to the front desk. Dean shoved the satellite phone and a spare can of pepper spray into the bag, and Jake zipped it up just as Hirsch and Kenny came back out. Kenny looked at the bag Jake was holding. "What's that for?" "Camera." Jake gave him his best bright-eyed expression. "I have the forensic filters. That way I can always study the photos when I get back into the office and find anything I might miss on site." Kenny gave him a smile. "Hirsch always said you were a Boy Scout." Deans went to her logbook. "Speaking of getting back to the office," she said, aiming her smile at Hirsch, "when can I expect you back? No doubt 90 of the 100 people who call will ask." Hirsch frowned. "Not sure. An hour or two, maybe?" He did up his coat. "And just to confirm, boss," Deans added, "the reserve is still closed, yes?" She hid her nerves well by searching for a pen. She found one under her logbook and held it at the ready, waiting Hirsch's reply. "You know, in case the media call." Yes, he grumbled. "Until you're told otherwise, and tell the media nothing," he barked. "I don't want any news vans here, Jesus Christ." "Right then," Kenny said brightly. "We better get out there while we still have daylight." Jake checked his watch. It was 1:42 p.m. They had 3 hours of solid daylight.
"Yeah, I've got footy training on tonight. If I'm late, the boys'll kill me."
Dean's eyes almost popped out of her head. Then Jake realized how what he'd said sounded.
Not literally, of course, because that'd be, well, not favourable.
Without a word, Hirsch walked out the front door, and Kenny chuckled and clapped Jake on the back as he followed Hirsch to the door, holding it open for Jake.
"What kind of footy do you play?"
"Rugby," Jake said. He felt off kilter, like something was very wrong, as though he was about to walk off a cliff. He stopped at the door and gave Deans a nod. She looked pale and scared, and Jake knew she felt it too.
"Hey, can you do me a favour?"
he asked her. Kenny was right next to him, but Jake didn't care. He had to say something.
"Call Shaw and tell him where I'm going. He'll want to know. Tell him I'll be in touch when the McNeil toxicology results come in, or he can call me if he hears anything about the evidence retesting."
She gave a nod, and Jake smiled. She got it, but also letting Kenny know that other people knew his whereabouts, and who he was with didn't hurt either. Jake was impressed with Deans, though. She'd thought of the satellite phone, because there was no mobile coverage up the top of the mountain, and the pepper spray. And she asked Hirsch how long they'd be, and told him 100 people would no doubt be calling to ask. And she verified the reserve was still closed, and gave a reminder that in all likelihood the media would be here. She was smart and could think on her feet. Unlike Jake, who felt as though he was floundering, getting willingly, stupidly into a car with 2 men he didn't trust. Kenny was perhaps the more personable out of the two. Hirsch was prickly and dry. He'd never shown any sense of humor, never mentioned family or friends, and for a cop, he sure seemed to hate people. Kenny had dark eyes and a harsh set to his jaw, but at least he smiled sometimes, unlike Hirsch. Jake got into the back seat and tried to remember what he knew of Hirsch. He'd been in his house a time or 2 years ago. He couldn't recall seeing any photograph frames or any personal trinkets or anything to suggest the man had any kind of life. He'd never married, had no children, no pets, not even any houseplants. He was in his 50s at least, and from what Jake could tell, the man was alone. Married to the job, maybe. If being a cop in the small town of Tallowood could ever be called a marriage. Hirsch had the personality of a wet mop, and given Jake had worked with him for years, he knew very little about him. And as for Kenny, he knew nothing.
"So, Porter,"
Kenny said, breaking the silence,
"always been in Tallowood?"
"I was born and raised in Tallowood, sir," Jake replied. "Went through the academy and came straight back."
"Ah, local boy,"
Kenny said. Jake could see his eyes in the rear vision mirror. "Yes, sir. What about you? Where are you from?"
"Me? I'm a Sydney boy. Strathfield originally," Kenny answered.
"You didn't want to stay close to home?"
"I did my time in the big smoke, son. I walked the Bondi beat more times than I could ever count. But that gets real old."
He grinned in the mirror.
"Or maybe it was me who got old. I don't know."
Jake almost smiled. "Suppose you headed north, chasing the sun too, huh?"
"Yeah,"
he drawled out.
"Like the birds. Did a few years in Wyong, then coughs. Been here now probably since before you were born."
Jake smiled at Kenny in the mirror, then looked at Hirsch. "What about you, boss?" Jake asked him. "Where have you been stationed?" Kenny pulled up at the still-locked gate of the national park, and Hirsch shot out of the car to unlock it. He really didn't want to answer where he'd been before Tallowood. "He's been really pissed," Jake said to Kenny as they both watched Hirsch open the gate. There was no way Hirsch could hear them. "I mean, he's pissed off on a good day, but since we found that first body, he's been on edge." Kenny didn't respond. He didn't even turn around or give Jake a nod. He simply stared out the windscreen at the man they were talking about.
"He always lacked the intestinal fortitude for this job."
Jake cocked his head at Kenny. What an odd thing to say. Sure, Hirsch liked his town to appear pristine and quiet. He liked the people of Tallowood to be happy and law-abiding. He liked everything in its place. But lacking intestinal fortitude? seemed harsh. But then Jake remembered why he was in the car to begin with, and how Deans had given him a satellite phone and pepper spray because neither of them trusted Kenny. Jake became very aware that he was alone with two men he knew nothing about. Cops, sure, but in light of the last week, Jake also realized that badge and uniform didn't mean a damn thing. Kenny never said anything else. He just waited for Hirsch to pull the gate open, then drove the car through, and Hirsch closed the gate behind them and got back in the car. They drove slowly past the original crime scene, and Kenny crept the car along the dirt road. As they rounded the bend through the trees, Kenny edged off the road onto the shoulder, and Jake could see where worn tire tracks of less equipped vehicles had tried to gain traction on the side of the slippery and off-beaten track. Kenny's adept driving surprised Jake, though he wasn't sure why. Jake wouldn't attempt to drive on this road in anything but his big four-wheel drive. Kenny had definitely driven this road before, and Jake realized of course he had. McNeil was found up here. A dozen cop cars and crime scene vans would have made those tire tracks, and Kenny's would have been one of them. God, Jake was getting paranoid. He was overanalyzing everything, every comment and every action. He was in a car with his two superior officers. Kenny was the local area commander, for fuck's sake. He should feel safe with him. But he didn't. He had that sixth sense feeling, that unexplainable sense of danger that he couldn't shake. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end because a voice in his brain was telling him something was wrong. He'd always told the kids at summer camp that if they were ever in a situation where they got that horrible feeling that something was wrong or that a person was bad, to trust it. Yet here he was telling that voice in the back of his mind to be quiet. Just be wary, Jacob. Don't act suspicious. Just be wary. The car stopped on the left side of the dam. Jake had seen the photos, but he didn't have to ask where McNeil's body was found, because blue and white police tape was still tied to a row of trees, clearly marking the entry point into the forest. Jake got out of the car and Kenny was next. Hirsch took a few moments longer to open his door. Jake noted that neither of them were armed. Not that he could see, anyway. They may have had concealed weapons, but Jake wore his Glock in his holster. He slung his camera bag over his left shoulder. "What exactly are we looking for?" Jake asked, feigning excitement. Kenny nodded toward the crime scene. "Go on in and tell us." Jake couldn't decide if putting some distance between them was a great idea or a horrible one. But an errant thought occurred to him. If one of them tried to overpower him, he'd stand a better chance in the forest. He was younger and fitter, stronger and more agile. He was also armed. So Jake gave a nod and crossed into the line of trees. He went south of the police tape and worked the scene like he would any other. He did his usual grid formation. He took photos of the soil, the trees, the path. He noted the depth of blood seepage, and he even managed to snap a few shots of Kenny and Hirsch talking at the car. When he was certain they weren't watching, he slipped the satellite phone into one of his cargo pockets at his thigh and the pepper spray on the other leg. When he was about done and it was clear neither Hirsch nor Kenny had any intention of joining him in the forest, he made his way back out to the clearing. Kenny was leaning against the side of the car, and he smiled at Jake. "What did you find?" "The scene's been picked apart by forensics. There's not much left to ascertain anything from. The tree he was found against isn't any different to the 100 around it, so I'd guess it's not significant. The location is, though, and why the killer chose a somewhat hidden location. The police vehicle had tracking, so we were always going to find him. It doesn't make sense." "The killer?" Kenny asked, his eyebrows raised. "It was a suicide." Jake looked him right in the eye and smiled. "No, it wasn't. The killer's not as smart as he thinks he is." Kenny surprised Jake by laughing. He popped the boot of the car open, and Jake readied himself for whatever it was he was going to retrieve. Jake carefully put his hand over his holster, but then Kenny pulled out a small esky. He put it on the ground and opened it, revealing some bottled water and some pre-made sandwiches. Jake pretended to close up his camera bag to hide where his hand had been, and Kenny took out a bottle of water, unscrewed the lid, and took a long mouthful.
"Here,"
he said, handing Jake a new bottle, then handing one to Hirsch. Hirsch declined at first, but Kenny shoved it in his hand.
"Stop being so damn miserable."
Hirsch grumbled at him, and Kenny laughed. But they both drank their waters, and Jake had wondered if he'd read the whole situation wrong. Kenny took out a sandwich and bit into it, then proceeded to tell Hirsch about the local deli with his mouth full of food, and Hirsch rolled his eyes. And for one stupid moment, Jake relaxed. He twisted the lid off the bottle and took a mouthful of water. Kenny prattled on about the price of sandwiches for a bit, when Jake realized, far too late, that he couldn't remember if the bottle lid cracked the seal when he'd opened it. Was it sealed, or did he imagine it? He looked at the lid and couldn't see anything wrong with it. But then the birds went real quiet, and Jake's mouth felt funny. He blinked a few times and turned his head. His vision followed in slow motion. Kenny was staring at him, but in a tree above his head, a kookaburra sat watching over him. Jacob smiled. Chapter 21. August grabbed his coat and phone, then checked his pockets for keys. He had an address and a fire in his belly. He was so close. He was so close he could taste it. "I'm coming with you," Agent Ether said. August didn't give a fuck who came with him, just as long as no one tried to stop him. Reinhardt opened his mouth to probably object, but the glare August gave him as he brushed past him obviously made him reconsider speaking. August was so fucking done with him, and if today was to be his last day as a police officer, he'd make sure he punched that asshole in the mouth, purely as icing on the cake. Agent Ether was a young guy, maybe late 20s, so August deduced he was super smart to have that rank at his age. He had a shock of short, thick black hair. He looked Middle Eastern, and had eyes like a hawk. He also, thankfully, let August get them out into traffic before he started with an explanation and questions. "The AFP received a phone call from a Chief Inspector John McCulloch from Merimbula Area Command," he said. "He said you contacted him and questioned his involvement in a case in 1998, of which there is, in relation to that case, missing evidence, falsified reports, and the possibility of a missing Class 9 prohibited substance." August smiled. Jesus, he could have cried. Someone was finally listening. "That's right. Why didn't you contact the AFP, Detective?" August gripped the steering wheel and changed lanes. He was speeding, but Ether wisely decided not to mention that. "Because there's corruption and cover-ups, and I don't know who I can trust. How far up the blue line do we go? These are people with positions of power, those who can falsify reports and make witness statements disappear. How far back do we go? These murders started in the 2000s, for Christ's sake. Those who were cops back then are all fucking commanders or senior sergeants now. Want to know what would happen to me if I started accusing without hard evidence? I didn't even really want to call McCulloch. For all I knew, he could be playing golf this weekend with the cop who stole the evidence, where I'd be the hot topic of conversation and end up missing, buried in a forest somewhere." Ether was quiet a moment. "Your boss didn't seem too happy with you?" "Reinhardt can get fucked too," August said. "Like I told him, he's either complicit or incompetent. Either way, I'm done with him. I'm done playing their games. They want me to be quiet and to not ask questions. Reinhardt probably retires in 2 years and doesn't give a fuck how many more people die, just as long as he gets his pension. When the PSC ask me for a list of names of cops to investigate, he'll be on that list." The corner of Ether's lip quirked upward at that. "Tell me about these murders that are all over every news channel right now. Given your lead detective and how pissed Reinhardt was at you, I assume it was you who went to the press." August glanced over at him. "Because I had no choice. Public pressure was the only way to get anyone in my department to act." "I'm not saying going public was wrong," Ether said. "I mean, it worked, didn't it? You have the attention of the AFP." August nodded. And maybe it was a good thing. Maybe having a federal agent as his witness to the phone call earlier with Harvey Lynn, and now with a woman who claimed to know the identity of the killer was exactly what August needed. So, in the 20 minutes it took to drive to Mrs. Dulcie Roth's house, August told him everything. The condensed version, but he covered the important details. "It's like having all the pieces but trying to do the puzzle blindfolded," August said. "That one strand of tangible proof, connecting all the dots. I don't know if the system is so backlogged and understaffed or if my requests are just binned as soon as I put them in. I've asked for retesting and for more missing persons cases, but haven't heard a single thing." Agent Ether gave a nod. "Perhaps my office can inquire on your behalf." August sighed. "I'm not a snitch or a whistleblower," he mumbled, despite the gnawing feeling that he was exactly that. "I just want people to do their jobs, nothing more, nothing less. People have been murdered, and cops aren't doing their jobs. And for what it's worth, I'm glad McCulloch called you." His GPS told him they were approaching the house, and August pulled the car up to the gutter. It was a dark brick old-style Federation with terracotta tile. The gardens of agapanthus were well kept, the lawn neat and tidy. There was no car in the drive, but the blinds were open. "This is us," August said, getting out. Ether followed him to the door and let August lead. A small woman, no taller than 5'2", thin and a little stooped, opened the door. "Mrs. Roth?" August said. "I'm Detective August Shaw, and this is Agent Ether." Both men showed their ID. "We spoke on the phone." "Oh, yes," she said. Her voice was small and shaky. "Please come in. I've made a pot of tea. Take a seat. I'll bring it out." She shuffled off through a hall and left August and Ether standing in a front sitting room. The carpets were an original 80s brown swirl, and the sofa was floral. There was an old oil heater at the end of the room that flickered a gentle flame and heated the room nicely. A mantel framed the heater, but before August could get a closer look at the framed photos there, Mrs. Roth came back in carrying a tray laden with a teapot, cups, and a plate of biscuits. Ether quickly dashed to her and took it. "Here, let me help," he said. He slid the tray onto the side table between the sofa and a sitting chair. "Thank you," she said kindly, then set about pouring them all a cup of tea. Her hands were arthritic and shook a little. August got the distinct impression she didn't have many visitors, and that hurt his heart. "Here you go," she said, handing one to Ether first, then to August. She was a sweet little old lady. August put her at about 80. She had short grey hair and wore grey trousers with a knitted blue cardigan over a white skivvy top. She had blue slippers on her feet, and she was so tiny she took up hardly any space at all. Her eyes were a dull brown, as though the light had gone out in them years ago, and August was reminded of why they were here. "Mrs. Roth, thank you for calling me today. I'm hoping you can shed some light on what we discussed on the phone." She sipped her tea and let it rest in her lap. "Yes," she said quietly. "It's been a long time." August didn't want to push her for anything, even though he was desperate to know the answers. "You mentioned your son," August prompted gently. "He died in 1978? She nodded. "Yes, his name was Peter." Her face etched with sadness. "It was awful. It's not something you ever get over. I think about him every day. I miss him every day. No parent should ever bury a child." "I can't imagine," August said. "I'm very sorry for your loss." She tried to smile, but gave up, settling on a nod instead. August's mind was trying to join the dots, but the date was wrong. 1978 was too early. Unless he was the first. "He was gay," she said, before August could say anything. "It was a different world back then. My husband at the time, his father, didn't take it well, and he reacted poorly. He wasn't a nice man, and Peter struggled. It wasn't fair on him. He was just a boy, barely 18 years old." "Do you have a photograph of Peter?" "Oh, yes," she replied. She put her tea on the tray and shuffled over to the mantel and took a frame in her gnarled fingers.
This was his last school photo.
It was a typical late 70s photo, yellowed with age. Bad hair, an awkward teen mustache. But there was a kind smile and life in his eyes. Familiar eyes. August put his tea down and went to the mantel, scanning the other photo frames until he found one he was after. He took the frame to her and pointed to one of the 3 guys in the picture. "Who is this?" Her face changed, morphed into sadness and resignation. She nodded and straightened her cardigan.
"That's Peter's brother and 2 of his friends. I thought you might recognize him."
August could feel the blood run from his face. "Brother." All the pieces finally clicked into place, and everything made perfect sense.
"He was 15 or so when it happened. He came home from school and found his brother with the note and the cross. Nothing gold can stay. It was Peter's favourite book. I think maybe he fancied one of the characters, or maybe he saw himself as an outsider, I don't know. But his father's rejection—"
She shook her head.
"Peter committed suicide."
August felt like the floor gave out from underneath him.
"I'd like to say it changed his brother. He was never the same afterward, but he'd always been so distant."
Dulcie said. Her voice was distant and hollow.
"I know a mother should love all her children, but he was different. His eyes were empty. They were dark and soulless. He was never outgoing or had lots of friends, even before Peter died, but after that
She shuddered.
He was always different. Even when he was small. I took him to doctors, and one doctor wanted to call it sociopathic tendencies and said he was born that way. After that, for any other doctor appointments, he'd act all normal and put on a show, and as a teenager he was so cold, even before Peter died."
She met August's eyes, and there was such profound sadness there.
"Do you know what it's like to be afraid of your own child?"
Her bottom lip trembled.
"He was never right after Peter died. He was cold and hard, but worse. And then when he joined the police, I thought it might help."
Her hands shook, so she wrung them in her lap.
"He was stationed in the eastern suburbs to begin with, and there were all those terrible bashings. I always wondered if he was involved. I'd heard him talking about it once. And you say there's been 8 or 9 of these murders, all found exactly like Peter was found, with that note and a silver cross, and on the north coast where he is now?"
August nodded. "Yes." He took out his phone and snapped some shots of all the photos in the cabinet. "Can I take this photograph?" She nodded, and sagged, and looked to have aged a decade in a minute. She grew pallid and gaunt, and her tired eyes met August.
"You must stop him, please."
Ether sat beside her. "Mrs. Roth, is there someone we can call?" She wiped away a tear.
"No, dear, I'll be fine."
"Would you like me to call a friend to come sit with you for a while?" Ether offered.
"Oh, well, if you wouldn't mind. Judith's number is by the phone,"
she said, and began to cry. August felt terrible for her. Truly he did. But he had more pressing concerns. He pulled Jacob's number and hit call. It went straight to voicemail. August disconnected the call and dialed the Tallowwood station.
"Tallowwood Police, Constable Dean speaking."
"Deans, it's August Shaw."
"I've been trying to call you,"
she replied. "Why, what's happened? Where's Jacob? I just tried to call him."
"That's what I've been trying to call you about. He wanted me to let you know where he was going."
August thought he was going to be sick. "Where?"
"To the McNeil crime scene at the reserve."
"What? When?"
"About 10 minutes ago. They said they could be a few hours, but—"
August could barely form the words, and although he was sure he already knew the answer, he still had to ask. "They? Who did he go with?"
"Hirsch and Kenny."
August had to lean against the mantelpiece so he didn't fall. He couldn't speak. His lungs didn't work, and his heart clawed at his ribs. Ether was soon at his side. "Sure, are you all right?" August shook his head and showed him the photo he was still holding.
"I need to get to Tallowwood, right now,"
he said. Then, speaking to Deans on the phone, he added,
"I'll be there as fast as I can. Deans, you need to go to the Coffs Harbour station and get every available vehicle you can out there right now."
"Oh, my God,"
she whispered. She sounded scared.
"He knew. Jake knew. That's why he wanted me to call you. Which one is it, August? Which one of those bastards is it?"
August stared at the photograph of a much younger Hirsch and Kenny. The third guy was Terry Gow, the evidence stores manager who died a few years ago, next to a black Holden Ute.
"It's not one of them,"
he replied, barely able to speak.
"It's both."
Chapter 22. Everything was strange, like whispers in the wind and broken shapes of light and sound. Jacob was aware of himself and his surroundings, but there was a cognitive disconnect, like a fuse had blown in his brain. His body felt heavy but strong, not quite his own. His mind felt paralyzed, as though it had been rewired wrong and was separate from his body. His thought processes were there, just all in the wrong places and in the wrong order, simplified and streamlined down to their base, and everything else simply became white noise. He felt stoned, but not really. He knew what was going on, but couldn't process anything. He was aware, but not, and he knew Kenny and Hirsch were watching him, assessing him. But Jake couldn't speak or tell them something wasn't right, because nothing was wrong. He felt totally at ease, and he was happy to just stand there. He looked down at his hand and saw he was holding a water bottle, which was strange because he couldn't exactly feel the water bottle in his hand, but he could see it. Strange. He tried to tell himself to tip the water out of it. Some part of his brain knew the water was spiked. That was why he was feeling so weird. But his hand didn't upend the bottle. He just stared at it. So strange.
"Jacob, drink some more water,"
Kenny said. Jake lifted the bottle to his mouth and drank more water. Robotic, like an out-of-body experience. He knew he was doing it, but couldn't stop himself. Didn't want to stop himself. So strange. Hirsch ripped the bottle from his hand.
"Christ, how much did you give him?"
Jake's hand felt empty and heavy at the same time where the bottle had been, but he didn't care if he had the bottle or not. He didn't feel anything. He listened as Hirsch and Kenny argued. An impartial bystander, a fly on the wall. Hirsch and Kenny yelled and shouted, pointed fingers and swore.
"Stop playing fucking games! You were never strong enough for this. How many? How many have to die? You know they'll catch you for this. This is one too many. McNeil was a mistake, but Jacob, he's a good kid. He doesn't deserve this. We're helping them. We've helped all of them. You know we have. We free them from their sins. No, we've been helping you. We've been freeing you from yours. At least put some gloves on. It doesn't fucking matter at this point."
Kenny flew into a rage, his fists clenched, his jaw bulged. He ranted and paced like a madman, and Hirsch went to him and put his hand to Kenny's cheek, whispered calming words until Kenny relented with a nod. Jake watched it all. He heard every word, but all he could do was stand there. What he'd heard, what he'd witnessed, should have made him furious, and should have engaged his fight-or-flight response. He was in danger. He knew he was. But still, he felt nothing. His brain and body had disengaged completely. He was powerless, and strangely, he was okay with that. Jake looked up to the tree again to find the kookaburra still watching. It was close, closer than a kookaburra would normally allow, and it was watching him. Jake marveled at its beauty, at the familiarity, and he knew then that everything would be okay. He smiled up at it. Then Kenny was in front of him and took Jake's notebook and pen from his breast pocket. He opened it to a blank page and offered them back to Jacob. "You're going to write something for me." Slowly, Jake took the pen and notebook, holding it, ready to transcribe. He couldn't stop himself, even if he'd wanted to. And he didn't want to. He was happy to do whatever Kenny said. So very strange. "Nothing gold can stay." Jake wrote the words, then he tried to speak. "August knows." He wasn't sure if the words were only in his head, or if he managed to say them out loud. Kenny smiled and popped Jake's notebook back in Jake's breast pocket. "We have someone taking care of him. Don't worry." Jacob must have spoken out loud. "Yes, take care of him." Jake smiled. "For Christ's sake, get it over with," Hirsch barked. "I can't stand the games. You said no more. After McNeil, remember? He wasn't even gay." "McNeil asked too many questions," Kenny snapped. His fierceness should have made Jacob react, but he simply stood there. "Well, I won't let you drag this one out," Hirsch said. "There'll be no more after this." Kenny sneered at him. "What did you say?" Hirsch stood his ground. "You heard. I said no more. You want to continue with your sick games? Then you're on your own." Kenny turned back to Jacob, his face up close, like he knew Hirsch didn't really mean no. Like Hirsch's refusal never held any merit. "Sure will be the jewel in my crown. And this little mouse," he bopped Jake on the nose, "is my trap." He took a box cutter from a Ziploc bag and put it in Jake's breast pocket with his notebook. Hirsch grabbed Jake by the arm. "Jacob, walk with us," he said, and both Hirsch and Kenny began walking along the old track, up alongside the dam, past the police tape, toward the tree line. And Jake simply walked with them. He wanted to. He was happy to comply. Not one part of him wanted to object. Not one part of him wanted to resist. So he walked. And Hirsch and Kenny continued to bicker as they began to make their way into the forest. "How far in?" "Not too far. We want them to find him. They can't find him too soon. His blood needs 24 hours. "What difference does that make now? They've found trace markers now. I told you they were running more tests. And I told you I rescinded the orders." And so the bickering went on as they went further in. Not too far, the growth was dense and hard-going, but Jacob could move without effort. He cleared fallen logs with ease. There was absolutely no exertion on his behalf. There was nothing on his part. Hirsch stopped walking, and Kenny pointed to a large tree further in. "Jacob, keep walking." Jake kept walking. Further into the forest, further by himself. No footprints but his, no evidence but his. "Stop walking," Kenny called out. "Sit down and lean against that tree." Jake did exactly that. He sat on the damp, mossy earth and leaned against the base of the tree. It wasn't comfortable. There were ants and bugs, but he didn't mind. He didn't mind at all. "I'm not standing around to watch this," Hirsch said, and he backtracked the way they'd come. Kenny stood still for a moment, watching, appreciating this moment. Jake didn't mind. He looked up through the canopy of the trees. The sky was changing colors, which meant the sun was going down. It'd be getting cold soon, not that Jake would notice. He couldn't feel anything. He thought the trees were pretty, and this mountain was the home of his ancestors. Sitting in the earth, surrounded by the trees of his people, was actually kind of nice. "Jacob," Kenny called out, "roll up your left sleeve and take the box cutter out of your pocket." Jacob did that. It was so easy. It was so easy not having to think of anything. His body moved like someone else had the remote control. Then the kookaburra was on a low branch right in front of him. It made a cry, not the kookaburra laugh, but a call Jacob hadn't heard before. He smiled because he knew. The spirit of his grandmother watched over him, and she would be there to greet him and welcome him to the dreaming when his spirit returned to these lands. Chapter 23. By the time August got to the airport, he was just about beside himself. Jacob still wasn't answering his phone, and Nadine's wasn't answering the station phone either. And thankfully, Ether stayed with him. August was stressed and frustrated, but Ether kept his cool. He flashed his badge and organized emergency tickets to Coffs Harbour. He organized and checked the proper transportation of their pistols, and he made phone calls to his people. Another policeman was about to be murdered. August was sure of it. A policeman who was investigating this very case. And not just any other policeman, but Jacob. August couldn't lose him too. Not the same way he'd lost Christopher. Not to the same killer. "We need to find out Hirsch and Kenny's history, how they met and when, what connects them." August struggled to breathe, as though he'd run 5 miles and the plane hadn't even finished taxiing out yet. His heart was hammering away at his ribs. Every inhale felt like barbed wire around his lungs. His phone vibrated with an incoming call, and he almost dropped it. Nina's name appeared on screen, and he sagged with disappointment. Then again, maybe she knew something. "Nina?" he answered. "Have you heard anything?" She clearly hadn't expected his abrupt greeting.
"About the test results?"
About test results? Hadn't she heard about Jake?
"What?" "I was calling about the trace markers,"
she replied. "Nina, Jake's not answering his phone. I think he's missing. I'm on my way to Coffs now. I should be there in an hour, if this plane would ever fucking take off." August earned a hard glare from the flight attendant, but he seriously did not care. He needed to be in Tallowood already. Nina was silent for a long, drawn-out moment.
"I'll pick you up."
"Thank you. Oh my God, that would be great, thank you. Getting a hire car would have been a pain in the ass." The flight attendant hissed at him.
"Phone off, sir."
"I have to go," August said. "Nina, be careful." He ended the call, switched to airplane mode, and tried to get his heart rate and anxiety back to safer levels. Ether gave him a moment of silence. Then, as the plane actually left the runway, he said, "Who's Nina?" "Nina Schneider. She's the ME." "Does the medical examiner always offer to pick you up?" he asks. "You mentioned not getting a hire car." "I've known her for years. We've worked on a lot of cases together." He nodded slowly. "And now she's in charge of the newer cases on the North Coast?" "Yeah." August took the photo he'd taken from Mrs. Roth out of his inside jacket pocket. He couldn't believe it. He was holding the glue that held all the pieces of the puzzle together. A snapshot taken in the early 80s, by the look of it. A much younger-looking Don Hirsch, Alan Kenny, and Terry Gow, posing for the photo with their arms around each other, as though the photographer had told them to stand closer for the shot. They looked to be in their early 20s, maybe. They were all smiling, and there was an ease to their postures that August wondered if they were more than friends. The captain of the plane did his spiel about altitude and speed, advising that small electronic devices could be used, so August pocketed the photo again and quickly checked his phone. No emails. He opened to the photos he'd taken of the pictures on Mrs. Roth's mantel and zoomed in on the first. It was of Alan Kenny as a toddler standing with a small boy who August assumed was Alan's brother, Peter. They looked like all Australian 60s kids, playing in the backyard. There was a red wagon and a soccer ball, and both boys were blonde, chubby-cheeked. Peter was grinning and Alan was looking at him. Ether's phone began to buzz with incoming calls. He opened one. "Okay, so we have some info," he began. "Dulcie Roth was born Dulcie June Carter, married Joseph Kenny in 1958. Had 2 children, Peter and Alan, divorced in 1979. The year after Peter died," August added. "Dulcie filed for divorce after a domestic violence charge on Joseph. Married again in 1981 to a Simon Roth, who died of pancreatic cancer 3 years ago." Fuck. So much tragedy. Alan Kenny, born in 1963, joined the New South Wales Police in 1981. He was 18. Stationed at Bondi first, then Gosford, then Coffs Harbour. All the pieces started to come together. She said Peter's father never took his coming out very well, so if he was later charged with domestic violence, it stands to reason he probably beat Peter for being gay. I mean, if he's inclined to beat people he thinks deserves it.
Then after Peter killed himself, the violence was most likely turned to Dulcie and Kenny.
Ether sighed.
Plausible, yeah. God knows what Dulcie put up with in the 21 years she was married to him.
August shuddered, just as the flight attendant offered them a drink. August took his coffee.
How do you get this information so fast?
Ether stared at him.
Well, I just asked for it.
He'd emailed to request information a fucking hour ago.
August sighed. I've been waiting a week and have nothing.
Ether smiled.
Police. It's how you spell efficient.
Then he went back to his phone.
Donovan Hirsch, born 1963, joined the police at 18, stationed at Bondi.
He looked at August.
Explains how Hirsch and Alan know each other. They've known each other for 40 years.
August couldn't even bring himself to smile.
I can't believe I didn't see the connection before,
August mumbled.
With Hirsch and Kenny. When Jake found the second body, Hirsch and Kenny had a lot of closed-door meetings, a few arguments. We just thought it was a pissing contest. Kenny was the commander, the higher rank, and Hirsch was pissy anyway, pissier than normal. Jake said Hirsch hated having other cops in his town. It made him feel like he was being watched or something.
Jake?
Oh, Jacob Porter, senior constable.
August had to swallow hard.
The guy who's with Hirsch and Kenny.
Suddenly the coffee he'd drunk didn't sit too well in his stomach. He tried to breathe through it.
Fuck, we're probably going to be too late.
He sounds pretty switched on, and Constable Dean said Porter knew before he left with them, Ether said. He'll be fine.
All the victims thought they were fine, August replied quietly. You should know, Christopher Maskey, the 7th victim, he was my live-in boyfriend. He thought he was fine. It's how these assholes got inside the house, because it's what people do. A cop shows up at your door, shows ID, and asks if they can come in. What do? You let them in.
August let out an unsteady breath.
Christ. He scrubbed a hand over his face. And you should know I have a personal connection with Senior Constable Porter.
A personal relationship?
August shrugged. I guess.
Christ.
Sure, Ether said calmly. You're saying 2 of the men targeted by Hirsch and Kenny are known to you, personally?
August nodded, and his stomach rolled, and his lungs squeezed. August was very aware of how Ether didn't use the word victim to describe Jacob. Yet.
Fuck. Show me the photo you took from Mrs. Roth's house, he said, his gaze serious.
August pulled the photo out of his jacket pocket and handed it over.
Who did you say this was?
Ether was pointing to the guy on the end.
Terry Gow. He ran the evidence stores facility. He died of cancer a few years back. But at least we now know how they got the P7849. What connection do you have with these 3 men?
August blinked.
None.
Is it possible they're targeting you?
2 men you have been involved with? I don't know them. Hirsch and Kenny, that is. I never met them before Jake called me about the first body they found.
Who gave Jake permission to have you involved?
August stared at him, his mind running in circles. He said he asked Hirsch if I could be consulted, and Hirsch said yes. Actually, Hirsch said he thought it was a good idea.
Ether's mouth drew down in a frown.
A good idea? Maybe he wanted this to end, I don't know. Actually, no, August said quietly. Cold realization dawned on him. It was Nina. When they found the body with the cross and the note, she told Jake about me and my cold cases in Sydney. She told him he should call me. Oh, God. You think she's involved? Well, I didn't. But Jake questioned her involvement, and I brushed it off. She's been one of the MEs for all these cases, in Sydney and in Tallowood. I think she was even in Gosford at some point. She could be writing her findings to suit. But then there's Bartlett. He's in charge of Nina.
August met Ether's gaze.
Bartlett,
was on the same plane as Jacob coming back yesterday. He's in Coffs Harbour.
Bartlett's first name?
August had to think. Ian.
Ether began to type out an email, speaking out loud as he did.
I need a full check on 2 people, medical examiners, Dr. Nina Schneider and Dr. Ian Bartlett.
August's head began to spin, and his stomach felt queasy. Everything was starting to close in on him. Everyone he thought he could trust, everyone he thought was a friend. Fucking hell! He just needed to land in Coffs Harbour and make sure Jake was safe. That was his primary concern. He could worry about finding out sordid histories and chasing serial killers later, after he saw Jake. Oh, Jacob. Then August could wage an unholy war on anyone who had wronged him, lied to him, tricked him, and wasted a decade of his life. Hell, if he found out someone even breathed on his cases wrong, he'd make them pay. But Jake first. Ether snapped his fingers. Sure, you with me? August shook his head to clear it. Yeah, sorry. Okay. I'm not going to have any information on the MEs before we land, so here's the plan on what we're going to do when we get to the airport. Ether began, and August nodded. Nina doesn't know I'm with you, does she? You never mentioned me on the phone to her when she offered to come get you? August thought back to what he said. No, just me. Good. Let her think that. You go with her. Don't let on that you suspect anything. If she is in on this, with a bit of luck, she'll take you right to them. August nodded woodenly. Yeah. He was so drained, so mentally exhausted. All he could do was agree. Normally, August would have bristled at some federal agent trying to dictate procedure, but now he was grateful. He didn't know Ether from a bar of soap, but he'd seriously just sourced more information in 1 hour than August could have gained in a week. After the longest flight in the history of air travel, which really only took 1 hour but felt like a lifetime, when the plane finally landed in Coffs Harbour, August was first off, and he ran through the gate to the terminal. Nina was there, standing alone, waiting. She didn't smile, and August knew. He knew right then his realization on the plane, his suspicions of her involvement were true. Thank you, he said, breathless, but playing his part. She gave a nod and turned toward the exit. No luggage? No time, but I have to sign for my gun. He found the right desk, had to wait another eternity for clearance, but he soon signed for the still-sealed storage box. He hated to wait even a few minutes, but he didn't want to be walking into an unpredictable situation unarmed. Ether also arrived at the desk just as August was finishing up. He never acknowledged August or even looked at him. He was good at playing his part, and another guy in a suit waited for him. Another Fed? Christ, how did they work so fast? When August was done, he went back to Nina. Okay, we can go. He fell into step beside her, and they soon exited the terminal and crossed to the car park. Thank you for coming to get me. I'm really worried. She pressed the fob of her Jeep and they climbed in. Police have been on edge since McNeil's body was found. She threw the Jeep into reverse and hooked it out of the parking space and zipped through the car park to the main road. She went right toward Tallowwood, so August didn't question that. You examined McNeil? He tried instead. She nodded again but said nothing. And I can't tell you, she replied. August hadn't expected that. You can't or won't. August, she whispered, you don't have clearance. Clearance? What the hell? It's one of mine. No, it's not. Was he not found with a silver cross and a note with "Nothing gold can stay" on it? His murder was a staged suicide and you know it. She shot him a quick, hard glance. No, you don't know what you're talking about. Christ, she really was in on it. What he wanted to do was scream at her, maybe shake her a little, and demand that she tell him where the hell Jacob was. But right now, this was a game he had to play. August needed to play smarter. He ignored her comment and changed tack. Don't suppose you had a chance to look for those 2 markers in the blood work? She didn't answer for a drawn-out mile, even though she was well and truly exceeding the speed limit and the countryside was flying past. Her silence felt like an hour, but every passing mile was a mile closer to Jacob.
No, not with the McNeil case. I've been swamped and there's a backlog.
That was a pitiful excuse, and they both knew it. Was she this bad at lying all the time? Or just to him? Or just because it was about him catching out her lies?
Even with Bartlett in town, August said casually, thought many hands made light work.
She glanced at him again, this time with an unmasked dash of confusion.
Bartlett's not here.
But yes, he was. Jake said he'd been on the plane with him. Bartlett wouldn't come up here for any other reason. Nina wasn't lying about not knowing. August could tell that much. Her reaction to that was real. So was it Nina who was in on it, or Bartlett? August's mind swirled and muddied even more until he groaned, "Christ, Nina, what the hell is going on?" She took her eyes off the road to look at him, just as they drove right past the turnoff to Tallowwood. She wasn't taking him to Jacob.
"Where are we going?"
August asked.
"Nina, so help me God, where the hell is Jacob?"
The jeep got faster, and Nina burst into tears.
"I'm taking you to him,"
she yelled, then banged her open palm on the steering wheel like a crazy person.
"You shouldn't have asked questions, August. You shouldn't have asked about the metabolite markers in the blood. I told you to find a piece of the puzzle, but it wasn't supposed to be me."
She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. She was speeding, going much too fast for the narrow, windy road. August was beginning to fear they'd crash. Then she cried out, making an absurd wailing noise.
"You were supposed to stop him after Christopher."
"What the—" August's blood ran cold, but before he could speak, Nina veered off onto a side road, taking the 90-degree turn much too fast. The tires slid out, but somehow the jeep didn't roll. August was holding onto the hand railing on the dash, and he noted how low the sun was in the sky as Nina sped down an unfamiliar dirt road, and they disappeared into the rainforest. The dirt track was not easy going, filled with gaping potholes and corrugations, and Nina was still driving way too fast. The rainforest filtered the fading daylight, and large tree trunks and ferns cast eerie shadows as they sped along the barely used track. It was bumpy and jagged, and at that speed, and with Nina being manic as hell, August feared for his life. At one point he considered pulling his gun and either shooting her or threatening to, but that would result in a crash for sure. And if August was injured or killed now, Jacob could die. Why didn't he take the chance? Because she'd said she was taking him to Jacob. After they'd been driving a little while, August tried to engage her. "Nina," he said gently, "where are we going?"
"Shut up!"
she snapped, and swerved around a blind corner.
"This is your fault, August. You were supposed to catch him, to put a stop to this madness."
Her knuckles were white as she gripped the steering wheel.
"So much death. It was never supposed to go this far."
"You told Jacob to contact me when they found the first body."
"To stop them. You were never supposed to be involved with Jacob. I never meant to hurt you again. After Christopher, I had to leave. I couldn't bear to see it in your eyes, and I followed Hirsch and Kenny north because apparently I'm as sick as Hirsch."
August had no clue how he was responsible for any of this. "What are you talking about?" She began to cry again. Fat tears and ugly sobs, uncontrolled, scared, and deranged. She banged on the steering wheel once more and tried to speak, but she was crying so much no sound came out. "I know Hirsch and Kenny go way back," August prompted. "I know about Kenny's brother, Peter." Nina's gaze shot to August, her eyes wide and affronted, and he knew then where Nina slotted into this whole mess. "You knew Peter?" He shook his head. "You fixed the medical records and death certificates so Hirsch and Kenny could keep killing innocent men." Tears streamed down her face, and she shook her head, but August knew he was right. "Was it to avenge Peter's suicide? Did he even kill himself, or was he Kenny's first victim?"
"We were just kids," she cried. "Peter killed himself because he couldn't live with it anymore. the shame, the guilt, his father's hatred, and Kenny, he's not a nice man, August.
What has Hirsch got to do with any of this?
He's been in love with Kenny since high school.
She took her hand off the wheel and pulled at her hair as more tears ran down her face.
Kenny knows that, and he uses him. Whatever he says, Hirsch does. He has this hold over him. I don't know, it's a sickness, like a kid who falls in love with his bully and thinks maybe he'll stop picking on him if he could just get him to love him back. Kenny knows Hirsch has loved him all these years and made him help lure the men. His whole life, Kenny's the one behind it all. Hirsch follows along like a kicked puppy.
How many have there been, Nina? She shook her head again, and her intake of breath became a horrible silent sob, which became a wail.
I don't know. A lot. Too many. I don't know. 15, 20?
August gripped the dashboard as they bounced and slid down the track, and he tried to remain as calm as possible. And how many did you cover up? When did you start helping him get away with murder? She wailed again and banged her hand on the steering wheel as she cried,
I was so new. I didn't know any better, and I knew them for years. We grew up in Strathfield. I was just doing what the police told me to do. I just started out, and he gave me the case and told me it was suicide. It looked like a suicide.
But you knew it wasn't.
Afterwards, I found out there'd been others, and I questioned him.
They bounced on the road, almost hit a tree, but she swerved just in time.
But I'd covered it up, he said. I'd go to jail, he said. But he'd keep it a secret. God, August, I was so young I didn't know. I couldn't tell anyone, and he was a cop. I should have stopped it then. But then it was too late, and there were more—
And Christopher? August asked. His gut felt like a cement swamp.
You knew, and you let me go through that.
He was screaming at her, and he didn't care.
You watched me die inside, and you let it happen.
She floored the accelerator, gripped the steering wheel, and sobbed,
Shut up! Shut up!
She yelled,
I can't think.
She rounded a sharp turn at speed, and they hit a bump. The Jeep thudded and jerked so hard August banged his head on the window. Nina never slowed down, and the rainforest closed in around them. Branches scraped the sides and roof of the Jeep. The outside would no doubt have dents and scratches, and they bounced on their seats. August was certain he was going to die today. If Nina didn't slam them into a tree or send them hurtling off the side of the mountain, she was going to deliver him to Hirsch and Kenny. And if he had nothing to lose, he wasn't going to die wondering. He took his pistol from his holster and held it on his thigh. She saw it and blanched, then started shaking her head. August asked her, as calm as he could, Is Jacob still alive?
I don't know,
she cried, her voice small. And there it was. If Jacob was truly gone, August was sure his heart wouldn't survive it. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you right now. She slowed the Jeep to a gradual crawl. The fight or flight in her was out of steam. She now held on to the steering wheel as though it was holding her up.
August.
He took the safety off the pistol. One reason, Nina. Give me one fucking reason.
Because I'm taking you to him,
she said, leaning her forehead against her hands on the wheel.
Where the other bodies were found, the dam, the camping grounds, and just a few 100 meters further down this road. If Jacob is still alive, he'll be here. Somewhere. I don't know where.
She looked at him then, her eyes red and tired, her face drawn and her soul destroyed, empty. She looked like a stranger.
Please stop them,
she whispered, her head still leaning on the steering wheel as the Jeep came to a stop.
I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, August. I am so sorry.
She began to cry again. Fat tears and ugly sobs, uncontrolled, scared, and deranged, her hollow eyes staring into nothingness. August shoved the door open and began to run down the track, and it wasn't long until he could see what looked like the clearing and the edge of the dam. He was open and exposed, and he skidded to a halt. Somewhere in the forest to his right, a kookaburra laughed. Chapter 24. Everything was quiet now, even the ringing in Jake's ears.
That mechanical hum of his brain had fallen silent. He was still sitting in the cold ground, damp, and some ants crawled along his pants. He held an orange box cutter in his hand, which was strange. Everything was so very strange. But that was okay. Jake didn't mind one bit. He just smiled at the kookaburra that sat on the branch in front of him, just a few feet away, watching him. It was a glorious bird, its plump taupe body and long dark beak and curious eyes. Eyes that Jake knew, that had watched over him growing up, a spirit familiar to his own. He caught movement out the corner of his eye, and his head turned. When he saw Kenny standing some distance away, sound snapped back, and Jacob could hear noises again.
"Can you hear me, Jacob?" he yelled. "Raise your right hand."
Jacob's right hand rose up, as if a puppet master were pulling a marionette string.
"Extend the blade of the box cutter, Jacob,"
Kenny yelled. But Jacob was drawn back to the kookaburra. He turned to face it. They locked gazes as though the bird was talking to him, and again the world fell silent. He smiled. Time fell away, irrelevant as the cold and the darkness began to settle around him. The forest was hunkering down for a winter night, and Jake felt heavy as lead. He could feel nothing, paralyzed to everything but the barest of thoughts. The kookaburra flapped its wings as though it was desperately trying to tell him something. It opened its long beak, slowly put its head back, and cried out a laugh. Though kookaburras didn't actually laugh, Jake knew that. It was a warning cry. Then Hirsch and Kenny were back in front of him. Jake looked up at them, and he could hear them again.
"It doesn't matter now. We've left our footprints and fingerprints here. We've contaminated the scene," Hirsch cried. "You're going to have to move him." "I can't get him up. He won't listen, not like the others," Kenny spat back at him. "Something's wrong." "Because you gave him too much. He's stupefied," Hirsch said. His face was red and the tendon in his neck strained, like he was screaming, and Kenny was yelling back at him. But Jake could barely hear either of them, or like they were in another room instead of right in front of him. The kookaburra was now on a branch higher up, and Jacob's eyes were drawn to it. Hirsch and Kenny were irrelevant, non-existent, like Jake's body, his cognitive mind. He wanted to sit in the forest and be with the kookaburra, with the trees and the earth. He was at home here. His ancestors were with him. Then Kenny was crouching in front of him. His huge hand gripped Jake's chin. "Jacob, look at me." Jake looked at him. Kenny was angry, and he appeared to be yelling right up close, but his voice seemed far away. "Stand up!" But Jacob couldn't stand up. He could see his legs, but he couldn't feel them. His brain could send no signals. Nothing worked, not his arms or his legs. His body mass felt dense, too heavy, and gravity was pushing him down, holding him to the earth. The kookaburra took to flight, its wings beating in slow motion as it hovered above them. There was no other sound anywhere, but Jacob could hear its song, so very beautiful. Then the sole of Kenny's boot came at the side of his head. Jake watched it come at him as if the world was playing at half speed. It connected to his temple, and Jake fell to his side in the leaves, the dirt, and the moss. There was no pain, only darkness. Chapter 25. When August finally got his bearings, when his heart wasn't going to claw its way out of his chest, something flew at his head. He ducked and put his arm up instinctively to protect himself, but nothing collided with him. He looked around wildly, and right there, right in front of him, less than a meter away on a branch of the closest tree, was a kookaburra. It was winter, not spring or breeding season, so what the hell did it swoop him for? Then it raised up so its little feet were barely on the branch and flapped its wings. August thought it was going to attack him. It was so freaking close. He'd never seen one so close up before. Then it whooshed to a different branch set back in the forest another meter or so and flapped its wings again. Another kookaburra deeper in the forest cried out, and then there was the sound of voices. A man yelling, another voice, and unintelligible arguing.
Though August wasn't entirely sure how sound carried or echoed in rainforests, he was certain the sound came from his right, deeper in the forest. There was no path, and he was fast running out of daylight, but he climbed over a moss-covered log and began his way into the forest. There were gullies and ferns, thick underbrush, boulders, and so many trees sometimes there was no ground to stand on. Overgrown roots threaded the ground, moss blanketed everything, and every surface was damp. August slid and fell, scrambled, scraped, and climbed. He had no idea where he was going. But that damn kookaburra was in front of him the whole way. It leapt from branch to branch as if, ridiculously and unbelievably, it was showing him the way, taking him closer to the sound of men's voices. Then, through the foliage and the undergrowth, through tree trunks and his own thumping heart, he saw something move. The flicker of something foreign that didn't belong. August crouched down, then slowly peeked around the closest tree. Up ahead and slightly to the left, he saw it again. A blue jacket. A man wearing a blue jacket. He waved his arms around, yelling something August could barely make out. "What the hell? Never part of the plan!" It was Hirsch yelling. He could see him now. Then Kenny grabbed Hirsch's shirt, fisting it and yelling something back in his face. August didn't hear what exactly, because now he could see Jacob, lying on his side on the ground. He could only see the back of his head, but he wasn't moving. August's mouth went dry and his heart stopped beating. Not Jacob. Not him too. August had to get to him. Had to take the chance. He had no clue if Hirsch or Kenny were armed, but he could only assume they were. Getting himself shot or caught wouldn't help Jake. He needed to move fast, but carefully and quietly. He slipped to the next tree, then the next. "Pick up the goddamn box cutter and do it your fucking self!" Kenny hissed. Oh, Christ. They were going to do it right now. But that meant Jake was still alive. "I will not do that," Hirsch answered. Kenny growled, frustrated. "Spare me the sanctimonious bullshit, Donovan. You're not innocent in this." August slid behind another tree. His lungs squeezed and his heart was in his throat. "Every single thing I've done has been for you," Hirsch replied, "because you asked me to. I've done every single thing you ever asked, and you know why, but you never cared. You don't have it in you to care." "Because you needed guidance, Donovan," Kenny said. "You needed someone to follow and to look up to, someone to make decisions for you. Just like all these men did. We helped them be rid of their guilt, and so their fathers didn't have to live with the shame and hate. We helped them make that decision, Donovan, you and me. I helped you, guided you." Fucking hell, Kenny was talking crazy. "But unlike the men you cleanse of their guilt and sin," Hirsch said, "I have the choice to say no. I might have done everything you ever asked me, Alan, but I will not do this. Not to him. I know him. I work with him. I know his family. Don't ask me to do this just one time, because I won't." August dashed behind a closer tree and froze. Shit. Did Hirsch see him? "What are you looking at?" Kenny asked. Fuck. August ever so slowly unholstered his gun and flipped the safety off. He thought his heart might stop. "I thought I saw something," Hirsch replied. But then the kookaburra swooped at the men. "Oh, fucking birds!" Kenny yelled. "Noisy fuckers!" "Just do what you need to do with Jacob," Hirsch said. "But I can't be here to watch. I just can't." Kenny mumbled something August couldn't hear, but then he turned to where Jacob was still lying, unmoving. He grabbed Jacob's jacket and pulled him back to a sitting position, lifted his right arm and pushed his jacket sleeve up his arm. Fuck. August stepped out into full view, his pistol raised. The ground between them was uneven and filled with logs, twigs, moss-covered undergrowth, trees and ferns. If August had to rush to Jacob, it wouldn't be easy. But he had to intervene right this second. Kenny was holding a box cutter, and he was barely a few seconds away from slicing Jacob's arm open. "Stop!" August yelled. Kenny and Hirsch both jumped, startled. Hirsch took a step backwards, horror etched on his face. But Kenny stood up slowly and smiled. "Detective Shaw," he sneered. "I'm so glad you're here. I have some water for you." August stepped over the closest log, never taking his eyes or his aim off Kenny. "Put the blade down, Kenny. It's over." "It's not over yet," he replied, still smiling. "But now you're here, the end can finally begin." August took another step forward, his gun still raised and aimed directly at Kenny. "Step away from Jacob." "You should be honored there's another one. After all, it's your fault they had to die." "My fault?" August took one more step closer and planted his feet. "How the fuck is any of this my fault?" "You posed with your boyfriend for the Gala magazine," Kenny replied simply. "I was only practicing before that, but you gave me focus." "You're fucked in the head, Kenny. You manipulated Hirsch all these years." "Shut up! It's your fault, Shaw!" Kenny yelled, going from calm and creepy to enraged on the flip of a coin. "You should have stopped me. If you'd have been any good at your job, you would have stopped me after the first one, but you were too invested, and I was too smart. You had no idea who it was, all these years. Even when I took Christopher, that was supposed to be the pinnacle, the coup de grace. Detective Shaw. I left you all the clues, you just didn't know where to look." "The cross in the note," August said. "I'd wondered what Robert Frost could mean. Nature's first green is gold, her hardest hue to hold. How poetic to cite that nothing gold can stay. You cut these lives short and what? You're fulfilling the poem." "It wasn't just the poem," he said. "Not in the beginning. It was your brother's favorite poem, but he got it from a book, didn't he? The Outsiders." His eyes went wide, and a dozen emotions flickered over his face before he smiled. "So you finally figured it out. Your brother committed suicide when he was 18. You found him with a silver cross and a note. I'm sorry I can't be what you want. Nothing gold can stay." August took another step closer. "Was he gay? Did the guilt and self-loathing kill him? Did your daddy tell him he was a sinner and needed to be saved?" His face went blank. "You shut up." "Let me guess," August furthered. "You found him. Do you still see him in your mind? Or is that why you recreate it with innocent men?" Kenny began to shake. "You shut up!" "I know what it's like to find someone you love like that. Because of you, I know exactly what it's like to find someone like that. You were supposed to stop me. It's your fault Christopher died. You were supposed to come home. You let him die!" Kenny screamed, his neck corded, and spittle shot out of his mouth. August refused to let the anger consume him. "When did it start for you? You were 15 or 16 when you found him. But when did the anger start? I had a little chat with your mum. She called me to tell me it was you." He blanched. "She did not," he whispered. "Had a lovely cup of tea, in the china teacups with the blue birds, in her living room with her floral lounges." The colour drained from Kenny's face. "Nice photos on the mantel, by the way. I wouldn't have put you and Hirsch together back then. But I have the photo of you two with Terry Gow in front of your brand new ute. The same ute you picked up Perry Ahern in. And all this time you thought no one would care about these missing gay men. Well, guess what, asshole? I care, and so does your mother." His eyes hardened. "You can't prove anything." "Yes, we can. We have evidence. What tests couldn't determine 20 years ago, they can now. Did you know they can get a positive trace for P7849 from an old blood sample these days? If the sample fits on half a pinhead, they can match it now. You're going down for all of them." He shook his head. "No. And Nina told me everything. She spilled like a bag of wheat." Kenny's face went red. August kept pushing, and he took slow and small steps forward, inching closer and closer. "Want to know what your mum asked me? She wanted to know if I could possibly know what it's like to have a child that was evil.
She said there was something wrong with you from an early age. She said you were cold and that you didn't feel anything. We'd call that a sociopath. She called it evil. Semantics. His nostrils flared. He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. Kenny's expression changed and he went really still. His face went blank. Christopher begged me. He begged me not to do it. Said you'd be home soon, but you weren't, were you? He bled out in the bathtub. I'm glad it was you who found him. You can't make me angry enough to shoot you or to beat your fucking skull in, even as much as I want to. That'd be too good for you. You will go to prison, and they're gonna love you in prison. You can spend the rest of your miserable fucking life being beaten, threatened, pissed on. I don't give a fuck. You will pay for what you did, every minute of the rest of your life. Hirsch, a horrified mess, his face pallid and shaking his head, began to edge backwards. Kenny held the box cutter like a weapon. You're out here all alone, sure. What you gonna do? No, he's not, a woman's voice said, and Dean's came through the trees on the other side, her gun raised. He's not alone. Then behind her, Agent Ether, his gun raised, followed, and more uniformed officers came up from the south. All guns pointed at Kenny. You're surrounded, Ether said. It's over. Kenny froze, and in that moment of shock they swarmed Hirsch and Kenny, disarming Kenny and pushing them both to the ground. August ran to Jacob. He was slumped over on his side, his eyes half closed. He had blood on his face from a gash at his left temple and a swollen left eye. Jacob, August said, putting his fingers to his neck. He could feel a pulse. He's still alive. We need an ambulance, he yelled. Jake, can you hear me? August tried to rouse him gently. That didn't work, so he shook his shoulder a little. Jacob! Jake's eyelids fluttered a little, and August almost collapsed with relief. He pulled him up into a sitting position, leaning against the tree, and Jake's eyes swam before finally focusing on August. And he smiled. August cupped his face and barked out a half laugh, half sob. You fucking scared me, August said, patting his chest and arms and his face again. You're okay, Jake. You're gonna be okay. It's over. Jake slow blinked, still wasted, drugged to the eyeballs. He didn't even try to speak. August turned to yell for the ambulance again when Bartlett knelt down on the other side of Jake. Ambulance is on the way, Bartlett said. He looked over the gash at Jacob's temple. Could be fractured. There's dirt and leaf matter near the wound. Looks like he was kicked. Then he opened Jake's eyelid and stared at his pupils. Jesus Christ! They drugged him, August explained. It's how they made their victims compliant. Help me get him up. The ambos won't be able to bring a gurney in here. Then August put his hand to Jacob's cheek. Jake, we're going to stand you up, okay? Jake didn't respond. He didn't speak and didn't blink. But then he did the craziest thing. He stood up like they weren't even right there fussing over him, startling both August and Bartlett. But then Jake swayed and August caught him. I've got you, he said, and Bartlett grabbed his other side. We're going to walk out to the clearing, okay? Jacob lifted his leg as though to walk, and August was horrified. He was literally trying to obey every command. Bartlett looked equally shocked. What the hell? That's P7849, August explained, as they began the slow walk out to the clearing. It makes the victim a robot. Bartlett blinked, alarmed. The pharmacological torture drug? Fucking hell. You wanted the missing piece, well, that's it. Will he be okay? Bartlett asked. I don't know, August answered honestly. Every other person who's had it was killed. Fuck. They had to step over a fallen log. Jake, step up, August urged quietly. Jake did exactly as ordered, and then they stepped down on the other side. And August hated that he could command him like that. Bartlett clearly didn't like it either. His frown was carved into his face. August's realization of Bartlett's presence finally kicked in. Bartlett,
What are you doing here?"
"I came with Constable Deans," he replied. "I knew something was wrong. Nina was behaving so strangely, and then your request to re-examine the old cases came through. I got the requests for retesting, but when I questioned her, she said Kenny had cancelled the request and that it wouldn't prove anything. The way she said it was just off. So I put the order for retesting through and got 2 positive matches back from 2 testings. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you, Shaw."
"Shit, Nina."
August looked around for the closest uniform.
"Dr. Nina Schneider is in a jeep about 400 meters up the fire trail,"
August said, pointing in that direction.
"She's in on the whole thing with Kenny and Hirsch. I don't think she's armed, but she was very upset."
3 cops ran back out toward the clearing, and August shot Bartlett a look.
"She was a mess. She drove us in the back way so Hirsch and Kenny wouldn't see us, I'm guessing. She drove so fast, and she was yelling and sobbing. She was bawling. Then just slumped over the steering wheel, staring and crying. Almost catatonic by the time I left."
Bartlett shook his head sadly.
"Well, she made her bed. If she's had any part of this, she can pay the consequences. You have to know, Shaw, I trusted her, and I trusted her reports. I shouldn't have, and I'm sorry."
When they got to the clearing, the last of the daylight was barely clinging on, as though the sun had waited for Jake to get out before calling it a day. Jake was more of a dead weight between them. His feet dragged a little, his head slumped forward, and there was no way he could even stand unassisted. They each held him up, and Deans ran over to them.
"Oh, thank God!"
August could see now. There were a dozen cop cars and blue and red flashing lights. Kenny and Hirsch were lying face down on the cold ground, meters apart, their hands cuffed behind their backs. Deans put her hand to Jake's face, but her eyes met August's.
"Is he okay?" "He's alive, thanks to you," August said.
She got a little teary.
"And thanks to you."
Agent Ether came over then and looked into Jake's eyes. He mumbled something and shook his head. Then he turned to the other suit August had seen at the airport.
"Get me an ETA on that ambulance."
August just wanted to pick Jake up and carry him, hold him, do something. Then Ether looked to August.
"We lost you before we left the airport car park. I called Deans. She pulled the whole thing together, and we met up in Tallowwood."
August felt like crying, but he swallowed it back. He gave Deans a nod.
"Thank you."
"Ether!" the other suit guy called out. They turned to find him pointing as an ambulance appeared, blue and red lights flashing. The ambulance drove through the swarm of police cars, and they soon had Jacob on the gurney and loaded him into the back of the van.
"I'm going with him,"
August said, climbing in. They closed the doors, and as they made the slow trip through all the police and cop cars, August could see Agent Ether talking to Deans. Then she was giving orders, pointing at some poor uniform, but August couldn't bring himself to care. The whole mess could be someone else's problem right now. All he was worried about, the only thing in the whole world that mattered, was Jacob. August took his hand.
"I've got you, Jake."
Jake turned his head a little, and when he saw it was August, he smiled. Chapter 26. Jake became aware of sounds first. There was beeping, consistent and reassuring, and soft voices. Some familiar, some not. Then he became aware of the pain and the nausea. He opened his eyes to a blinding white and too bright light, and it pierced his brain. He rolled onto his side so he could vomit.
"It's okay. I've got it,"
a familiar voice said, warm and lovely. People were fussing, and he knew he was in hospital. Someone's hand was on his shoulder while he was sick again. They were holding the bedpan until he could vomit no more. Then they dabbed his face with a damp cloth and cleaned him up. He slumped back onto the bed, more tired than he could ever remember being, and sleep was quick to claim him. The next time he woke up, there was less light and less noise, less pain, and he didn't need to vomit. He could at least put some kind of thoughts in order, so he established that he was feeling better. His mum was there talking quietly to his dad. Jake tried to speak, but his mouth felt like he'd eaten dirt.
"Hey,"
he croaked. Jake,
his mum whispered, rushing to his side. She snatched up his hand with tears in her eyes.
Oh, my sweet boy. You're okay. You're in the hospital. Do you feel okay? Maybe we should get the doctor.
She patted his dad's arm.
Go and find the doctor, love, and call Brina. She's been worried sick.
His dad gave a nod and leaned down and kissed Jake's forehead.
Real good to have you back, son.
Jake closed his eyes, still tired as hell. The side of his face and his eyes hurt, but his brain felt like it had been impaled by a cactus. When he opened his eyes again, his mum was frowning.
Do you remember what happened, love?
He had visions of being in the forest, of Hirsch and of Kenny. He tried to nod.
Yeah, I remember. August saved you,
she said, smiling through her tears. August. He remembered August in the forest.
Where is he?
Jake's mum nodded to the end of the room, and there was August, sound asleep on a fold-out bed.
He hasn't left. Well, he left once because she puked all over him. He needed a shower and to buy new clothes, but he wouldn't leave after that. Asking for the roll-away bed in here was all we could do to get him to sleep at all.
Jake smiled, but he was tired again already.
What time is it? It's 6 o'clock in the morning,
she answered quietly.
You've been in here for 2 days, love.
2 days? What the hell? 2 days? She nodded.
Whatever drug those bastards gave you.
A smiling doctor came in, followed by Jake's dad. Glad to see you with us. You've got quite the fan club. Police, media, film crews, photographers. Oh, and your personal guard who finally succumbed to sleep after 40 hours. I thought we were going to have to sedate him. The doctor winked and checked Jake's file and the machines next to the bed, then checked his pupils. How's the head?
Headache's bad,
Jake mumbled. It was less painful to squint.
Because your brain almost cooked itself,
the doctor said. You were lucky. Your detective boyfriend told us you'd been administered some biochem compound and got some genius pharmacology student on the phone, and we worked out a course of action. Jake's eyes closed. He simply couldn't keep them open another second. But he was smiling. Detective boyfriend. Jake liked how that sounded. When Jake woke next, August was sitting beside the bed, holding his hand. Hey, he said gently, I heard you woke up for a bit earlier today. Jake blinked and marveled at the feel of August's hand.
Yeah, I'm so tired.
You rest for as long as you need.
What time is it?
1:25 in the afternoon. Your mum and dad just left to grab some lunch.
Mum said I puked on you. Sorry about that.
August grinned, and he gently stroked Jake's forehead with his other hand. It's okay. I needed new jeans anyway. And new shoes, and new socks, and a new shirt, and a new sweater, and a new everything. Jake smiled on a sigh, and he slow blinked.
I'm glad you're here.
I wouldn't be anywhere else, he whispered. I thought I'd lost you too. I thought they were going to kill you, and it scared the hell out of me, Jake. He gave a sad smile and put their joined hands against his cheek. I just kept thinking, not you too. I mean, it was bad enough they'd killed Christopher. But I just found you, and you breathed life into me for the first time in so long, and the thought of losing you too. His brows drew together, and he sagged. You don't need to hear this right now. You just need to rest and concentrate on getting better. We can talk later. Jake let go of his hand so he could touch August's face instead. The coarse softness of his beard, the warmth of his skin, the color of his eyes.
I want to talk about it. I'm just really tired.
His blinks were already getting longer.
You'll be here when I wake up, yeah?
August took his hand and kissed his palm. Of course I will be. Pretty sure your mum has adopted me. She keeps feeding me and making sure I stay hydrated. Jake chuckled and closed his eyes again. August's warm hand covered his once more, and Jake met sleep with a smile. The smell of food and coffee woke Jake up. He opened his eyes to find August and his parents in his room, chatting and smiling over coffee and some pastry-type thing.
Morning,
he said, his voice croaky and his mouth dry. He had no idea what time it was, but it felt like the right thing to say. His mum and dad rushed to him, touching his hair, his arm. "How are you feeling?" his mum asked. "Better. Hungry." His dad grabbed a brown paper bag and produced a lump of bread. "Homemade Vegemite scroll. Here, get it into you." Jake devoured half of it in about 3 seconds flat, and his mum handed him a cup of water. The coolness and wetness of it in his mouth tasted divine. August stood at the foot of the bed, smiling. "You look a lot better." "I need to sit up," Jake said, trying to lean forward, and his mum and dad fussed over the buttons on the bed, and August just stood there and smiled at Jake. A nurse came in and fixed the bed in half a second, while his parents still bickered over how to work the controls, and Jake felt even better now he was sitting up taller. "My back was sick of lying down." "How's your head?" August asked. "Better, I think." Jake lifted his tube-free hand and felt along his temple and eyebrow. It was tender, and he had visions, memories of Kenny's boot coming at the side of his head. He blinked the memory away, but there was something he needed to tell August, something that couldn't wait. Mum?" "Yes, love?" "Could you and Dad please grab me a juice, apple or blackcurrant, maybe some fruit salad or something, and more iced water would be great." She looked from Jake to August, then gave Jake's knee a pat. "Of course, love. It might take us about an hour, though, okay? So you two have a little chat while we're gone." Jake smiled. Her tact could use some work. He was surprised she didn't add an exaggerated wink. But his parents left, and then it was just him and August again. "Well," Jake began, "I have 2 hands, and you're not holding either of them." August laughed and moved to his seat beside the bed and took Jake's hand. The warmth, the feel of his skin touching his, felt like home. "Better. Much. Agent Ether will be back soon. He needs a statement. Same with the official police statement. Your sister'll be back in later this afternoon." Jake had no idea who Agent Ether was, but no doubt he'd find out in a few hours. His mind was still a little foggy, and he was ridiculously tired, but he had to say this. "August, I need to tell you something." His grey eyes met Jake's, unsure and wary. "Okay." Jake took a deep breath. "When I was drugged, it was weird. I was aware of everything, but I felt nothing. I was just happy to go along with whatever. I knew they were potentially going to kill me or have me do it to myself, and I was completely okay with that." August's brow furrowed. "You wanted to die?" No, not like that. If he'd have told me to stand on one leg for 4 hours, I'd have been like, okay, sure. Or if he told me to drive the car into the dam, I would have without a worry in the world. They told me to walk into the forest and told me to sit in the dirt against the tree, and I just did it. It wasn't as though it was a great idea or a bad idea. It was just like stating a fact. I can't explain it. Like telling me the grass is green and the sky is blue. There was no emotional connection, no pain, no fear, no questioning why I was doing these things. I couldn't feel anything." August nodded slowly. "Okay." Jake squeezed his hand. "I want you to know, Aug, Christopher felt no pain. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I know when Violet first said it was likely the victim wouldn't feel anything, you were so relieved that he didn't feel pain or fear. I can tell you he didn't. It was just peaceful, easy. Nothing was a problem. I wasn't afraid at all. It was really strange, but even the strangeness was okay. But I promise you, it was utterly painless." August's eyes became glassy, and he nodded. "Thank you." His chin wobbled, and he let out a ragged breath. "It's a comfort to know that none of them suffered." "They didn't." August's teary eyes met Jake's. "I thought you were dead. When I first got there, you were lying slumped over, and I thought for sure—" He put Jake's hand to his face again. "Scared the hell out of me." "Hirsch kept telling Kenny he gave me too much. I was too drugged," Jake said. "In the end, I couldn't follow what he was saying, and I was so distracted. Sound was funny too.
But if Kenny hadn't given me too much, it would have been over a lot sooner. They were only supposed to stay near the clearing and give me instructions while I walked further in.
So not to contaminate the scene? August filled in.
Jake nodded. Yeah, but I kept spacing out. I couldn't focus and... yeah. So they had to come over to me, I guess, because the next thing I knew, they were right in front of me again. It was funny because then you were there, and I remember standing up because you'd said it, not Kenny.
Jake sighed.
Probably just as well. I mean, that I kept zoning in and out. Otherwise it would have all been over much sooner.
August kissed Jake's knuckles. I'm so grateful. Christ, I've never been so scared. He closed his eyes and rubbed the back of Jake's hand against his bearded cheek. Jake pulled his hand away, only so he could touch August's hair, his eyebrow.
You're sticking around for a while, yeah?
August's gaze shot to his. I'm not sure. I'd like to. There'll be a lot of paperwork, and I want to, but...
Good, then it's settled. You're staying. I mean, it makes sense that you stick around, for as long as it takes.
August eventually smiled. You're in a hospital bed after being kidnapped, held hostage, drugged, and almost dying, and you still manage to be bossy. Jake gave a lazy smile as he thumbed over August's cheek.
I'm not ready for you to leave me yet. We have so much unfinished.
August stared into Jake's eyes, searching for something. Truth, sincerity, hope? Jake wasn't sure what he found, but he relented with a sigh and a smile. You are something special, Jacob Porter. Someone cleared their throat at the door.
Hope I'm not interrupting.
A guy wearing a suit, and Jacob had him pegged as a badge as soon as he saw him. August stood and dropped Jake's hand. Agent Ether, I was just... Ether smiled and said, You can continue to just... He pointed with his chin to Jake's hand. I was hoping the senior constable might be able to answer a few questions. August sat back down, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment, but he threaded his fingers with Jacob's again. And so, Agent Ether explained it was now a federal investigation, because of the stolen evidence being a classified prohibited substance. He asked Jacob about everything he'd discovered prior to leaving with Kenny and Hirsch, and all he remembered during the ordeal. And he told him everything. That he and Dean suspected either Kenny or Hirsch, about the bottle of spiked water, about how the drug made him feel and behave. Jake's parents were back by the time he was almost done, and he sipped his apple juice. He'd grown tired again, but he fought it. He wanted to tell his side of the story. And it was weird. I know I've said that a lot, but the whole experience, being drugged and unable to think or move for myself, was just... It felt surreal. And I had my gun. I had the satellite phone, pepper spray, and I'm half their age and twice as fit as them, but it all meant nothing. Nothing registered in my mind. I was just doing whatever Kenny told me to do. But the weird part, in the end, I wasn't listening to anything Kenny was saying. Hirsch said Kenny gave me too much, and maybe that was why, but I just stopped hearing him. Jake blew out a breath and almost laughed. And you're going to think this is crazy, but there was a kookaburra and... Ether's eyes went to August, and August stared at Jake, a hint of a smile at his lips. But Jake's mum came to the side of the bed. A kookaburra? Jake felt foolish, but he told them the truth. And it was all I could hear. It was telling me it was okay, that I should listen to it and not to anything Kenny was saying. Ether was still casting curious glances at August. You saw a kookaburra as well? What do you mean, as well? Detective Shaw claims he saw one too. Jake stared at August. You did? Yeah, I came running down the fire trail and was getting toward the clearing, but a kookaburra swooped at me, made me stop. Then I heard yelling, and when I turned toward the sound, the kookaburra was sitting right there in the branch. It was so close I could have touched it. And it flew to a tree further back into the forest and did this thing with its wings. August shook his head. It sounds crazy. Anyway, I followed it. Well, I followed the sound of the yelling, but the bird was showing me the way. Jake's mum put her hand to her mouth, her eyes teary. 2 kookaburras? Jake grinned. Yeah, Mum. Nan and Uncle Martin were looking out for me. At first I thought she was there to meet me in the dreaming. Then his mum burst into tears, and his dad was quick to put his arm around her. And I remember thinking it was okay to be with my ancestors and the lands they once stood on. Like, that's a good place to die, right? Jake got a little teary then. But Nan was there to watch over me, Mum. And Uncle Martin, too. His mum nodded and scooped him into a crying hug. August gently rubbed Jake's arm. I thought I was going crazy, but it makes sense now. It does? Ether asked. Jake's mum pulled back and patted Jake's face, fixing his hospital gown. Our people are all around us, always, she said. When one of our family dies, we see kookaburras. I don't expect you to understand. Just then, Deans came into the hospital room, wearing her uniform, holding a huge bunch of flowers. I heard someone was awake, she said. Oh, hey, Jake said, feeling heavy against the mattress. It was good to see her, and he smiled. I heard someone kicked ass as a constable and organized a whole fleet of cops to come to my rescue. Deans grinned. Just doing what you taught me, really, and what Detective Shaw told me to do. She came in closer and squeezed his hand. I'm just glad you're okay, Jake. You weren't looking too good last time I saw you. I'll be fine, Jake replied. Good, she said, 'cause it's just you and me now at the station, and I kind of need you to come back. Where are Hirsch and Kenny? Jake asked. Where are they now? They were held at the Coffs precinct at first, Dean said. They've been formally charged with unlawful imprisonment, assault, administering prohibited substances, and that's just on you. All other murder charges are pending. They've been transported to Sydney because the case is going to be a big one. August grunted. The prosecutors want all my cases before Hirsch and Kenny to be charged with other murders. Reinhardt is now suddenly being very cooperative. He claims he recognized the names from his time in Bondi, but he didn't know them. He never worked with them anyway. He did admit to logging onto my computer, but only to see what information I had. Apparently my digging into files from the 80s and 90s got him nervous. We're looking into Reinhardt, Agent Ether said. He's being very cooperative, if that's any consolation, but I think the era of the old boys club in the state police is over. August shrugged. Yeah, well, let's hope so. It's amazing how shit gets done when the Royal Commission's watching. He then explained how it had all begun, how Hirsch and Kenny met in high school, along with Terry Gow and Nina Schneider, and how Alan Kenny had manipulated them all for years. He was controlling and charming and kept Hirsch on a short leash, and wherever Kenny went, Hirsch followed. When Hirsch was asked if he loved Kenny, he started to cry. Of course, Kenny strongly denied any personal relationship with Hirsch, but with more information from Kenny's mother, Hirsch and Kenny were also now being investigated for assaults on gay men in the eastern suburbs in the 80s and early 90s. They believe that was how it started, and they progressed and evolved to murders from there. Kenny is claiming responsibility for the Sydney murders, but says it was Hirsch who orchestrated the Tallowood murders. Hirsch denies it, but those bodies were partly covered, as though Hirsch couldn't bear to look at them, or that he felt remorse. Kenny certainly felt nothing, but the Commission believes there's more bodies, and we have to wonder how many were drugged and killed by other means. How many tests did Kenny do on men before he perfected his fantasy with the correct dosages? He had the drug for a while before the first official case we know about. There has to be more. How many do they think? Jake asked quietly. Have they given a total number on how many there are? August squeezed Jake's hand. Nina said it's between 15 and 20. Oh my God, Jake whispered. Apparently, Kenny put a hold on Detective Shaw's request for further missing persons information fitting the criteria and the retesting. Ether added. Hirsch is very withdrawn, and they're wondering if he'll be fit enough for trial. I do believe Hirsch has requested a plea deal if he spills all. Yeah, mentally unfit until it suits. I don't think so, August said. I think that piece of shit will spill all the details and get no leniency. He won't last a week in prison. There was a fire in his eyes when he spoke. "And as for Kenny, you just know he's going to try for insanity, but we should be able to disprove that. He's not insane. He's a calculating psychopath, and he can rot in isolation for all I care." "And Nina?" Jake asked. He still couldn't believe she was a part of it. He'd never really trusted her, but to be in on the murders and covering up crimes. He shook his head. "Yeah, she's not doing so good," August said quietly. "She's undergoing treatment at the psych ward at Silverwater's women's facility. She won't or can't talk. She just stares and sleeps." "A sad end," Jake murmured. August conceded a nod. "Not undeserved. I have no sympathy for any of them." He shrugged and tried to smile. "Who would have thought Bartlett was a good guy in the end?" Jake smiled, but his blinks got heavier and heavier. He reached for August's hand, and only when their fingers were threaded did he allow himself to sleep. "I'm not completely comfortable with you going home today," the doctor said. "I'm much better," Jake said. He was sitting on his bed, showered and wearing normal clothes, waiting for his ride. His doctor was clearly frustrated. "We have no way of knowing the long-term effects of that drug on your body. Staying for observation, I've been here for 5 days." The doctor raised his eyebrows. "And you were out cold for 2 of those?" "I've been better for 3 days. I've been unhooked from all the drips and pain meds for 24 hours. I can eat and pee. It's all good," Jake said. "I'll still take it easy, bed rest and all that. I'll just rest easier in my own house." The doctor gave him a serious glare. "You need to have 2 weeks off work minimum. I want to see you again before I give you the all clear to resume light duties. And there will be monthly checkups until I see fit. If you experience any dizziness or balance issues, any changes to any of the senses, you must come straight back. If anyone close to you notices any changes to your behavior, you must come back. Don't dismiss anything." Jake grinned at him. "Yes, Dad." The doctor sighed, but a smile won out. "No strenuous activity, I mean it." "Just how strenuous are we talking?" Jake asked, a wicked gleam in his eye. "Because my home carer is one sexy man, and when he gets me home, I have every intention—" The doctor opened his mouth to speak just as a nurse ran into the room. She picked up the remote and turned the TV up. "Here he is," she said excitedly. Jake looked up, and yes, there was Detective August Shaw on the TV. Oh, yes, speak of the devil. For someone who hated being interviewed on TV and hated being the center of attention, August held himself particularly well. The journo, Lyndon, had come to Coffs Harbour along with about 1,000 other journalists, but it was Lyndon who'd broke the story days before. And given August had been the one to hand it to him, it made sense that he'd be the one to do the interview. The actual interview had been taped earlier this morning, but it was only airing now. They'd missed the first part of the interview, and even though August and Jake had discussed what would be said, it still gave Jake a thrill to hear it. Lyndon: "You had a leading hand in saving Senior Constable Jacob Porter and in the capture of Hirsch and Kenny. State and federal police coordinated efforts. Is that correct?" August: "Partly. Help from Agent Ether of the Federal Police was vital, and New South Wales Police Constable Casey Deans acted with more bravery and tenacity than some of the cops I've worked with for 20 years. Knowing something was wrong, she alone called in the assistance of officers from Coffs Harbour. She led that charge, and she should be commended." Lyndon: "Given Hirsch and Kenny were long-standing high-ranked police officers, this has to have left ripples throughout the entire force." August: "Absolutely, and if it hasn't yet, I'll make sure it does. I've been asking questions for a long time, and maybe now I'll get some answers. The fact that 2 decorated police officers have been arrested and charged with murder, falsifying records, and stealing evidence isn't just concerning or horrible. It's horrific and inexcusable. The police have now put a task force together to head a full investigation." Lyndon: "The case is also being handled by the federal police. Not only the murder cases, But there will also be full investigations into the negligence by the State Police Department. Will you be assisting them?
August. I'll be offering any assistance I can, and if that means shaking the corruption and incompetence tree until corrupt and incompetent officers fall out, then so be it. If any member of the police force is found to have known about, lied about, turned their cheek, feigned ignorance over any case, they'll be facing the tribunal court. There's no room in the police force for criminals.
Lyndon. No doubt there's probably a few of your fellow police officers who might not be too happy with you right now. What would you say to them?
August, smirking. I would say as police officers, it is our duty to uphold the law, not stand above it. The days of leniency and silence are over. If any officer disagrees with ridding the police force of corruption and incompetence, it would seem pretty clear they have something to hide, and perhaps they should be investigated first.
Lyndon, smiling. You sound like you're ready to join the Federal Division, Detective.
August, laughing. I won't lie. It's been offered and seriously considered, but I have too much work to do. I have more cold cases to solve, more killers to catch.
Lyndon, you've personally been overseeing these cases for almost a decade. You have to be relieved it's over, Detective.
August. Yeah, most definitely. Relieved that these two monsters can't lure and kill any more innocent men. And for the victims and their families and loved ones, they may now be able to grieve properly and finally move forward with their lives.
Lyndon, some of these cases have been very personal for you. Will you now be moving forward with your life, Detective?
August, smiling. I'm certainly going to try.
Oh, one of the nurses cooed. He's so dreamy.
He sure is, Jake agreed.
He probably wouldn't agree, August said from the doorway. He was all nonchalant and smiley. He's grumpy, loves silence, prefers to be alone most of the time. Jake grinned at him. He's still dreamy. The smiling nurses cleared out of the room, and the doctor crossed his arms. About that question you asked? Yeah, it doesn't matter, Jake said. Pretty sure I'm just going to do it anyway. Jake stood up off the bed and August went to help.
Do what?
August asked. Oh, nothing. The doc here was trying to tell me I'm not allowed to do anything strenuous.
That's understandable,
August began. He means sex, August, Jake explained. But I'm vetoing him on this one, because when we get back to my place... August blushed so hard, Jake thought he might have burst a blood vessel. He shot the doctor a horrified glance, and the doctor just laughed as he walked out.
Jake, we have to call into your parents' pub. The welcome home party, remember?
Jake sighed, long and loud. His parents were adamant, and apparently the entire town of Tallowood would be there. According to them, everyone in town was worried sick about him, and his mum had said he only needed to show up for a little while. We're giving them 20 minutes. Then I'll tell them I'm tired and we can go. August smiled and put his hand to Jacob's face.
There's no hurry, Jake. Enjoy this time with your family and friends and your footy mates. We'll have later tonight, and tomorrow, and the day after, and more days after that. I'm not going anywhere.
You can really base your work out of Tallowood? Jake asked. It didn't seem real. You're going to leave the rat race behind and come to my little town in the mountains?
The commissioner thought it was a good idea, for the time being anyway. Considering the steamrollers will be going through HQ, it's probably best I not be there at the moment. Reinhardt's on leave, investigation pending. He denies any involvement, but either way, they'll get to the bottom of it.
Do you really think he was involved?
August sighed. I don't know. He's admitted to knowing about the bashings in the 80s in the Eastern Precinct. Maybe that's all he's worried about. He was set to retire soon, and he was probably scared of losing his pension.
August put his hand to Jake's jaw and gave him a quick kiss.
So yes, being in Tallowood for a while at least will probably be a good idea. All my files will be arriving the day after tomorrow, and who knows, in a few weeks or months, you might be sick of me.
Jake laughed and pulled him in for a soft kiss. For a smart detective, you're not real bright, are you? August chuckled. Apparently not. And you didn't turn down working with the feds just to stay with me, did you? He'd asked him that before, but August rolled his eyes. Don't flatter yourself. Not everything's about you. Jake, still smiling, kissed him again, then met his gaze. You ready to move forward with your life, detective? August's eyes never left his, and he nodded. I really am. Epilogue. 4 years later. August closed down his laptop and sighed, happy with the progress he'd made. Another cold case closed, another killer caught, another family who now had closure. It wasn't an easy job, being surrounded by so much death, and being immersed into the minds of the monsters who stole the lives of innocent people, but being able to get closure for those left behind was the highlight of his job. The most satisfying for August, anyway. You heading home? A voice said from the door. August looked up to see one of the constables, a young kid by the name of Maria Rizzi, smiling at him. Yeah, well, I have a stop to make first, but then home. Have a good night, she said cheerfully. August smiled at her, gave her a nod, and said his rounds of goodbyes as he walked out of the Coffs Harbour police station. It was where he was based now, and had been for almost 4 years. He'd been offered the senior role at Tallowood Station, but turned it down cold. He didn't even consider it. That role was rightfully Jake's. He'd been promoted to leading senior constable, 1 rank shy of sergeant. Casey was now senior constable Deans, and they had a new probie, another kid by the name of Luttrell Sharp. And August would never have taken that away from Jake. August was very happy being a cold case detective. He was even very happily based in Coffs Harbour now, and he spoke to and even laughed with the other cops. He wasn't that closed-off shadow of a man anymore. When he'd said he was going to try and move forward with his life, that's exactly what he did. He moved forward and moved in with Jacob. The half-hour drive to and from work every day was a small price to pay to give them the professional space they needed to keep their personal relationship even-keeled. And for the last 4 years it had been close to perfect. Jake had had no adverse side effects from the P7849. He still had regular blood tests and brain scans, and probably would for years to come. Doctors had since found some research from Cambodia and Russia regarding long-term effects, and it was such a relief to find out there was very little residual trauma. Regular therapy sessions kept the demons at bay too, and by all accounts Jacob was the picture of physical and mental health. August could confirm that Jake was all kinds of perfect, even though he was a totally bossy, demanding fitness freak, clean freak, fear of failure perfectionist. He was perfect. Perfect for August, anyway. August smiled as he made the stop he'd promised to make. He took the cake from the back seat and knocked on the slightly ajar front door. Mrs. Ahern called out, "Come in, August. I left it open for you." August toed out of his shoes and headed inside to the kitchen. He was almost as familiar with her house as he was his own, given he'd been making fortnightly house calls to see her. He'd take a cake or a pack of fancy biscuits. She'd put on a pot of tea and they'd chat. Sometimes about not much, sometimes about the state of the world, sometimes about Perry and Christopher. August cherished Mrs. Ahern, like the mum he never had. He held up the store-bought cake like he'd baked it himself. Lemon pound cake. She popped the lid on the teapot and grinned. "Oh, my favourite!" August pulled out 2 chairs at the kitchen table and collected 2 small plates from the cupboard. "How's your week been?" "Oh, good, thanks, love. Won at bingo, finally." "You did?" He laughed. "Bet that made Jean happy." "It was a huge leg of lamb, too much for just me, so I baked a Sunday roast and invited a few of the girls over, Jean included. She even complimented my cooking." August laughed. "Glad to hear that." Mrs. Ahern poured 2 cups of tea as August sliced the cake. "Saw you on the news," she said. "You and Jake?" August gave her a nod. "I wondered if you'd watched it." He'd assumed she would, but for some people, sometimes when things came down to the finish line, it all became too much. "Of course I did, love."
The sentencing of Alan Kenny was huge news right across the country. It had taken 4 long years to bring the man to justice. August had given evidence. Jake had testified. Kenny's own mother had testified against him, and he was found guilty on an array of charges, but most significantly, 17 charges of first-degree murder. So 1 week ago, August and Jake and Mrs. Ahern had flown to Sydney to sit in the courtroom as the judge delivered the final sentencing, and August hadn't expected it to be so emotional. That son of a bitch was handed 17 life sentences. He would never see the light of day again. He could never apply for parole. He couldn't even appeal. Hirsch received a similar sentence and would never see the outside of prison again. Nina Schneider was to see out her days in psychiatric hospital. Having never improved from her staring and crying catatonic state, she'd been deemed unfit to stand trial. But August was happy with the judge's ruling for her. Reinhardt was cleared of any involvement, but he had known about Kenny and Hirsch's involvement in the bashings of men in Bondi in the 80s. He'd confessed to logging onto August's computer to see if August had anything about it in his private files. He was officially reprimanded, and when he was offered an early retirement, he took it. August was just glad he was gone. August knew Kenny had been the mastermind behind it all. The psychopath had ruined every life he'd touched, and as Mrs. Ahern had once said, being there to witness his sentencing was the true closure she'd needed. Kenny had sat in the courtroom, looking a shell of the man he once was, and August and Jake had sat right in front, holding hands. When the final sentencing was handed down, Kenny hadn't even reacted. But August had cried tears of relief and joy and hugged Jake and the parents of the other victims. August had promised Christopher he'd seek justice for his death, and that's exactly what he'd done. And when August and Jake left the courthouse, a wall of reporters had flanked and surrounded them, and it was Jake who spoke. He pulled a piece of paper out of his jacket pocket. He could have recited all the names by heart, but he didn't want to risk being emotional and missing one. He read out 17 names. 17 names would be spoken again on every television in the country 100 times that day, would be written again in every newspaper, and would be heard once again right around the world. 17 names. He saved Christopher's name till last, and looked at August when he said it. "This justice is for them." He'd swallowed hard. Robert Frost once said that nothing gold can stay, but he was wrong, because if these 17 golden souls can hear me right now, please know, you will stay in our hearts and minds forever. And then August had burst into tears on national television, and Jake had hugged him to the sound of 1,000 cameras clicking. It was still trending on social media. "What Jake said on TV was lovely," Mrs. Ahern said. "It was," August said. "I didn't know he was going to say that." "I could tell by your reaction," she said, sipping her tea. "Yes, I can catch notorious killers and close 100 cold case files, but will only ever be known now for sobbing on the world stage." He gave her a smile as he ate some cake. "I don't mind, though, because when people now search online for the gay men killers, instead of giving Kenny or Hirsch any screen time, all you get is a few thousand pictures of 2 men hugging." Mrs. Ahern laughed, and she patted his knee. "Good lad." Then, as though she'd just remembered, "Did you get that bird thing you were after for Jake?" "I did," August said with a grin. "Picked it up today." He stayed for another cup, and they discussed plans to go to the nursery and get some bulbs for Mrs. Ahern's garden, and maybe a trip for lunch at the Bullock's Rest Inn in Tallowood. And with a smile on his face, he bid her good afternoon and went on his way home. August had stayed at Jake's house in the beginning to help Jake when he was first released out of hospital, and August had never left. He still had a few hours left of sunlight, so he threw a casserole in the oven, then made a start setting up the gift for Jake. The bird thing, as Mrs. Ahern had called it, was a custom-made bird feeder, designed and made specifically for kookaburras. August had secured it to the end of the back veranda and was filling it with the special feed mix when he heard the patrol pull up at the house. He heard Jake come inside, speak to Scarlett about what smelt good in the oven, before his familiar footfalls sounded on the new decking past the new laundry behind him. Then warm arms wrapped around August's waist, and tender lips pressed against the nape of his neck. "Good evening, Detective Handsome," Jake murmured. "What you got there?" "A feeding station," August replied. "It's an anniversary gift." Jake froze. "Anniversary?" August turned in his arms and pulled him in close, keeping his hands on Jake's hips. 4 years ago today, I got a phone call from a senior constable, Jacob Porter. He changed my life." Jake smiled and leaned in for a kiss. "You changed my life too." August put a hand to Jake's jaw and gave him another kiss. "I tried to think of something romantic and, well," August gave an awkward shrug. "I suck at that, so I thought what would be more significant and what would mean more to you. I looked at watches and rings and even holidays." Jacob tilted his head a little. "What?" "A holiday," August explained. "I thought we could go to the snow or to the tropics or the outback or even Paris if you wanted, but thought that would be something we should decide together." "No, not that, although they do sound great too. But did you say rings?" August blanched. "Well, yeah, but I didn't know what that would... I didn't want you to think... I mean, I wanted to, but..." Jake laughed. "So you bought me a feeding station instead?" "Yeah, it's for kookaburras, and I know we have that other one, which was small and not great. But this one is bigger and better, and with the right food, they will come. I want them to visit, and I know it would mean a lot to you and to me too. I just wanted to say a proper thank you for your nan and uncle, and to let them know they're always welcome, and that they're still family. It sounds kind of stupid, and I thought it was a great idea at the time." Jake kissed him hard and held him tight, and when he pulled away he kept his forehead pressed to August's. "It's perfect." "I know it's not romantic," August began, his cheeks heated with embarrassment. "It's better than that." Jake put his hand to August's chest, over his heart. "It's personal and means a lot to me." August sighed with relief. "You like it?" Jake nodded. "Love it, but..." "There's a but." Jake's grin widened. "I think we should revisit the ring thing." "The what?" "The idea of you getting me a ring." August's heart skipped several beats. "You want that?" Jake looked him right in the eye. "Yes." How official a ring are we talking? Just a nice ring that you can wear on any finger, or, Jake said with the beginning of a smile, "or one that says, 'I, August Shaw, give this to you, Jacob Porter, as a symbol of forever,' would work too. I'm not fussy. Well, actually, I am fussy, but I'd settle for either. And given you mentioned rings and Paris in the same conversation, we could combine the two. Or the Outback. I don't mind which one." August laughed. His heart felt like it could burst. "You mean that? You would... Would you... Would I what? Would you want that? The, symbol of forever ring thing?" August asked, fumbling over his words. He couldn't think straight, and his heart was hammering against his ribs, trying to claw its way out of his chest. "I mean, Christ, I can't even speak." Jake put his forehead to August's and stared into his eyes. "August, would you marry me?" August stared, teary-eyed, and with a too full heart he nodded. Jake crushed him with a hug and led him backwards into the house, shedding clothes as they went. August managed to turn the oven off as they fumbled past, then into the bedroom, laughing and kissing until they fell into bed. Jake spread August's thighs with his own, and August raised his hips to meet him. This was where Jake fitted best. Over him, inside him, holding him, taking care of him. August kissed him, open-mouthed, and with tangled tongues, sure hands, and whispered moans. And outside, a kookaburra cried out to the setting sun,